sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Peng-Peng Indonesia.
Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
whenever we feel like the odds are against us.
To remind ourselves that there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
We have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. Bu sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yapamaz. Kadınlar boks yapmamalı. Kadınlar güçlü değildir. Ben farklı düşünüyorum. Sınırlamalar ve engeller onları en az beklediğimiz anda ortaya çıkar.
Ancak bizim kaderimiz bu sınırlamaların üstesinden gelmek.
Sınırlarının seni zorlamasına izin verme.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah.
The game starts now. Light to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy!
Don't mess with
An
me.
ally has been slain. Legendary!
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down!
Ayat, tabukit. Sạm nói tiếp.
Xem màn tên là bóng.
Ta, lìa chắc, bát bỏ. Tỏ chưa? Tỏ chưa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kita Indonesia. Sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia.
Dukung Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
We remind ourselves that there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline, 'cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline, 'cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher level.
Let's go.
Good day to all MLBB fans all across the globe. I'm Mara Aquino, your host, and welcome to the M3 World Championship. Since the start of the playoffs, we've witnessed impressive showdowns and stunning upsets with contenders slaying giants and champions crashing down the lower bracket, needing that second life to have another chance to take home the trophy. At the end of today, we will only have 8 teams left in the M3, powered by Montage, supported by Singapore Tourism Board, and presented by TikTok Live. And of course, we'd like to give our utmost gratitude to all of our sponsors who made this world-class event possible. Razer, the official gaming gear. Tumi, the official travel partner. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair. Frank by OCBC Bank, the official payment partner. Singtel, the official network partner. MeWatch, our partner in esports, and Facebook Gaming, our global social network partner. Now for our first series of today, it's as if the mobile gods have heard your pleas. Champion against champion, the most anticipated match. We will have Blacklist International from the Philippines go up against Onyx Esports from Indonesia. Now to everybody watching at home, we want to get you the feel and the ambience backstage. So come join me as we go ahead and take a look at all the teams. See how they're feeling, what is going on inside their head. First, we're gonna head down to Blacklist International. Come on and join me. Let's take a peek. I could hear them talking. They're preparing. I hear Dexstar. Let's take a look. Hello, everyone. Everybody looks very serious in here. But Coach Bon, hi, Coach. Okay, as I came in the room, I see you guys at the hotel. You're smiling, very pumped up. But right now, everybody seems so serious. Can you describe to us what the mood is from leaving the hotel, heading here to Suntec Convention Center?
We're so excited because this match is so special to us.
What makes it so special, Coach?
We treat this as a championship match.
Right after the defeat against BTK, can you describe to us how the entire team handled it?
We're all upset. However, we need to bounce back. So we need to pull each other. We need to pull each other up. So today, we can get that bounce back that we're looking for.
How were you able to pull each other up?
We cheer each other, we talk to each other, and we brainstorm what the mistakes we did last match with BTK, and I hope we can do better than that match.
Can you share with me, inside scoop, who was the most upset out of everybody?
I think me.
You were the most upset. And who was the most vocal in terms of, hey guys, let's wake up, let's change the mood, let's go back to the positive note?
All of them.
And I'm guessing, because from MPL, Oheb has been the most expressive out of everybody. Oheb, how upset were you from the last game? And how did you change everybody's mood?
We're so upset that we lost in the upper bracket, but we have no choice but to bounce back in the lower bracket.
Ngayon, you are going to be facing Onyx Esports from Indonesia. It's like a rematch of MPLI. How does it feel to go up against them again? Does it make you a little nervous, or are you using this as an excitement to get back to the top?
I'm excited. Yeah.
They can hear you right now. Do you have anything to say to them with just heart fingers, okay?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. Now, all the Filipino fans are watching. They know how passionate you are. Do you have any message? Let's invite them to support Blacklist International.
I'm inviting you all to support Blacklist International in our match today. We're gonna crush them.
You're gonna crash them. Do you have any other message to them?
Thank you for supporting Blacklist even though we lost to BTK. We're sure to bring the PH pride.
Thank you, Ohab. Now, let's talk to Dexstar, one of the brains behind the team. Dex, because you're so expressive, you always have a smile on your face, regardless what's happening. Take us through, come on over here, take us through what you're feeling right now, what's going on through your mind, because you're facing up against your rivals, Onyx.
We're just excited. All of us are excited. I am excited. All of us are excited, so let's bring it on.
Now, how did you use the game from last time as a positive coming into today's game?
Just reset. Then, all of us are prepared today, so we are ready. We are really ready today to face Onyx Esports.
I want to pump everybody up. Can we make a circle? Can we all gather up? Can we all gather up in here? I want to pump everybody up. I want to get the blood flowing. Can we do a cheer? There's something that the Philippines is protecting. So when I count down, I want you to all say it together, okay? In 3, 2, 1.
Break the code!
Say what?
Break the code!
One more time. Say what?
Break the code!
Break the crown. Blacklist International really pumped up. Now they're gonna go up against their rival, Onyx Esports from Indonesia. We're gonna go right across the room. For sure, Onyx heard their cheer. Let's see if it rattled them a little bit. Onyx Esports has a lot of fans back in Indonesia, and they're all looking forward to watch them play. Now, hi guys. Keyboy? Hi. Hello. Can you stand right beside me? You heard Blacklist International. They want some vengeance. They're more confident. You heard their cheer. Did it rattle Onyx a little bit? Sure.
Kan tadi udah dengar yel-yelnya dari Blacklist International. Ada merasa terancam dikit nggak? Oh, not at all. They're excited to hear the chants from Blacklist International.
Ooh, that pumped him up a little bit. Now, in MPLI, you defeated Blacklist International 3-1. What do you think the outcome of this game will be?
Kan kemarin pas MPL Invitational itu lawan Blacklist International 3-1. Nah, ekspektasi untuk match abis ini apa?
Do you think it'll be a sweep or do you think it'll go to game 3?
Pokoknya kasih yang terbaik aja lah.
We will give our best.
Now you've seen your opponent from the group stages and in the upper bracket. Did you see that they changed somehow from the last time that they met you in MPLI Grand Finals?
Ada perubahan nggak pas lawan di group stage sama kemarin di MPLI?
Ada sih harusnya.
Apa? Perubahan dari gameplay mereka kah atau apakah?
Banyak yang unik gitu lah.
There's been a unique picks from the hero drafts.
And how have you changed Onyx Esports? Because for sure, we want to see some surprises, so it's a little bit different from MPLI. So how has the team changed since then? Have you gotten more confident? Have you changed anything in the setup? Change in rituals?
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, it's a surprise. Now, if you want to see anything from any of your teammates coming into today's game, what would that be?
Ada yang diharapin nggak keluar dari tim sendiri, dari Onyx?
Udah sih kayak kasih yang terbaik aja semuanya, all in lah.
As long as we give our best, we give all in. It's okay.
A lot of Indonesian fans are looking forward to this game. Do you have any message to them?
Ya buat yang dukung, selalu dukung terus, bantu doa, support terus, biar kita kayak bakal tetap semangat terus lah. Mau kita ntar gimana-gimana, tetap dukung terus.
For our fans, keep supporting us. No matter what happen, please keep supporting us.
Thank you. Now, can I talk to Coach? Coach, you know, you're very expressive. I would like to speak to you. Now, last night, before coming into today's game, was there anything that any of your players shared with you against Blacklist International? Did they express any emotions, any worries, any fears?
Of course, the emotion will be a lot for today. Even the excitement, the happiness of our win yesterday. So yeah, we'll give it all today.
How important is it for Onyx Esports to defeat Blacklist International? You defeated them in MPLI. How important is it to repeat that once again today?
Well, our target is to be a champion in this M3, right? So it's, of course, every match will be important for us.
And is there any relevance to that? Is there any importance that it's Blacklist? Does it make it more special?
Not really. So we always think that every game is important for us. So,
like a championship match.
Yeah.
Now, I want to pump you guys all up also. Can we go around in a circle? Because last time you guys had a really energetic cheer. Can we do that once again? Is that okay?
Okay.
When I say go, you say Onyx. Go!
Onyx!
Go!
Onyx!
One more time. Go!
Onyx!
All right. This is the most anticipated match in the lower bracket. Will history repeat itself, or will Blacklist International prevail this time? Let's head on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Mara, for the pre-show here, and the teams are looking really, really pumped here. I don't know what to expect because we have a long day of games, all of which are going to be best of threes. Unfortunately, 4 teams have already been knocked out from the lower brackets. We are going to see another 4 get knocked out here today. So make sure you are supporting your teams here today. My name is Gideon Q here at the Caster's Desk with both Mirko as well as Wolf, the Glasses Boys squad here today. I want to know some of your opinions so far. How's the tournament been, and how overall these best of threes in this lower bracket has rolled out for you.
Yeah, so the tournament has been unpredictable. I think we can all say that. We can all agree on that. The tournament M3 has just been a maybe fest. But on the best of threes, we've actually seen that some of our predictions have actually gone through, maybe even 4 out of 4 yesterday. So in the best of threes, as we all know, it is going to be much harder to get those crazy wins instantly, right? You need to be consistent all 2 games, or maybe even all 3 games here, and it shows that right now it is still a little bit more predictable than the group stages.
Oh boy, a little bit more predictable indeed. A lot of these teams have flown from far away to be here in Singapore, which might just be your next destination. You should honestly consider it, because Singapore has a lot of beautiful attractions that you could be checking out. And if you are already planning to head on to Singapore, how about when you do visit, follow at @visit_Singapore, and don't forget the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share what you're looking forward to do here, because there are plenty of attractions to check out, most of which we haven't even gotten off of our own checklist here. But how are you feeling here in Singapore today, Wolf, for M3?
My goodness, feeling crazier by the minute. Imagine this, we're not even halfway through our playoffs. We're at day 4, and we already have the preview, supposedly, of the grand finals. This is Blacklist International versus Onyx Esports, and top 1 and 2 of most of the power rankings before M3, and we're gonna be eliminating one of them in day number 4.
Day number 4, already a champion must fall. Let's look at the brackets so far to keep you guys up to date. If this is your first time tuning in, a little late to the party, but up in the upper brackets we have BTK and as well as EVOS SG moving on, as well as Onyx PH versus RRQ. However, today is going to be all the lower bracket. We're starting things off with a hefty match between Blacklist versus Onyx, followed up by BDL versus Cade, RSG versus Navi, and Todak versus See You Soon.
Honestly, it's really, really interesting to see that again. You know, right after Onyx beat the Malaysian champions, they will have to face Philippines champions. This is insane, alright? I want to talk about the other matches, but honestly, I think everyone just wants to focus on this matchup, particularly right now. We are onto this. Blacklist and Onyx both have been looking kind of shaky, to be honest, right? Onyx in the groups, Blacklist in the upper bracket against BTK.
If there was a group of death, this is like the line of death.
Yes.
Like Onyx Esports will have to go through Blacklist. Eventually, the winner of Vidal versus Kid, which we'll see later. And then eventually, the loser of Onyx PH versus RRQ. Imagine how crazy this is. All of them are stacked together. And that really just proves to us that M3 is a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, it really is a gift that keeps on giving. And more so how the format has changed to allow a lot of these other regions outside of the MPL to get in here.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, it is going to be the battle of consistency and the mental game. Both of these teams will need to be on tip-top shape, because we've seen when they get the jitters a little bit, it has been fatal, man. And I think that's it. That's the thing. On the stage, it is a lot, especially considering that these are the champions of the regions. There is so much pressure on their shoulders, and they weren't able to perform in the groups, in the upper brackets. It's time, though.
Absolutely. We've already seen 4 teams have to leave today, but just in case, let's check out the headlines today. M3 continues to show us world-class MLBB action.
Fortunately, 4 teams have already been eliminated.
Now, let's check out today's matchups.
One of the most anticipated matchups in M3. Who would have thought that we'll be witnessing this showdown this early?
Will the Porcupines be able to break the code once more, or are the agents going to prevail this time?
A lot of time to base, and he still survives with 1 HP. He's gonna recall away. It is gonna be Onyx pushing in with the turret, with the minions all in. It's gonna be fun.
Can Cade of Brazil unearth Bedell, the Phoenixes from Turkey?
Personally, this will be a pretty tight competition, and it will go down to the wire.
The third match of the day, we will see Navi face a familiar foe, RSG, which eliminated them in M2.
Will the aggressors from the north finally get their revenge?
It will be aggression overload with the clash of the Malaysian and Cambodian representatives.
Can't wait to see some high-octane action from Toda, and see you soon.
And now, we're ready to begin the epic showdown between Onyx Esports and Blacklist International!
It's already begun. The teams are planning, the teams are preparing, and most importantly, one of these teams will be going home here today. That is just the nature of competition. So far, once again, I am stuck in between the Indonesian as well as the Philippines once more. I seem to be getting myself stuck in these awkward situations amongst the Glasses boys.
Amongst the Glasses boys, there are a few rivalries. You know, yesterday it was Indonesia and Malaysia. Today it's Indonesia and the Philippines. I honestly, like, all rivalries aside, I didn't expect them to be meeting in the lower brackets.
Definitely, definitely. You know, what's really interesting is that we are talking about this rivalry already in the lower bracket, and the icing on the cake, it's just the best of 3. Only 3 games max.
That's what's crazy here, all right? Best of 3, especially considering that both of these teams, they're used to best of 5s, best of 7s. Best of 3s is like the daily thing there in the regular season here. But it's time for some teams to walk on the stage here.
Absolutely. It's time to get this show on the road here. It's time to bring out both our competitors for our very first matchup of today. Starting things off, these competitors have worked so hard, coming all the way from the Philippines. It's gonna be Blacklist International, who will maintain the code, but their competitors are no slouches themselves. Coming real strong here, looking to be the favorites themselves from Indonesia. It's Onyx Esports.
The tension is rising here at the M3 World Championships live at Suntec, Singapore. I can already see, I can feel it going on, man. And the thing about these two teams are they're relatively quiet. They're relatively quiet on stage, right? They're not those vocal ones that just yell the whole match.
Well, it's time to bring in the coaches, the brains of the teams here.
Oh, look at that. Already clearing out, bringing out the clear book of all of their strategies. That is Bonchan from Blacklist International and Coach Mars himself. Two of the coaches that have been getting so many championships already in their belt. For Bonchan, it's a back-to-back MPL Season 8 championship in the Philippines. And of course, for Coach Mars, just recently the champions of Indonesia, together with an MPLI championship, which, you know, they actually faced Blacklist International in that tournament.
Absolutely. We've seen them compete against each other. We've seen Onyx win that one, but it is very different. The MPLI stage and the M3 one. We saw that last year. Alter Ego won MPLI, but in the M2 World Championships, Bren were able to take them down.
Yeah. That's the thing. I've been wondering about this MPLI situation here.
Exactly.
It feels like whoever gets MPLI kind of has a bit of a disadvantage. Theory crafting, conspiracies.
Because everyone's looking at you,
yeah,
right?
Exactly,
it's very hard to stay consistently on top.
You know, we always say that, but there's only a little sample size to actually compare that with. It has literally happened just one time. But then again, this is a matchup with only showing 3 games, which is interesting to me because it kind of means to me that Blacklist International, there's little room for like experiments, unlike what we saw from the upper bracket match.
Absolutely. They've been troubleshooting the code here. It's going to be Blacklist International from the Philippines with Haji, Edward, Oheb, Wise, and Oh My Venus. I'm going to throw it back to you, Wolf, here because I feel like in a best of 3, momentum is going to be important.
Yes.
Do you think potential cheeses could be coming out in this game?
All right. Honestly, for Blacklist International, you don't know what's cheese, what's spot strategy, or what's a standard strategy anymore, right?
That's a good point.
When you see Blacklist International, they bring out something in the tournament. For example, the jungle Hylos, it worked once and then lost it the second time. But I think that whatever it is, for Blacklist International, what we can expect from them is solid gameplay. It is true that they change up their heroes, their strategies, but what never changes is that UBE strategy that we always see from them.
Yeah, as you can see, we are going to take a look at the statistics right now. Haji, this is one thing I do want to point out. His signature hero is that Cho on the roamer position, but so far in this tournament, we've seen it banned out or picked away from him most of the time. He hasn't been able to pick up that Cho, and when he did, if I'm not mistaken, he lost that one.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, very weird for a Filipino to see because there was a big run for Haji's Cho, but at the same time, maybe it's just that BTK were prepared for it.
Well, the question is Onyx Esports coming in from Indonesia ready to take him on? Starting lineup here, it's Drian, it's Boots, CW, Sans, as well as Keyboy.
Again, not much to say about this lineup. This is the best that Indonesia can provide. The MPL champions for a reason, man. And the thing is about this 5-man roster, I don't know what the weakness is. I really don't. They're so well-rounded, all right? They have the hero pool, check. They have the coordination, the organization of that team fight, the objective control, and the team fight as well. I don't understand what hole you can possibly go through, but again, in M3, the holes have been exploited. They have been able to recover a little bit, but now we are going to take a look at the statistics, which Sans, this man, even though everyone is well-rounded, Sans and Boots, these guys are the main man.
I'd love to see this particular lineup. Whatever we're seeing right now in the screen, that is legitimately one Onyx Indonesia lineup that we might be able to see today. I'm curious to see if a Blacklist International will actually let go of the Yi Sans Shin, or maybe the Beatrix for Drian. These are the heroes that they also share between these two teams, so maybe that's a point of contention, particularly that Beatrix.
All right, time to check out the team head-to-head here and compare the stats, because overall it looks like Blacklist International has gotten beat when it comes down to overall win rate, KDA, and as well as total damage dealt. However, a lot of this coming in from the group stage stats.
Absolutely. The thing is, right now, 3 for Blacklist, 3 out of the 5, only the first tower rate and first objective rate. So what we can take from this is that Blacklist International, they've actually shown some cracks in that early stages. Usually they're just so spot on from the early stage up until the very end. But here we have seen not just Onyx in MPLI, but also BTK cracking that code in the early stages, getting the lead and snowballing from that.
Well, actually, looking at the stats, this overall kind of tells the story between Blacklist and Onyx in terms of their play styles. Blacklist playing as a team, looking for those big fights. Onyx, very objective-based.
Yeah, that is definitely true. That I think that this is not only this can only not be seen in this stat line, but also in the previous performances of Onyx Indonesia, particularly when they play other Indonesian teams like RRQ.
Well, speaking of which, it's time for the Blacklist International keys to victory. Wolf, how are they going to achieve it?
They have to secure Wise's hero, that's for sure. They've always been just last picking Wise and it might not be to their biggest of advantage. And of course, beware of the split push. Onyx Indonesia, I think there's something brewing in that Onyx franchise. Even in Onyx Philippines, there's a lot of split push, and the main, counter or maybe answer to the Ube is the split push. You also have to contest early objectives. We saw that in the stats, and ban Paquito and Phobius. Paquito is just an open pick. It really just opens up the draft for Onyx Indonesia. So maybe just straight up banning out the Paquito will give more freedom for Bonchan to play around with in the draft.
It truly does, and hopefully Oheb is going to be playing more like himself. After that BTK one, he's looking for redemption. But let's look at the keys to victory for Onyx Esports.
Yeah, honestly, first, I gotta disagree with the ban Paquito. I feel like they need to pick up the Paquito, Edward Balboa. But yeah, let's take a look at the keys to victory for Onyx Esports. Number 1, contest for Paquito or Esmeralda. Again, this is what they want to do. Boots, Sans, we know it can be flex. Just pick it up for yourself. Late game potential. Onyx, they're really good at these crazy brawls, like we've seen against Onyx PH as well, right? They really want to go, they can go to the late game as well, is what I'm trying to say here, and use objective as baits. Very similar to the Onyx PH team. They are also a very objective center team. They go for the team fights only if some objectives are on the board. But look at the final one. You gotta shut down Oheb, alright? I've been speaking a lot about Onyx Esports, but Blacklist International, even though they fell flat against BTK, Oheb and the entire squad is still the scariest roster I can probably think in the world right now. And now it is time for both of the junglers to face on head-to-head.
Yep, once again, we're looking at Wise as well as Sans here. Definite difference in terms of that stat. And Sans, he is self-sufficient. High GPM, high KDA, but Wise, very much a team player.
This is very interesting because Wise is touted as one of the players in the Philippines who are rather safe when it comes to gameplay, also objective-based, and same is true with Sans. But when you look at them when they play against each other, there's a stark difference between their playstyle. They share some heroes, but they don't share the aggressiveness. Wise is more team-based, while Sans wants to make the team the highlight reel plays kind of thing. Yeah. But if you compare now Sans with other Indonesian junglers, then you can see Sans is more the objective-based one, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
Maybe they transform when they face up against each other, but in their own region, they're kind of the same.
Yeah, statistic-wise, you can it's basically pushing that narrative, right?
Yeah.
Again, Wise with the KP, but everything else going to Sans. That is the question here. Will Blacklist still be going for the same thing, going for that full 5v5 kind of brawl, just making it, forcing their playstyle onto the enemy team, especially considering that Onyx, they've been able to break the code once. Let's take a look at the audience prediction, and oh my god, it is mixed.
I can't believe that there are 40% from Indonesia that actually picked up Blacklist International. I mean, if you're looking at the Philippines, this is
2%.
This is 2%.
It's interesting. It's really interesting to see, but let's see what the rest of the world has to say here. Ooh, okay. CIS is going to be leaning, Turkey going to be leaning towards Blacklist International. Mina also leaning to Onyx. It's really split here. And even amongst Southeast Asia, you can tell that, MPL regions generally leaning more towards Blacklist and even Brazil. But if we look at both Latam as well as Cambodia, they believe that Onyx has a great chance of taking this game away.
The last minute before we start the draft, I have that. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm getting the jitters myself.
This is so intense. The build-up is just way too good. I mean, we're talking about the teams that have legitimately the chances to the championship. They're both contenders. Unfortunately, one of them will bid goodbye today in a best of 3. Oh.
Can't relate. Can't relate. I don't know. I've got no stakes in these claims. I'm just a viewer here. But guys, predictions on this, because before we get in towards this draft, everybody's already made their predictions because they want to be part of the M3 guest, which you can too. So make your predictions today to level up your M3 pass and unlock a whole lot of wonderful goodies, guys. Now, scoreboards, this is going to be a best of 3. We'll start with Miracle first. What you're thinking? I know it's Onyx, but come on, give me a score. 2-1, 2-0. What are we looking at?
I want to say Onyx. I really do want to say Onyx, and I'm pretty confident that it is going to be Onyx. But honestly, this is one thing that I have to say. A lot of people have been saying 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Whoever wins, it's going to be 2-1. Me personally, I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for any of the teams, right? Personally, I pick Onyx, but if Blacklist gets that first game, the momentum is going to be able to push them to get the 2-0. So I will predict Onyx to win 2-0, but if it is Blacklist who gets the first game, I feel like Blacklist will get 2-0.
I see the reasoning there. What about you, Wolf? Are you on the same side as Miracle, or are you just hard on for Blacklist?
70% agree with Miracle to the point where it is true that Onyx Indonesia, most specifically, if they get the win in game number 1, they might take it for a 2-0. The thing is, in best of 5, teams usually give Blacklist International the benefit of the Estes in the first game. And that will not happen today because it's a best of 3 only. Okay. Now, to kind of answer your question, Gideon, if it were Onyx to win this, I think it will be a 2-0. But if it's Blacklist, it's going to be a 2-1. That's just how I look at this game. It's always going to be close. But Blacklist International, obviously, being a Filipino myself, I have to vote for them.
Well, at the very least, I know who I'm going to talk to when it comes down to commitment. I'm looking over at Wolf here. But let's get in towards this draft. Onyx on the blue side, Blacklist on the red side. It's going to be Estes, Yves, Aldi is coming in from Onyx. Blacklist bans out the Hayabusa, Yishinshin, as well as the Natan, Esmeralda, Paquito, wide out in the open here. Same as goes for Matilda.
Yeah, now is a very good time to talk about Onyx and Blacklist track record. Again, in best of 3s, both of these two are probably the best in the world. Remember, Blacklist, they were undefeated in MPLPH for so long in the regular season. Same thing goes for Onyx. From Season 8 and Season 7 to Season 8, these two teams have been the ones dominating the regular season, and every single game is a best of 3 in the normal matches. So let's see, in the draft, in the gameplay, it is going to be very similar in that case.
I mean, it is kind of odd because overall both Onyx as well as Blacklist have had wonderful years, technically. They've been crushing it locally. Internationally, they've been putting up some great performances here. Onyx going to be locking in immediately Paquito.
Yeah, that is going to be the first pick for Onyx. Like I said, it opens up the draft for them. They can flex this. They can put it in the XP lane. They can put it in the jungle role. Sometimes they put it in the golden as well and the mid lane. I mean, who will not be surprised with that pick? But, of course, Blacklist International going for what works. Beatrix, one of the most successful heroes for Blacklist International since MPL Season 8. Have it not been banned automatically, I'm pretty sure that Blacklist International would have put that Beatrix in on top of their pick list. But now, with combination with the Rafaela, this makes no sense. However, this does tell you that Blacklist International already have revealed their hand Rome, Rafaela, as well as the Beatrix in the gold lane.
Well, let's hold our horses here for a little bit. We don't know whether Drian is going to go for something absolutely crazy in the gold lane, and maybe Beatrix is the only solution to that problem. So let's see how they play this out as Hylos and as well as Farsa immediately locked in for Onyx.
Yeah, last time we saw the Hylos and the Farsa, it was just all over the place. Remember, the Farsa went to the gold lane, not the mid lane. They swapped the whole thing up, and that's the thing about Onyx. You really don't know where any of them are going. This can be the Paquito XP and the Hylos in the jungle. It can also be the Hylos in the Roamer position and Paquito in the jungle, or just any of those crazy variations. It is just so crazy to see, and especially Farsa, one hero that we've usually just seen in the mid lane. They bring it to the gold lane, so literally every single pick right now is a flex.
Personally, I love it because especially when you're on the blue side, you have priority over first pick in that first phase, but you want to make sure that you're open-ended so that when the people on the red side cannot seem to punish you when it comes down to that second ban phase, Barat being the next pickup for Blacklist
This is one of their signature picks because it can be played in the jungle as well as the XP lane. And this is also the reason why they're not preventing themselves from banning out the Paquito. They let Paquito go because they know that they have that answer, and that is going to be the Barats. Interestingly, Blacklist International did their homework. They don't want to give the Claude. Again, another open pick for Onyx Indonesia. They played on Drian as well as CW.
Yeah, not to mention that they have inter-swapped it before, saying, hey, you know what? If we want to throw Claude into the mid lane and Farsa into the gold lane, we can absolutely do that if you want. So it's really interesting, the flexibility of Onyx so far.
Yeah, like I said, when we saw the Farsa and the Hylos last time, it was the Cloud coming to the mid lane, so Blacklist Bonchan, we all know how much of a genius he is, instantly reads that fact and bans away the Claude, but so is Onyx. You look at them, they're going instantly for that Alice ban towards Oheb. One of the main things in the keys to victory, you gotta shut down Oheb. And that doesn't really just necessarily means in the game, in the drafts as well. When you do see Oheb on the other side who doesn't have a hero yet, you want to just target it towards him because he is such a playmaking, such an X factor for Blacklist International.
Because there's really no way to win against the Alice. I mean, obviously you can bully him or her out of the lane, but the thing is, Alice, that flowing blood can be like used from a distance, and then you just clear the wave even when. Then if you get the last hit, you still get the credit for the gold. So you're still pretty much okay if you're the Alice. That's why Blacklist International are very successful with this Alice, because Oheb just knows the ins and outs of the hero. And Onyx, now, are they gonna ban out another Oheb hero? Something along the lines of maybe a Harith, as I did say that picking up the Beatrix was the Rafaela kind of reveals the draft of Blacklist International, but kind of makes me think Haji actually also plays this Beatrix in the mid lane. So in this, indeed, the Harith ban from Onyx.
Yeah, I think really good reads coming in from both Onyx and Blacklist International here. I think Onyx just kind of want to force Oheb to play like a marksman. Brody and Clint are still wide out in the open here, but if you pair it up with something like the Beatrix, the big issue comes up again. Who is going to stop this Farsa from, zoning them out of these fights?
They have good combination with the Farsa as well. This Hylos provides for big vision as well as the way to gap close against the Beatrix and Rafaela. That instant stun can be followed up by the Feathered Air Strike as well as the Curse of the Crown, so that you can chain stun the hero and then burst them down. So this Hylos and Farsa might be something that Onyx Indonesia have prepared against Blacklist International. It's just that they revealed it all too early. Let's see how Blacklist shall react to this.
Right now, again, there's a whole lot of flex picks for the side of Onyx Esports. They can still go for the Eastern Shin that is still up and open, but it is going to be the Uranus. Knowing now that Onyx wants to go, it's looking like a front-to-back composition with the Farsa, two of the frontliners that is able to peel and dive. They might just go for a full front-to-back, so that Uranus a really good pick.
The Roger looks good now for Onyx Indonesia, as it is good against the Uranus as well as the Bats in a way, because of the mechanic that you get more damage out of HP-based heroes, and then maybe somewhere along the lines of a Lunox for Onyx Indonesia. That's your answer. But that is quite... those two heroes that I just mentioned, they're quite easy to predict. So maybe Onyx Indonesia are thinking twice about that particular hero. And wow, Edward, he's not having the bangs and Popol and Koopa.
Oh, okay, I like it. I kind of like Popol and Koopa in this particular situation, but they're also throwing in Selena to deny. I like it. So far, Blacklist International still waiting on their mage potentially, or a gold laner.
Yes, the Popol and Koopa allows for the Demon Hunter Sword to be picked up, and this will be a Kagura. Alright, so a Haji special, Beatrix to be played by Oheb. I'm really surprised that the closing picks of both teams are pretty normal.
Yeah, honestly, dude, honestly, this is just a really good draft from both of the teams. I feel like both of the teams have set their win conditions in their drafts. They are going to be able to play into it, but it is all going to come down to the executions, right? Because as we all know, Blacklist International, they really like to go and group up early on, just secure those neutral objectives. Will Onyx fall into the fray of all of the victims that Blacklist have defeated before, or will they be able to break the code similarly to the North American champions or qualified team BTK?
Well, there's only one way to find out here as we go through final thoughts on these teams here, Wolf and Mirko.
Right now, what I feel like is going to happen is for the side of Onyx, they really need to look for the snowball. CW getting the lead in that gold lane, getting the turrets done, and instantly swapping their lanes to control the neutral objectives. For Blacklist, it's a little bit of a brawl.
Well, what about you, Wolf?
I think that it's easy for me to say that it's going to be Blacklist to take this one because this is very standard. As I'm looking at their heroes, pretty normal, like I said. Right? That's the expression that we're looking for, and that's the expression that fits this one. However, Onyx Indonesia might be prepared for this, but you can never really go wrong if you're going for Blacklist International.
Well, that's true. Is it going to be standard? Is it going to be preparation? One way to find out. It's Onyx versus Blacklist International in a best of 3. Let's play this one out. Edward as well as Boots just taking their time. Boots doing a really good job overall, winning his trades against Edward and trying to zone him off of the wave.
Yeah, the main reason why I prefer Onyx Esports draft over the Blacklist International. Sure, Blacklist did get their comfort picks, but what you need to put into this game is those winning lanes, man. Firstly, that top side, 100% guaranteed to win the lane, all right? Uranus will not be able to be a threat up until he gets to those power spikes, and that's a little bit late to the game. Secondly, you already have such an aggressive jungler in the Paquito. Sure, it can be nullified by the Barrett, but with the side lane pressure coming in by that pop ball and the high loss, additionally also the kill pressure from the Selena, I feel like they can control the map much easily.
Speaking of kill pressure here, CW getting good trades against Oheb as Oh My Venus is going to back him up, and they're going to fully commit on towards CW here. Who's going to get the first blood? Popo and Koopa and trade against each other. Keyboy manages to get there in time. That's going to be a Razor. First blood going in for Onyx Esports here. Oh My Venus taking a good... Oh, is that going to kill?
Goodness.
Oh, yes, it's Keyboy who pulls it off.
You can see CW picking up the Weapon Master, and he manned up against both Oh My Venus as well as Oheb. The idea is you always just poke out the Beatrix and you're gonna have a better matchup. Also, he flickered to the north, and I love that play coming up from CW, outplaying 2 of the members of Blacklist International. Surely he died, but he was still alive when Oheb fell.
Yeah, and what we need to take into account for is the wave, right? The wave was really good for Onyx Esports. They were able to zone away the members, and again, it's going to be Oheb bullied, shut down in the early stages, just like the keys to victory. And look at what CW is doing, using that. And look!
Oh My Venus, he's getting punished here. Oh, but he manages to stop Dream's Feather Airstrike just in time. Nicely played from Haji, saving Oh My Venus. You don't see that happening too often, but Blacklist plays very tightly together.
Look at this. Outer turret energy shields out, as well as 30% HP left on the turret in the bottom lane. That play coming out from Sans. Yes, he wasn't able to secure the turtle for Onyx Esports, but they have secured a turret at 2 minutes and 45 seconds with just a trade. Oh my God, macro plays, man.
Really, really good. They're just abusing the fact that, you know, Popo and Koopa just likes to hit turrets.
Yeah, this is what I said, all right? On Esports, I've seen them play this so many times in MPL ID, and this is exactly what they like to do. Look at where the Popo and Koopa is going. Right after they get the turret on the bottom side, sure, go and get your neutral objectives. We'll get pressure on the map, so the later neutral objectives will be all controlled by us. The side lane is the name of the game, and with these heroes, like the Uranus, it is going to just completely get bullied out.
Oh, look at this lane switch from Onyx very early on, but they want to really push and maybe get some gold into Boots and some EXP to CW, as right now CW doesn't even need more gold because he already got a turret for himself.
So far it feels like Onyx Esports is just a little bit ahead of the motions. They know what Blacklist wants to do, and they're taking preemptive measures here. Abyssal Arrow does land on Oh My Venus, but Nibiru's Passion going to zone them away. Keyboy losing 50% of his HP, but here comes the rest of the squad. Paquito and Farsa very nearby here. CW taking a good bit of damage, but there is no wave to continue on this dive.
Interesting to see that the Selena was last picked by the side of Onyx Esports after the fact that they already saw the Barats as well as the Rafaela. Normally, well, at least before, we see the Selena being first picked by teams and answered by a Barats as well as the Rafaela. The Barats having the resilience from the big guy makes it so that you can tank up the arrow, as well as the Rafaela healing any arrow target so that when when the team that picked up the Selena overcommits, they can easily punish. Onyx Esports still pick up the Selena despite the fact, and that makes this draft so interesting. So far, so good though for Keyboy.
Adaptations are being made here as Blacklist International looking to try to get on top of this turtle, but so far they're just waiting for Onyx to get priority first. They need to have that vision. Feather airstrike coming on towards Haji's side, but he manages to stop GM, bringing him down with the yin-yang over and 50% HP. Glorious pathway, going to be locked down with the Law and Order. Haji is already down, and Oh My Venus might be next on that chopping block as Wise and Edward chasing Sands down, and there they go. They find Oh My Venus. Daytona's welcome doesn't land on anybody. Boots manages to flicker out just in time. Oh, that's going to be an Abyssal Arrow on towards Edwards here. Does he have the concentration? No, he does not. He might be in a little bit of trouble here, but can he take out Keyboy just in time? No, Keyboy makes sure that Wise is hit by the Abyssal Arrow, and now the backup is here. Drian with the feathered airstrike in a zone off, doesn't pick up the kill.
Wait. Look at the mid lane. Onyx Esports already took down the turret. That is how quick you blink and you lose your turrets. Blade of Despair now picked up with the Weapon Master and GWS. There will be a kill in the mid lane. You cannot let go of the map if you're Blacklist International. Don't overcommit the fights. Don't be overcommitted to your sustain, because if you blink, you're gonna lose turrets.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I said. Onyx Esports, they went to the bottom side. They got the turret down, right? Turret is down on the bottom side, so the push is gonna be much more in favor of Onyx Esports. They get the pressure in that bottom side, goes to the turtle, uses the turtle as a distraction, and just scrambles it away. You can see Blacklist, they wanted to group, but what did Onyx do? They made it. They isolated the members via the map pressure they put onto the map, and look how they're playing it again. Blacklist, they're getting caught out every place, every single lane.
Yep, they're trying to defend as much as they can, and I mean, so far it feels like Blacklist in for... Oh no, Sans! Is he gonna get it? Wise manages to get the Daytona's welcome just in time. He should be able to walk away from this, but Sans, he's not happy with this. He's gonna fully commit the amount of time, enough for the cooldowns to come back off.
3 turrets for Onyx Esports. I'm really just surprised at Blacklist International. Before that play, they were actually closing in the gold, and there's not much that Onyx Esports were able to build despite them getting 3 turrets. But now it has changed. Onyx Esports, with all of the tier 1 turrets down, this just means that they will have more map control, particularly in that mid lane. Losing that mid lane tier 1, it's really not that good for Blacklist International.
I mean, look at the momentum coming out from Onyx, their objective plays, and now we're going to be looking over towards Turtle side to see whether Blacklist International actually want to commit to this or just let this go. They have to make a decision now.
The thing is, for Blacklist, is that they literally don't have pressure anywhere on the map. The bottom side is going to be in favor of Onyx Esports, top side as well, and the side laners. Like this, you see, they try to open up the map.
Yep, and Oh My Venus, there's nothing much he can do. He's dependent on his tanks to walk up towards the brushes, but that does mean that Feather Airstrike has already been coming out from Gian and Sans. I mean, you know, it's Paquito. As they all start moving forward here, Abyssal Arrow coming through. Nobody gets hit so far, but a great yin-yang overturn coming in from Haji combo with Nibiru's Passion. They bail out with a glorious pathway, and Turtle going over to Blacklist International. The plays have been made. Turtle slain by STB. Oh, Daytona's welcome going to be locking on towards Sans. Here he goes down.
Oh, and that's exactly why Blacklist are so scary. You can get the lead, but they are just so composed. They know how to play the game, and they're going to force their playstyle onto you.
You see that? It's falling like dominoes now for Onyx Esports. They have lost 2 of their members with a wonderful initiation coming out from Haji. Touted as the MVP machine already. Formerly known as the KDA machine, now is the MVP machine. So far has been really good for Blacklist International. You see, Onyx Esports, they just lost 1 fight, and then eventually they lost Sans. They lost 2 buffs in their own side of the jungle, as well as a mid lane turret. Now, Blacklist International in the lead.
1,500 gold lead for Onyx. Nope, it's 1,500 gold lead for Blacklist instantly after 1 fight, turning the entire gold lead around. But Onyx, they do still have some things to play for, all right? The thing is, for them, I mentioned it before, they are a very snowball composition. If they don't get that snowball, honestly, Blacklist International, they can't just keep on looking for these fights. Onyx, what they need to do right now is isolate Blacklist International. Again, these heroes are not good for the all-out team fight. You have the Selena, you have that Popo and Koopa. Use your strength, split up the map, and get the picks.
Completely agree with you on that one, as Blacklist International clearly is the better team at team fights. Not only with the draft, but with their execution as well. You saw how well they maintained their position despite them like losing parts of the map, and they have real focus on these objectives. So far, 3 turtles going in favor of Blacklist International. 3 turrets as well. They have equalized already. And whatever Onyx Esports built in the early stages, it's all down the drain.
Well, speaking of which, Keyboy losing his position, allowing Blacklist International sit on top of Turtle. Is Onyx Esports going to contest?
It is the Lord this time. It seems like just with the positioning of the members of Onyx Esports, not likely for them to contest. Well, it's just the level 1 Lord anyways. Not much that they will lose if they do give it up. But at the same time, they just need to farm up right now. I wonder what they're waiting for. Maybe the winter truncheons on their mages.
I mean, they don't have to, but we're looking at the adaptation coming in from Onyx Esports. They make the decision to get a split push and get a tier 2 down on that bottom side as Turtle has fallen.
It's an okay trade. It's an okay trade. Definitely better for Blacklist International, but at that point, Onyx, they really can't go for these contests. Again, Blacklist with their composition, they are going to be able to dominate every single neutral objective, and they need to be careful right now. But Onyx, they are still pulling the punches and going in. That's half HP taken out of Oheb.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no real commitment. They're just waiting for the Lord. If they fight now, it's really not going to mean much and could hurt Onyx Esports more than it should.
I was actually surprised the Blacklist International did not get the kill onto CW. If I was looking just at the minimap, the pincer maneuver was already perfect, but I guess with Sans just positioning himself well, he helped CW get out. He did commit the flicker, but at the same time, he got a farm in the bottom lane anyway, so all is good for Onyx Esports for now. They still will be, it will still be super difficult for them to defend against this first Lord push against Blacklist International if they miss out. But then again, they have this Farsa. If Drian isn't as smart as he is, this will be an easy push for Blacklist International.
Well, speaking of which, Omega Venus is going to take the Abyssal Arrow here. They're looking for something, and Daytona's walking. Can he get onto Boots? No, it doesn't land just yet, as the rest of Onyx is going to start backing away, looking for space. It's going to hit on towards Edward here, but so far, coming in, Renner is doing some good work. Lord is trying to crash on through. If they can get an inhibitor, this would be a big win for Blacklist International as they continue the siege. It's not exactly going into anybody's favor. The Yin-Yang overturn and all the ultimates have been wasted here. No inhibitor turns at all for Blacklist International as they will break another tier 2 down on mid side.
Hey, that's huge. That's huge. 2 tier 2s in exchange for the Lord. Might be 3 tier 2s, and that's a lot of economical damage that they're able to give to Onyx Esports.
And the thing is, right now for Blacklist International, what they need to do is, again, just clump up to 5, just push every single side lane, and that's going to be GG easy. Onyx, they really have the harder win condition to follow through here in the late stages of the game. You need to get them to, you need to be able to isolate Blacklist, but at this point, they don't need to be isolated at all.
Well, Blacklist International, the classic ultimate bonding experience, we see them. I always say that the UBE time, or the UBE time, is always around the 7-minute mark, and boy, did we see that in the mid lane fight. If we look back 5 minutes before, that was the fight that they were able to win, and eventually they took over. You see them really take advantage of when they group up. They punish heavily when their opponents slip up, and Onyx Esports had a major slip up in that mid lane. However, though,
speaking of slip ups, Edwards now in some trouble. Ooh, the concentration. Is the magic worship going to kill him? No, he manages to survive through all that damage. That's really nice as Wise gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. They steal away the purple buff, and things are all fine and dandy, except this Daytona's welcome is going to connect on towards High Loss here. It's going to be the drive attribution, going to be dropped down to slow things over. The Holy Healing can only do so much as the Beer's Passion tries to push him away. Edward manages to get on out there. Boots is going to be on the chopping block instead.
That was beautiful by Blacklist International. It looked so good for Onyx up to a certain point where Boots was the target. Blacklist used all, and I really mean all, the resources onto him, but Onyx, they didn't pull the trigger. They were scared. They didn't have the resources to come back from that fight, and the Feather Airstrike was already used way too early in the fight, and that is the reason Blacklist went in, but look at Edward!
No, he already goes down to the wards of Feathered Airstrike. You don't want to see that, but they still trade Edward for an inhibitor. At least they got something despite not having a Lord at that time.
Back-to-back skirmishes, we saw Oheb really stepping up. He was the one to take out the turret, and also was the one to snipe Boots when he was trying to run away with that ultimate. Really on point with the sniper, this runner coming out from Beatrix. And Onyx Esports, they did surprise Edward, who dashed in and really just took that arrow coming up from Keyboy. But that wasn't enough for Onyx Esports to defend their inhibitor up top. The second Lord, the enhanced Lord, that's the most important thing. And they want to take advantage of Edward not being here yet.
I mean, they've got some form of position. It's a little 50-50 as Blacklist starting to exert more pressure towards the mid turret, the mid brush here so far. It's a nerve-wracking situation, and both sides just holding on strong. Blacklist still with a very clear lead, but more importantly, they're at the 42K mark. They have an item power spike for their carries.
Exactly.
Onyx is respecting that so far. And we're going to be clashing against Boots so far.
Sans is too far.
He's too far. He really can't do much. But now they've got the feathered airstrike onto multiple targets. Lord has been taken away by Blacklist International. Killing spree coming in, but Boots, he's trying his absolute best here. It's going to be Drian finally kill on towards Wise as the rest of the team is going to be chasing down the Onyx members one by one. Edward doing a good job at splitting up this fight, but he's just way too tanky. And again, tank problems front to front, like Mirko said.
Yeah, this is the problem for Onyx Esports. The reason being like how Blacklist International were able to win these fights is because of that Uranus now. We said it before, Uranus in the early stages, very easy to just take him down and shut him down. But in these late stages, he becomes an absolute monster. And the front line is just too tanky, too sustainable for Onyx to melt.
Yeah, Haji has his eyes on Drian. Yin Yang overturn already popped to try and one-shot him.
Oh my goodness, you can see that with Blacklist International, just Haji focusing on canceling that feathered airstrike. Be a defense from Onyx Esports, but boy oh boy, Blacklist International did take advantage once again. As Onyx Esports were kind of disconnected in that Lord retake. We're trying to go for a steal, but Sans was too far away. And Blacklist International actually identified that Sans was not in the vicinity. That's why they rushed through the Lord.
Makes sense here as Drian once again getting hit by the Yin Yang overturn, getting canceled, gets one shot this time by Haji. It's going to be Wise, but the Holy Healing is going to allow them to stay topped off here. Ooh, this is so brutal as Onyx Esports would look to be a good initial fight in the early game, now struggling to come back here at the later stages.
Oh, Keyboy. He feels that he can get a kill on the Oheb. In fact, he does if he does lands the stun, but Oheb already with the immortality. This is going to be massive for Blacklist.
Yep, they're going to be taking their last inhibitor here. Edward absorbing the damage, but CW taking a huge chunk. Haji wants to take him out. No Yin Yang overturn this time around. Nibiru's passion comes on through to take out Selena, but Wise unfortunately not able to get the Daytona's welcome off on towards any targets.
This is insane. The defense and the aggression from Blacklist International, it doesn't even feel like a 7,000 gold lead at that fight, right? Sure, the map shows that a 7,000 gold lead is present, but that team fight right there, honestly, I'm surprised that Onyx is able to defend that. That was a very good siege, and they've already lost their high ground potential in Drian. Now, let's take a look at the items. Let's slow it down a little bit. What happened in this few minutes? The 7,000 gold lead, what has Blacklist been able to get?
Well, they did have so much tankiness on Edward as well as Wise. Look at their item pickups. They're very tanky. And you can see that Edward really just focusing all defensive items, just the Enchanted Talisman. And look at Oheb with the Blade of Despair, the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Malefic Lord. The Sniper is just way too much for them to handle. And so far, Oheb has been on point with the ultimate of the Renner.
I mean, it's brutal to see, but yes, he's got to take advantage of the fact he's got so much damage and he really needs to start targeting these squishier targets. Not to mention that Keyboy being overall, he's not even building defensively.
Yeah, the thing is, on the Selena, there's no real point of going for the defense, right? You gotta go full all out. That is a high risk, high reward hero. You picked it, you gotta go full in, you gotta commit onto it. Because right now, Boots, he is your main frontline, but do you see the damage coming in from that Beatrix? It absolutely just melts Boots away. This is battle of the front line. It's a front to back composition in this fight. But what Onyx really wants to do is pick. The thing is, when you have 3 inhibitor turrets have been taken down, you have no choice but to group up. And now they're going to go try to look for some picks on the map.
Well, the conceal's been popped as they look towards Edward. He's trying to get him out of there. He used the Purify very early on, as well as the Concentration. He might be in trouble. He finally goes down. But Blacklist International, they're not going to make too many big moves here. Onyx, take the pick. Go back into base. 8 seconds for this Lord.
Ooh, the heist of Onyx Esports. Wait for the conceal play. It's actually pointed in the right direction. It's a very good setup. It's now they will have a little bit of a breathing room. And this is also timed with the Lord spawn. So maybe that was the idea for Onyx Esports coincide that kill onto Edward, who has been split pushing into the Lord take. But Blacklist International still wants to fight this. They actually have pulled Lord, but they had to reset it. 17 seconds before Edward respawns. Maybe they have bought enough time.
Sans needs to take, Onyx, they need to commit onto this right now. This is the time. It's now or never. Remember, if Blacklist gets the Lord, it is going to be all over. Let's see what happens here, Gideon.
Yep, Feathered Airstrike has already been popped. It's gone cooldown so far. Edward still isn't here. As Blacklist International playing this slow. Glorious Pathway already on. Boots is going to be right into the middle of the fight, flickering forward, but it's going to be unfortunately locked out. Daytona's welcome, buying enough time, but Wise goes down in the process. They're going to be continuing their fight as Oheb has done a massive job here for the team. Haji going to be good. Drian in trouble, running away from Edward here, but Oheb, oh my goodness, unable to look for the target he wanted. Keyboy takes the damage.
Okay, so I'm gonna nerd out a bit here as Blacklist International slowly taking the Lord. Oheb actually poked and focused onto that Koopa, and the Onyx Esports had to spend 5 more seconds for Koopa to respawn, and Oheb actually knows that that CW was hiding in the bush, pops his ultimate right before the 5-second mark, so that the uptime for CW was really deterred, and that allowed Blacklist International to have a better move. However, Onyx Esports, great jump and great composure coming out from Boots, trusting his teammates to jump. Drian focused by Haji, but ultimately survives that, and this is like a mini battle between all of the laners, like the Gold Lane versus the Gold Lane, or versus CW, as well as Haji versus Drian, just trying to outplay each other. And it is a pretty even fight between these two teams.
The macro game has been insane. Yeah, have you seen Blacklist International? They've reset this Lord 3 times now because of the waves that Onyx has been able to control. Even without inhibitors, this is impressive, man. This is insane. How are they able to actually rotate and micromanage these waves so well in this situation with the Lord, with the pressure all on them, and Blacklist with the 3,000 gold lead? They're still able to withstand the pressure, and once more coming in, opening up themselves into this Lord.
Speaking of which, the Feathered Airstrike as well as the Yin Yang Overturn have been used for Onyx Esports so far. Nobody really wants to commit to this, and I guess they're just waiting for Boots to get his flicker back up before they engage, I suppose?
Wise and Boots are just... There's a mini battle that's happening here. The aggro of the Lord, man. I have to nerd out a bit if I were to explain it, but put simply, they're trying to... For Blacklist International, they're trying to reset the Lord. For Onyx, specifically Boots, he wants to reset the Lord as soon as possible. CW already!
He's got hit by the Yin Yang Overturn this time. He's at 50% HP. Not exactly a comfortable position here. Wise going to get hit by the damage. It's going to be the Flame Shot that comes through, but it hits Koopa. Drian has an interesting position here, but does have the Wings by Wings to get on out of there. Blacklist going to take priority over the Lord once again.
And I think that's it. I think the Lord is going to be taken away by Blacklist International. Look at CW. He was way too low. He now has to go and manage that top side. This is going to be either a steal or Blacklist just taking it all out. Boots wants to go in.
Daytona's welcome, going to be locking him and the time being here. The steal, it doesn't seem possible as Wise has already got the retribution. Haji doing a great job getting on top of Keyboy so far, but that's going to be Winters. Truncheon gets punished by Drian. Edward in the back line, trying to make time lead, but CW actually makes it happen. He's doing it. Already taking all my Venus as well as Haji in the process. Boots very, very low, but Sans is going to keep Edward at bay. Lord falls into the hands of Blacklist International. Oh, and it's going to be Uranus that's going to take them down. A little sad to see, of course, but so far Edward continuing to be an absolute nuisance as Oheb is going to be walking up. Keyboy, unfortunately, taking a little bit of damage from Nibiru's passion.
What the heck is going on? This is not supposed to happen, man. 3 inhibitor turrets down. Blacklist International now marching into the base with the Enhanced Lord. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's just see.
Well, Ara does hit on Uranus so far. Keyboy so low! Dies over Godlike coming in from Oheb, and now he's going to be taking out Sans as well as Edward creates the space. They have done it. That's game number 1. A triple kill for Oheb, cracking the crystal. GG. Well played for Blacklist International.
Calm, collected, and boom. There you have it, man. That was beautiful. Clinical by the side of Blacklist International. It looks so good for Onyx in the start, but Blacklist, they really know how to play to their game.
Edward as well as Oheb stepping up. You saw how they were able to just maintain their composure. Oheb gets the triple in the end. He actually baited Edward in there because they know that if anybody gets picked by that arrow, you can just pop the Nibiru's fashion. So when anyone dives for that for the stun unit, they will be punished. And that's exactly what happened. As much as Keyboy was able to get out, he got hit by the creeps, and the creeps already the enhanced minions, right? Because of the Lord fight, and of course they took advantage, and OHEB really stepping up in that moment. I'm honestly surprised as Onyx Esports just gave out the Lord and tried to go for the exit frags. Unfortunately, only got 2, and they weren't able to find both Edward and OHEB. These 2 players just took over in the end.
Absolutely, like side laners have done a great job overall. But wow, what a turn that was for Blacklist. Such an oppressive early game coming in for Onyx Esports so far. It's time we throw it to our 2 Ls that make that W. Lavelle and Leo. Hopefully you're hearing this. We're throwing it over to the analyst stand.
We're hearing it and we're loving it. Welcome to the analyst stand post game for game number 1 in this best of 3. Leo at your service, joined here by Lavelle, and there's so much that went on in this game, and it's so sad that we're seeing this grand finals worthy matchup in the lower bracket in a best of 3.
Yeah, again, love watching what happened just now. And I'm going to take something what Mirko said about from the side of Onyx Esports. Like every single player, every single role, they play at their best. And right now we see the same thing coming in from Blacklist International. And we can definitely see from both sides a lot of trading going on. From the side of Keyboy, really helping out. From the side of Onyx Esports to win the side lanes. Haji winning that fight at Turtle really changed the momentum, and in terms of Boots as well as Edward, they really made it very, very difficult for the damage dealers to really do anything.
Yep, these are the role players in this game. So far, as the casters put it, and if you were watching, I'm sure you were closely watching, the early game clearly belonged to Onyx Esports. In under, 6 or 7 minutes, they penetrated the first tier turrets of Blacklist, but there was a turn.
Yeah, looking at the itemization and looking at the heroes, how Onyx was trying to play the game, was trying to push Blacklist International away. That's why they really tried to zone people out with the Selena Abyssal traps over here, focusing again on that damage, and Popol and Koopa trying to get that Blade of Despair very, very early on so that Popol and Koopa can push the turrets very, very fast, which we've seen in this game they were able to do. However, the fight during the Turtle, where Haji managing to get multiple players from the side of Onyx, he already finished his Clock of Destiny, and even that was enough because again, in terms of the Yin Yang of Return, what you really need is a little bit of damage, a little bit of CC, and the rest of your team. And for the side of Blacklist International, they have a team.
Yep, in this 23-minute bout, thereabouts, you see that all of the members of each team completed their arsenal, almost. I mean, Boots is on his way to, I believe, his Clock of Destiny, and then Keyboy was juggling one item, about to upgrade it. Given that he is the roamer, I guess what we're trying to say is his goal this whole game was to split up Blacklist. Blacklist International, their lineup is so good at what exactly they were known for. As Wolf put it, the UBE, or the Ube strat. And for a majority of this 22-minute bout, they were sticking to each other. They were just everywhere in the map, 4 or 5 members. Edward was the only one who was apart from them, and looking at the damage dealt, Onyx was clearly the aggressor.
Yeah, but looking at that damage coming in from OHEB, over 100,000, 112,000 damage coming in from this Beatrix. Especially again, Onyx, they try to fight back when all of the members come in. They're all going to be hit by the Nibiru's Passion, by the Bandit's Rage. And from the side of Edward, again, the only thing that he has to do is to actually zone the people out. Especially Sans over here dealing a lot of damage, but most of them is on the Edward.
Yep, Edward took just a sandbag's worth at about 270k. OHEB, I want to give another spotlight on this young prince. He dealt, again, 112. That's more than a third of the overall damage from Blacklist, and he dealt it in a strategic manner because, again, Onyx is the aggressor here. They're the ones who put the damage on the board, but Blacklist answered back so well. And looky look, it's him who's named our MVP, sitting at 9-1-3 on this Beatrix.
Yeah, again, giving him the space is giving him trouble. Right now, OHEB over here dealing a lot of damage. And again, it's because of his team. Oh my Venus on that Rafaela, making sure that he stays alive. Edward making sure that no one comes close. And if someone somehow managed to penetrate the defense coming in from Edward. You have Wise over there. It's like, hey, I'm gonna eat you.
Yep, and again, the usual foil to the Beatrix that we saw in M3 so far, the Lolita, who was nowhere to be found in the draft. So I guess that might be a nice interaction in the current ecosystem, just the way the cookie crumbles here at the World Championship. And looking at the items, he's juggled it to the point where he's farming up, he's making money, he's eating good. He sold his boots. I remember one moment specifically in the latter part of the map where he was chasing people and he was just clearly using the movement speed that all of these damage items were giving him, plus that second skill dash. So clearly Oheb knew the upper limits of this hero. He broke them and scored that first game victory for Blacklist International. Lafel, anything else that came out through this first game that might be a key in either sweeping for Blacklist or Onyx coming back in game 2?
Okay, so gonna speak a little bit about the draft. Just like you said, Lolita was not seen, and just like Mirko said as well, Selena is an all-in kind of hero. High risk, high reward. So putting that, it looks like Onyx, they got a lot of reward, but they're still playing the draft a little bit risky. They can win the game against Blacklist International, but they have to give respects to the fact that Blacklist International is one of the best teams in the world. You give them one small mistake, and then they can come back from any kind of situation. So build a draft that is very difficult for you to achieve a mistake and try to have a little bit more dimension in terms of your win conditions.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, Keyboy Selena was definitely a threat. We'll see if it makes a comeback in game number 2. The 2Ls are throwing it back to the desk. Boys, it's your turn.
Thanks so much, Leo Lafel. Now coming into game number 2. This is currently match point for Blacklist International. They could be knocking out Onyx Indonesia here, and that's a scary thought. Both champions, but unfortunately, we can't have more games than this. So far, it is really, really tough to decide, but is Onyx Esports going to be able to bounce back? Game's getting queued just in case you guys are tuning in for the M3 World Championships. This is Mirko, and this is going to be Wolf. Mirko, how you feeling here? A little bit of sweat there?
A little bit is an understatement. Man, I'm shaking right now. 1-0 to Blacklist International. And the thing is, it isn't the 1-0 that makes me scared. It's how Blacklist won it, all right? They literally just stomped on that game. They took control right after the 7-minute, the Ube special. And honestly, I just want to know your thoughts on that game.
Well, I was really surprised on how calm it is in the stadium, right? Normally when, you know, just a little bit of story, guys. In the past few days, there have been so much intensity. They have been shouting, a lot of screams. This time it's almost quiet.
That's what makes it even scarier.
That's what makes it even scarier. Now, let's talk about the game and let's answer the inquiry of Mirko here. I was really surprised on how Onyx Esports was able to just pull it off in the early stages of the game, particularly because I kind of didn't like their composition because you said it yourself. It's kind of all in. There's a lot of risks in it. I didn't like the Selena going up against both the Barretts as well as the Rafaela, specifically because it was last picked. However, I did like the Popol and Koopa, but boy oh boy, did they pull through in the early stages. However, again, just a 7-minute timer. That is always the time where you look for the movement of Blacklist International. And it's weird and it's scary at the same time because it really keeps me up because it keeps on happening almost all the time. I mean, I thought it was a theory. I thought it was just, you know, hallucinating when I was seeing it in the Philippines. But there's something with the 7-minute mark that they group up all together.
It just makes sense. Personally, I think it just makes sense, but it really came down to those like small, really small micro mistakes. Well, I wouldn't even call them mistakes, but taken advantage of
maybe
by the
forced
side.
errors.
That's why, forced errors as well coming in from Blacklist International. Really, it's just the smallest of things that's giving people that advantage. But just in case, hello to everybody who is currently watching on MeWatch here. You can catch the M3 World Championship live on MeWatch from the 6th to 19th December and win various in-game rewards while doing that. So, what are you waiting for? Switch on over to MeWatch and join us for the M3 World Championship right now. Just in case, I mean, might as well. People who are just watching casually could be enjoying, could be earning in-game rewards. It feels like you're maximizing your time, like how Blacklist has been maximizing the 7th minute.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? On Esports, it was a forced error for sure, 100%, right? The fact that they were actually forced to go for that turtle fight, they didn't have anything on the board. It was all cleared out by Blacklist right before they went in. So not just a really good team fight, not just really good mechanics from Blacklist, but also that setup. The setup is all it has to do with forcing that team fight. If it wasn't for the setup, yeah, all right, Onyx will just let the turtle go. Let's go for the tier 2. Let's go for the tier 3s. Let's go for the inhibitors all the way.
I mean, you say setup, but like, how can you predict a setup being like, oh, just get rid of Popol, and then just like Koopa just sit there and like, charge in a brush, and you can get punished for something as simple as that?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That is also because of the fact that there are standout players in Blacklist Internationals.
Oh, that's fair.
I think if you're looking at Oheb, you don't just look at the kills that he was able to get, but also the pokes. I really love the fact that Blacklist International focused on Koopa himself, the Wolf, because that really buys them enough time. Again, Popol and Koopa is just as strong as if the Wolf is able to freely hit, but that wasn't the case in the latter portions of the game. You also saw Haji, like, just, man of focus, Haji. He really just focused on shutting down Drian. And so far it has been, like I said, it's a battle. It's a duel between these two players trying to outplay each other. Sometimes Haji wins, sometimes it's Drian who actually outwits Haji, but it was a long dance between these two mid laners. I can't wait to see more. And you know what? There are many talks about Drian's Farsa, and I'm pretty sure that it's quite famous in Indonesia. I would love to see them do that, like what Blacklist International is doing. No special picks like the Hylos jungle whatsoever, just stick to what works, and maybe that is something that we can expect from the side of Onyx Esports.
That's actually a good point here, and something that I wanted to bring up for this upcoming draft. Onyx, as LaFell mentioned, simplify the composition, diversify the couple of win conditions, and they might actually be able to take a game against Blacklist. Thoughts?
Yeah, I agree on that, right? The reason I really like that first game, the first game's draft, is because that's just Onyx, right? They really like to go for those crazy picks, just crazy plays all over the board and control the map with it. And that's exactly what they did for the first 7 minutes. But yes, I feel like now you are not against a team who can be dominated like that,
taking
advantage of like that. You are going up against one, maybe possibly still the best in the world. Blacklist International, even though they've fallen flat in that upper brackets, they are still, in many people's books, the best team in the world. So Onyx, they need to understand that. They need to give Blacklist the respect that they deserve and draft towards it, right? You want to go for some team fights. Onyx, they are a team fight heavy team as well. They know how to do those fights. They have been able to outplay RRQ in Indonesia and also Blacklist in MPLI. They can, and we've seen them do it. So why not just go with the normal thing? You saw Eason Shin was open in that last game, but they still wanted to force the Paquito into the jungle.
Yep, the status quo, that's going to be key for Onyx Esports here. We're going to be moving into the draft real soon, and I'm very, very curious. Where did Onyx select? Which side do they want to take this time around? Overall, we've seen a bit of influx when it comes to blue side victories compared to red side victories. I was thinking it was a little bit of blue side favorite. However, Blacklist, red side favorite, making it look like red side is kind of good when it comes down to the draft.
Well, it's always true. Like when you are in the red side, you have that last pick advantage. However, for the longest time, Blacklist International have always been favoring the first pick because that not only gives them the first pick, but also adds pressure to the opponents to ban all of the Venus heroes, for example, or maybe all the Oheb heroes. So far, it's the Estes ban for Onyx Esports. I want to bring up a topic now. Looking at both teams' verbal, non-verbal cues from them, it's not really looking good for Onyx Esports. But I still want to ask Mirko this because he knows the team better than we do. Is that a good sign, actually? Like the Onyx Esports is playing super focused in this game.
Yeah, of course. Onyx, they know how to play these best of 5s, the best of 3s, right? It's very different. Best of 5s, you can just, losing one game is not really that much in the grand scheme of things. But in the best of 3s, they need to stay composed. They need to stay focused until the very end from the start, all right? And that's why the bans have just been coming in. The same 3 bans again from Onyx. They don't want to let Blacklist take this up. But look, there is already a slight adjustment from Blacklist, banning away the Selena and that Eason Shin, taking a lot of the pressure out of the map already.
This is looking good, and it's going to be a first pick Beatrix coming in for Blacklist International. Can be Flex and Oheb having a great showing. They're just going back to what works for them once again. But now looking back to Onyx here and Wolf, you got to make sure that whenever you see these Indonesian teams, you can't assume that they're RRQ. They're not always going to be smiling, having a good all-time, balling up on stage. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, come on. That's why I asked. I had to ask that. Now, Onyx Esports, they love to use the Clint, but knowing Onyx Esports, they might just go for the far side instead and go for those open picks once again. Because if they do pick up the Clint, that kind of signals to us that it is going to be the gold lane matchup, and Blacklist International can adjust accordingly. So I'm looking at Farsa and Paquito as their possible first 2 picks here this game. And indeed, it will be the Rafaela instead.
Yeah, it's funny you said it. Actually, now that I finally caught up to your question. I thought you were asking about like the draft. Why are they going for the same things? But no, you mean like their expression. They're very focused. Dude, when they won MPL ID, that was their face.
Okay. Well, all right. So we're still they're still on track. They're still on track.
They're still on track. Wolf's too focused at looking at the games. He's just like, I didn't look at the face, and the one time he looks at that face, he's like, oh my goodness, are they okay? Are they okay up there?
Yeah. This is just typical Onyx, man. Even after they won MPLI, there were a little bit more celebrations, but they were all just
your team.
Pretty chill. They're very chill players, and I even asked them. I guess it's just the players. They just really are very chill, very focused to the team. But oh my God, Paquito, Edward Balboa, is it true? Is it gonna come into this game? But the Nathan as well, 70% win rate, 10 times picked up. This is the hero that I wanted to mention in the first game. Why didn't they pick this up? They had the Paquito that can be flexed into the gold lane, into that XP lane, but they went for something. They went for the Popo and Koopa, and that is the reason that I feel like that could have been changed a little bit. But now, with the Nathan pickup, with the Farsa, this is very similar to MPL ID Season 8 Grand Finals.
Yeah, I'm looking like Onyx is going back to like, okay, we're going back, we're playing defensively here, we're playing our traditional siege composition, we're very confident with this, we know what we're doing, we're not going to make that many mistakes this time.
Ruby is the ban for Onyx, as it is great as the catalyst for Blacklist International eventually. We know also that the Rafaela and Nathan combo has been time and time again one of the beautiful combos, which kind of makes me think that maybe Onyx can consider banning out the Lilia, or maybe something along the lines of the Clint, because Blacklist International, as much as this Beatrix is good on Oheb, it can also be picked up by Haji. And then the Matilda can be given to Oh My Venus so that they can be aggressive, and that is a surefire way to lock down your opponent. The Circling Eagle, and then you have a long-range Beatrix to deal the damage. It's a combo that we might see in action. Hylos is the ban for Blacklist International, respecting, what I love about Blacklist International is even when they won game number 1, they still ban out heroes that were great in that game, like Hylos as well as the Selena.
Yeah, just an odd thought here. Hylos is getting banned here. I feel like Blacklist International might want to pick the Uranus up again for Edward, and I feel like Onyx has a couple of options. Either they ban out the Uranus, or they hold up first pick Esmeralda to deter them.
Yeah, maybe. But this time though, if they do pick up the Uranus, that kind of tells us that this will be an jungler Paquito. Have not seen Wise pick up the Paquito, honestly. Well, there's a lot that happened between MPL Season 8 as well as M3. They might have went to the time chamber and trained that hard. But the respect from Onyx Esports, don't give Haji the Kagura.
Fair enough. They took your advice. They're making sure that, don't have the mage, don't allow them, don't let Haji look to one-shot Drian once more.
Let's see what happens here. Again, for the damage, the bans coming in from Onyx, it is that damage, that huge damage from the Kagura, right? That was a huge problem for them in the first game. So taking it away, it might actually signify that Esmeralda pickup, like one of you guys just said just now. I feel like Esmeralda can be a really good pick, especially going up against a Matilda. It adds a little bit more frontline to their composition, a little bit more sustain, and also really good wave clear and dueling in that phase, in the laning phase. Now, Blacklist with the final ban, have they read out this? And might it be an Esmeralda? No, it is still going to be the Claude ban coming in. Now, why do you think Blacklist are so fixated on this Claude ban? We've seen it happen 2 times now.
Well, it is one of the answers to the Ube strategy. many teams have theorized that Claude is the answer, and also Onyx Esports, they use that Claude in the mid lane to defeat Blacklist International in the MPLI Championship. So indeed they are fixated to this because maybe some of the PTSD from what happened before. Flashbacks. For Onyx though, I think that they will lock down Boots Hero now. Maybe
Balman. I want a Balman or Esmeralda. Honestly, I want to see
I think Esmeralda is just way too good.
This could be Lapu as well, or a Barrett's.
Or a Yuzhong, Esmeralda. For what works.
Yeah, I felt like Lapu would be just a little too overbearing here because Blacklist hasn't really shown whether or not this Paquito is going to be in the EXP lane or not. But I'm feeling like you mentioned, we don't know whether Wise has this in the hero pool or whether this is even a consideration because overall, he is still going to be playing for his team. Lapu is going to be a very much initiation for the team regardless of it seems
I think you go Bane.
Oh,
you go
Kimmy, 100% win rate picked up by Blacklist International. This is looking really scary, honestly. And Onyx, let's talk about Onyx's last pick because at this point, again, Nathan and Farsight, they can be flex all around. I don't know what they want to take here. Do they want to go for another front line, maybe making it the two-fighter solo lane? Or do they want to put the Nathan in that gold lane, putting someone else in the jungle, like perhaps the Roger? Honestly, I'm not sure right now. Roger wouldn't be that good against the Cho.
How about a Karina or an Amon for Onyx?
That's very possible. I feel like Karina more likely compared to Amon because right now Amon does not necessarily have a fun time, especially against someone like someone like Kimmy who can actually reveal him pretty easily. Clint though, thoughts on Clint?
Alright, so this is a good lane matchup against the Kimmy, at least when it comes to the range. And with the help of the Rafaela, they can have a good lane with that. Then this also means that the Nathan will be the jungle. So now Onyx Esports, it's a complete flip of the switch. No longer aggressive as compared to game number 1. This time they are going to play it slow. For the side of Blacklist though, it's going to be a very quick tempo with them. Paquito in the offlane, Yabatilda and the Cho as the supporting duo with the Kimi. They are going to push. And it's going to be up to Farsa. Drian once again with his specialty pick. He has to be very smart with the usage of his ultimate, otherwise it's gonna be easy to push for Blacklist International.
It is not looking good right now, honestly. Again, Onyx, they need to stick to that one-win condition front to back. Esmeralda, I feel at this point, he might just need to go full tank instantly right now because this is what we've seen before as well in Indonesia. The Esmeraldas have been building full tank in these style of compositions. And if they do go for the damage on the Esmeralda, I feel like it is going to be too much because look at the early game from Blacklist. That is one scary early game, man. But Matilda Airlines taking us to Lanadon.
Well, it is time. This is it. Elimination or game 3 for Onyx Esports here. It's going to be... Ooh. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Is Keyboy in trouble here? Haji is already going straight in for him. Double flicker coming up. Oh, head finding the first blood. Even before introducing the teams, Blacklist wanting to finish this off quick.
Oh, brutal. Keyboy really overstepped in there. I would say it was far too deep, and I think that you wanted to kind of stop the Kimi from jungling. The thing is, Matilda was on the case already. And he did not respect that at all. Again, this is a mid lane Cho, who's actually level 3 at this point. Might have taken one jungle creep away from Onyx Esports. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're going to get a quick level 4 for Haji as soon as possible as they continue to start harassing him. Keyboy doing a good job, just, trying to make sure that he makes up for the initial mistake. Babysitting Sand so far to make sure that Oh My Venus doesn't harass him too hard. But Wise, on the other hand, continuing his absolute onslaught here. Going to be trying to... Oh, I think he's trying to get Boots low enough to set up for a potential dive, more importantly.
That's exactly what's happening right now. They're zoning away Boots from that gold, from that XP lane, but Rihanna's gone.
You see that almost all of the lanes are getting or won by Blacklist International, and that's very natural for this composition. Their lineup is tailored towards the early game. What they needed to do is just to clear the wave as fast as possible. Maybe not go for the kills, but if they can get the kills, go for it. Just poke their opponents and get the objectives. They will take out the turtle this time. No trades from Onyx Esports whatsoever. as they will have to play so passively in this game.
Well, I mean, let's see how passive it's really going to get here. Because, we know for a fact that Onyx Esports will be, extra passive. They know that they've got some great scaling on their side. But Blacklist International, are they going to take the initiative here? Because, I mean, Haji has been, he's been getting these killer instincts online very early on.
What I do want to talk about is, okay, the items, again, we've just started. Again, there's not going to be a lot to talk about right now, but I want to talk about the Nathan in the jungle. All right, Wolf, Nathan in the jungle, this is one of the heroes that you put into B tier in your tier list. You've actually said that the Nathan is much better in the gold lane. Why do you think that Onyx is still trying to play this in the jungle? Why do you think that Onyx PH also did the same thing?
Now, this is really just a style for both the Onyx squads. They love farming, and they know that they can get by with their macro play. It is in the B tier because it's easy to contest. As you saw from Blacklist International, they already are trying to be aggressive against that Nathan, and
Oh
my God.
Yeah, speaking of aggressive, CW gonna get punished so hard as they give the kill over to Oheb here. Good setup coming in from Oh My Venus, and Haji making sure, like LaFell said, keep it simple.
Yeah.
Guarantee these kills even if you have to use big resources.
CW was able to clear the minion wave, by the way, so that's also a play that you have to look when you go for the kills. Surely you'll get the kills, but they will not be able to convert into a push. So with all due fairness from CW, he took what he can get that time.
Well, speaking of which, Sans now taking a good amount of damage. Already used the entropy. The superposition does do a lot of damage, but so far he hasn't built his first item yet, so we're still waiting for more.
That is just not good right now for the side of Onyx Esports. 1.2 thousand gold lead for the side of Blacklist International. And Onyx, look at Sans. He's zoned away! Oh my God!
Edward finds it, but here comes the refrag. Immediately we are seeing Drian take him out. And he also takes the purple buff at the same time. Very nicely done.
Okay, Drian came out to play. So far, back-to-back games with the Farsa. Still is a big lead for Blacklist International, but this is as we expected it will be. Now, Wise is going to be able to take out the turtle, second one, at just 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Oh, wait, Venus gets pulled all the way under that turret, and Keyboy, he might be looking for a re-engage here.
Oh, there we go. Keyboy, he flickers under, and with the Holy Baptism, gets the flicker out of Oh My Venus as well. Good trade of resources.
That was really good for Onyx Esports, able to bait some fights, and now Oheb is going to be zoned away. Haji, though, we know how lethal he is on this. Just him doing moves is making me scared, man. He's not connecting onto anything, but I was just like, oh God, not again, dude.
You just see the G couldn't know, and you're just shaking.
Yeah. Just keep on looking at his flicker. Please don't be out. Please don't be out.
Well, it's not out just yet. That's why Onyx Esports tried to make a move on top, and you're going to get a replay.
Oh no, the timing! Oheb, is he surviving? Is he alive? Okay. Oheb is alive with 1 HP there, but looking back at this replay so far, Edward just doing really good job. And you can see how fast he just times it well. So pixel perfect.
Yep. See that actually with the turtle buff onto the Kimi, the ultimate was quite strong, and Boots might be stepping into a bad spot and it reads into the situation.
Okay, all right, a bit of a potential bait there, but so far this purple buff, it's a little tough to be attained. Drian going to be drawing the line in the sand. Maximum Impact doesn't steal it either, but CW again getting punished on that top side is Haji and Oheb working hand in hand. Keep him occupied in the jungle and will snip off their gold laner.
Haji is just so annoying on this show, and now you really understand why people have just been banning or picking it away from him. He is lethal on it. You can see he doesn't miss a beat. Every time that flickers up, he's always doing something, and in the bottom side as well, Onyx losing on all fronts.
Big lead for Blacklist International at 6 minutes in. They are going to get the turret up top with Oheb just pushing out, so everybody's just winning inside of Blacklist International. Big win condition for Onyx Esports is to drag this game out and get the items onto Boots, get the attacking items for the Esmeralda, and then get the damage items for both Sans as well as CW. Maybe they can weather the storm and take it to the late game, but if they're not careful, Keyboy, by the way, very nice move from Keyboy to delay this, but instead he might be punished.
Okay, he seems to be good. He's still holding up his holy healing for the right time. They're going to be sacrificing this turtle for bottom tier 1. And I mean, overall, these trades are okay, but they're getting a little bit more in terms of map control inside of Onyx. That's going to be a turtle slain here by the STB. Radiant Armor being purchased by Oh My Venus.
7 minutes now. They want to go for the mid lane push. Ooh, the classic.
The 1v1 is going great, but look at the mid, if we look over to the mid lane here, you can tell that Blacklist, they really want to crack open this mid tier 1.
Yeah, the thing is for Onyx right now, with the compositions, they are literally just waiting for the scaling to pop, right? They're just waiting for the power spikes. It is going to be a little bit more time until we see those items come up. But until then, it's really smart what they're doing. Even though they're 4-1 and the turrets and objectives have just been in favor of Blacklist, they have been able to actually equalize in the turrets. And now another fight goes in a little bit only. But yeah, Onyx, this is what they need to do. Just keep on trading until you hit those power spikes. Then, when you get those items, when you get those levels, just pull the trigger.
Kiboy opted to go for the Radiant armor first. And with Onyx Esports focusing their efforts into the mid lane, they have lost their turret in the bottom lane. And look at already, Haji as well. So OHEB, they're preparing for the pincer maneuver. Eventually, if Suns will go for the kill, but of course, Haji will just have to commit the ultimate this time.
Yep, this time they're not going to get any punishment on CW, but here comes the Feather Airstrike once again by Drian to make sure that they are going to zone off. Maximum Impact gets eaten by Keyboy so far, but it's already past the 7 minute. I'm waiting for the Blacklist, are they going to be turned up or what?
Yeah. Dude, Wise is level 12 to Sans is level 10. This is just going really well. Even if you scale Onyx, Blacklist have Wise here to basically answer that late game with OHEB as well. And right now, sure, Onyx, they are getting some trades, they are getting some gold back and some pressure back. But in the end, honestly, if they're getting outscaled by the Kimmy, it's not going to be good either way.
And bonus gold can be taken by Blacklist International as the turtle will spawn in 5 seconds. This will be the 4th turtle. Again, this happens only if you're taking the turtle so quickly that every 2 minutes you refresh it and you focus on it. This is so much free gold that they are taking because this is not something that you can get out of the map from the minions, right? So Blacklist International further increasing their lead this time, and at 9 minutes, they want to group up to the middle. Haji,
he's finding one and he gets on top of Keyboy here. Maximum Impact already being used as well, but it's going to be an instant kill coming up. OHEB, who has Renner right now. Boots now in some trouble. Feather Airstrike being held up still. HP has already been popped out in the super position as well. He's got the stats, but the turret goes down. Good siege coming in from Blacklist International. Ooh, CW uses the recoil trap to actually lock down Edward, getting a good trade against CW so far.
Beautiful by Blacklist International. That siege was amazing. The way that they baited that Feather Airstrike as well. Haji, again, this man, now I know. Now you know. MVP machine, yeah, for sure. He's definitely the MVP right now, man. Oh my god, it's just so scary. Again, I keep on looking at his flicker because every time he has it, he just makes things happen.
Well, next play coming in about 78 more seconds here as Onyx is forced to group up. They refuse to let go of any tier 2s across the map, but CW can only do so much. Edward, the moment he cracks this, he wants to go on CW. I know it. He wants it. Come on, do it. No, it's going to be Sans and CW who zone him away. Good read here. As the Holy Baptism on towards Wise. They punish the jungler instead.
All right, finally they're on the board. Somewhere they're able to get a pick off onto Wise. That's going to be really, really good, giving some time for Sans to scale back up. But now, finally, let's take a look at the items. Sans has that Blade of Despair and that Hunter's Fury, whereas Wise already has the Glowing and the Ice Queen Wand, plus that Athena Shield to add more onto the defense. And this is just really scary because they do so much damage and they're just so tanky as well. Feather Airstrike won't be a problem whatsoever.
Wow, OHEB just took, okay, he took the hit from it, but if we look in terms of the damage, Drian recently purchasing his his Lightning Truncheon as well, he should be doing a little bit more, but the Athena Shield already complete from OHEB.
It's right, which allows for the defense so that he can really just man up and maybe take some hits before going down or before having to use his rollout. By the way, OHEB has been phenomenal with his sniper from back-to-back games, also using it to actually siege from a distance where the turret will not be able to reach him. And I think that this is the time where you say Beatrix 2 OP.
Wait, deja vu.
They're going back in. Haji's looking for opportunities as they've already used. Oh, wait, hold on. The Holy Baptism locking him down just in time. I was expecting him to flicker, but no, we don't see it. Blacklist back away. Good defense coming in from Onyx Esports despite the engagement from Oh My Venus.
Yeah, that was really, really scary for a second for Blacklist International. Venus,
Haji.
He went,
he finds it, he finds Sans, and it's too late. He's already down. Even the Feathered Airstrike won't be able to do much here as we see Edward going into the back line and punching Drian out of position. Oh My Venus cannot capitalize more on this, but a good fight for the side of the Blacklist International.
Haji, the MVP machine as he's called, but this show is just so scary. And like I said, this is played in the mid lane role, okay? This is not a roaming show, so he's eventually gonna get items. And right now, 1, 0, and 4, 5 out of the 6 kills of Blacklist International were with him. And just like that, Blacklist International waited for the 12-minute mark to attack the Lord this time, and Haji already positioning himself. This will be an easy Lord take for Blacklist unless Onyx Esports tries.
Well, Boots is going to get hit by the Circle Eagle G and gets knocked out of his feather airstrike. Boots manages to hold strong. Lord is taken away by Y so far, but now they want to capitalize on the situation. Keyboy is holding and bringing the Holy Healing, but now Onyx Esports back away entirely. Once they don't have that feather airstrike, it is tough, but can they open up mid-tier 1? Yes, they're going to crack it open just in time. Maximum Impact does not connect.
That was really good for Onyx Esports. Even though Blacklist International got the Lord, they know. You know, Onyx, they understand, oh, you use all your resources onto the Lord. Let's try to go for something right now. Even though Boots was taken really low, he knows exactly that, okay, Blacklist, they can't kill me. With the help of the Rafaela healing, with that Holy Baptism as well, locking them down, I can get the Falling Star Moon very, very easily. But Drian, this is why Haji... Stop, Haji, stop. This is just so scary. Every time he's in a bush, every time he's just somewhere on the map, you know something is going to happen. And Onyx, they need to now understand that this can keep on happening if they keep on doing this. Sans and CW and Drian, these 3 members, please play behind. Do not show yourself until Haji has made a move.
Oh, here we go. Luminous Lord going to be crashing in towards the top inhibitor here. It goes down relatively fast. Good high ground defense so far, but Haji, 3 more seconds until his flicker comes back up, and then you know what's going to happen here is the tier 2s are going to be going down. Boots still standing in the front line, making sure that he's blocking as many shots while he is still alive. We don't see much happening for Blacklist International. They're not going to engage.
By the way, Haji actually also picked up the roam boot, so this is a double roam setup coming up from Blacklist International. I would imagine that they picked this up once after the 9-minute mark, which means that Haji can go for another maybe conceal, or perhaps they put the conceal on Haji and the favor onto Oh My Venus.
Yeah,
Not
that can be the
entirely
case. That can be the case. But again, Onyx Esports' draft, this is where they shine, right? The defense. They noticed in game number 1, they were just getting out, the team fights were just not going in their favor. So now in this game with the draft, they want to play for the defense. It's very similar to the game against Onyx PH in Group B. Let's see if they're able to pull off a similar comeback here. But at this point, it's very one-dimensional. But at least right now, they have scaled.
Yep, and now Boots is going to be getting on top of Oheb so far. He's still chasing him down, but Oh My Venus is going to pull him away with guiding winds. Onyx Esports looking for any sort of opportunities, but even Falling Star Moon does not connect on anybody. Edward looking on top of Boots. He's already got the KO strike. We're seeing sense. He's already dropped the entry just in case Boots needs help. He's going to be able to take his orange buff so far, and even the maximum impact doesn't come off in time. But Boots now getting absolutely shredded by Wise by the chemical reaction so far. Going to get topped off once again by Keyboy.
This is just so tense, man. 3,000 only for Blacklist International. They have the turret lead and that Lord lead. I mean, they have everything on the board right now, but still, Onyx Esports managed them somehow make this close, fighting back. But honestly, their composition, they scale up. Now with CW, Boots, Drian, and Sans having those items, this might be the time where they can try to look for some comebacks. They've traded really well up until this point, only, you know, losing 1 turret, basically, on Blacklist International.
Wow, look at this. This is where you say, why is this allowed? Why is this allowed? Well, the game allows it, so...
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where you're like, I guess it's legal, but now Boots coming in, already using his ultimate to get on top of Y so far to try and zone them away here, but Haji all by himself, he loses his immortality here. They go punching, Keyboy gets on top of him, already with the Holy Baptism, him out of position now. Drian finds the punish here, but Edward, he's pushing out on top of the bottom inhibitor. Actually, there's going to be 2 on the recall.
What? That was beautiful. Again, Onyx Esports, they've been playing to their drafts perfectly. Sure, they have been losing out on the gold in and everything, basically in the early stages, but that's what their composition was built for. This is a scaling comp. As long as we are able to trade, wait up until those power spikes. This is what I mentioned. I set this up, and this is exactly what happened. They are playing it smart. They're playing it through the drafts, and now, look, the tides are starting to shift.
That's always the question. When is the time where you can say that Onyx Esports now have got the advantage? So far, 16 minutes in, around the 18-minute mark, and maybe around the 23-minute mark, most importantly, that it is dead even when it comes to the goal already. The lead doesn't matter, and it means that Onyx Esports will have the better firepower. The real question is, their tankiness, their sustain, is it already scaled up? Because that's one thing that they also need to solve against Blacklist.
Well, here we go. Edward looking for some angles here. Men are doing some good damage on towards CW so far, but now they're going to commit to it. Haji is going to get locked down in place. He's done it. Keyboy locked it up with the Holy Baptism, and now they're going in. CW doing some good damage, but Oheb and Nibiru's Passion already finding one on top of CW so far, but this fight is over. Onyx Esports find what they were looking for. Blacklist International is on the run.
Oh my god, we expected a banger and we're gonna get it, man. The Lord taken away for 3 members. And look, Onyx Esports, they might be going for this. They might be going for the inhibitor turret. Sure, they have the Lord, but oh, there you go. The bombardment comes in, and that is gonna be the feather airstrike popped.
Yeah, but they do have the defense, right? It's Oheb. 9 seconds. In 8 seconds, Haji will be there as well as Wise. And it is very unlikely that Onyx Esports will get any push at all. Now they have to answer the big minions that's running through top and the bottom lane. And now it's dead even. It's gonna be a question on who gets the better initiation nowadays, or maybe the better itemization.
No, honestly, it's not. I don't think it's longer. I don't really think it's gonna be that anymore, man. I don't think it's the engage or the items or anything. Onyx have simply just outscaled Blacklist International. What Blacklist needs to do is play the macro, all right? They need to play with the pressure that they already have. If not, if they just go for the 5v5s that, again, this is Blacklist style, 5v5, I don't think they're gonna win. They need to get very specific very specific catches to be able to win these team fights.
Yeah, you know why? Because all of the magic defense is already up for Onyx Esports. And that means that the Kimi will not deal as much damage. And for Oheb, if they don't find the opening for Oheb, I mean, look at Onyx Esports. The moment they find Oheb, Boots will be there. So far, I would say the most phenomenal gameplay so far has been coming up from Boots.
Yes.
Even at the, I just can't, the math doesn't check out. I mean, he's been doing so well in this game despite them trailing so heavily. And guess what? Boots hasn't died yet.
He only has 3 assists, as a matter of fact. So it's tough to see, but here we go. Boots trying to open up the map so far. He's dancing so close, but the conceal coming in from Onyx. Maybe this could be a potential flicker coming in from Keyboy. Nope, he's just gonna back off.
You know, in Indonesia, a lot of the Indonesian fans basically called Onyx Esports Boots Esports for the regular season. The fact of the matter is, this man, he's the regular season MVP in MPLID, and you can finally see why. He starts to shine when his team needs him the most, and right now, he is literally the core in this team, right? Sure, the most damage won't come from him, but he is going to be, everyone's playing around him. He is the frontliner, he's the sole one, able to engage, able to make these plays and set up for his team.
He's the anchor, definitely, for Onyx Esports. And not only that, in the early stages, when you saw the Blacklist International was just leading and controlling the map, he didn't die while also taking care of the minion waves.
Speaking of which, Wise now in some trouble here. He's on the run, and we're here to kind of peel him off of their airstrike. He's going to be complete so far with the entropy already coming out, but you can see that the maximum impact, it's starting to shred, and it's going to come to a point where it's going to be consistent bombardment from it.
That was insane, honestly. Very scary. CW still able to run away with the flicker. Actually, the immortality has not been popped yet, but Blacklist in that fight as well. Haji and Edward, they got a really good pick. And as you can see, it still didn't work, right? The healing is too much, but wait a minute. Conceal.
But Onyx, they're expecting this! They're looking for it, but Sans, he's gonna get locked down now! Does he make it out? He's trolling! No, he's alive! He manages to pull on through! Dream with a feather airstrike, zones the rest of the offense.
On the way!
But Sans still is alive! Haji is gonna be the first to fall! His immortality's already broken here. He's gonna be going over. They find 2 for nothing. His Boots still on the run!
Happy feet! Wombo combo! Sans! What was that? Holy, that was beautiful, man!
Beautiful footwork coming out from Sans, actually dodging every single thing that Edward threw in him, and he survived the initial initiation. He still has got the immortality, and now Boots as well as the gang there on the run. Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's going to be the Holy Baptism already up. Blacklist International have to defend. The maximum impact lands on towards Sans' side. He's getting confident. He's getting very cocky. And here comes Boots going straight in with a falling star move. Drian is with a feathered airstrike blowing the front lineup, and they go for the finish. Onyx Esports pull it to game 3. GG. Well played.
Happy feet, Sans, baby. What was that? That was insane. He literally just danced his way. That was tap dancing, man.
Oh, pixel perfect. Even there's just a little bit of opening from where Edward will be able to find the knockup, but he dodged that and wonderfully well. The way that they position themselves, they know exactly that that Blacklist International wanted to get a kill onto Sands, and they were prepared for it. Sands stood his ground. Eventually, the help was there. Boots was phenomenal with their initiations, and everybody was stepping up.
You know what's surprising?
Oh.
They finally yelled. They finally screamed. There's emotions. They have emotions. They're humans.
They're human.
They're humans. They're not robots programmed in Indonesia to take the throne. But man, now it's the flip. Look at the faces of Blacklist International. They are not in a good spot right now. 1-1. This is exactly what happened against BTK.
Exactly. And what you see from Blacklist International is them being disappointed because of the fact that they held on for so long. They were leading by what? 5,000 for the rest of the map. But then again, Boots Esports happened. I'm on the train. I'm on the train.
Everyone in the chat,
I'm a big
Boots
fan now.
Esports, man. Holy, that Esmeralda was beautiful.
That was beautiful, man.
Get your footwear here at Onyx ID. Let's throw it over to Leo Lafelle at the analyst stand to break it down for us.
Gentlemen, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for calling game number 2 in this best of 3. And of course, it's gonna go the distance. Onyx Esports evens the odds despite a difficult early game. Leo at your service, joined here by Lafelle, and boy oh boy was that a match.
Yeah, over here we can see that Blacklist International, they bring out the Kimi with the Mage Killer emblem, really focusing on getting those objectives. However, as we said on the previous analyst segment, that for the side of Onyx, they need to make their draft easier to execute, make it less prone to mistakes. But honestly, in that game, the one that made it work was Boots.
Yep. And he was just so well equipped. The gear on that Esmeralda, it's a scaling hero that's just very, very deceptive. Just like when you put on Razer's Hammerhead True Wireless, it's like you're just immersed in sound. These are cutting edge earbuds designed to dominate the sound stage. Designed to dazzle in a blaze of RGB glory, the Hammerhead is decked out with active noise cancelling and a 60 ms low latency game mode for an audio experience like never seen before. Head on over to Razer.com to learn more as we slowly now dive deep into this game. Just like game number 1, it was quite the clincher. There was a huge turn.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's almost the opposite of both of the games, where in this game, Blacklist International, they were the ones that actually aimed for the turrets. So it's a switch. So everyone at home, don't focus on the objectives, focus on the kills apparently.
Yep, this one still broke the 20-minute mark. We are looking at a 21-minute bout, a shy second there. 7-9, it's a very low kill score game too.
Yeah, so again, looking at this Kimi coming in from Wise, focusing on the magic build, trying to get a lot of damage as well as a lot of utility with the slow. But again, we gotta look at Boots over here, 1, 0, and 5, basically face tanking all of the members from side of Blacklist International. And the thing is, it's not that Blacklist didn't play it well. They got a lot of good engagements coming in from Haji, but it's just a situation where he himself bought enough time where looking at the heroes coming in from Onyx, they got the Nathan, the Clint, as well as the Farsa. They're gonna do a lot of damage come late game.
Yep, I love how Boots built a good split of defensive and offensive items. Ice Queen Wand and Enchanted Talisman alongside the Oracle and the Brute Force Breastplate. If you pair that up with Keyboy's Rafaela, who's just building all tanky items, it's enough to peel for the firepower that Onyx is bringing.
Yeah, and unfortunately for this game, Edward, even though the KDA is 0, 3, and 1, is actually doing very well. The only thing that I was a little bit surprised of was that he didn't build the War Axe for this game, or maybe he sold it without us looking. He has the Bloodless Axe as well as the Malefic Roar instead, trying to be a really good front lines for this team. So it looks like in this kind of draft, Blacklist International, what they were really thinking about is just, again, they just want to siege, they just want to push, they don't necessarily want to get a lot of kills on the board.
More on that when we see the stats, because this will also reflect how that game happened. 7-9, Blacklist was leading for a majority. A lot of damage on Wise, 63k. Oheb, almost 60k out of a total of 180. But as I mentioned earlier, Onyx is just packing firepower, a majority coming from CW, who had a very difficult early game.
Yeah, and I'm actually very surprised that Nathan didn't actually put that much of a damage. 29,000 damage over here, but I guess that is also a I guess, a missed target coming in from the side of Blacklist because they keep on focusing on the Natan and probably looking at this number chart right now, they're like, okay, maybe we should have targeted the Clint instead.
Yep, looking at the highlight players, you got Tans just flanking his two teammates here in CW and Boots. He's both the rich guy and the forgotten one. So I guess that's what's happening. That's the story here of that Nathan. He's putting the damage on, but he's not the one finishing the job. As you note, it's usually CW.
Yeah, again, Clint has been so strong in M3 so far. But the thing that we do have to say from the side of Onyx, the thing that really made them stand out was the fact that they actually were able to hold the gold lead for such a long time. Not say gold lead, but meaning like not make it into a 10,000 gold difference. Blacklist International, they were really pushing it. They were really trying to get all those objectives. But Onyx, they really held their own, making sure that no one dies a lot to this kind of composition and eventually getting enough damage. And Farsa as well, we do have to give credit, created a lot of space along with Boots. But right now, let's look at the MVP of this game from the side of Onyx Esports. Of course, Boots Esports 1-0-5. 67% kill participation, but it's not about the kills, it's about the space.
Yep, and I love how he picked up the Purify. Note, folks, he has Purify as compared to a majority of Esmeraldas in M3 so far, both in the group stage and in the playoffs. He's rocking that Purify because he knows that he's gonna have to tank all of the CC. He's gonna have to be the main peel for Onyx, and that's what brought this massively scaling lineup back from the dead. Scoring one, putting on the board for Onyx Esports. Now we're at dead center. It comes down to one, Lafel. It comes down to one, and it's all because of Boots. Boots Esports.
It is very unfortunate that all of these games, all these crazy games going on in a best of 3, where again, it just comes down to a best of 1 now. Before this, Onyx Esports, they were on the back foot. They're like, okay, we have to win this game. And now Blacklist International, they're on the same field. They're like, we have to win this one because again, it really doesn't feel like it, but whoever loses, they're gonna be out of M3. But right now, let's look back at the highlights from game number 1 as well as game number 2 to see what really happened. Where again, in game number 1, it's the side of Onyx really taking charge of this game, and it was on a Blacklist International to get a comeback.
Yep, there was a very interesting push and pull here, but once that turn happened in that first hurdle, then Onyx Esports kind of knew, they kind of felt that, yeah, firepower on the side of Blacklist International too much, a majority of it on Ohib, and as soon as this Lord, third Lord I can't believe, marched down into their base, the writing was on the wall, so she wrote, that's game number 1.
Yeah, and going into game number 2, again, a flip on the head, where from the side of Blacklist International, really focusing especially on the EXP lane, making sure that they don't go for the gold lane just because the gold lane has extra defense properties over there. But on the side of Onyx Esports, again, Boots, I can't believe that he was able to be in the front lines for such a long time and get all of these crazy re-engages that really made sure that Onyx Esports win the team fights.
Yep, that's a keyword, re-engage. And the only hero on the lineup of Onyx Esports that's capable of making that happen was Boots. Of course, T-Boy on that Rafaela was very instrumental, but just the same, it all comes down to this. I believe mental resets are gonna be super important here because it could be a reverse sweep for Onyx Esports, or it could be a clutch, clencher for Blacklist. Lafel, final thoughts?
Oh, my final thoughts is that from the side of Onyx Esports, they need to give an extra Toomey back to that guy because, again, Boots carried the entire team.
Thank you again to Toomey, our official travel partner. We would also like to thank those who are making M3 possible. This is all supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, powered by Moonton, and presented to you by TikTok Live. On behalf of Lafel, my name is Leo at your service. We'll be back for game number 3 in this arguably grand finals worthy matchup. Stay with us. You're watching M3.
you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Up now, nothing's gonna stop me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M3 World Championship with one of our most anticipated games so far. Current score 1-1, two powerhouses, and only one of them is going to be making it to the next round. Remember, all of this is powered by Munton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented to you by TikTok Live. My name is Gideon Q. Next to me is going to be Miracle, and as well as Wolf casting this game. A lot of insane things are happening today, and there's only one more game to determine who stays and who goes home.
Well, right now my prediction is already wrong, right? I expected a 2-0 either for Blacklist or for Onyx Esports. It is a 1-1 right now, and that just shows how competitive M3 really is. Blacklist dominated game number 1, but game number 2, Onyx instantly adapted to the situation and came back.
You know, we can be both wrong here, as I predicted that if it will be a 3-game series, Blacklist International will take it, but Onyx Esports, not too shabby at all. You know, when I look back at that game, I always feel like this is like maybe a, what do you call this, a masterclass on how you deal well when you are going up against a team that already took down the early stages, right? You see how Boots was able to facilitate for a big macro play coming out from Onyx Esports, and kind of makes me think Onyx Esports, they kind of put themselves in a spot where it might be even more comfortable for them. For the longest time, many of the games that I saw them win are actually games that they are behind.
Yeah.
Specifically, you know, when they were up against Onyx Philippines in the first game of the group stage, they were also behind, but they out macro eventually Onyx Philippines back then, and now in game number 2, it's familiar play for them.
Kind of ironic here. Winning from behind, currently in the lower brackets, feels like a thing patterns are emerging
Yeah,
here.
it's not like the winner of M1, M2, and every single tournament we've had this year has come through the lower brackets, because Onyx, the way they won MPL ID Season 8 was from the lower brackets as well.
And you know what? Honestly, Blacklist International.
Yeah,
also
exactly. What is it? Is it? Okay. Okay. You know,
is this it?
LaFell said that the lower bracket meta came from Malaysia. All right, Gideon. What's your thoughts on the lower bracket meta?
Look, I feel like it's just a very odd coincidence, but the more these M tournaments come by, the more times we see games show this repeated pattern, it feels like it's very much a real thing here, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, the very scary part. And the scariest part here is that this is the last game already of the series. I can't get enough of it. I want more. Already a lot of fans are reaching through social media hoping that this will be a best of 5 or even a best of 7 in the grand finals.
Best of 10, make it, just do it, whatever. At this point, it's just really, really fun to watch, right? You can see both of the teams really shine in the best of 3, and I am just so excited to get into the final game of this series.
One thing that we can get out of a best of 3 is the fact that teams will be bringing out all of their big guns already. Specifically in this matchup, because it's an elimination match and it's between the 2 of the top teams in the region, it just tells us that they will be bringing out whatever comfort picks they have, whatever pocket strategies they have in this game number 3. Looking at just the non-verbal cues from both teams, it's looking very tense here for Blacklist International. Even if we're looking at the eyes of these players, even Oheb, look at Oheb. This guy is out for blood.
He is angry, dude. And that's scary, man. Seeing Oheb angry is pretty scary. Very scary. Please stay calm down.
We'd like it to be true here, but this is for all the marbles here. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Let's talk about the adaptations here in the draft. What are we expecting to see? And remember, it's going to be Blacklist picking which side that they want to be on.
For Onyx Esports, what I want to see from them is definitely Esmeralda, for sure. One thing
I want to see from them?
What do you want to see from them?
Bauman, all right?
Okay.
Bauman, we haven't seen it in the XP lane a lot, but that is Boots' signature hero. That is the hero that he... Did you watch the Evos versus Onyx game in Indonesia?
No,
he 1v5'd on that hero.
Yeah, but do you want to see like your best player in the region, your best XP laner in the region, to play a Balmond in an elimination game
Give
in
him
the world
Paquito.
stage?
Give him Cho. Give him something.
The thing is, for Boots, actually, it's very funny because the thing is, it's very different from Edward. Edward, he really likes those flashy heroes, but Boots, he loves those just down-to-earth, very simple heroes, but he makes...
Exactly.
He's really good.
Right.
Esmeralda, Balmond,
Right.
Hylos, all of his hero pool, even like probably the most flashy hero he plays is like the Yuzong and the Lapu, but we haven't seen the Lapu at all here. thing is, he really likes these like just simple heroes. But that simplicity is what makes it really special for him. He's able to like think out of the box with these heroes.
Yep. I'm gonna get so angry if it's gonna be Boots on Uranus for this final game. I'm gonna get so mad. He's probably gonna do good, which everybody believes it, but it's just gonna be like, ah, man, this is such a bummer.
Yeah, you know, you give so much skill to a player, but then again, you know, some players make it look good. For example, Dilarski, right? We saw them, as well as Edward in the previous game.
1v9.
1v9. Yeah, including his team.
Your team is
Oh my God! Here we go.
Yeah, let's go. We are ready to get into it right now. Let's see what happens here. Honestly, right now, for the bans, both teams going for the same things, but the Nathan has been taken away.
Yep, Blacklist is going to be on the blue side once again, and Onyx is going to be on the red. First pick going over to Rafaela.
It's Rafaela. All right, so this is literally the same set of bans and order of bans in the first game. So it's Estes, Eve, Aldous for Onyx. That's also true with game number 1. Game number 3, it's Nathan. It's Hayabusa, YSS, and then Nathan. That's also true with Blacklist. However, what changed is the first pick. It was the Bakito for Onyx Indonesia in the first game. This time, it's going to be the Rafaela.
Want to know a fun fact? The 3 games that Onyx were able to beat Blacklist in MPLI, it was all with the Rafaela.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, the one game that Blacklist won also had
Rafaela. Rafaela Conspiracy, Onyx PH, Beloyski, what's his favorite hero?
Rafaela. I mean, honestly, when it comes down to the Holy Baptisms, Keyboy did make some really impressive catches when he's flickering forward to actually pull Onyx back into that game. So I think definitely something to keep in mind here. Blacklist going to be good, taking the Beatrix as well as the Farsa.
Big guns already. Obviously, the Farsa is a deny pick, as Onyx Indonesia has been only playing with Farsa Andrian this time, and it's also one of his good heroes. And Blacklist International is snatching that one out. We don't know if this will be an OHEV hero yet or a Haji hero, but we know that both of them can play this. But if we're just looking at the history, at least here in M3, we know that this Beatrix will be in the gold lane. Does it mean that Clint will be the pick?
Sounds a lot.
All right.
And Hylos coming in for Onyx Esports now. These 2 picks. Lancelot in the tournament so far, 45% win rate. Hylos as well, still sticking at that 50%. So far, the Lancelot has been successful yesterday against SMG, but against this team, I kind of like it as well. You know, going up against the Farsa, against the Beatrix, what you don't want is someone to just dive and hit you in the face. And that's exactly what these 2 heroes are made for.
You also have the Hylos, which, you know, in retrospect, it's a hero that can like just tank up whatsoever and be the frontliner. But if you look at this way, the way Onyx Esports plays this is that if you go in with a Lancelot, at least you have one more hero to go in with you, and that's going to be the Hylos. He will pick up the flicker, goes for that instant stun, get into the Beatrix, and then burst him down with the Lancelot. It's a great pick coming out from Onyx Esports. It's also one of the heroes that they really love to pick up. And there's the COD once again. Just don't want to give it to Onyx Esports at this point. By the way, I just want to say, when I was taking my notes on the draft, I actually put in Sans instead of the Lance in Lancelot.
I can already hear the Megalovania playing in the background at this point, but so far, we're moving on towards the second ban phase here, and I think this is where things are only going to get more interesting, because so far, it's going to be that flex pick we're seeing from Onyx, like you mentioned before. Bane gets banned out. Really smart.
Beautiful. Very intelligent ban coming in from Onyx Esports. They know with this composition, they want to dive into that back line. Bane actually adds so much disengage and PL for his team, and very good against the people who want to just hit their team. So Kagura will be actually banned out from Blacklist International, knowing full well how GZ played it there. It was beautiful. Again, in the first game, the Farsa wasn't able to play mostly because of the Kagura.
Yeah, but they themselves banned it out instead of you're picking up because of the fact that they can't, they don't have a space anymore or a slot anymore for this Kagura pick. Also, maybe this is why, this is the reason, the main reason is they know that Drian can play it so well. But Eve is still available, still thinking that it might be the choice. There's also that factor of the Selena pick from Onyx, and I'm pretty sure that they, as a team, will not shy away from the Rafaela plus the Selena pick, which is very strong in the early stages, as well as getting the kills. Barats is the answer for the side of Blacklist International.
They need a marksman.
Yep.
I think this is interesting because, again, as you mentioned before, they do need a marksman. However, let's keep in mind that Paquito is wide out in the open. Nobody has picked it up, and I think Blacklist understands that. Making sure that the Barat is flexible is going to be an extremely important factor here.
Looking at Lilia for Onyx, or maybe the Aemon. Instead, go for the Sicilian.
Oh, there you go. Remember, Drian Sicilian is one of the heroes that, again, one of his signature picks as well. But oh my god, damn. Drian on the Sicilian.
What do you pair? What is your goal laner for Onyx Esports? You wanna have damage while also having reach. You can go for a basic as Clint, perhaps.
I suppose,
That will be the choice for Blacklist. Barrett is still an open pick. You don't know if it will be in the jungle or in the XP lane. I'm really liking the odds of a Yuzhong or a Lapu Lapu for Blacklist International. Great against both the Sicilian as well as the Clint. You can jump into the backlines, burst them down. The chain stun combination from both the Yuzhong and the Lapu could be a big potential. And it allows for Matilda and the Barretts, the flying dinosaur once again. Combination coming out from Blacklist International. So Yuzhong or Lapu.
I suppose, but again, both of which not exactly the most fun matchup, especially when you're dealing with this high loss.
Yeah, that's
and I think that's something that Blacklist is thinking about. It's like, do we need the extra utility or do we just sacrifice the overall lane? No, it's going to be the Lapu Lapu. They want that raw utility to get on top of Drian.
Oh, dude, again, the drafts are just so... I don't know, honestly, I don't know. It's so close. It's just going to come to the matter of execution, right? Both of the heroes, both of these team compositions, they have what it takes to get the W. Man, Coach Mars and Coach Bonchan, this is beautiful.
You got to give it to them.
Peak Mobile Legends, man. This is peak Mobile Legends.
I agree. Just the plays, the way that the games are played, we're going at what, 20 minutes each game. We're seeing at the draft at the tail end of each pick. We're always thinking who is getting the lead, who is ahead. And the answer is no one at this point. Both of them have their own win conditions. And what I like about game number 3 is that both teams have good scaling. Farsa Beatrix for the side of Blacklist International. It's going to be the Clint Sicilian for the side of Onyx Esports. My God, what a game 3.
Yeah, this game 3 is going to be good. It's a 50-50 between the compositions, but it's going to be whether they live or they get sent back home. It's Onyx Esports up against Blacklist International. I have to take a deep breath for that one. I am so nervous for both of these teams. This has got to be so much pressure and so much stress.
Well, let's go then. Fans everywhere, chat right now. Hashtag go Onyx or hashtag break the code. We want to see who has the most feisty fans right now as we are already into this game.
It's going to be a real skills matchup into the side lanes. Lapu Lapu versus the Hylos. It's kind of easier for the Hylos for sure, but in a way that Edward can make the plays for as well. Top lane is the more even one in a way.
I think it's the more, yeah, I would agree with you. It's definitely the more even one. Nobody's really going to get anywhere unless they want to get really, really ballsy with the mechanics so far. But you can tell that Blacklist International already moving up there to change the odds in towards Beatrix's favor.
Oh, very nice pokes coming out from Oh My Venus already with the Soul Bloom. Just extra damage that you get is also, that also means extra strength in that side lane. And already they have denied 1 or 2 minions away from CW. Kind of means that Ohem will get to level 3 faster than Onyx Esports would love.
Very much so. And now, again, you can see the Keyboy already rotating to the top side. Blacklist trying to make something happen here. Also going for the vertical jungling. Both of the jungles trading spots, but it is going to be Blacklist just picking up the pace in that top side. We'll just back away once again as they both want to go for the neutral objective at this point.
You can see that Onyx Esports are kind of trading ban when it comes to wave clear as Suns.
Ooh, it's tough. It's really, really tough here to go for, but he does get the cancel on that feather airstrike. Could they punish onto Oh My Venus here? Normos is already coming out as Haji as well as Oh My Venus slowly back away. Wise now it's in trouble. He's lost position. Daytona's Walker is going to come down. He's trying to salvage the situation as long as possible. Edward in the back already coming as the Brave Warrior comes in with the rage blade. Finds the kill on towards Keyboy immediately and will be going down to the Phantom Execution. He survives a little bit longer. Kill going over to Boots. Oh, is there any more? Nope. Looks like they finally go for the reset. But CW, oh, he's looking for the opportunity to get on top of Haji.
Double lane treatment for CW for a bit. But they still want to give it to Drian. The call out was, okay, go back to your lane. I need this farm. Drian, as the Sicilian, needs all of the stacks, needs to farm up. And it kind of means that Onyx Esports might have a little bit of an edge when it comes to late game scaling. However, I did like the move coming out from Onyx Esports. They forced 2 flickers on both Haji as well as Oh My Venus in the mid lane, and then eventually punished Wise in that turtle fight. However, Edward was phenomenal with the Lapu-Lapu, salvaging that fight. Eventually, now it's Blacklist International in the lead.
Every time I see the Pharsa low and a Clint, I would just think, oh my god, it's a Sin moment. It's a Sin moment when he just flickers forward and goes for the kill. But yeah, again, for the side of Onyx Esports, what they need to do is very similar from the first game. Just play it safe, but maybe Blacklist is not going to give that opening to Onyx right now. Look at the pressure.
Yeah, they're controlling this river line for so long. It's kind of tough to actually, you know, get the pressure that they're looking for on these side lanes. But let's pull up the item list so far. As we see, Wise trying to zone out CW from this side to continue to put pressure on towards his top. But now here comes Sans as well as Keyboy. The rest of the team is coming on through. It's going to be Oh My Venus pulling him out of that situation as Oheb uses Nibiru's passion to clear the wave as quickly as possible. Even the gold crab getting taken away by Wise.
Just surprised in how pixel perfect each player plays this. I mean, even Wise, he activated the so-called teamwork to kind of assume where CW will be, and CW did not roll into that area. And by that, they were able to dodge that skill coming out from the Barats. And then eventually, they also dodged the Nibiru's passion.
Oh, here comes Sans. He wants to get on top of OYV as the perfect execution it comes out, but it really does not matter. Drian to try to deter everybody else. The dive has failed, and now they back away. At least no harm, no foul.
Yeah, the thing is, it's really good for a setup onto the turtle, right? You get someone to recall, and that is Venus the guy. Oh my god, it's going to be the cage catching 2 members. But again, it's all just for the setup, and right now on Esports, they just don't have the resources to be able to just contest this turtle. They are going to give it away.
Yep.
The big advantage of having a jungling Barats is that you get easy access to the objectives, particularly the turtle. It's just very difficult to contest the Barats just taking the objectives, right? And Onyx Esports did not even try at all. The only way for them to be able to secure a turtle or a neutral objective is that if they poke Blacklist International so low that they have to back down.
I mean, let's not forget that, you know, the perfect execution as well as Sicilian's ult already being expanded in that initial top dive. And I think that was also one of the couple of reasons. Like, yes, it is difficult, but also, you know what? We're not going to risk it. We really don't have good odds. Might as well give it away. We'll find an opening elsewhere.
Yeah. That being one of the
lowest ones. What was that damage? Excuse me.
Yeah.
That was literally just from Wise and the twin blades of Edward. Oh my god. Half HP taken away. And this is the thing. Edward and Wise. Wise is 2 levels ahead of Sans. And in the top side, Blacklist are really pushing the pace.
Yep, they want to punish Boots here so far on this Hylos. He pops down the Glorious Pathway, and it looks like, I mean, they get him low, but really doesn't matter. It is Hylos. Sans is there to cover him for now. But let's not forget that currently Wise a full level ahead and pressure being absorbed here. Edward going to be taking bot tier 1.
Yeah. One of the specials of Edward is that he is great at this split pushing, and they find openings with this Lapu-Lapu. Also takes advantage of the mobility that the Lapu-Lapu has, and then of course layer their stuns with this Edward play. So unlike the previous games, Blacklist International are now utilizing all of their members in the early stage, 6 minutes in.
I think they're also utilizing their wave clear, right? To get priority?
Yeah, they are utilizing their wave clear, but again, what they need to understand right now is that they do not have the lane pressure anywhere right now, right? The thing is, that mid control is just all on the hands of Blacklist International. The downside of picking the Sicilian, yes, you can scale to the late game, but in that early stage, up to the mid game, you can kind of say you're useless, right? You can't roam as fast as the Pharsa. You can't help around anywhere on the map except for that mid lane. And even in the mid lane, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage. The only thing you really provide is that cage, right? Getting the CC done, but even that is hard to land.
It is very hard to land, and it's always like, okay, it's very strong when it comes like the damage output as well as the lockdown, but can you land it? That's the problem.
Yep, we're seeing Hylos already be dropping down the Glorious Pathway here just to ensure, draw a line in the sand, say, hey, Blacklist International, we don't want you taking our mid-tier 1. We saw what happened with that. We saw what happened the last time.
better not. We're not going to make the same mistake.
In game number 2, we saw Blacklist International get to 4 turtles, and it seems like it is indeed the trajectory that Blacklist International wants to go for. 91 seconds from this time means that they will get another turtle.
Well, here we go. Ever engaging onto CW. Rage Blade being used as well. CW cannot get out of this. This is going to be a kill pick from Blacklist International. A little sad, and even CW, he knew that it wasn't worth flickering.
Yeah, again, it was just him caught out, right? If you use a flicker, it's going to be wasted completely. Edward has already popped that ultimate. Wise has put all his resources down there. So what Onyx needs to do, again, is just look for the trades constantly. Just wait for this Sicilian to become a threat.
Oh, good vision.
Up here comes the siege once again. Wise and as well as Haji doing a phenomenal job. But Boots is holding the lane back, making sure that this tier 1 stands tall, and he will sacrifice as much HP as possible to do so. Good shots, but you can see that Oheb, he's just slowly chipping away at it.
This is illegal, man. Look, it's going to be him taking it without the minions. The mid lane turret will fall.
Should not be allowed at all.
Oh my god. Blacklist International, once again, 5,000 gold lead in the 8th minute of the game. Onyx Esports Boots, he's able to zone away the members, but for how long? It seems like it is inevitable this time around because, again, Blacklist, very unlike the second game, they have a scaling comp as well. They have this late game, they have the pressure, and they have a very tanky front line.
Yep, it's stressful. It's stressful so far, but Onyx, they're playing hyper defensively here, and it's they haven't made too many crazy plays at all. And more importantly, Keyboy is making sure when he opens up the map, he's playing it. He's also stutter stepping. He's walking in, slowly pulling back just in case he gets a reaction if somebody's in the brush.
You don't want to be in this position if you're the Lancer. You want to always go for the kill. So far, Sans is 0-0-1 because they only had 1 kill total. It's because they can't get control of the map.
Oh, here we go. Another engagement comes down as they manage to back away here. Good hit as they pull back Keyboy. Oheb does not miss.
Oheb on this Beatrix, 3 games in a row. This guy is on a roll. Even when in the game that they lost, they were so dominant. He was so dominant in the lane on this Beatrix. And right now, again, it is going to be a free lord for the side of Blacklist International.
9 minutes. It's the ultimate bonding experience we're talking about. And it's easy for Blacklist International to just take over the map. The vision that Blacklist International are able to get is just way too superior compared to Onyx Esports, as Onyx Esports cannot go deep.
And this time around, their high ground is only on CW and the side, oh my god, side of Sicilian, right? So these 2 members only. And Drian, he hasn't scaled up to the point where he's a huge threat right now. It might be over before it even starts for Onyx.
That's definitely a big scary factor for all of Onyx Esports fans now. They do have great late game, but will we approach late game? That's the question. Is Blacklist, they're snowballing through.
They're snowballing a lot, and this is the biggest lead we've seen thus far coming in between both of the teams.
0.4k.
Yep, it's 9k now, and it's about to be, it might even be an inhibitor if they do this right. Here comes a Feather Airstrike once again. Edward already going to be sacrificing his life for the greater good, as Boots already absorbing as much as he can. He still makes it out, flickers over the wall for safety. The next wave is coming in through. Perfect execution coming out for the side of Sans here. Will they survive? Can they hold it? Yes, they hold the inhibitor strong, but Oheb says, nah, false hope. I'm breaking it regardless.
Oh my goodness. This Renner plays from Oheb. You know, I think that Oheb and all of the Beatrix fans out there, they might be blaming Oheb for a nerf in the next patch. This performance, it kind of asks for a nerf, right?
It kind of does, but once again, they're doing it just like in Game 1 as Onyx performed against Blacklist. Now Boots going in for an engagement on top of, oh my Venus, Daytona's welcome is going to punish him here. Edward going in with the Justice Blade straight away. Rage play into the back line. They have to pull through. Holy Baptism does not get them out of that situation, but oh my goodness. Wise making sure he finds it again. You look away for a second and blink, he's gone.
Oheb with the snipes. This guy, the Filipino sniper right now. But look at this, man. This is Onyx literally on their doors. This is gonna be Blacklist International. Keep on going in, and man, it is looking ferocious. It is looking like a disaster for Onyx.
Yep, it's not looking good at all. Sans has to use the perfect execution to get on out of there, but Boots, he's trying his very best. He can tank only so much damage, but his members need to stop getting hit by this Filipino sniper.
And it does not miss. The thing is, Blacklist International are really making it so that he is activated. They really make the way so that OHEB will be in great position. They have the Lapu-Lapu as well as the Matilda to just peel through the members of Onyx Esports, and Wise always makes sure that he is always near the vicinity of OHEB so that whenever Onyx Esports wants to initiate, he's there for the Daytona's welcome so that he'll eventually stop the aggression for Onyx Esports. And not to mention Haji as the vision provider for Blacklist International. That feathered airstrike really zones out the members of Onyx Esports so much. This is big trouble for Onyx Esports as 12 minutes into this game, they're down by 10K.
I've brought this up before, but like when you see a 10K goal lead at this stage of the game, especially at the 12-minute mark, this is almost checkmate in a lot of situations for a lot of these great teams. I really want to see how Onyx Esports holds out here as Blacklist is going to be knocking on their door. Complete disrespect. They're walking right up into the base. They want to end this quick. Here it comes. We're already seeing the engagement. Hep finds up with the perfect execution, getting towards that back line. Daytona's welcome, not going to connect onto the right targets as Boots is managing to deny it. Edward is doing a great job. Rage Blades trying his best, finds the kill. A mega kill going over as Boots falls to the hands of OHEB. It's 2-0 so far, but the crystal is wide open and OHEB going to slowly chip away at the main base. Feathered airstrike again. Keyboy can only do so much. CW in some trouble, Sass. He's trying to hold on. Thorn Rose cut through, doesn't get the combo. That's a third, and that is going to be it. Blacklist International move to the next round. GG, well played.
Oh my god, crisp, clean precision from Blacklist International. The Filipino champs will dethrone the MPL and MPLI champions. Oh my god, that was amazing, and what a match.
That a match indeed. It is one hell of a game, but Blacklist have achieved their sweet, sweet retribution after their performance in MPLI. They've got the revenge.
The story still holds true. MPLI, unfortunately, the championship will not net them any further into the tournament as Blacklist International denies them of that. Edward was phenomenal with this last pick, Lapu-Lapu, and we talked about that pick. So much emotion for Onyx Esports and to build up the story of the entire year. They still clap to the victors, but unfortunately, it's the end of the line.
Yep, big props and huge honors to Onyx Esports here, playing their hearts out for this matchup against Blacklist International. Unfortunately, this is a best of 3. 2 powerhouses. One may move on, the other goes back home. Let's throw it over to our analyst to break down this final game for Blacklist International.
I can only imagine what it's like to have been an Indonesian fan, because I think this moment right here trumps any other upset in M3 so far.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but we're hearing the cheers coming in from Blacklist International. And again, we do have to say congratulations to Onyx Esports making it this far. They played so well. But again, on the side of Blacklist International, they played basically a perfect game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, getting over a 10,000 gold lead without actually ranking up a lot of kills.
Yep, they essentially loaded their save game from game number 1, took all their learnings, all the while, bigger picture here, macro-wise, Onyx Esports tried something completely new.
Yeah, but I feel like this game is also a point of petition to show the Moondot is like, yeah, this hero is kind of unfair, should really be illegal. She's basically a marksman, but with the stats of a mage, where the range of a mage and the availability of skills, she has a lot of skills there. Basically, she can have 2 ults at one point.
Without the downside of these usual spellcaster marksmen. Let's check out the items in, again, the fastest game in this best of 3. We were expecting to see this matchup prior to M3 in the grand finals. This is what we pegged as the 2 strongest teams in the tournament, but it's come down to this.
Yeah, and again, looking at the kills, 1 to 7. It's not a lot of kills, but a lot of turrets have been brought down, again, because of this Beatrix. Once she completed the Blade of Despair, OHEB is like, all right, guys, we won. Let's just push the turrets. And then they push every single one of them with the Renner. And then from the side of Onyx Esports, they tried to scale. And I feel like they were almost getting to that point, but they can't properly engage because this Hylos is a very tanky front line, but it's not a crowd control. It's not a puller. It's not someone that you can set up, especially Leo. You saw how fast he melted.
Yep, it was the same concept of how Boots carried game number 2, wherein they wanted to go in and out, have Keyboy play with Boots, and try to buy time for Drian and eventually take over from there. But it was just too slow of a pace of a plan to try and take down Blacklist, to try and break the code. I also want to note here, Edward was so instrumental in this victory, pack in some heat. He does have the Rose Gold Meteor, gonna be super key when he's trying to catch out Drian. He doesn't mind all those bats, doesn't mind that Sanguine Claw, and as well is just all the more lethal with those basic attacks, with the attack speed. Looking at the stats, let's see where the damage is coming from based on Blacklist. Oh wow, the KDA machine, the MVP machine in Haji, spacing out the lineup of Onyx that tried to scale. 65k on that Farsa.
I like the thing that you said, spacing out, because that is the story of this game. Because looking at the side of Onyx Esports, the highest damage is coming from CW, 27,000, and that's actually coming from all of Onyx, except for the side of Boost, which only 11,000. The rest is ranking over 20,000. And for the side of Blacklist, again, we're looking at Haji, 65, Edward, 35. The lowest damage is on my Venus, 21,000, but that's still very, very impressive. And right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, Oheb, with this Beatrix 5-0-0. 71% kill participation, almost 100% turret kill participation.
Yep, it's a new era for Oheb here, earning himself a new nickname, the Filipino Sniper. It's going to be an interesting run for Beatrix. I wonder if this is enough for teams to actually consider, because in the hands of a very skilled player like Oheb, the youngest in the Blacklist family, it's so reliable. There was no true peel besides for Wise's Barats, and that was enough. The few times that Oheb was in trouble this whole game were in game 2, and that's when they had the range disadvantage. But now that they have all of the space to play with, again, bought by that Farsa on Haji, it was just easy pickings. Again, 13 minutes, they closed out this one and the series. Let's check out the highlights.
Yeah, right now looking at the highlights of game number 3, there's not going to be a lot because, again, most of the highlights that happened in this game is very small skirmishes, or in this kind of situation where from the side of Onyx Esports, they did the best that they can, but even on stage, we can see the frustration in the face, like, what can we do?
Yep, on paper, all these early trades were slowly benefiting Onyx Esports, right? If you're able to get one out of the 2 and then walk away with that, repeat this in a cycle of maybe 5 or 6 times across a 15, 16-minute game, you are eventually going to scale. But in this case, Blacklist International, they just put the pedal to the metal, gas on the floor, went from 0 to 150, and just ended in 13 minutes. That's why there's very few moments we saw, and that's what eventually eliminated their international rival in Onyx Esports.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because, again, they were looking at Drain, they were looking at the Sicilian to really carry the game, late game. But again, Oheb, with that one runner shot, Drian's HP was gone. Like, how can he dish out the damage when he cannot be in front to actually dish out the damage?
All of the members of Blacklist International at this point have earned the spotlight, but in this 3-game series, it's all about Oheb. We're actually going to be throwing it over to Mara once more. Congratulations to Blacklist International. GG well played to Onyx Esports. Mara is on the stand right now with Oh My Venus, the queen of MPL Philippines. Mara, what's the queen got to say?
Blacklist International has protected the crown, and here with me is the captain. Oh my Venus, oh my goodness, congratulations.
Thank you so much, we're still alive.
You're still alive. So first of all, I have to say, Coach Bonchan, before the game started, he said that you guys were excited, but I could tell, I could feel the aura in the room that you were all very nervous. In fact, I was supposed to interview you and you said, not yet, you wanted to concentrate in the game. How were you able to turn that anxiousness around to turn that into a win?
Syempre unang-una tiwala talaga sa teammates, and sila din kasi yung nag-boost ng moral ng bawat isa sa amin. And actually, katulad nga sinabi ni Coach Bonchan, sobrang excited kami sa match against Onyx Esports, since alam naman natin na sila yung tumalo sa amin sa MPLI. And also, ever since na matalo kami sa BTK, talagang mas tinriple, mas tinimes 4 namin yung efforts namin and yung preparation namin. Kaya sobrang excited kami na ayun, maglaro ngayon. And thank God, nanalo kami.
Oh, Venus said, first of all, yes, they were really nervous, and it was really quite good for them to beat Onyx. You know what? I'm trying to translate everything you said as best as I could. And as soon as you got defeated from BTK, you tried to come up with everything you've got to come into this game. I hope I did that everything great. Now, you mentioned BTK.
Yeah.
MPL Season 8, you only lost once in the regular season, and you said that was a blessing because you were able to learn a lot of lesson. Now,
Yes.
when you lost to BTK, I know that was a heartbreaking loss for you guys.
Yes.
You came out stronger. What lesson did you take from that you used to be able to win today?
Actually, sobrang dami, as in, like, sobrang daming na-open na mata. I mean, talagang sobrang eye-opener na natalo kami sa BTK. Kasi, dahil nga madalas kaming manalo from MPL Season 7, Season 8, MPL and MSC. Parang lagi kami nananalo to the point na sabihin na natin na nakakalimutan na namin kung bakit nga ba kami naglalaro. And yung pagkatalo sa BTK, sobrang naging eye-opener sa amin na ayun, after na matalo, sobrang usap-usap kami, like parang nagkaroon kami ng open forum, bakit nga ba kami natalo? And then doon ulit nabuo yung kung anong meron kami ever since nung nag-start kaming mabuo yung Blacklist.
Wow, that's very interesting. So Blacklist International, they went on undefeated for the longest time in Season 7, in Season 8, and in the group stages. And at one point, they forgot why were they playing. And that defeat with BTK got them to gather together to remind everybody why they're playing together exactly and what they need to do to ensure that they can move forward. Now, I know everybody in the Philippines is cheering right now. Onyx Esports defeated you in MPLI. How sweet is it that you got your revenge today and you're able to move forward?
Actually, I've already said this in one of our interviews. Na ever since we came to Blacklist International, we haven't been defeated by the same team twice. So I'm looking forward in facing BTK again.
The Filipinos for sure are cheering right now. What is your message to all the Filipino fans?
Of course, thank you so much to those who are supporting Blacklist International and also Onyx Philippines. Yan, sana patuloy niyo pa rin kami supportahan, matalo man kami or manalo. Gagawin namin yung best namin para makabawi kami at makapunta pa rin ng Grand Finals. To V-Bar Spam and Blacklist Asians, thank you so much. I love you all.
They're going to do everything they can to move forward and take the crown, break the code to bring it home. Congratulations once again, Queen Oh My Venus. Good luck on the next round.
Thank you so much.
What an exciting matchup. Blacklist International is moving forward. Now up next, there's gonna be a battle between Dell and Cade. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the M3 World Championship powered by Moonton, supported by Singapore Tourism Board and presented by TikTok.
stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Waking up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
The game starts now.
Light to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has legendary.
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down.
Ayat, tabok tit.
Sạm đáng tiếc.
Xem mòn tên là bóng.
Ta, lẻ chạm, bát bỏ. Ta chưa? Ta chưa.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Peng Indonesia.
Dukung Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me.
Let's go.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket battles here at M3 World Championships live from Suntec, Singapore. This is all presented to you by TikTok Live, powered by Moonton and supported by the Singapore Tourism Board. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, we have Badel taking on Cade in the second match of the day. Still with you on the desk, it's Mirko, Gideon Q, and Wolf.
So far, today's games have been good. We started off with a bit of a banger. Now we're going to slow things down to see how the rest of the regions are going to be up against each other. Very excited for Cade up against Badel, especially for Cade, considering how they were able to move on from their previous matchup.
Yeah. These are the two teams that kind of reminded us that maybe in the West, where Mobile Legends isn't that big yet, they are making a statement already. And both Badel as well as Cade, I am excited to see them because maybe they can bring out something from their own region.
Yeah, M3 has been magical so far. Maybes all across the board. And of course, once again, it is all thanks because of this. Powered by Moonton. Ladies and gentlemen, M3 World Championships is supported by the Singapore Tourism Board and also presented by TikTok Live. Now, all of you guys, can you imagine 36 hours on a flight all the way to Singapore? Well, I can, because Singapore has been great. So for those of you guys who are wondering what Singapore is like, go ahead and follow at visit_Singapore. And don't forget to hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share what you're looking forward to do in Singapore. Maybe you want to come here to watch the M3 World Championships. A lot of you are, so let's get it.
Speaking of get it. Today, I'm curious to see how it's going to be playing out here because we're going to be looking at the brackets in a short moment here and we can kind of see the overall journey because Badel dropping down from the upper brackets, losing to EVOS SG, and now going up against Cade. I think this is one of their best opportunities to actually make it over against Blacklist here.
Ooh, that... The way that you say it kind of makes it very scary, right? But then again, they have to focus on what's given to them. The best of 3 match before they face Blacklist International is going up against Cade. And then eventually, you have RSG going up against Navi, as well as Todak versus See You Soon. It's going to be the rest of the day for us as we are going to witness 3 more best of 3 matches in the lower bracket.
This is honestly insane. This matchup, right? Turkey versus Brazil. Cade, the first runner-up, taking on Badel. We've all, heard the stories of Badel. This team flew out without their main roster, having to swap all their roles together, with Paranoid coming in as a stand-in, also far away, moving from the mid lane to that jungle position. Going up against a team that has just been so consistent in MPL Brazil and has this solid lineup time and time again throughout the regular season of MPL Brazil. It is going to be really hard, but with the help of our official gaming gear Razer, I think they might be able to do it here, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, official travel partner as well, Tumi, official gaming chair, Secret Lab, official payment partner, Frank by OCBC, official network partner, Singtel 5G, our partners in esports, MiWatch, and our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming, will be helping all of the teams here today.
You know, speaking of that, right? Overall, the performance coming in from Cade, you definitely see, especially for King, he's starting to show his overall true colors, but he's going to have to deal with Paranoid so far, who is working out really, really well for Badel and also carrying some of these games.
You know, it wasn't that easy for both teams to be here, but you can say that it was a kind of a cruise for Cade, at least from the previous week. But, of course, Badel, that maybe that experience that they got from the upper bracket, maybe they can bring something after learning a lot of knowledge from that upper bracket match.
Yeah. Badel has a lot of games, the most played games in the group stages, and now let's get straight into it. They're gonna make their way onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first team onto the stage right here. Let's see, who is it? Who is it? Let me ask you one more time. It's Badel from Turkey walking up to the stage. This is the roster that came here. This isn't even their main lineup, but they've been so ferocious, so mad aggressive. But on the other side as well, we have Cade, the first runner-up of Brazil. This team is looking to take names.
So far, they've already taken down the GX squad here. Now, up against Badel. What do you think the odds are looking like here, Wolf?
Ooh, it's gonna be very close as Cage. They were, whenever we see them win, right, they look really powerful. They look really scary. But when they lose, they lose. It's, when they won against GX previously, there wasn't much that we can get from them. I think that they didn't really show us their main strategy. Now going up against a team that came from the upper bracket, taking one game away from EVO's SG, kind of means that they should be bringing something into the table. Maybe somewhere along the lines of snatching the Lolita pick away from Bedell. Maybe your big Selena plays, right? So that is what we can expect from this matchup.
What I'm expecting personally is just straight up fire. Again, both of these teams need to prove a lot now that, again, Bedell coming into the tournament, no expectations, but since the group stage, a lot of expectations, especially from the Turkish fans who are just spamming the comments. I love this, man. The support for Bedell has just been at an all-time high, but I want to see some Brazilians as well. Where's the voice for Cade?
Look, I mean, they're halfway across the world. These fans have to be up and early and more, so it's going to be hard to expect them to support them at this point of time. But when the time comes, there will be a time where they will have that opportunity, and they can do it in the game itself if they have no other choice. However, coming back into this matchup here, let's keep it focused overall because BDL are looking strong.
Let's take a look at the team lineup here. We have Paranoid, Alien, Yunshi, Faraway, and Osmo. This roster was able to bring a lot from the group stages onto the upper brackets as well, almost beating out EVO Singapore. Not just one game, but actually in that second game, the second game that it almost won, that was really close. They only needed that base left.
Yeah, it's very important to take note for Bedell that you have to look for Asmo. Like you're talking about this Lolita pick that almost gave them 2 wins in the upper bracket against EVOs, and he was very instrumental in the tempo control on the side of Bedell. You also have to look at Alien and how confident he is playing as the playmaker, I say, for Bedell.
Well, honestly, for me, Asmo as well as Paranoid are the two big standouts here. Faraway definitely has a good part to play, but he's overall super consistent. But Asmo is giving him that space, matching JPL in a lot of those matchups, especially on this Lolita pick. I'm expecting him to do a lot of work in this particular matchup up against Cade.
Yeah, we can talk about the statistics, but what I want to talk about personally is whether or not they fix the mistakes that they have suffered, that they have made against EVO Singapore. The #1 critical mistake, lethal mistake, was that they weren't on the same page, especially on that last final push when Paranoid only needed to hit that base 2 more times and it would have been over. They would have been able to take EVO Singapore to match point. Have they fixed that up? And what are the communications, what are the organizations trying to plan out for the match against Cade? Because in the roster as well, Prime, Takashi, Louise, King, and Mikey, definitely not a team that you could just overlook.
The last stalwart for Brazil in the M3 lower bracket. You can see that Luis has been a phenomenal when they win, right? So we're looking at Luis. He looks good when they're winning, when he's given a good matchup. For example, maybe we can see some of the mage pickups coming out from this guy, like the Lunox, most specifically, the signature pick for Luis. But King as well, not too shabby at all. The jungler for squad. I mean, whenever he plays this Paquito, he's confident. However, I would say the most impressive for me was Mikey during their win against Onyx Esports in the group stages. With this Ruby pick, was able to just make so many plays for his team.
Yeah, it's the space that's being created here. And I think, obviously, we're looking at Takashi as well. Given the time and effort, he can start pushing his advantages into the enemy bases. My biggest concern is for Prime. I'm not seeing a lot of aggression. He plays extremely controlled, and he's playing more like a support than he is a mid laner. I want him to be a little bit more selfish this time around. Once he gets those power spikes, then start thinking about supporting the team.
I agree. Going in for the aggression, that's something that we need to see from the Brazilian teams, because yesterday, honestly, Red Canids, they played it very passive. Honestly, you can't really just compare these two teams just because they're from the same region, but it does give a little bit of like, you can kind of read it a little bit from the plays, right? Because Cade, they struggled beating the Red Cannons because of that passive style. This time around against Bedell, a team that is just not afraid to pull the trigger. We've seen the diversions, the absolute just genius of this squad. And now let's take a look at the team head-to-head.
Now, looking at the head-to-head, immediate thing that stands out, total overall damage. Obviously going over to BDL because they played the most amount of games during their group stages and only had to play 4 games up against EVO's SG. But overall win rate looking in favor of Cade.
Yeah, Yeah, and not only that, the heroes that we'll be looking for definitely is the Pakido, as it is shared between the most picked heroes of two teams. It's going to be the Lunox for the side of Bedell because they want to run that for Cade because they want to run that in the gold lane.
Yeah, let's see then. Bedell, keys to victory. Number one, keeping up that map pressure. They get the map pressure, but how do they keep it? How do they maintain it? Secure early objectives, contest or ban the B-Tricks, and initiate that wraparound. They're so good in these crazy team fights when they are able to get those crazy flanks on with the Luo Yi. Just overall, they're a really good team when it comes to just skirmishing.
Yep. Keeping up map pressure is easy to say, but definitely hard to do. Which kind of means that you can draft in a way that you have scaling heroes, but at the same time you have early game and mid game control. That's how you keep up with the map pressure. But we're gonna be looking at Cade, their keys to victory. Create the space for Luis. We talked about this already. Contest the Eve or the Lilia. We saw that as well in their most picked heroes. You have to shut down Fireway early on, and lastly is to prioritize the mid mage, which, you know, coincides with what you wanted to say earlier on, Gideon.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the mid game has been one of the biggest problems for a lot of the teams, and it's really separating those who are lacking experience and others who feel it. Once you have that, you don't need a slight bit of momentum. You can understand when your power spikes come about through the mid game and transition it into something bigger. That's when you see the big difference between these teams. Hopefully, Prime will be able to get either Yves or even Lilia. At least it's something straightforward, allowing him to be extremely utility-based for the team.
You know, let's take a look at the player head-to-head now that we're on that point now for both King and Faraway, the junglers, right? Statistically, King has just been taking it. KDA, GPM off the roofs, but that kill participation, this does show that Faraway, he is willing to just play for the team. Even though sometimes he dies with the team, that kill participation is something that we need to look at in this game because Cade, even though, sure, yes, they are a good team. Individually, they're great, but they like to play those individually, right? But Dell, they forced you into these crazy team fights, these crazy brawls that takes a lot of coordination.
Yeah, the stats just really reveal the main playstyle of both teams, and they're both junglers. For King, it's more on going for the solo kills. High GPM and high KDA, going for the solo plays, the ISO plays. But looking at Faraway is more tailored towards moving in with his team with 75.9% kill participation on a jungler. It's pretty high. Kind of means that Bedell wants to group up, and that's how they approach the games.
Yep, and I think the clash of styles could be a little bit of a problem, especially for Cade here. And I think, you know, BDL is one of those few highly contrasting teams in that sense, because as you mentioned, Miracle, yes, they do like to get into those scrambles. However, Cade, on the other hand, they play, because they come from at least a professional MPL background in Brazil, you can see that their styles is a little bit more linear, a little bit more textbook, something that is definitely readable for BDL. And actually is one of the factors why BDL was able to take that game off of EVOS SG.
Yeah, well, if they were able to take that game off of EVO Singapore, the MVP would definitely be paranoid. And you guys can also become the MVP with this ultra-responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency and get the edge you need while gaming on the go. That's what the players are using right now to be able to communicate with such low latency. So go ahead with Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G connection.
Okay. Heading into the draft, some of the most important heroes that we're looking for definitely is Lolita, you go for Even, as well as Lilia, and most importantly, the Clint. Now with Audience's prediction, guys, this is quite close, honestly.
Yeah. Very close, but more of the, I mean, technically all of the Southeast Asian teams right there prioritizing or preferring Bedell, but very different from CIS.
Oh, that's not all. I mean, Turkey, you're seeing maximum support here, even more than the Philippines, 99 to 1% here. And even Brazil, 99 to 1%. That's what we want to see.
That's what I want to see, man. You support your country, support your teams, man.
I wonder when there will come a time where there's 100%, but 99%, that's, whew, okay. I thought that the 98% was really high already, but this guy, this straight up beats it.
Yep, beating it by literally 0.1. But overall, let's see how this draft is going to begin here, because I'm curious to see who's going to go on what side, especially when it comes down to K, because overall, I think they have been performing much better on the red side than they have blue.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, Bedell, Honestly, right now, if we're taking a look at both of the compositions, both of the teams, what are the true winning conditions for both of them? Because Cade, yes, they have a lot of these crazy things. They're able to get the leads in from the get-go in the early stages from the lanes alone. But Badel, they kind of have like a similar style to Blacklist, where they want to just clump up these members. Let's fight, bro. Let's go for a war. And you know what? Let's just get straight into the drafts right now. Badel going out for the Beatrix ban is going to be Cade responding with the Paquito.
Yeah. They shared that Paquito as their one of their team's priority picks, and I will not be surprised if that will be the priority if it comes in the next few games, right? But for this time, we're gonna have to ban it. Beatrix is a hero that we saw in the game #1 and the entire tournament also being played so much between Beatrix as well as the Clint. It's a toss-up between what really is the marksman of the M3 meta. We know for sure that the face of the playoffs has been Lolita, and that is a hero that I 100% want to see in this game. Look at that Ruby. We mentioned this before. Mikey was phenomenal with this hero in their win against Onyx Esports, so they straight up ban it out.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It really does. Making sure they don't have any ways to really engage here, and more importantly, start opening up, especially in the EXP lane, so the Alien can start enabling and start opening up that map, especially towards the EXP side, and start pressing in, especially for these first objectives that BDL overall like to contest for.
That's the thing. Badel really likes to go for neutral objectives, very, very heavy on that neutral objective play around, but Cade banning away the Matilda and the Paquito may kind of point at the direction that they might still want to go for a front-to-back style of composition, getting two of the hard engage heroes out of the way, and Badel as well. They want to dive, it seems, because Beatrix and Ruby, they're really good at countering that dive.
Speaking of dive, the anti-dive that we can see are Farsa and Eve not yet banned by both teams, which also means that it will be a trade-off eventually. Other heroes that they have not traded among Hayabusa and Link, but this time it's Hayabusa as the ban for Badel. Cade looking for the ban on the Link. Or perhaps an Aiden.
They could just open it all up here, but no, instead they ban out Esmeralda, Natan as well as Link wide open for anybody's taken here. I'm curious to know whether or not they're going to start looking for Eve.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with the Eve, honestly. 57% win rate, 14 times has been picked up, and more bans. But Farsa and the Phobias, the Esmeralda ban was a setup for the Phobias to be picked up, and now Cade, they are already forcing Badel, go pick an assassin, see how that works out for you.
The ban on the Esmeralda just signals us that it's gonna be Phobias, and with that instant Eve pick, you have that Astro's Eye to counter that. 100% of the time, you're just gonna be able to shut down the real-world manipulation, almost unplayable if you're Eve going up against the Phobias. But Badel, they know already that there's a Phobias, they will veer away from dashes. To also counter the Farsa, they have the Yuzhong, and obviously that Brody, so much damage already for the side of Badel. The long-range artillery coming out from both the Brody and Eve makes it so that Cade, even when they have the Phobias, it's very hard to engage.
I like it, man. That Yuzhong is great, considering that you already are up against someone like the Farsa and a Clint. So picking up a Clint after you see the Yuzhong with the Farsa, right now, I'm leaning towards Badel, man. They have the composition to be able to, firstly, Eve can zone away the Clint. Secondly, that Yuzhong can just follow it up and cancel Farsa's ultimate away. So, very conflicting right now, but I would say Badel has a stronger comp for now.
Well, I mean, it's going to come down to the supports here. That's what I personally believe. And we're seeing that the junglers, at this point, junglers are all going to generally fill in that same role. Cade is going to be looking to get rid of all these hard divers, Rogers. If they want to get rid of an assassin, sure, but they've already got the Phobias, but Phobias has his priorities set. Amon's going to be banned out by BDL. And, speaking of which, Badel, I think at this point, if they're afraid of anything, Amon is pretty low on that list, assuming they won't give over that first initial kill to start the snowball, but I guess that's just a bit too much of a risk.
Especially because of the fact that they have both Brody as well as this Eve. Don't want to be bursted down. You want to deal as much damage because they don't deal damage in big chunks. Kind of need a lot of time. Fanny, you don't want to give it.
It's pretty interesting. You're banning out the Fanny, but you already have the Phobias to kind of counter it if you let them pick it up. I guess they just don't want to face that early aggression after seeing the Yuzhong. They really don't want to get dove on, and Badel will wrap up their draft with that Karina ban.
I'm curious about this Fanny ban. Maybe they're thinking of getting the Estes themselves. it was, I'm not entirely sure if they have our Master Spirit, but instead they go for the Lancelot. This Fanny band coming out from Kids, big question mark.
Yeah, but you could definitely tell both sides highly prioritize these, dive-heavy and also just assassins in general, especially when it comes down to Keith. So BDL very smartly banning them out, and more importantly, the Karina, which I definitely think was the more high-priority ban compared to Amon. But let's see how they're going to finish off their overall draft here. I think at this point of time, what is still left when it comes down to the junglers?
You have Bane, you still have Aldous.
Yeah.
Decent versus the Clint as well as this Farsa. Not really that concerned about the Phovis, although he does have a dash. I mean, considered as a dash. Also have Bane. If you're not gonna go the Blacklist route, you want to go for the Barracks.
Or just pick up a
Ling.
Ooh, Kufra and Ling. I like that, man. Ling, very, very good synergy onto that Yuzong and the Kufra that wants to dive in. Brody can just follow it up from the backside, and the Eve as well to be there. I like this composition coming in from Bazel and Key. Whoa!
Okay.
Gotcha making a debut here at the M3 World Championships from the Brazilian team.
Very interesting. They want to be able to have a secondary raid to actually stop Yi by having the Sky Guardian's avatar come crashing in as soon as it drops down. However, there is that channel time, so the damage could already be laid out before the cancellation. So I guess it's about execution now.
This
Thoughts
is
on the Gato Kacha?
If we're looking at Gato Kacha, I always feel that it's slow. It's more the damage. It doesn't have like the utility that you get from something like a Rafaela or maybe a Matilda. And knowing that the Phovis has already been picked up, this means that this Gato Kacha will be a roamer. So that also is out of my own taste. But then again, this is the World Championship. Maybe they have prepared something with this. Surely that's good lockdown against the Ling as well as the Brody. And that's good. I mean, the easiest way to gap close, right? Just pop the ultimate, you're anywhere in the map, but it doesn't look right to me because it is a very slow hero and it kind of needs to hit every single thing, right? It's a very skill shot based hero, which, if you compare that to Rafaela,
there's one that's clearly easier compared to the other here. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just rather curious. Well, while we have this technical issue going on, but we have a little bit more time to discuss about it. I do like the Kufra overall. However, I feel like a Lolita for side of Cade would have been quite nice as well.
Yeah, imagine if it was actually a Lolita. You kind of make it difficult for the Brody to deal the damage.
Exactly.
Decent versus the Eve. You protect your Lancelot into the jungle, and if ever, you can protect the Clint in the gold lane. So I share the sentiments. I think that last pick Gato Kacha, as cheeky as it sounds, might not be the solution that Kid is looking for.
And the setup that Lolita provides is insane, right? Gato Kacha, again, sure, he can engage, he can go for the CC, but it's not reliable. It's very short range. That taunt that he has is very short range. And the ultimate, it charges up. Like you said, Gideon, it takes pretty long while to charge it up.
Yep, the channel time is going to be important here. However, at the very least, what Gato is good at is going for those short range taunts, especially when you're up against something like Ling.
Yes.
Hopefully he's going to be able to hit that and buy that little bit of time, get that movement speed slow to actually create the space necessary. Well, it's not a hard way to create space, but at least gives a little bit of outplayability for the rest of his teammates.
What's crazy is they still want to pick up the Ling after the Phobius has been picked up. That is really crazy in my opinion. But let's see how that pays off here for Badel. Let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the lower bracket battle. It's Cade and Badel.
Oh my goodness. The tempo that Kid can actually play with is quite in the middle. It's not that fast, it's not that slow. I say this because they have the Lancelot, but you kind of need a little bit of time, maybe get the first item before you actually get some kills up. And if you're looking at the Clint, it's not really super duper late game based. And I also want to say that about the Phobius, you need to wait for your first item and then you eventually get the fight. So, Kid, if you're looking at their composition, it's quite in the middle. But if you're looking at Badel, they have covered the early stages up until the late stages. Ling, a good scaling hero, as well as the Brody in the early stages together with this Kufra and Eve.
Oh, I wonder what's going on there. Another technical pause has been called here. Looks like issues are still persisting. And hopefully that's going to get fixed up because we need these teams to be playing in tip-top shape.
Yeah, right now, again, another technical pause coming in from Badel right now. There is a technical issue, an internet issue perhaps here. So we're just going to have to wait it out again. M3 World Championships, we prioritize fair play, so give them some time. We don't want any excuses, of course, from the team. So we're just going to have to wait it out a little bit more. But this does give us more time to maybe dissect the draft a bit more. Ling after a Phobius pick. Now,
okay,
interesting, very interesting.
I know you know this because the Link can actually outplay the Phobia so easily because of the dash. You can just time it out. If you dash out using the Cloud Walker, you can just use the sword, the Defiant Sword immediately, so that when the animation does come, you drag him to that position, and you also lure the Phobius out. So honestly, if you're looking at the Ling versus the Phobius, you're not really that scared. You only need the Demon Hunter Sword. You already deal the damage against the Phobius. You can also bait out and outplay the Demonic Force. So yeah, I think that you'll understand why the Ling was picked up. Among all of the heroes, particularly assassins that have dash, Ling has the most outplay potential against the Phobius.
Well, that's fair. I want to bring attention over towards the gold lane here. We brought this up during the group stages here, and now, after watching so many teams go through this matchup before, I want to know your thoughts. Which is more dominant here, Clint or Brody in that gold lane matchup? Which should be the winning matchup here? I am still pretty undecided.
Ooh. All right, for me personally, I think it's gonna be still Clint. You know, Clint, I feel like he just controls that early stage. He has better wave clear in the early stages and better dueling, better trading. All the Clint needs to do in the early stages is just make sure the Brody doesn't get farmed. That's all you need to do. Or if he gets farmed, punish him for it. Basically, just do all that it takes you to stop that Brody from hitting level 4, from hitting that power spike, and then from there on it's so easy. You just keep on snowballing, keep on going in. But what you need to think about after you hit that level 4, don't overcommit, because in that all-out kind of brawls, it's always going to be the Brody.
You know, there's a little bit of story time for all the viewers out there. Now, when MPL Season 8 started between Malaysia, on Philippines as well as Indonesia, then Season 2 for Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, we all started with Nathan being one of the top Nathan picks, right, in the gold lane. And when teams look at it, there's really no marksman matchup that can win against the Nathan. Then came the buffs on certain heroes, particularly the Clint, who, you know, teams found out that it is indeed the winning matchup against the Nathan. And then they also found like Kimmy, the likes of the Brody at a certain point. But when it comes to ranking them up in terms of the matchup, just straight up the laning stage, right? Clint is always on top just because of the range. Then eventually they found out that Beatrix with the sniper can actually win against the Clint. So at this point in time, Clint versus the Brody, the rage advantage of the Brody just, you know, trumps up the Clint, I mean, of the Brody in the laning stage. I'm talking about just the laning stage.
I suppose. And no, CU students coming in for MPL Cambodia is what you meant there. Yeah. But overall, I want to agree with you here, but Upatizi has definitely shown a different side of it, right?
Yeah.
Being able to get those early trades on, and especially when you have your corrosive up, just go in for the quick knockup, pull back away before he's able to get the quick draw off in time, and then look to rush level 2. It's really dependent on that level 1 who can get that first wave down. The moment you hit level 2, immediately look for the punish.
Yeah. And normally these laning matchups, as much as we want to say that one hero is better over the other, what I normally see from teams is that they call out the roamer, and all of a sudden, the laning matchup doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. That's the reason that the Brody and Clint matchup hasn't been going the way of Clint these many times, because again, it's just been the roamers coming in and disrupting, man. They're destroying the 1v1s, man, and it's not good for the gold laners. Technically, it is good for the losing gold laner.
Oh, yeah,
but
it is.
Again, it just comes down to how the team wants to play around these gold laners, right? If they want, let's say a roamer goes up to the Clint, a roamer goes up to the Brody, then it's still going to be fair. Clint most probably going to be able to have more, but it also depends on who the roamer is. Is it a Selena with kill pressure that can zone away the Brody? Is it someone with healing who can add additional sustain? There's so many, so many different answers, different questions that we can ask here, but if we're talking about a straight up match, 1v1, me and Wolf, we agree on the Clint.
Yeah, I would say
what about you?
To the Clint.
I would say if Brody can play his level 1 well, then it can become a 50-50. Overall, it should be Clint favored.
Yeah, it should be easier. But then again, we're also considering the roamers, right? And between these two teams, it's Kufra versus Katakacha. I think we can fairly say that it is the Brody Kufra having the better duo lane versus like Clint Galocacha? Or am I seeing it differently? Well, it's gonna be difficult. It's difficult to theorize. I want to see it in-game. Hopefully, we get to see like a pure 1v1 in that gold lane.
Hopefully, that's what I want to see right now because we answer our question. Is it Clint or is it Brody, right? But Dell and Cade, maybe they will be the ones who answer the question. Maybe you guys can give us your thoughts as well in the chat right now as we are still in this technical pause. We need to still chill out, relax. But let's talk about another matchup here. The Yu Zhong in that XP lane.
Yep, Yuzong definitely a hero that is great in laning stage, particularly because of that Petrify threat that when teams started to pick it up, Yuzong just became a legitimate meta hero. You know, but then again, teams that really use the Yuzong always consider it as a situational hero. You always have to counter something before you get picked up. It's not like a hero like a Paquito, for example, that's you know, it's a one-size-fits-all kind of hero. Yuzong is very situational still, despite him being very strong against the heroes that he is, you know, used to counter.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you here. I think, you know, I played enough Yuzong to kind of generally understand that, like, at the end of the day, if they have a lot of peel, if they have a lot of disengage, it's just rough. It is just such a rough time to get the job done. You would probably want to play something, even if it's a losing matchup, something like a Benedetta, if there are, you know, certain places that you need to be for faster rotations. But if you are trying to deal with Yve, trying to deal with Barca, just to knock them at least one time to cancel off their ult, I definitely think it's worth it. And in this matchup up against Phoveus, definitely Yuzong favorite from the early levels, and I think even after, even once we hit level 4, I don't think Phoveus should be able to win that. Engagement entirely unless he is at a life deficit.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree with that. You know, the Yu Zhong definitely going to be more lane dominant here. So technically, if we're looking at it, it's very equal right now. You know, the Clint from the side of Cade will be able to get some winnings. You know, be able to get that side to a winning position, especially with the help of the Farsa and the Gacha perhaps. And on the other side, it is also that Yu Zhong.
Yeah, it's a Phoveus. It's a Phoveus versus the Yu Zhong, where Phoveus doesn't really care about much about winning the lanes, honestly. He's just trying to clear the waves, just to focus on getting your first item. Because the thing with Phoveus is, he's not that strong without items, particularly the second item. Because you go for Clock Destiny first, and then your first damage item or sustain item. Before that, he is quite weak.
Overall, I mean, yeah, I would say he is generally quite weak, but with the amount of shields that he does initially get, it helps him kind of, you know, wean through that laning phase.
Yeah.
Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, we just got some news. A technical issue will need to be resolved by this. Probably going to get a little bit of a break here, ladies and gentlemen. Please do stay tuned because we will be back with Badel and Cade.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the M3 World Championships, where Badel and Cade are going to face off here in the lower bracket match. Again, we're still waiting on the players to remake their game, but welcome back. It's me, Mirko, Gideon, Q, and Wolf on the desk.
No, good time to talk about it now here. I was thinking about this, and the question is whether or not BDL or even K, which do you see more potential in? Because right now, they're not exactly at the highest heights just yet. If this is their maximum potential, that'll be something concerning, but there is a lot of potential when it comes down to these Western regions.
What I do like about them is that they are giving us a little bit of a taste of what their metagame looks like. As much as also, I mean, at the same time, while performing in an elimination match. You know, that's really two contrasting things, but at the same time, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? At this point in time, you are in the lower bracket. Maybe this surprise pick might bring you to the next round.
Absolutely, man. Let's see. Let's see again. The players are getting ready for this, but honestly, now we chit-chat about the draft. We chit-chat about the matchups. Let's give our predictions on the draft. Who do you think has the better draft?
That's a tough one. I personally think that Bedell right now is in a very comfortable position with where they're at. The performance of this Ling is going to be heavily dependent on the overall mechanics. There is some outplayability, but I'm still leaning a little more towards BDL in comparison to Kate.
Yeah, you know, I always answer these kind of questions by saying, on which team would I rather play with, right? And that is going to be Bedell. If I'm playing the Eve, for example, I'm happy because I have a Kufra to set up the thing, to set up the kills. When I'm Ling, I'm happier as well because you have the Yuzhong to set up for your Ling, because you always want, if you're Ling, you always want to go with someone to the backlines, right? And that's perfect.
Yeah, well, let's just see the execution. Bedell or K, that is the question right now. Tell us what you think in the chat right now. And boom, bang, bada bing. Let's get into the game of game number one.
Yep. Slow roll so far. I want to see how they want to start attacking the map here. Little Wanderers giving up relatively early. And as you can see, Yuzong is taking control again, taking a really good level 1 trade against Takashi.
Oh, but far away. He is going to spot something missing in his jungle. Will he go inside and check it for himself? It is going to be far away, actually taking it with the Retribution. And King, all those resources, all that time, all spent for nothing.
Well, they did force the Retribution, so that might mean that they will have the earlier Retribution come the turtle fight, if ever. And also, it kind of means that there will be no vertical jungling whatsoever coming out from Bedell, since Farway already expended his. So, those are the weird plays that we can see, but King, you know, he tried.
He did. He tried. He tried his best to go for those crazy plays, go for the invade instantly, knowing that Bedell, Farway really likes to go for the full clear and really like full clear that top side, full clear that bottom side, just like he's doing right now. And he's actually taking a few camps from K, but Osmo, he is already in that top side. Yunshi now auto-attacking the minion as Mikey walks it up, going in for the taunts, not available just yet, as that is going to be Bedell, Osmo. Yunshi, the one using the flicker to get out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team was able to rotate here just in case things get a little bit more dicey so far. King will be able to get the gold crab for now. However, Ling so far is pretty much like untouched, uncontested. He's not looking to kind of force that position on her.
Yeah, Cade, very interesting the fact that they went onto the top side and gave away the pressure for the turtle. We do see that Takashi has rotated and is looking for something, but Alien, he is not in a good position right now. Needs to wait for a little bit of backup. Nazmo already charging that Tyrant's Rage in of that bush, won't connect it to anyone.
A very early take for Bedell to take the turtle, and this is very unlikely because they are using the Ling. And normally, Lancelot versus Ling matchup, Lancelot trumps the Ling when it comes to taking the first objectives. And Bedell already with a late game composition through the Ling. Well, they still have a good early game because of the Brody as well as the Eve and the Kufra. But you know what I'm trying to say, right? They're not really a team that you will expect to win in the latter portions of the game, and then losing that first turtle so easily, not a good sign.
Yeah, it's going to be the exact thing we said. That this is not the battle of the gold laners, it is the battle of the junglers. But look at the King, is going to go in on Phantom Execution. Unfortunately, unable to connect, and Cyrus Revenge will be able to connect on the King, still able to dodge away with the Thorn Rose. But the damage is here, the engage is here as well. Mikey gets the shutdown, the lockdown on the Paranoid. That's going to be Prime flickering in for the double kill as Osmo is looking for another kill on the board. But with no damage left, the Torn Apart Memory will be able to chunk them low, but not enough to take them down.
Wow, really unfortunate there. Farway going back into the fight when he didn't have to. He got a little greedy for the kill on towards King, and King manages to get the Thorn Rose off just in time. The extra iframes really made the difference there.
So weird to see that some jitters, I would say, coming out from both the junglers as Farway overstayed into that wall. At the same time, King also overstayed in the bush. That's why they were punished both by the mid laners and the roamers of each team. This kind of means that the lead that Videl was just really building up now is down the drain. It's just a 600 gold lead for Videl at this point, and maybe this is something that Kid can work with. They now have the Clock of Destiny on this mid lane Farsa. Maybe eventually we'll get the Clock of Destiny on Tekashi and contest this second turtle.
Absolutely. The thing is, right now, for the side of Videl, they need to be careful here because, never mind, maybe Osmo just wants to go for something. Thorn Rose has already been popped by King. Osmo is a little bit aggressive, though. Very, very overextended right now. For the airstrike will be able to punish him down. As that's going to find an execution, almost taking him down. Oh, Demonic Force is there, up and ready. Osmo still able to run away for now. The Flame Shot, unable to connect. Alien now with the Black Dragon form, rotates from the bottom side, trying to look for a play. Goes in with the Furious Dive, gets Prime CC'd, but the turtle is still up and far away will be done, taken away. Tempest of Blades and Divine Sword to pick up 1, 2, and that is going to be a double kill picked up for Videl right now. He is still going for more. Both junglers just having the time of their life. A triple kill for Farway, a maniac for Farway, and the Savage is still up and ready for him. Does he want to go for it? Real world manipulation wasn't in range. Farway, will he dive under the turret? Paranoid is there. Osmo has rotated as well. They might just go for the dive right here and right now. King is in the bush. Farway wants it. Osmo trying to get to the distance. The Thorn Rose has been placed. Phantom Execution as well. But Farway, oh my god. Just a little bit more. But the Savage will not be given over. And that's actually a lot of time bought by Cade.
Oh, he wanted it so badly here. I mean, the team could have gone elsewhere across the map to start punishing and start converting those kills into gold by choking out the jungle. But instead, they greeded out and unfortunately didn't get the cash out.
I want to say, Videl, they really fought in a very good timing because that was the time where the Demon Hunter sword was picked up by Farway together with the Ice Queen Wand on Paranoid. And that Eve with the Ice Queen Wand, although he wasn't able to take the most, make the most out of the real world manipulation, the slows he still get from the Nova as well as the Crystal was enough.
But look at that, Osmo actually using the Tyrant's Rage to the bottom side now. But Cade, they're really fast on the rotations here. Wait a minute, King, was that a mistake? He goes in for the Phantom Execution, but look, the Petrify will be able to connect onto him, and Alien will be able to trade 1-for-1 right now. Cade, they lose their jungler for the price of an XP laner.
Alien played that well. The Petrify came in just at the right time, making sure that he was catching out King. He procs the Shah residue, and more importantly, he's trading upwards here. King is just losing a lot of time in terms of farm, allowing Farway getting a level ahead, and has pretty much cleared up his top side.
Now, almost anyone for Cade is losing their matchups for now. I mean, Mikey also, as the roamer, wants to get the first set of items and get the roam boots up, but unfortunately he's not making the plays. It's only up at 0, 1, and 2. And if you're looking at Luis versus Yunchi, Yunchi's having a great time.
Oh, Osmo, such a clean pickoff right there, but it might be a mistake right now. The Demonic Force will be just going on and on everywhere on the base. It's going to be far away. Not having the Tempest of Blades will finally use it, but he cannot dash any longer as King just picks up the kill onto Paranoid. This is the thing for Videl. They want to die, but they also want to front to back. That Eve is just so open.
Yep, Eve way too open. Her positioning is going to be the most important out of all of them here, and especially since they need to know the position of specifically Mikey. The moment he's gone, then they have a lot of things they don't have to worry about. But now Alien's in trouble.
Oh, Alien's still able to run away, dodging everything. That's not Happy Feet. That's Happy Wing because he's flying.
Oh my goodness. That's not the only time that he was able to dodge outside the skills of Skate. In fact, in the bottom lane where he was able to get the trade-off against King, he also dodged the Phantom Execution as well as the Thorn Rose. So, well done coming out from Alien. We'll see more from this guy, but you know how it is. That's an easy way to execute, and we're talking about ease of execution. Videl, this is really an easy game for them when it comes to just, showing, comboing their skills up.
They have really good follow-up so far, but I think the question is when is Cade going to start, coming back into this? And I think it's when we start hitting around the 11th minute.
Oh, wait a minute. Faraway is 2 levels ahead of King and is actually going to be able to bully him away from his own jungle. Faraway taking an orange buff. 3 buffs to his name right now.
More so that the gap is getting further and further away. Key just needs one good fight. Literally just one good fight. And if they can get far away out early on, if Mikey can catch him in the middle of his Defiant Sword, I think that could really start changing the pace of this game.
The thing is, right now, Mikey, this Gotted Kacha hasn't been the threat that they want, right? They want this Gotted Kacha to be able to get some pickoffs on the board, especially the link, maybe even chain it with a Demonic Force, but so far, it just hasn't been effective. Maybe now, though, whiffs it, and it is going to be Mikey failing on the taunt once again, far away now. 2 levels ahead of King still, with the bottom side taken down.
Yunchi has been split pushing for the longest time now. Gets a tier 2 top and also gets a tier 1 in the bottom lane. Almost all of the lanes, particularly the 3 turrets that Bedell got, was off of Yunchi's pushing.
Yep, and now, Asmo, he's gonna go and back away. Mikey comes in, but unable to hand onto anyone. Now Asmo going for the Tyrant's Revenge. Takashi will be able to go into the Demonic Force, but onto the wrong target. He's way too overextended here, and it might be a mistake from Takashi. Huge Demonic Force coming in, but the bigger Furious Dive by Alien to be able to knock 2 members up and pick up a 1-for-0.
Alien just does it again. Really nice Petrified, kind of opening up that fight a little bit more to allow the rest of his team to kind of bail out of these tough situations. And I think overall, considering that they didn't lose much out of it, big win for Bedell.
Yeah. Also, all of the lanes are pushing against Keed. Wonderful usage of the real-world manipulation this time coming out from Paranoid. He knows that the avatar of the Guardian is already used, as well as the fact that Takashi does not have the Astro's Eye. He immediately pops the real-world manipulation, deals the damage, and now Bedell will take more.
Yeah, far away, has this purple buff. King needs to be able to come back and take this purple buff away from him because this is just getting too dominant for the side of Bedell. This jungle, at this point, King hasn't gotten that orange buff, and now finally will be able to get his purple buff, but the Lord has spawned in. Alien going in for the Fierce Dive, almost able to connect it onto Mikey, but a good dash to save him out of that one. Right now, Bedell's still in control.
Yeah, I think Bedell need to make more cross-map plays. They have a link. The moment they have the purple buff on top of him, he will be able to traverse the map really, really quickly. If we pull up the items, we're already seeing Dreadnought armor. Dreadnought armor already on top of Yunchi. He's expecting to be defensive, but the fight already breaking out.
Far away, jumping in under the turret. The Phantom Execution perfectly timed to be able to get the taunt! Lands onto 3! Cade, they finally found a fight, an opening to go for more right now. Takashi pops the Demonic Force, but beautiful timing on that Phantom Execution, timing the Tempest of Blades on that the right time.
The read coming out from Keed is we saw the King using the Phantom Execution just to know where Faraway was and punish him duly in this game. For the longest time, Faraway has been taking so many kills from using the Cloudwalker and getting all those snipes, but this time King says no. And now they have a little bit of advantage into the Lord area, but will not be using it. And I want to take out Asmo, but no bail.
Cade. At this point, they're just trying to play around the objectives, maybe look for some crazy fights, and I like it from them because they have the pressure in the bottom side. This is aggressive from Osmo, knowing that his teammates aren't there yet. That was just a chunk of damage lost from him, and Farsa will be able to reposition himself. So right now, it's just honestly a very equal game, but the Phoveus pushing the bottom side does make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Phoveus is getting a lot of pressure, it's going to keep Cade at least within range for one fight to turn things around. This Lord, now becoming a Luminous Lord, already going to be hyper effective for both sides, and especially for Cade if they want to start getting these objective goals.
Then look at the matchups. Paranoid is already 1,000 gold ahead of Prime, and that's great because now he has Brute Force Breastplate on top of Durance as well as Ice Queen 1.
Oh, far away, pops in the Tempest Blade, is dashing everywhere. Demonic Force will be able to catch him off guard, and that's going to be the Fierce Dive connected on a Makey. It's going to be him taken down right now. A 1-for-0 for the side of Bedell. Even though Faraway went in for that 1v2, it was great. He bought a lot of time. Oh my god, but the damage coming in from Louise and King is nothing you can overlook. This is huge right now at the power spike for Cade.
You have to respect the damage output of the clean, even if you're the Ling. You see how Faraway was always poked, and now it's not going to stop.
Oh, Tempest of Blaze maybe trying to outplay right now, and he will be able to right now. King is going to the Thorn Rose. Prime is caught and the double kill. Perfect calculations. Osmo goes in for the re-engage, trying to go for some more kills on the board. Faraway joins Alien, but Louise is too clean with it, still able to kite away. Now, Takashi caught in the midst of it all in a 1v4. Real-world manipulation to deal some damage, but a beautiful disengage from Takashi.
He asked Rosai to cancel the rule manipulation.
Yeah, it works out. He's making sure that whoever... Oh, no, this is so risky. They're so low, and they still want to try and force this out. And so far, let's not forget that Luis has been scaling up quite well. Mikey might be able to just throw himself in there, but let's see.
Oh, let's see. He's going to go in, and the Lord will be taken away by Faraway with the Tempest of Blades popped as well. Osmo goes in for the Tyrant's Revenge. It's going to be Faraway dashing back and forth. It's going to be Mikey just getting the taunt onto Osmo, and Kane maybe going for a team fight. Demonic Force has been popped, connecting on the two members right now. Alien will be able to disengage, but Paranoid, a little bit of a mistake there as the Feathered Airstrike will come through, and all of it will connect. The positioning of Prime's Feather Airstrike is beautiful.
Now they get the turret for it. My God, Prime! Very good usage of the Feathered Airstrike. Eventually, they will try to get a push up top lane. They have the Farsa as well as the Lancelot here. Lord will be marching up top, but they do have the damage, and we do have the replay.
Well, let's look at this one more time, because the way this fight initially started, it's looking really, really good for VK. They had already pushed them out way further, and Prime didn't have to use his Feathered Airstrike. And just save it to pick off the last couple of members, knowing that Takashi only has a limited amount of demonic forces to use.
Yeah, you just see that Finch Poise just dashing away from the taunt right now as Batel are trying to claim the orange well for themselves. Faraway will be the one picking it up, and VK, they need to start being... Honestly, at this point, what do they need to do? Because they've been trying to go for the fights. They've been trying to defend. What they did well was just now, because of Bazel's mistake, they overcommitted, they stayed too long, overextended, and that was when Cade were able to punish them. But at this point, when they're both full HP, full of resources, what they can do is probably nothing right now as Luis just gets completely dove onto them. And Faraway will pop the Tempest of Blades. The damage will come through, and that's going to be the follow-up coming in. Osmo, the only one taken down from the side of Bazel. Takashi is still able to deal some damage, going in for the Demonic Force, following Faraway away, but again, not much from that. It's a 2-for-1 on the hands of Badel as they just keep on building this gold lead.
It's painfully slow. It really is painfully slow here, because right now Kate is playing really defensively, and they're trying to punish Badel, but half the time their target priority is like, oh, we're only going to send one person at a time. Faraway, okay, Faraway, let's send Takashi in. We'll probably throw in invest one Feathered Airstrike. We're not even going to use the Phantom Execution. We're just hoping for the best at that point. They need to expand their resources and distribute it properly, yes, but at least get some form of a kill, get some form of way to beat that economy back.
One thing that Kid can do to reach to that point is to take advantage of how Bedell is looking to siege. Because if you're looking at the members of Bedell, only Yunchi has free hit access as a ranged hero. And whenever they find this Brody just hitting the turrets, maybe they can pop the Farsa ult and then eventually overwhelm them with it. Because if you're looking at their composition, they have good they have good sieging as well. Farsa with the coverage, you have Luis on the damage, you also have the Phobius to just disrupt them, as well as this gap closing Gatokacha. So in a way, Kid, it's not really that far off when it comes to like sieging through Bedell. They just have to get out of their own side of the map.
Well, speaking of which, we need to keep an eye on Luis so far, because he's got the items to start shredding through a lot and a majority of the members from Bedell.
Yeah, the thing is, when there is just so much dive and plus that real-world manipulation on you, Luis, for the most of it, he's just going to be backing away, trying to dodge away from the damage, the dive, and he won't be able to get those items to work properly. You know, it's not going to be able to utilize that potential of the damage that he has. And right now, again, Bedell is pushing the lead, but Mikey, he might just be going for an engage right now. Will not be able to get out to anyone. Very good disengage from the side of Badel right now as they're playing it disciplinedly, just waiting for that Lord that will be spawning in 12 seconds.
Oh, where do they find it? Where do they want to kind of position? Because now Bedell can put them between a rock and a hard place, have Ling push on the top side like they're doing now, position themselves just in case they start showing on the map, and then look down to rush Lord.
And with the Ling, of course, the map traverse is very easy. They're already calling Faraway into this vicinity of the Lord. Look at them position as well with the Kofra into the purple buff, while the Eve cleared out the mid lane. Gonna be slowly taking the jungle and then eventually go to the Lord area. And that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Also have the Lethal Wanderer control, so there's vision in there. Okay, there's little to nothing that they can do about this.
Well, let's see what happens here. It is going to be the Lord started up. Mikey just wasted on the taunt right now. And Alien will pop the Black Dragon form to zone away the members of Cade. That's the Lord taken away. Now they might go for an engage right now. It's going to be Prime targeted all the way there. Forced to back away. Still has it for the airstrike. Will pop it now, but everyone is out of range. Takashi goes in for the demonic force on the 3 members. Not enough damage, but look at the engage coming in. Yunchi able to flicker away now as Mikey goes in again. Phantom Execution canceled away. King still able to use the Thorn Rose. Jumping onto Yunchi. Pops the Immortality. Still has the Phantom Execution. Times it perfectly to be able to pick up a kill. And now it's a 2 for 2. Let's see what Bedell can do or what Cade can do to follow it through. King now going into Paranoid. Still able to go for the puncture and the damage. Will be able to take him down. Phantom Execution is up again. That's how long this fight has been going. But look at Faraway. He wants some more. He'll be able to pick up King, but it's only the Immortality right now as he might have just bit too much that he could chew. He keeps going in, but Luis is there to pick up the scraps. A 4 for 2 for the Brazilian runners-up. It might be the final push right here. I think it is. 20 seconds on the clock, 10 seconds for Yunchi Osmo. Maybe he can pull up a Chak Mamba, but I don't think so. Everything will be chained in. He's gonna get taken down. One straight push is all he needs to take the game. Cade leads the series 1-0.
That was such a good fight. They prolonged it, they extended it, they did what they had to do to win the game. GG, well played. Well played indeed, Cade.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. This for the longest time the control was there, right? They controlled the Lord area. It was great coming in from Bedell. They have all the items, they have all of the heroes in good positions, but all of a sudden it was Cade to secure that one, and I think that the usage of the crit as well in that last clash was great. The damage was there. Lancelot was also just dancing around Bedell. And then the Farsa for added coverage for the team. We doubted this composition from Cade. It was harder to execute, but boy oh boy, if they hit their shots, they look good.
That was a long fight, man.
Yeah.
Lancelot had ult 2 times in that fight. That was a long fight. But Cade, this is what they like to do. They did it to Onyx ID, and now they're doing it to Bedell. Just playing the long game, waiting for an opening, sees the mistakes, and all just instantly capitalizes. Let's see, LaFell and Leo tell us how they capitalize on this game.
There's a few steps towards capitalizing on a turn like that, and that's exactly what we're gonna do here. Break it down at the analyst stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and who'da thunk that they did it to Onyx Esports? They're gonna do it again here to Bedell.
Okay, so honestly, in this game, we can't run away by talking about the compositions coming in from the side of Cade. However, in this game, Bedell, they made a huge mistake in terms of overcommitting in the fight at the Lord. They already secured the Lord. They might have just back off, but it is a situation where Prime should really be seen as the true MVP, because if he did not delay the game that long, then it could have been gone over to Bedell.
Yep, that's a strong call. Again, Prime on the Farsa, just like how she does in this whole tournament of M3, opens up so much space, able to put on so much damage on the board. Let's look at the item builds right here. We have Prime on the upper right corner completing the arsenal on that level 15 Farsa.
Yeah, again, looking at the composition coming in from Cade, so here is the thing. It looks like they have a lot of options on how they want to play, but this also shows that they lack the identity of what they really want to do. Do they want to engage? Do they want to counter-engage? Do they want to play early, mid? They have a lot going for them, and the thing that was weird here was Mikey on this Gato Kacha, especially because it did not stop the Ling. But again, even though in terms of how the composition looked like, it's how they played. And Prime opening up that fed the airstrike, again, creating so much space, and the fact that he does not die a lot, he only died 2 times in this 19-minute game, it really bought enough time for Bedell to actually make a mistake and for Cade to get a comeback.
Yep, the only Brazilian squad left really made the most of their lineup against the Turkish, because look at how Bedell drafted. It seemed to answer 1-for-1 almost what Cade was trying to do, but for a majority of the game, you can say that they were actually ahead. Faraway, fully built on that Ling, 6, 3, and 7. I'm pretty sure after he built the Endless Battle, he was just ready to go. So I'm guessing something went wrong somewhere in the middle, and I think the stats will help us try to understand that as well. Surprisingly enough, we also did not take note of the Brazilian heartbreaker, Luis. he helped and finished off a lot of those late game fights around the 16, 17-minute mark when Prime had found their stride.
And again, just like you said, when Prime looking so strong, creating a lot of space, Luis is just like, all right, you did your job, now I'm gonna do mine. I'm gonna take down each member of Badel, especially when they went a little bit overzealous. They went a little bit in their heads like, oh yeah, we have a lead. We can force things out a little bit more, especially, we're not gonna look at the highlights now, but that Ling play, trying to get over aggressive, eventually died, really cost them the game.
Yep, looking at the stats as well, there's a lot of damage taken on the side of Badel. About 397,000, most of it on Asmo, the sandbag on that Kufra, which did so well to actually catch a lot of what Keed was doing, right? He's gonna block those shots from Luis, gonna try to block out King, who had struggled throughout the early game, and eventually also, since this is a Kufra we're talking about, Tekash is also gonna jump on him.
Yeah, and in terms of how Kate played, they played well. But from the side of Badel, I'm pretty sure this is almost a wake-up call for them because this is the lower brackets. Even though you play so well in the early game, there is a chance that you can lose in the late game. But right now, let's look at the MVP coming in from the side of Kate is gonna be King with this Lancelot match, KDA 5, 3, and 7.
There's so much that the Lancelot puts on the table for King, and it's his mechanical prowess. It's how good he is at staying in the game and making the most of that kit despite sitting at a deficit early on. I mean, between him and the Lancelot, between him and the Ling, it was very hard to be King in that situation because Faraway was just far and away more enabled. He was just better at doing his job up until King was ready to step up.
Yeah, but again, that late team fight, the Lancelot having 2 Phantom executions bought a lot of time. He did a lot of damage, and at the end of the day, that was what was most necessary. And again, looking at here, King MVP, he did well, but can they replicate what they did in game number 2, but hopefully a little bit more cleaner?
Yep, this speaks a lot of King. Again, twice now he has been the runner-up in their home country of Brazil. This time around, it looks like he's going for the big one, the World Championships, with how he's been performing so far, given all the rough patches that Keed has to go through, starting here against the Turkish squad of Badel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just game 1 in this best of 3, fighting for tournament life. Let's talk about their opponents here. Badel, what can they do? Lafel, just one tip. What can they do to make game 2 a little smoother?
Understand where they are on the map, but right now, actually, I can't wait for the next game. So, how about the casters? Take it away.
Thank you, Leo Lafel, for the stellar analysis on game number 1. Again, we gotta see if the side of Badel can just fix the mistakes in the time that they've been given here to, basically for the break here. All right. Honestly, after seeing that game, it feels like the same mistakes have been happening to Badel time and time again. They overcommit, they overcommit, they overcommit. That happened against Evo Singapore, that happened in the group stages, and now it's happening here.
Yeah, I think that, the big thing that Badel needs to kind of really focus on is these neutral objectives, right? They put so much high priority on getting these turtles, but why not start playing for economics as well as structural integrity, like just simple things, turrets. They could be sacrificing these turtles, giving away that EXP, but if they're obtaining entire energy plates on top of breaking an entire tower, overall, their win conditions would just be so much easier to hit.
I think that they sometimes waste some time in staying in one spot rather than, trying to go for more macro plays, which we'll explain later on for sure. Well, you saw that with the Ling, right? He stayed on the top
to be
of
fair,
a wall.
he was gonna get a Savage. Come on, you gotta get a Savage at an M3 tournament.
Sure, but all right, who was the MVP of that game? It was King. If you guys want to be the MVP of both skill and style, go ahead and do it with Frank debit card. Out of over 60 designs, pick the one that screams your personality or your dreams, or maybe both, personality and your dreams.
Personality, for sure. You want to boost your personality by getting the Savage. I'm still getting back to that. Yeah, overstay, I would say, because imagine if they hadn't stayed in that fight for quite a long time. Maybe they have gotten something else. Yeah. And honestly, there were times where Ling was poked out so many HP lost. You don't want that to happen at all for the Ling, because if you're on top of the wall, you're using it for positioning and for vision and not for, waiting for the kills.
Yeah, that game was all about experience, the way Cade was able to win, that was experience, But Dell, sure, they got the Maniac, they made some flashy plays in the early stages, but it showed that they did not have the stage experience. When you get those 4 kills, you're not supposed to go for the Savage. Sure, it is, you can go for it, but in that moment, you could have gone for so much more. The turrets were there. It was up and open. The setup was available for every objective, but they went for the kills. And in turn, kills don't win you games.
Yeah.
It's objectives in the end.
One thing that we did not see from Bedell is their, preparation for the Lord in a way that they were there to get the vision, right? They cleared the waves. They put the Kufra as well as the Yuzong in good places. But afterwards, after, the Link takes the Lord, there wasn't any follow-up, right? There's no exit plan. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I guess it could just be short-sightedness to a certain extent here. I guess they understand they do want to take a Lord, but getting out, at what cost was it going to be? I think, especially for Cade, it's going to be a point of punishment, right? They're going to have to, get a little... I would like to see Cade get a little bit more aggressive because I feel like they can get away with it here. I feel like, especially since they had so much control over that mid lane, as long as they stick to that plan, playing around the pressure of mid lane, I think BDL might not be able to recover from this.
Absolutely, man. Cade played that extremely well, and you can see that they know their limits on the heroes as well. That was beautiful by King, especially with the Phantom Execution, timing every single thing, not just the Tempest of Blades, but also that immortality in that bottom side. These team fights are so calculated by them. When they know they can take it after Bedell has overcommitted, they fully pull the trigger, no holding back.
And then I like it. I like what you pointed out because actually in the first few stages of the game, Lancelot King was, kind of... there's a lot kind of struggling. There's a lot of jitters in there. But when he kind of found out how the Link operates, that's maybe how he adjusted. He knows the combo. He knows that timing already. And he waited for the moment. I love that play in the mid lane where they were able to punish the Link overextension with the Phantom Execution. It's beautiful to watch. And it is like, of course, it's one good play, right? But it is actually a development from his struggles in the early stages.
Yeah, speaking of which, I think, that is one thing that you have to consider is the draft. I think, if the draft was looking a little bit different, the Gato Gacha was just not creating the space that we were looking for. If it was something like along the lines of Lolita, I definitely think that I definitely think that this would be a much easier game for Keaton, especially for that early phase where we saw a lot of that punishment. But the same can be said about BDL, right? Where was Asmo coming in with those big engagements? Could he kind of create that space a little bit better? If so, again, something to look forward to in draft. Hopefully they're looking for something like a Matilda.
Yeah.
Maybe they can start banning out both Eve as well as Farsa. It doesn't seem to be favoring BDL's side.
Yeah, on that note, I do want to mention a little bit about Asmo on the Kufra. We saw him get a lot of crazy picks in the early stages of the game, but into that mid game to the late game, he literally just... I didn't even notice he was gone. He didn't do anything on the team fights, and that's something he needs to work on, right? These engages are going to be crucial for you. Even if you go only for one person, as long as that one person is a prio pick, like the Farsa per se, right? If they go for the Farsa, lock him down, not enabling him to use a Feather Airstrike, it's going to be good, especially Louise as well. But now, it's time to get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, draft for Game 2. Bedell going for the same strat, going for the same bans. Beatrix and Cade as well with the Paquito ban.
Yep. Which more than likely is a Ruby as the second ban for Bedell in the blue side. Instead, it will be the Hayabusa, also a ban. Instead, this game, it's the second ban. Hayabusa was the third ban for Bedell in game number 1.
Ooh, okay. They've adjusted a little bit here. The Paquito as well as the Yve going to get banned out for the side of Kita. Even BDL, I mean, sticking to their guns, getting rid of the Beatrix as well as the Hayabusa is definitely understandable here, but does this mean that they're going to be opening up? Other options. I'm not seeing a lot of responses. I'm hoping to see Farsa get banned here for the side of BDL. They could hold it up, or at the very least, if Key decide to get rid of it, makes sense.
Honestly, right now, as we can see from the bans, they are going for the same exact ones, except for the Yve right now, right? Cade, they won against Bedell's Yve just now. Why do they want to change it? Do they feel like going for a front-to-back this time around, perhaps? Or, boom, it's going to be the Esmeralda as well. And this time, not from Cade, but actually from Bedell. Does Bedell want to be the one picking up the Phoveus?
Maybe. Potentially.
Yeah.
This Eve as well as the Farsa band from Kid kind of signals that they want to go for a marksman play now. For sure. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a Nathan or a Beatrix or a Clint. With Bedell getting the first pick. The last time they did it was with the Eve, but now it's banned out. They want to go, or they did want to go for the Phobius.
Huh.
First pick though.
Yeah, I mean it's highly prioritized, and especially the biggest tell was the fact that Esmeralda was going to be the ban, especially when we haven't really seen too much of it overall coming in, or general setup, big shields. What else do you want to do with it? And now Cade has an option here. They could still disrespect the fact. We've seen it. I mean, BTL has done it before. They have a Kufra, you see a Lancelot, okay, it makes sense. You see a Phobius, they suddenly pick a Ling. They could look to ego challenge this one more time by picking up the Matilda.
That could be it. Like Matilda as well as something along the lines of a Lunox, so that at least they have the damage against his Phobius. But knowing them, it's the Barats instead and the Lilia. No dashes.
No dashes. They don't want to go against that Phobius with a dash hero. So Lilia and Barats here. So right now, as it's looking, I feel like they are going to go for the marksman. Maybe the Nathan later on. Maybe even the Nathan and a Clint or a Brody, right? It really does feel like they're setting up for a front-to-back composition.
Yep, I do love the fact that they went in for Barons because it's a hero that doesn't get threatened at all by the Phobius. Lilia is a hard cleanse hero, and with the lack of both the Eve as well as the Farsa, you don't have that kind of stereotype of nukes from long distance already. So it's great. It's also decent versus Marksman and Clint, although he is picked up by Bedell. He's not gonna be that comfortable with this Lilia. Oh, Lu Yi. This is your catalyst for the Phobius. If there is no dashing hero from the opposing side, at least you have that duality passive that actually procs the demonic force as well.
Yeah, I mean, this exact combination is what got them a lot of early game wins against EVOS SG. It may not necessarily win them all the time, but at the very least definitely gave them a run for their money here. Cade on the other side really have to start thinking about it. So they've matched Mage for Mage, probably EXP for EXP laner. I'm not entirely sure if they do play Barat jungle, but I'm just going to assume for now, until put it at a placeholder. Let's see if they're going to start picking something along the lines of maybe Brody.
Yeah, maybe the Brody can come through again. We've seen the matchup time and time again, but it is going to be the Matilda. Knowing full well that, Esmeralda has been banned out. This is a good pick for the disengage, but it will add a little bit of dash to their composition.
Yeah, that's true. But you also would love to see like the Barats with the Matilda. So much tempo. They will go for the Roger so that there will be no HP-based damage, at least from the jungler role from Bedell and Kid. I think that their next ban could also be tilted towards the jungler role. The Brody, very nice ban coming out from Bedell. With the lack of both the Beatrix and the Clint, what do you pick now as your marksman for Kid in the side lane?
Brazil really likes the 1-1, but against Phobius, it is going to be very hard.
I mean, yes, it will be very hard, but I think here in this situation, one of the few things that they could go for, look to play Yishin Shin. That would be a decent option. At least you can kind of hold on to your dashes until absolutely necessary while still having a decent amount of range. If they really want to go further off the spectrum and still look for a marksman, Granger is still a doable option.
Yep. But there are a lot of dashes for the Granger though. Because of the Death Sonata.
True, but we're just hoping that, at least the initiation will be more than enough.
I agree. That I agree with you. Now, I think you want to go for maybe you can even use the Barats in your jungle if you have no choice. So that kind of tells me that Kid can go for the gold laner now. Yep, Nathan still looks good.
Yeah, Nathan can become the pick for that gold lane. They can also go for the Lunox if they just want to go for a mage. They can be able to burst that melt of that Phobius as well. But what they need right now is also some physical damage, so they might be able to pick up the jungler as well. Oh, okay, Yuzong first there. That's what I said, physical damage, but they will be picking up the Yuzong. So this basically kind of confirms that the Barats will go to the jungle.
Yeah. Rather interesting. It looks like, Cade is just playing pretty comfortably here overall. BDL just falling back to what they know and what they feel is is the most comfortable. The only people going out of it is going to be Alien.
There it is. You hear her. The face of the playoffs. It's Lolita, one of the standard picks for Bedell as well. Won a game against RSG. Almost won a second one with this Lolita. Wasn't able to do it, but still is a comfort pick for them. Good combination. Imagine this, the Louis duality with the passive, the version as well as the rotation combo up with the Lolita Numinum Blast. So much explosions gonna come out of Bedell. Now for Keed, Balance is their jungler of choice, explained on the Yuzhong, so we're looking for the gold laner that can match up against this Clint. How about the Kimmy?
Natan, I mean, Natan is like, should be the go-to here.
I agree. I feel like Natan is a no-brainer right now. I feel like it's going to be the best pick for them, but I see someone hovering a Claude, and it will be the Claude. Oh my god, they want to go for a team fight. They have the dive and the engage to set it up, I guess, but the range and... Have you ever played a Clint versus Claude matchup? It is not fun.
It is miserable.
It's miserable, honestly. And almost all stages of the game, it will require the Claude to have like a Wind of Nature to at least have a fighting chance against the Clint in the latter portions of the game, but all can contest this, especially with the Barras, but seems like the positioning wasn't there. Although I say that, I thought for sure that the Turtle was already low when it comes to HP, but it's not the case. So, okay, they can still catch up.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. It's going to be Takashi going for the Black Dragon form. Faraway caught in the bad situation, still able to use the Thorn Rose to be able to catch it away. As Faraway keeps on dashing forward, is able to get out, but not for long. First blood, baby, for Takashi, and he's still alive. But there you go. Osmo just smashes him to the ground as Mikey tries to make his escape with a guiding wind. He will be able to, but there is a re-engage from the side of Cade trying to go for more, a 1-for-1.
Okay. I'm surprised that that was only a 1-for-1 here. I definitely thought that there was going to be a lot more. I was waiting for the moment where we were going to see a bigger engagement, or at the very least Paranoid looking for the re-engagement after being zoned away. Both teams pretty much mirrored each other in that team fight. Alien and as well as Takashi both zoning out both backlines as much as they can, and the Roamers both trying.
Lane though, Paranoid forced to back away right now with a diversion. Prime still able to get out of the black shoes as Mikey makes his way into the mid lane. But so far in this mid lane matchup, Paranoid hasn't been able to be as dominant as he would want to be, I feel like.
I feel like half the time he's just clearing the lane and then having to roam because Mikey is able to pull Prime into a fast rotation on towards the top side of the map. But for now, it's rather slow. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Maybe they could look to punish Louise up in lane, and I think, they've set up for this plan.
Yeah. It's the Clock of Destiny already picked up by Alien. It does have the Avarice as the emblem of choice for this Phobius. Usually I see the Phobius pick up something like of a mystery shop so that you can get your items faster and still deal the damage. But instead Alien went in for the Avarice. Let's see how it goes. But now the Turtle to be set up by the Barretts.
Yep, Turtle Cam by TikTok Live right there as Takashi and Alien just go at it in this bottom side. Takashi dashing forward with the Furious Dive, actually backwards, and King will be able to take this relatively, no contest whatsoever as Takashi pops the Black Dragon form to zone away the members of Bedell from taking it away. Cade now and Bedell still at a 1-1, very close game down right in the center.
Asmo opening up the map so far. It's looking good for Bedell. They're playing it nice and slow, which is great because they just want Alien to get a lot of resources. They want to make sure that Yunshi is in a comfortable spot, but now they're going in for the engagement.
Yeah, look at that. Sun comes in from Osmo with the Thorn Rose as well, but it's going to be Mikey going for a re-engage onto Osmo right now. Doesn't bring anyone with him, and that is just going to be Cade backing away. They don't really want to go for these crazy engages just yet. Louise hasn't scaled up. They need to wait for these moments, but wait, Faraway gets the little wander. No, it's King actually who gets the little wander, and Faraway needs to back away right now. Recall or perhaps go for the purple buff because he has no mana, no resources to look for a fight as Mikey, noticing that, he goes into the jungle. Paranoid is going to be taken very low. Takashi dashes in for the Furious Dive, and that will be the turret taken down. Takashi picks up the kill, but Alien unable to do anything more with the Demonic Force, just going to keep on following in, just using it to poke, but actually maybe almost going under. Wait a minute, Alien is in a mistake. He goes over to the Demonic Force, but in the other side of the map is going to be Paranoid, just bursted away. Blazing Duet takes Paranoid down, and Louise has come to play a 2-for-0 for the side of Cade.
What a wonderful engagement coming out from Kito. So it all started with the turtle play that they were able to sneak out from Bedell. Afterwards, they get the War Axe on both King as well as Tekashi, and then they strike. It was go time now for Kid. They got a kill, they got a turret even, with, you know, the Matilda canceling the Lolita's ultimate so that Kid will be fresh again when they fought in the mid lane. Without the Numinal Blast in the mid lane defense, Bedell couldn't capitalize, and they overextended in the mid lane once again. Kid takes advantage.
Yeah.
Can Cade go even further than this? I feel like right now, the biggest problem is that their enabler here, like Alien, he commits so hard to these fights and gets punished so much because he's so deep in enemy lines.
Too overextended right there, but the stun connects onto Mikey. It is going to be the Black Dragon form as well. So as long as the Circle Eagle connects right there, Fierce Dive will not be able to connect. Far away, still able to dodge away with the Thorn Rose. And a re-engage, Osmo! He's going to be able to pick up one! The combo wombo coming in from Bedell. Paranoid and Faraway played that perfectly, but Prime somehow is able to turn it around. Now Faraway goes back in, able to pick up one more kill on the board, making it a 2-for-1. Alien has joined in the fight. Demonic Force not just ready to be popped up by Alien, but that is enough for Bedell to pick up the turtle.
A very nice initiation coming up from Bedell. That's what we want to see. Lolita ultimate into the passive of the Lu Yi, and now we're going to see the replay. And Gideon would really love to see this again.
Yeah, I really would. Luckily, the Flicker still had a couple of seconds left, so you could have gotten even a bigger Numenor Blast there.
Yeah.
But a quick follow-up from Paranoid, making it very easy to all collide, especially when it's such a tight corner. Maximum damage can be achieved. It's unfortunate that we couldn't see a better engagement here, especially when it comes down to Alien.
But look at how Cade is playing the objective. Osmo goes in once again, but it's going to be dodged away. But look at the steals. Far away, so lethal. But Cade, they don't want to give it up. They're going to go in onto Osmo, picks up one for the turtle, and they will rotate towards that top side. Far away, you've stolen the turtle. Will you be able to defend the turret? Nope. The question is going to be answered by Cade. No, and they will be able to take that for free.
You see that Cade also get a turret takedown onto bottom lane, which was given to Luis, who's been farming so heavily now. Wonder what items he has got now. Also taking the purple buff away from the Barats. This is actually one of the things that a hero like a Claude really needs. It's all due fairness. A Claude in the gold lane, especially with the marksman emblem, doesn't have the luxury of mana reset. So I think that they understand that King doesn't even need the purple buff anyways, this point, so they give it to Luis. Are now going to be funneling everything into this gold laner. So in this point, at this point, I mean, Kid already has got the items on all of their heroes. Now they have to put it now to the Claude.
Absolutely. Now, 1.6 thousand gold lead for the side of Cade. 3 turrets to 0. With 2 turtles being placed. Oh, Osmo, he's going to get caught out. Deathra's welcome to be able to bring him back. Spitting him out. Stun comes in and Prime takes the kill. That was brilliant. And Luis, look at him. He's not dashing. He's not even moving. He's just going to take all of that. Blazing the way to finish him off as Alien goes over to Demonic Force to be able to dive for a little bit more. But wait a minute. Now Alien keeps on jumping in. Demonic Force once again. He actually almost outplays Luis, but King is there for the follow-up. That was brilliant. A turret and a kill picked up with Osmo as well.
Huge play, and now Tekashi is even going to get another one. Oh no, not in time. BDL is able to respond to this.
Yep, Faraway jumps in with a Phantom Execution, but Tekashi, beautiful Furious Dive, placed right in front of that Thorn Rose. Basically, just peeling for himself there, but the Lord is up. Ladies and gentlemen, by TikTok Live, it's time for Cade to maybe push their lead up until they can end.
Yeah. This time they give it back to King. Maybe they want to really make a play out of this. And Asmo, his positioning is going to be crucial. Here's the thing, Yunshi does have the Wind of Nature, so he can really duel with this Claude if the time comes. However, they reset the Lord, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little sad. Could have been done a little bit cleaner there, but Osmo is going to be important. I can't wait for him. It's good that both Mikey as well as King understand that they kind of need to make sure that these rushes are clear. They don't want to get accidentally flickered on, but they've opened up mid lane here, which, again, they've got to be more cautious about these waves. They could have gone for a potential contestant since it's only 3.6k lead. It's not even that high, and I'm assuming that the only reason Bedell decided to back off, they haven't achieved their item power spike yet.
Yep. They don't really need to rush things as of this moment. And actually, they already are controlling the purple buff. This time,
ooh, Faraway almost just getting caught out there. What? King? Oh, wait a minute. Faraway actually goes in for the purple buff. Will be able to take it away. That was, again, brilliant. This guy is so on point with the retributions, but now it's time to take a look at the items before we get into that fight.
Ooh, King. So Thunderbelt as well as the Antikythera for King. So much defensive items on top of the War Axe. I think the roles have shifted. This jungling Barats is more acting like a second XP laner now for Cade, while they focus their attention onto Luis for carrying them. They also have the Wind of Nature already for Luis, so that means that he can dive the backline.
Well, let's see. Again, Cade going in for the siege. Beautiful waves here. Management is just prime time, and now they are going to go in for the base. The Lord is up top. Cade are pushing in the mid and the bottom side. Takashi using Black Dragon form, zoning 3 members away from the mid lane turret, and that is going to be Cade actually losing out on the minion waves and not getting a single inhibitor turret just yet. But maybe I spoke too soon. It's going to be Luis. Oh,
the
battle
dodge.
mirror image. Ooh. So close, but is still able to run away right there.
Well, that's unfortunate here, and you know, Asmo also upon losing his flicker doesn't mean it means that he won't be able to kind of force plays onto Cade so far. And you know, Cade very happy with the play. They got the gold lead. They've got a decent gold lead from their standpoint. And with the next Lord, they might be able to start cracking into these inhibitors. From here on out, it should be about an 8K gold lead, as Cade is going to continue to choke them through the jungle.
Yeah, look at what they're doing. King taking the orange buff once again. Faraway doesn't have any buffs right now. He's forced to go and clear. And this is where basically everyone needs to share their gold, right? This is not where you want to be, especially considering that you are 5,000 gold behind. Oh, diversion. These diversions by Badel. It actually just, it cracks me. It just literally, I feel like sometimes just take it.
Yeah. Could have been a good play. I mean, they don't know for sure how many heroes there are from Cade along the area, so we don't want to risk it. It's gonna be all about the vision. For Videl, they don't have the vision as much as Cade has. And look at even Luis going for the immortality even. Okay, that's interesting. He does have a double buff now.
Yeah.
So orange and purple on the gold laner.
And orange and purple on the jungler as well, because they've just controlled the whole map right now. And look at what they're doing to the waves.
Yep.
A hard freeze. Just literally, this is painful. This is painful to see because Badel literally cannot do anything about this situation. They cannot get EXP. They can't get a little bit. They can't get that much gold either. And once the next wave crashes, they're gonna be. They have to decide and do a buddy system to make sure that they don't start getting punished as they walk out.
Yep. You have to still consider Badel. They have great defense, courtesy of this Clint as well as this Luyi. And they also have great engage. Despite them trailing by 5,000 gold, if they catch with the Numinum Blast as well as the Phobius ult and this Luyi ult, I mean, just the passive of the Luyi is more than enough. It could be good for their team.
Oh my god, Patel just getting choked, suffocated right now. Cade literally taking all of their jungle creeps. At this point, Badel, is it inevitable? What can they do at this point? Do they just need to wait for Cade to make an overcommitment inside of their base? Because at this point, I don't feel like they have any time, any pressure, any resources to be able to contest.
Well, I think at this point, the only thing that they can do is just wait. Oh, they're coming in with a conceal. It looks like they might want to set up for this upcoming Lord. But yes, the thing is they need to wait for Cade to get grouped together. That's when Paranoid can do something about the situation. And once he enables Alien to jump in, then it's very clear cut. But the only necessary time that Cade wants to group up is 4 Lords.
And it's going to be a very quick Lord at this. Of course, with the Cloud out there, look at this. Asmo and Alien, they were completely seen by Cade.
Yeah, and nothing they could do about it because their jungler is in the top side. They were trading, but they also wanted to contest. Again, miscommunications on the board for Badel. They want to trade, but they want to go for the Lord, and now they are overcommitting onto that top turret. No, he is going to recall. Very good call by Faraway, but that is the enhanced Lord picked up in the 15th minute of the game with the 5,000 gold lead already. There is definitely I mean, come on. It's going to be 1 turret at least. One
it's guaranteed, yeah. I mean, they've got 2 low turrets here, and it's a Luminous Lord. It's just going to charge in here. The problem right now is that Badel isn't really going to force anything. Oh, are they? Nope, they're just getting vision here with the rotation. And so far, they've got full control. This is just a painful slow roll.
Yeah, for them. majority of the time, I think since 8 minutes onwards, this purple buff is it belonged to Cade.
Yeah,
and now it's going to be a problem.
Absolutely. The Lord is going to be marching down, and there you go. Mid lane inhibitor has been taken down. Cade now looking for something on that top side as well, but far away. We'll be able to clear it out with the Phantom Execution now. It is going to be Bedell looking for a fight. Oh, Prime gets chunked to half HP, but even more so, he is going to get taken down. Luis jumps in onto 5, and he finds the kill. Alien, he goes for the Demonic Force, but he's going to be punished, and in the end, it's a 2 for 0. Osmo tries his best to defend the base, but he's gonna get cancelled away. The damage won't be enough for Bedell, but maybe it will. Wait a minute. Nope, it won't. Cade focuses the base and knocks out the Turkish representatives out of M3.
GG, well played. A good game coming in from Cade. It's gonna be a 2-0 victory here in this best of 3.
This time they have a straight-up way to control the early stages of the game. Lancelot versus the Barats. We mentioned this matchup, and this was the only winning matchup that we said about Cade. The side lanes, it's not that good, but however, they still pulled through. They utilized the Barats in a way that they took objectives. They found an opening in the first turtle, and then eventually took turtles and turtles afterwards. They took the purple buff as well, overtaking the map against Bedell and not let go of the lead that they had. This was a perfect execution coming out from the Brazilian squad, and they knocked down Bedell.
Oh, it is insane, honestly. Cade, this team, the first runners-up, everyone was looking at Red Canids and the M3 World Championships, but this team is the one who's starting to perform, who's starting to get the momentum rolling here at the M3 World Championships.
Yeah, they really are, and they're moving on to the next stage, but they're going up against Blacklist International, so hopefully their performance is going to be enough to try to challenge them, but unfortunate. But big shout outs to Turkey and all the Turkish fans watching for BDL. They put up a great fight.
Yeah, they went into the upper bracket, were able to take 1 game away from Evo's SG, and almost took 2. Maybe extend that series up top, but here in the lower bracket, they almost won as well, so big props to them too.
Well, all right, it's time for the analysis segment here. Leo Lafell, take it away.
Our hearts go out to the Turkish. What a swift victory for the last Brazilian squad left here at M3. Welcome to the analyst stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Lafell. And boy, oh boy, game 1 was a roller coaster. This one actually was very, very swift.
Yeah, again, shout outs to Bedell. Good job. Hopefully we'll see more of them coming in. But again, congratulations to Cade. And yes, speaking of that game, this is the kind of game that we more wanted to see coming in from Cade. The first game, they were forced in a situation where they had to get a comeback. This time, not so much.
Yep. Again, this is Cade getting it in the bag for the MPL Brazil and all its fans. Speaking of bag, thank you so much to our official travel partner, Tumi. It's the leading international performance luxury brand designed, Onyx Esports. Pro-level bags and accessories for gamers on the go. Lafell, I gotta remind you, get your Alpha Bravo Esports Pro backpack on, man. I've been using it for 2 days straight now. Sometimes I don't want to take it off.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just want to keep it as fresh as possible because I need to show off that to my peeps in Malaysia. But anyways, looking back at the game just now, it is a situation where, unfortunately for the side of Bedell, if you look at their composition, they have a lot of combo opportunities. And yeah, if you guys can hear the players are cheering right now, they have a lot of combo opportunities. It's just that, just like what the caster said, in terms of getting it on the board is very, very difficult because Cade, we saw once or twice the Liu Yi making sure that everyone is clumped up together. But other than that, Cade basically like kept that distance, social distancing on, and they were not caught by this Liu Yi trap.
Yep, it was a very healthy 17 minutes for the Brazilian squad. Here you'll see that a lot of weight was put on to that Lilia. Prime was playing off of his momentum from game number 1 on that Farsa, and there is that interaction between the Lilia and the Lolita, as well as the Claude on Luis, who was untouched. There's only 3 kills on the side of Bedell, and who fell there? Twice on Tekash and 1 on Prime. So again, I think it just came to the point where Cade overloaded what the Turkish were bringing.
Yeah, I like what you're saying because again, Cade, Prime, and honestly Mikey, they played so aggressively, and on the side of BDL, they could not really recover or do anything because far away on this Lancelot, he really should try to get kills, at least on the Claude or on the Lilia. But because King on this Barats is so oppressive, it's in your face, that, I don't know, I guess he lost the confidence to really go for this crazy kind of kills. And looking at the damage numbers over here, Prime on that Lilia did a lot for the team.
Yep, again, it's that same principle as that Farsa. Lilia just needs to open it up. Louis gonna clean up. It's that connection they have. Let's look at the overall damage dealt here. 159,000, trumping Bedell, trumping Keed. Bedell is about by 10. Interestingly enough, look at where all the damage is coming from. Paranoid. Paranoid was trying to do exactly what Prime did, but Yunshi just wasn't ready. I saw earlier Yunshi was also carrying a Wind of Nature. Looking at the lineup from Cade, he's only really afraid of Luis. So maybe that item wasn't worth it all this time because it was only answering one hero.
Yeah, and this is probably a situation where Bedell was trying to focus on really one thing. It's like, okay, let's wait for Louis, because once she starts doing something, everyone can connect together, everyone can combo together. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. The MVP is going over to Luis on 2-0-3 on that Claude, 56% kill participation, no deaths in the game.
The Brazilian Heartbreaker had a smooth run in this best of 3. 2 games straight, he was on that finisher roll, and this finished so well. He was there for about half of the kills in this match, of which there were very little. His farm is at about what you expect for a smooth gold laner, 725 gold per minute on average, and the items just the same. It's pretty safe. You see here, he also has the Wind of Nature, so he's answering the Clint and the Lancelot.
Yeah, and again, what you're saying is great, but honestly, I was very distracted because once we showed the MVP, the guy next to us was pretty excited. But yeah, the game has been great, and over there they're very charismatic. Right now, let's look back at the highlights for game number 1 and game number 2 to see really what happened. And like we said, on game number 1, Cade had a very difficult time actually going up with this game because again, Bedell just basically controlled everything here, far away managing to get that Maniac. And again, they had a lot of opportunities to end the game, but Prime on this Farsa bought them so much time.
Yep, it's literally what Cade needed at the moment. Yes, there were great Avatar the Guardians by Mike, but they weren't finding their target. Paranoid, I assume, is the one that he wanted to jump, sometimes maybe even Yunshi, but eventually the turn came, and this is where Cade started their role. Going into game number 2, a little bit of a different story.
Oh yeah, game number 2, Cade control all the way from early all the way to the end of the game, even though a lot of damage did come from Alien. And this is a great initiation, and this is what, from the side of Bedell, they were waiting for. But the problem is, that's the only thing they were waiting for. It's like, all right, as long as that doesn't happen again, we're not gonna engage. And I feel like that is a mistake because they should find other opportunities to be like, you know what? We still can take a fight, we just need a different angle. Unfortunately, in the midst of the game, in the heat of the game, they couldn't figure out a different strategy or a different way of the DH.
Yep. I gotta give a little bit of a highlight as well. Kudos to Tekash on the Yu Zhong for game number 2. He suffered 2/3 of the 3 deaths on the side of Cade, and those were strategic trades. That was the Yu Zhong doing its job, going in with the Black Dragon form, petrifying all he could so that the rest of the squad can clean up. He carried, he was essentially answering 3 or 4 heroes on the side of Bedell, which made Prime and Louise life all the more easier. Before we throw it over to Mara for the interview, LaFell, any thoughts?
Oh no, right now, Cade, they're looking so strong. But again, moving forward, it's not gonna be easy because now, as the teams are getting small and smart, we're really looking at the strong teams. Cade, after this, is going up against Blacklist International.
Oh, that's gonna happen tomorrow. As for now, let's go throw it over. We're gonna be hearing from Louise of Cade. Mara, what you got?
Cade is moving on to the next round. And Luis is here with me with translator Victor once again. Congratulations. I loved his reaction earlier when he saw his face on the TV as MVP. He goes, hey, look at me. Were you surprised that you were MVP?
É, eu fiquei surpreso que eu fui MVP. Acho que eu não fiz merecido, acho que o meu time jogou muito essa partida aí, né? E ganhamos, então estamos aí de novo.
Yeah, I was surprised because I don't think I played that well. I believe my team as a whole made this win happen, but I'm so happy to be here again.
We can tell. You were so loud coming in here. Actually, the entire team was very expressive. Who was the loudest out of everybody? Because I couldn't understand what you were saying. What was being said?
Então, no final das partidas, o que mais fica feliz acho que é o Mike de todo mundo. Tem que acho que fica mais de boa, eu fico feliz ali no momento, mas sabe como é, eu sou meio tímido. O King fica de boa também, mas o Maicão falta jogar tudo. Falta jogar cadeira lá do outro lado.
So at the end of all of our matches, when we win, Mikey is definitely the loudest. I get a bit excited also, but I'm a bit shy, so I try to contain myself. But Mikey, like, he goes wild. He wishes he could just throw chairs around because he's that excited about winning.
And that was a really exciting win as well. Now, how do you think Cade can continue to raise the bar in this competition? How will you do that?
Então, sobre a competição, acho que a gente tem muito ainda para demonstrar. Como eu disse na última entrevista ontem, não era o fim, hoje também não foi. Talvez amanhã não seja, talvez amanhã esteja aqui dando entrevista de novo. Então, só quero dizer que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor até o final, até a última gota de suor que cair no nosso rosto. A gente vai estar aí para isso.
Yeah, so as I said yesterday, we still have a lot to show. I'm here again, and I believe we'll be here again tomorrow also, because we're going to bring it on tomorrow. And as long as we have sweat coming out of our faces, we'll be playing and we'll be giving our best.
Oh, that is so nice. Speaking of tomorrow, you are going to be facing Blacklist International. They won earlier against their rival. You saw how they played. Do you have any predictions about what's going to happen tomorrow?
Então, acho que a gente ganhou da Onyx, né? E a Onyx perdeu para a Blacklist. A gente ganhou da Onyx e a Onyx perdeu para a Blacklist. A gente pode ganhar da Blacklist, nada é impossível. E a gente está preparado para isso.
So we won against Onyx, and Onyx lost against Blacklist. So maybe we're in a similar position, we're in a similar spot. So I believe it's possible that we can manage tomorrow and win the game.
That is a good point. Very interesting. Now, your casters back in Brazil are doing such a great job, and I know that your MLBB community is growing. For sure, they're raising your flag right now. What do you have to say to the Brazilian fans out there?
Então, como eu disse ontem, eu queria mandar um salve para todo mundo de novo, falar que nós está aí de novo. E é o Brasil que sempre foi desacreditado. A gente veio lá de baixo, então só agradecer e mandar um salve hoje pro Cristiano, que eu esqueci ontem.
So thanks for all the fans in Brazil. We're underdogs, man. We're underdogs. We came from below and we're striving and we're doing our best. And quick shout out to Chris Chang.
Chris Chang doing such a great job casting. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
We're witnessing great matches today, so be sure to keep your screens on. You are still watching the M3 World Championship, powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented by TikTok Live. See you later.
champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Running up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
The game starts now.
Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has been legendary.
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down.
At air, double kit.
Sạm nữa thiết.
Xem màn đến là bóng.
Tao, lìa chắp, bán bỏ. Tao chưa? Tao chưa.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Peng-Peng Indonesia.
Dukung Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
we remind ourselves that there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
We have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yapamaz. Kadınlar boks yapmamalı. Kadınlar güçlü değildir. Ben farklı düşünüyorum. Sınırlamalar ve engeller onları en az beklediğimiz anda ortaya çıkar.
Ancak bizim kaderimiz bu sınırlamaların üstesinden gelmek.
Sınırlarının seni zorlamasına izin verme.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a like when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has been legendary!
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down!
Ayat, tabukit.
Sạm tầng thiết.
Xem màn tên là bóng.
Lìa chắp, bát bóng. Tỏ chưa? Tỏ chưa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kita Indonesia. Sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Peng Indonesia.
Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
We remind ourselves there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline, cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels, it's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the wall. me. Oh, baby, please. Oh, yeah. I love the adrenaline. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh, baby, please, oh yeah. I love the adrenaline. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going fast.
Let's go.
world. Welcome back to the M3 World Championship, powered by Montage, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented by TikTok Live. It's been an emotional roller coaster today, as now Onyx Esports and Bidal have been eliminated. But the fans from the Philippines and Brazil are raising their flags, rejoicing, as Blacklist International and Cade, they're gonna move on to their next round with their successful campaign today. Now, up next, we have another 4 teams fighting to keep their stance here at the world stage. Up next, Navi from CIS and Team RSGSG are gonna face off each other. First, we're gonna go to your home team, RSGSG. Let's get the feel of how it is here in the players' room in the dugout. Ooh, it looks pretty organized and calming there. Take a look at them. I would like to interview the standing coach, team owner, Coach Babel. Hello. Okay, I'm seeing how the mood is right here. Everyone seems pretty calm. There you go.
I think the team has reflected a lot on the loss from Sunday. We actually had a vegetarian meal, meditated on our loss, and reflected deeply. So today we are here for the win.
What was the reflection about? What was the realizations?
We realized that Onyx PH is very strong, and any team with yellow in their color is very scary.
With yellow, very scary. Now, you were saying that you meditated. Now you've eaten vegetarian meal. Is this the usual thing that you do when you want to make a serious move?
Not really. We only do this when we lose, and the last time we lost, it was to EVOS, but we don't do that against them, yeah.
So are you saying that you turned vegetarian to punish the team?
The whole team went vegetarian, not just me.
And is this like a sort of a punishment? Or does this give them a better concentration?
Personally, I believe it is something that will be very helpful to remove all the toxics in the body.
Oh, that's correct. The toxins and toxic people be away from the team. Now, in here, I see that people are very serious. But is there somebody here that you find is the one that lifts up people's mood, the one that's a joker?
My favorite joker is actually Diablo.
Oh, Diablo. Oh, why? Why is he the joker?
He knows a lot of fun facts, such as things about Komodo dragon.
Okay. Oh, can you tell us a fun fact about anything?
Here's an interesting fact of the day for all the guys watching. Do you know that Komodo's dragon actually paralyzes their prey before they eat them alive? Oh. So today, if you're watching my match, I'll be doing the same.
Okay, that's a pretty scary fun fact. So you're gonna paralyze them before you attack them. So what's something different, Coach, that you did today to come in today's game just to change up the mood?
We actually printed portraits of Navi players, pasted them in our room, so we can feel their presence and really focus on how we're gonna beat them.
Oh wow! So when you posted it, is there anything that you specifically did while looking at their photos?
Yeah, I think specifically for myself, I told the team to go for Sunset Lover. Yeah, because we're kind of sunrise team.
What do you think about their names? So we have Defender, Sunset Lover, War Barbie. What do you think about their IGN?
On a serious note, they are actually a very strong team. Last year, when we played M2 against them, we actually dropped a map against them. I think it was a very memorable Veil ulti from Sunset Lover. So this time around, the team is coming back to avenge our player Jason. Yeah.
Now, you're representing Singapore, the home team, home country. How important is it for you to make all the Singaporeans proud? And do you have any message to them?
I think to all our fans, thank you so much for your support. We as a team have fought very hard to be here. Of course, we want to be worthy of your love, and what we want to do is to ensure that we can fly the Singapore flag high.
How about this? So before we start the game, usually the team pumps everybody up. Can we do a cheer?
Unfortunately, we have no cheer.
Oh, okay.
Because most of the time we don't win, so we like to act cool.
Oh, well, Coach, You seem calm, cool, and collected. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck, Team RSGSG. Now we're gonna move on to Team Navi. Let's see what they have to say about the comments about the kimono dragon. So they paralyze their opponent before they eat them. I wonder who I'm gonna be talking to right here. I remember having a really great conversation with War Barbie. War Barbie, can I talk to you once again? So what do you have to say about that, about the kimono dragon comment?
I was talking to Nagib, so I didn't hear.
Oh, okay. So they say that it's a fun fact that kimono dragons, they paralyze before they eat them, and that's what they're gonna be doing to you guys. What do you have to say about that?
I'm not strong in animal world, I don't know.
And they also said, did you hear about what they said? That before they came here, they printed pictures of you, posted it on the wall to feel your presence. What do you think about that one?
Oh, they can do whatever they want if it helps to them. I don't really care about it. We're self-focused on our performance, our draft. We don't think too much about opponent. We know their preferences, and we know what we want to do in the game, and that we're gonna try to do our best performance.
So they did what they had to do. What did you have to do before coming today?
Sleep well.
Okay, take us through. You woke up, got out of bed. What did you do?
I'm not gonna tell about whole things, but but I woke up, eat, and come together to warm up games.
So basically, you treat it as a regular day.
Yeah, sure.
Does that...
It is a regular day.
Oh, so even though it's an important game, it's a knockout game, you want to feel that it's a regular game just because you don't want to feel nervous, you don't want to have pressure on you. Is that what it is?
Yeah, sure. You don't want to apply more pressure to this. Why should you do that? It's a regular day, regular games. The goal is to make best performance. That's it.
So today is such an important day. If you win, you move to the next round. If you lose, you go home. What kind of support and messages have you been getting back home since your fight from yesterday?
A lot of support, messages. Спасибо.
Like what?
Thank you about it. And yeah, a lot of support. I'm impressed a little bit.
What was the most memorable comment that you received from a family, from a friend, from a fan that really struck out to you, that you felt good about it, it motivated you?
I like the pictures they draw and little signs, like, I don't know how to tell in English, but the pictures I like, the art.
Oh, you know what? That really helps. Support from fans, pictures, art, messages, it really gives them motivation and it really pumps them up. Now, what is your message to everybody watching, and what are you going to be showing everybody today?
We're going to show our best performance and beat RCG.
All right, now, yesterday, I asked you all to do a little cheer, and you did the ha. Today, are we doing something different? Can we do a cheer today to pump everybody up? Especially this guy right over here who's relaxing. He had his eyes closed earlier. Did you get enough sleep last night?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Were you meditating? What were you doing just now?
I'm meditating, yeah. Preparing to game.
Okay, now we're gonna do a cheer. We're gonna do a cheer now.
Раз, два, три.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be such a great fight. Now, Team Navi will go up against RSGSG. It's gonna be one hell of a fight. So let's go ahead to our casters.
Thank you so much. Always a lovely time with Mara Aquino. Back to the caster's desk at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Lafel. Welcome back. You're watching M3, the MLBB World Championship, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, presented to you by TikTok Live, and powered by Moonton. I did not know that these two coaches would be so entertaining.
Man, Coach Babel, he stole my vote, man. I was literally, we were talking about this just now. Do we want RSG to win or do we want Navi to win? Because we want both of them to go ahead, but obviously we only can pick one. And after that interview, I think Coach Babel, he got my vote now.
Yeah, the best line of the day. Oh, we don't have a chew. We do use you. Yeah, sure. Being runner-up, we love it. Anyways, it was very, very entertaining. It's a good way to start off the cast.
Yep, I am so happy that we have come here, and it's going to be a lovely ride, especially since Coach Babel has stolen our hearts, a Singaporean local, and again, this is all supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, where we're so happy that we're here, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. Thank you so much. I bet you're planning your next trip to Singapore, then you know what? Just make sure that you tweet at us, use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible, and let us know what you're looking forward to doing here in beautiful Singapore. Hashtag visit Singapore. There you go. That's another hashtag you can use. How would you make it different? Follow at @visit_Singapore, and don't forget to use that hashtag to share what you're looking forward to do in Singapore. I'm interested in what exactly the Navi coach, Coach Warbarby, talked about, because it seems like their approach is very different. They don't change anything. They treat this like a normal day, but the truth is, it's actually a very, very stressful day for a regular player. But they're not regular. They've gone all the way from the north, flew out here in Singapore, and now they're fighting for their lives against the hometown heroes of RSG.
Yeah, right now, we are going to take a look at the brackets now, man. Honestly, I really like the mental of both of these players, of both of these teams, right? For RSG, they came in prepared, even though it was kind of harsh saying that. You know, prepared, right? We don't win anything,
of course,
yeah, we want to get revenge on Navi. I love that spirit, but also from Navi, we don't care about your preparations. We're coming here with the self-thought. We're thinking about ourselves. We're thinking about how we can improve our game from yesterday, and we're seeing it here, man.
No, here's the thing. You look at the coach, Warbarby, he's actually having a fortress on his head because he knows that right now the coaches are playing mental games because Coach Babel, he knows that they're listening, and then he's like, oh, we put their pictures up on our walls to feel their presence. And Warbarby, I'm pretty sure he was trying so hard not to laugh. He'd be like, oh yeah, we don't care. Yeah.
I love also how he kind of used Nagib as a scapegoat. I was talking to Nagib. Yeah, and Nagib was just quiet, like, I don't think you were, coach. You were clearly listening. But just the same, we have another match coming up, and that's going to be another knockout round between Todak and Siusun, but that's coming on a little later. And all of these lovely matches so far have been just beautiful and just epic by all of our lovely sponsors, our official gaming gear, Razer, our official travel partner, Tumi, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our official payment partner, Frank by OCBC, our official network partner, Singtel, and our partner in esports, MeWatch, and our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming. None of the moments we've seen today would have been possible without them. I can't believe that we said goodbye already to two teams today. We started with the Indonesian champions getting knocked out. A shoo-in almost for the M3 champion, Onyx Esports. And just recently we said goodbye to the Turkish squad. Now, it's going to be another tough call. Here's an interesting bit, all right?
Okay, sure.
RSG SG, they lost just very recently to another powerhouse team in Onyx PH, right? And I guess that's where the punishment came from.
Yeah, yellow is scary.
Yellow is scary. Oh, Navi. Yellow is scary. Everybody gets vegetarian food for now. We all meditate a little more. But there's another bit. Navi.
Yes.
They just seem to have to go through the toughest road, bro. They opened up by knocking out one of the most heartwarming and just underdog teams in M3, Malvinas. We learned about their story yesterday, specifically about the young 15-year-old Adrian, who was really just taking names. But now, they have to go through the hometown heroes. I don't know what's going on through their minds. Maybe nothing. They're so cold and calculated.
Yeah, they're going through the funniest team here at M3 so far. I still can't get over that.
No, because of that, my train of thought went empty.
Yeah.
Like, I was prepared, like, okay, these are all the points, and then suddenly hearing the interview is like, oh. And then everything went missing. Now the only thing in my head is a Komodo dragon.
That's
Fun
true.
fact.
Diablo also put on a little bit of a smack, and he told Navi that they are going to be paralyzed first. But right here, right now, it starts. The player walk-in. The entrance sets the mood. Here we go. Let's welcome onto the stage your home team, runner-up for 2 MPLs back-to-back. It's RSGSG.
Oh man, RSGSG coming to the stage right now, but on the opposing team, it is also one team that you cannot overlook. Who is it? It is Na'Vi from the CIS making their way to the stage.
Yeah, right now, both of these teams, they've covered it very well. They're like, oh yeah, we're pretty cool, we're pretty chill. But the players walking in, they're like, oh yeah, we're here for blood. From the side of RSG, they're probably going to play a very heavy crowd control composition because, hey, Paralyzed, that's what's telling me what that is going to be about. And Na'Vi, they're just going to be head on because they don't care. They're the color yellow. And apparently, today, maybe yellow is more superior to blue.
Coach Babel did not even look up to the manager and to Coach Warbarbie. Like, nothing. I think they're waiting for Diablo to do that. Diablo's going to be the one to stare them down and to paralyze them first before they take them down. But in this best of three, again, I can't believe it's just a best of three. I'm wishing we could go more. There's more than just the banter. These are two very mechanically skilled and just two teams that are full of grit. We know that they're very creative and we know that they can stretch their limits. Yesterday, we picked up a Faramis on Na'Vi.
Yeah, the thing is right now, right? The pressure is at its all-time high for the RSG squad, especially again, you're representing your home country and the tournament is being held at your home country. It is Singapore M3 at Suntec. But we spoke to the guy, we actually spoke to the guy at the hotel. We were talking about all these strategies, all these things, and Babel was just like, we're just here for fun.
Oh, yeah. In case, all right, so people don't know about that story. We'll talk about that later. But right now, let's introduce for RSGSG, Sana, Diablo, Baby Cakes, LY4, and Lolzy. Diablo, again, being the guy with the interesting fun fact. And apparently, according to his own team, he's the most good-looking guy on the team.
I don't doubt it. Honestly, looking at this lineup, they seem to be such a diverse group. Honestly, you have Lolzy, very serious, wants to catch the opponents off guard. LY4, he's a career esports athlete. This guy is just gamer through and through. And then you have Diablo, who's just the joker. And Sana, who's just so hardworking. He's been with RSGSG for the longest time, as far as I remember. I think it's going to be a tough call for Na'Vi to take them down as easily, or, you know what? I think they're going to go the distance here. At least minimum 3 games, and then very, very tough each one.
You didn't mention Baby Cakes, man. What's up with Baby Cakes? Daddy Cakes, that you call him.
He's my favorite. That's why I was going to talk about him when we got the stats. All right.
But hey, Diablo again, he always goes to the back line, destroying the formation of the enemy team. This lineup is stacked, and LY4 100% objective rate.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. You're crazy.
I am crazy, and we're gonna get into the statistics, maybe deep dive into it, right? LY4, he has actually struggled outside of the Paquito. Other than the Paquito pick that he has found success on, we've seen that RSG has actually struggled with LY4 using all the other fighter heroes, even the marksman heroes in the jungle. We haven't seen that much success.
No, the thing is, all this while, they have not been vegetarian. That's the problem. They have not been decisive. Coach Babel said, you're going to eat your veggies, and because of that, you're going to be more focused.
Where we're seeing if this lineup on screen right now will cause them another vegetarian meal. Nagib Defender, Lil Sunset Lover, and Sawo of Natus Vincere. This squad yesterday, I honestly expected them to be one-dimensional, or if at least not, very focused. But that last game against Malvinas, where they brought out the Faramis, put it on Nagib, who was actually struggling. Honestly, that's the only best way we can put it. Struggling throughout that 3-game series against Malvinas. He just up and carried. He evolved. I'm wondering if the conversation with him and Warbarbie was about that.
Absolutely, man. Again, you know, this is a fun fact as well. Yesterday, during the game against Malvinas Gaming, during the draft, usually the coach is the one with the notebook.
Yeah.
But when we saw the player cam, it was Nagib with the notebook and Warbarbie in the back. So maybe the drafter isn't just Warbarbie, but also Nagib. So they're working hand in hand here.
I thought you were trying to say Nagib was trying to tell Warbarbie, okay, this is how you coach us. You know, like, it could be a crazy situation like that. Because again, look at the player stats over here. Nagib, 70% average kill participation. Now, again, we have to be real. Nagib, the thing about him is that he out positions. That's what really catches the eye of most people. So people are looking at Nagi is like, okay, he will have his highest highs and a very dangerous low in the fact that he'll be a little bit too close to the enemy team. But for the side of Team Na'Vi, defender, he's the guy that you always look at and be like, yep, he's gonna be very, very solid for the team.
Yep, defender is old, reliable. He's been with the team even before their days in Na'Vi. He's used to the world stage, so I'm guessing that could be a solid anchor. Looking at the team head-to-head, we have RSG here versus Na'Vi. A lot of these stats won't tell the complete story, though. There's so much more to these teams' play styles.
There is. You know, RSG, they're basically like, they have the Singapore style, which is play for the objectives, hard objective taker, but they also have that crazy element in them that makes them really special. They like to go for these crazy picks. They like to go for the crazy engages as well. Maybe even sometimes overcommitting, but I like it from them. There is a little bit of flair, a little bit of personality in this team. Same goes for Na'Vi. Na'Vi and RSG. First, we're going to take a look at RSG's keys to victory. Number one, beware of early rotations. You got to ban the Paquito and the Hayabusa, slow down the mid-game, and prioritize lane control. Now, from the side of Na'Vi, they usually want to play this kind of game. They want to go for the rotations in the early game. That's why for RSG, they need to nullify that. We have seen many times before that RSG has had a very good early game rotation, early game play as well. So they need to start to shut down Na'Vi from the get-go. Don't get him rolling.
Key there is Sawo. You gotta stop Sawo.
Yes.
Make sure he doesn't get the Selena. Make sure that his Grok is put in place. And then RSGSG is gonna have a great game.
But here's the thing, when you're looking at Team Na'Vi, they're really all-in kind of style, you know? Like, their draft is actually very, very risky because, again, you mentioned Sao, and the thing that Na'Vi likes to do is playing this assassin-type roamers or damage-type roamers. Right now, the key to victory for Natas Viscera is disrupt LY4, capitalize on Lolzy's aggression, where, again, he may make an engage, but not all of them is the correct one. Secure Paquito or Yuzong and avoid early trades, because going up early trades against RSG is actually very, very difficult because, again, in terms of how they play their early game, they're actually a little bit more cleaner compared to Na'Vi. And again, like I said, Na'Vi, in terms of their draft, they're usually very, very aggressive, and that could be their downfall as well.
Yep, you guys said I missed out on baby cakes. I knew for a fact we would have a spot for baby cakes.
100% you knew.
Adult cakes, daddy cakes, what you call him. He's beaten Lil of Na'Vi on all fronts, all right? KDA, GPM, kill participation. He's just more up, all right? And I guess that's just because RSGSG plays more for the gold lane. It's fair to say that Na'Vi, they play more for Sunset Lover. As yesterday, we saw his Yi Sun Shin. It's amazing. Yi Sunset Lover.
Yeah, they set up baby cakes really, really well in the early stages. They go and play for him, and we've seen multiple times when they win through baby cakes, right? And when they lose as well, they lose through baby cakes, unfortunately as well. So that's the thing for RSG. They are one-dimensional in the terms that they only play for one side. Maybe put some focus onto Diablo. Let him try to make him carry the game as well, you know? There is multiple dimensions to Mobile Legends, and I feel like RSG, they just haven't been able to utilize the full potential of this roster.
Well, looking at how the team is, you know, we see the interview. Coach Babel, he'll be the one that's talking the most, and the players, they'll just be quiet because they don't want their head to be distracted with other things in the game. And I feel like in terms of what they prepared and looking at the audience prediction right now is going a little bit heavy on the side of RSG. And again, I'm just saying they're very focused. I just want to make sure that they are actually decisive because there are some games where I feel like at the pinch of the moment, some of the players are doing something else, other parts of the players are doing something else, and then in some engages, they weren't that you know, like, we should go for this one, you know? I want them to make clear-cut decisions, and now Na'Vi is having the most out of the audience predictions.
Yeah, no, in the second part of our audience prediction, in other territories in the world, there seems to be more fans of Na'Vi, but on the last page, it's still going over to the hometown heroes in RSG. I love how you put it, that if RSG is focused, if RSG just stays the course, sticks to their plan, they are going to come out on top. And I think it's that key for all of these people who predicted and put in their guest coins to make the most of it, all right? And via that segment, if you look into your past, you can go ahead and level up your M3 pass, unlock a whole lot of wonderful goodies. Again, there is a time the cutoff when you can vote, so please do that as much as you can. I'm sure I put in my predictions. I'm not gonna say it out loud, I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, honestly, now let's take a look at the audience prediction once again, right? Because a lot of the audience prediction can be contributed to how RSG and Na'Vi has performed here in the M3 stage. Na'Vi, sure, they have been getting the wins, but they haven't been able to get the clean wins. No clean wins whatsoever. Every time they win, it's from a comeback. It's from an enemy making a mistake, the opponent's making a mistake. Whereas RSG, in their wins, they've looked dominant.
I love how you put it. It's actually the Na'Vi scramble, all right? It's the Na'Vi scramble. They're able to make the game last about 18-20 minutes, even if they are behind like maybe 10 kills. And that's because of how, now it makes sense, Lil just holds still. Like, Lil isn't as good on the stats as Baby Cakes, but when it comes down to it, he's always online. There's always a way for Baby Cakes, for Lil to come back, despite the difference in their lineup and wherein Baby Cakes always needs to be up. Let's go into the draft. Game number 1, RSGSG on the play. Na'Vi answering back. Out goes the Phoveus, the Hayabusa for Na'Vi. They're first taking out that Nathan. What makes Nathan so important here against Na'Vi?
Nathan is just so important here against RSG for Na'Vi is because RSG, they really like to play that slow style. Again, the Singaporean style where you just keep on scaling, wait for the objectives to come to you, and just these heroes are the best at that kind of game. If you want to play it slow, like we see it as well, Onyx, they picked up the Nathan. We saw how much it could do in the late game if you are able to scale. If not, though, that's not a good hero. So Na'Vi, knowing this, they're just going to take it off the board. Maybe this time they want to go for that proactive early game, play it for the early game, get the head, get the lead, and dominate.
Yes, but right now, looking at the history of both of these teams, let's be real, let's look at the facts. From the side of Na'Vi, they don't really play that well in the early stages of the game. Even when their draft is all about trying to secure a lot, but still, they always fall short just because they're not too sure whether these engages are good or not, and there's a lot of hesitation, making it to the situation where they have to play to the late game. And on the side of RSG, they need to understand this fact, so they need to draft something that can actually capitalize on the early game. But the most important aspect of the side of RSG, they need someone or a hero on LoLZ as well as Diablo that can very easily engage on the side of Na'Vi. So when it comes to that late game, they won't be pressured to let the game stall out and actually force the engage, win the team fight, and then end the game.
I'm seeing it already. You're talking about two heroes. It's got to be the Yuzhong, got to be the Lolita, respectively. Exactly. Those heroes are still out there. We see RSG take out the Selena. Na'Vi, so much respect for LY4. They take out the Paquito, even at the expense of Defender. We saw Defender play the mean Paquito despite them having a difficult time with the hero. It's still so reliable. Mirko, what do they pick up here? They have one pick. Should it be the Yuzhong? Should it be the Lolita? Is it worth it?
Yeah, the Lolita first pick, honestly, kind of sus. Again, if you go against a marksman composition, it's good. But again, yeah, this is going to be the first pick kind of heroes. The Esmeraldas, the Farses perhaps even, and the Matildas, right? This is the hero that can do a lot of things. These are heroes that can be flexed as well. So those are the ones that are gonna be picked up in the first phase. Now, looking at Na'Vi, this is the chance to go and pick up the Farsa. You see the Esmeralda, one of the counters, obviously, is some burst, which is the Farsa that is going to come here most probably, or they might just go for the Lilia, adding a little bit more sustain into their composition.
If they do take the Farsa, it's going to be very, very risky. Again, the heroes coming in from the side of RSG, they like to engage because Diablo on this Esmeralda is actually very, very nasty. And from the side of Na'Vi, they're taking the Lolita, so they're preparing themselves in case from the side of RSG, if they're going to play a composition that has a lot of projectiles, or the Lolita is actually good against teamfight compositions as well.
Wow, they took both the poison and the antidote. They got Beatrix, they got the Lolita. Gonna be a safe go for Na'Vi, but again, it seems too honest for my taste. It seems like they're so obviously just gonna do this one thing. It's open though still what Sunset Lover's gonna play. I was thinking might be the Lilia Yusun Shin or Farsa Yusun Shin, but then again that still opens up the Yuzhong. But I think it's fair. Yeah, no, RSG will not pick up the Yuzhong at all.
They were not.
There's the Esmeralda already, but I don't doubt it. Maybe Baby Cakes has a gold lane Yuzhong in him. I don't know. RSG is crazy like that.
Yeah, but now the Farsa comes in from the side of RSG. We know that Na'Vi with the marksman composition, it is going to be really hard when you have a Farsa and a Clint. This outrange, the range that they have right now, Na'Vi, it is absolutely disgusting. They have a solid frontliner and they have the follow-up to be able to just control this map, right? Not just the follow-up, not just the damage or the range, but also for this Farsa, the mobility she adds into the game. Not just getting the pressure in the lane, but also rotating is going to be so easy in this game.
Yeah, and Leo talked about it. Yisun Shin, both these teams can use the Yisun Shin very well. LY4, again, any kind of marksman, he can make it work in the jungle. Sunset Lover as well, we've seen him play yesterday. The Yisun Shin is actually very good. So in this kind of situation, it is a very good pick to pick right now because Yisun Shin is one of those heroes, even though his win rate is pretty low,
Your team
not a lot
is
of
banning.
heroes technically counters him.
It's more of like Yisun Shin is just such a solid hero in terms of escape, range, utility. He's just an all-rounder, right? And now we are going to see the Lilia picked up for the side of Na'Vi, like I predicted, knowing that they are going against a lot of damage output. They need some sustain. But at this point, what else do they need to counter this? Honestly, I expected them to go for the Yuzong there.
I think they'll wait for the Yuzhong. They'll wait for the opening, and they're giving it to possibly two of their most reliable players, Sunset Lover and Defender. That's what they're opening up this second half of the draft for. Now RSG, what are they still lacking? That hero on LY4 and that hero on Lozi. It's actually kind of a mirror, but instead Defender is an XP laner, Lozi's a roamer. So now there goes the Matilda. They know that Lozi doesn't have a hero just yet. What's left for the roamer on the side of RSG? Looking at the map here, Rafaela's still out there. Maybe they can pick up the Rafaela.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of roamer, there is still a lot. Like you said, the Rafaela. Lozi has been crazy on the Kufra as well, even though right now, from the side of Na'Vi, there is not a lot of dashes, so it doesn't really counter anything. It's just a way to initiate. And it's kind of good that Na'Vi, as of right now, still has not shown their jungler, because we don't know whether this jungler is going to be an early game kind of jungler or a late game kind of jungler, because right now, from the side of RG, they have delayed their roamer, and some heroes, some tanks can actually counter against specific types of junglers. Certain tanks can actually delay the purple buff take, like a Tigro just pushing it out, Jawhead pushing it out, and that is something that RG can do as well.
Your team is
But
banned.
now, honestly, with that Cho ban, they might just be looking for an assassin pick here, right, for Na'Vi. They can just go for additional dive, maybe even make the draft a little bit more multi-dimensional here. RSG with the Tamas ban. Now, I think after seeing Na'Vi's Cho ban, they might want to get rid of those assassins. Maybe the Lancelot or the Ling. I prefer the Lancelot just being banned away because Ling, it's a little bit harder to play.
Yes, exactly. And like we said before, if from the side of Na'Vi, they do take the Ling, there is some form of outplay over there, but Yuzong has been banned out. This is a respect because, again, Defender has been so solid, so if he gets a hero like Yuzong, then yeah, maybe this Farsa won't be able to play.
So now Na'Vi have two choices. Do we give Defender a hero first, or do we give Sunset Lover a hero first? The Ling and the Lancelot are still out there. Yisun Shin as well, but there is a problem I have with Yisun Shin. He doesn't really solve anything. He's just good overall. He's a versatile hero.
He's a staple.
He's a staple, but when your back's against the wall, there's really only one thing you can say as a Yisun Shin is, let me farm, and then we'll see what happens. You're good vision. You're good vision, you're reliable, and that's where they go. Again, you still want to keep that one slot open, but what's left for Defender now? A Uranus?
Uranus is certainly open, but
Benedetta?
Hylos, Benedetta. Benedetta can be played here.
Tried it yesterday.
Yeah. Honestly, right now, I don't really have anyone in mind, but it's going to be the Bane picked up for RSG, and to round up their draft, they need a roamer. Just one more pick, and it is going to be the Kufra. So, picking up the Kufra, denying, maybe just going in for more engages, right? Just adding more engage potential to this team, but Na'Vi, it is going to be the Uranus. So, they have a solid front line, the Uranus and that Lolita. With the shield, it is going to be really good, especially considering that they have two marksmen. I feel like both of the compositions have certain win conditions that they can execute. It's just, again, going to come down to the executions of both of the teams. Whether Na'Vi can go and dive, maybe even prevent that back line from wreaking havoc, or RSG doing the same.
Yeah, so looking at the draft, we did call most of the draft over here, and from the side of RSG, this is what I want to see, giving Lolzy a hero like Kufra, because again, he can engage, and from the side of Na'Vi, they capitalize on mistakes. So it's really going to be on this Kufra pick itself. If Lolzy makes a mistake, then yeah, RSG, they need to be careful in terms of how they handle the team fight. And from the side of Na'Vi, if they start losing the map control, the map pressure, Lolzy staying in your jungle, you're going to be having a very hard time trying to farm, and you may end up dead trying to get some gold.
That's what I was going to say. Na'Vi, they have quite the onus to position well and to play defensively, given that they have two good peelers and two frontliners. We'll see if they can make good on that promise. Welcome to game number 1. Once more, this is a knockout match in the lower bracket here at M3. Na'Vi versus RSG.
Okay, let's see what happens here, all right? In the early moments of the game, it should be the side of Na'Vi who gets a little bit of a lead in the bottom side. Technically, both of them are really equal, but because of the B-Tricks, I would want to... I favor Na'Vi here because of the B-Tricks alone, getting the pressure and also the little Wanderer control. A lot of this mid is going to be controlled by the Na'Vi.
Yeah, but more importantly, on that goal lane, we can see the Lilia going up against the Clint. The Clint should lose this matchup, but Lilia right now is not putting a lot of pressure on this Clint. This Clint, so far I'm seeing very, very full HP.
Yeah. Lil is very low-key. The way that Lil plays is he's reliable. You can check in on him, but that aside, he'll be all right. Up top, it's a different story. Defenders having a tough time against Diablo.
Yeah, even Paquito loses out in trades against the Esmeralda, so the Uranus really shouldn't be able to go and do anything in the lane for a great chunk of the game, man. That's why the Uranus pick, I was kind of leaning towards another pick because of that, right? Maybe the Lapu, perhaps, because the Uranus is just so easy to bully in the early stages, especially when you're going up against a Bane, an Esmeralda. But again, they do have the marksman in the mid lane, that Beatrix that can be the pillar of hope for this team as well as that Yi Sun-shin. So they really needed a huge frontliner.
Interesting movements here by Na'Vi. They're setting up this purple wall death bush at 2 minutes. I guess they were just setting it up better for Sunset Lover so that he gets priority. Lolzy bouncing ball a little too deep. Feathered airstrike. Nagib with 1 HP. Had a dream rolling out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no flame shot over there, but right now RSGSG, they are maintaining control of that turtle. Sunset Lover is going to be very dangerous if he does try to contest this one. And Sao, Defender, and Sunset Lover, they're committing to this.
Yeah, Defender is going to go in. Sunset Lover dodging out here.
It's tough to be Sunset Lover right now. There's a deadly catch. LY4 pops the retribution. Turtle slain, brought to you by the STB. A little too late on that Mountain Shocker. I guess it was just for safety to see if Defender can still stay, because RSGSG could have rotated over to the Uranus, made his life all the more difficult.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Na'Vi were doing there. Again, they didn't have pressure in the mid lane. Sure, they cleared it before that, but the wave is coming again. There's another wave coming into that mid lane. They should have just stayed in the lane, cleared it one more time, then opened it up. Honestly, I feel like Nagib could have just stayed in the lane himself, but another engage.
Oh, the ult in by Lolzy with the deadly catch. First blood drawn by RSGSG, brought to you by Razor. Again, so many questions put up by Mirko. Possible rotations, but again, you never know where Lolzy is. That was a face check into the pixel brush.
Lolzy, this is why we should look at him. He is the one that's going to engage for his team. And for the side of RSG, they can always do the damage. They are confident in terms of their skill shots. They just need someone to slow someone down for a bit. And over here at the caster desk, we can hear them roaring over there.
Yep, Sao coming in with the Numenon Blast. Baby Cakes forced to use the flicker underneath his own turret. Mount Shocker taking him out. Lil gets the last hit. Sana with the feathered airstrike, just drawing a line. You shall not cross. We need a breather. They close the gap though. Natos Vincere now up by a very small margin. What was that?
That was huge, honestly. Very, very good rotation for the side of Na'Vi. And again, Sao, this guy's the X factor for Na'Vi. You can see every single time when the team is having doubts about themselves, where should we rotate? Where should we do this? Sao is always on the top of his game. He knows exactly when to rotate. He saw that Lolzy has used his engage on to Lil. Why not just go for that, man? Sao instantly chunked and went in, even flickering in, man.
Yeah, but still, looking at RSG, even though Baby Cakes has been pressured quite a lot, he's died once. But I feel like this is still a situation where he is still winning the game, because looking at the levels, they're basically equal. And from the side of Nats and Vincere, they should put more pressure on this guy, because late game, Clint is gonna hurt. And from the side of Natas Vincera, not a lot of people can tank a lot of damage coming in from this Clint.
Here's one way to put some pressure, get some quick conversions. Mountain Shocker into the turtle take. That's Sunset Lover maybe 2 or 3 seconds away from this. It's already started up. Defender catching a few beats. Sawa jumping onto Lozi. Bouncing ball, flicker on out. Feather Dash Strike set up here by Sana. Catches a few rounds from Nagi from the back line. Numenon Blast. There's a deadly catch. They're pushing him back. I'm wondering, is this a push and a pull? Turtle taken here by Sunset Lover. It goes over to Na'Vi. Diablo taken down. Sunset Lover gets the arrow in. And Na'Vi happy to have that victory.
Beautiful plays by Na'Vi. That rotation, the setup was all just super clean. But wait a minute.
Lozi never count him out. There's the jump in. There's the old bouncing ball. Is he going to get punished? Answer's going to be no. Instead, Sunset Lover happy to take the small camp. LY4 barely gets his purple as well.
That was such a good engage by Lozi, but apparently maybe there's some kind of miscommunication over there because he got him, but it looks like RSG, they were not prepared. Maybe the skills were on cooldown or something, but that was a missed opportunity.
I agree. That was a very missed opportunity, man. They could have just gone for something there. But, I was about to get to the items, but it seems like there is another fight. No, not just yet. Yeah, just looking at the items right now. Sure, Natas Vincera, with that 1,500 gold lead, you can see Sunset Lover, he is already building onto that Blade of Despair. This is going to be a huge power spike. And this is where actually Yusuf should get something, but Lozi is going to go in.
Bouncing ball in the middle of 3. Nagib is in position. Diablo pushing him back, dancing around this sniper. Renner is up, and that's Baby Cake slowly making the move down bottom. Again, we mentioned, even if there's a lot of pressure there, Baby Cakes is still technically winning, but in our efforts of watching that, we missed what the defender was doing this whole time. I can't believe he pushed it. 6 minutes, 30 seconds in, he won the fight against Diablo.
Yeah, and this is so annoying seeing how Uranus plays. It's just like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna come here. I'm gonna kill all the minions. I'm gonna push the lane. And this is one of those situations where RSG, they have to come to a decision. It's like, do we want to move S5? Or do you want to kill the defender?
This is such a Uranus move by defender, showing himself and then forcing out the fight. Sana taken down by Sunset Lover. Naki traded out 1 for 2 so far. Navi's winning this, using the deadly catch to disengage. LY4 gets away with his life. Baby Cakes at about a 4 of his health. Lil, they're not done. They're jumping in from the back line. Sawa and Sunset Lover coming in, taking out the Clint. The Lilia gets one. There's a jump in by Diablo, falling Star Moon to the face. And Sunset Lover and Sawa, they're still in this. LY4, I'm kind of getting this vibe. Maybe he's gun shy. Maybe he isn't so trigger happy. I'm guessing you have to force it as the Bane.
This is so weird by RNG. This is not their normal form, man. You can see it. Na'Vi have just been outclassing them overall. Literally in every single lane. You can see even the top side, the lane that we expected to win, Diablo, he is not in a good form. And look at that, finally a good engage.
Yep, Lozi put in place. This was as easy as it gets. There were 3 of them there, and it looks like they're not done. Defender, he's saying, maybe we can get this, guys. Maybe we can get this. I'm zoning him out. I'm zoning him out. They jump in. Too much for one to survive. Consecration not going to save you. LY4 gets one more. 2-man deficit for Na'Vi. They might have to concede this turtle.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is what the Na'Vi that I want to see. Yes, they just sacrificed a few kills over there, but at least they're more decisive. It's like, yeah, I want this kill, guys. Just follow me, come in. Defender just now maybe a little bit too aggressive, maybe went a little bit overzealous, overestimating his own sustainability. But again, both of these teams, I feel like even RSG is surprised, like, hey, Navi's playing a little bit more aggressive than we thought.
Something tells me the money's back on the side of RSG, but just as I say that, Na'Vi engages, bouncing ball by Lozi, keeping them in place. Sunset Lover getting a few free hits. Sawa popped immediately by Sana, but they're trading so far. Double kill for the Farsa with the Feathered Airstrike. Mount Shocker checking where everyone is, keeping them in place so far. A 1-4-2. Still, money is on RSG.
That was huge. That was beautiful by RSG. This is what we want to see from the clinical fights all across the board. As now we are going to take a look at the replay, so we can just deep dive, just break this down for you guys. As you can see, Na'Vi, they went in for the initial engage, but look at how RSG plays this. They split up the map, they split up the players, and they play with their range. Look at the Farsa, just beautiful, because Nagib, if he was in that position, it was really hard to be Nagib. You go out of the fight, you're going to get blamed for not joining. You join in the fight, you're going to die. So in the end, you need Nagib, you need the Season Shin to be able to do something, and at that point, yes, that was a forced error.
Yep, RSGSG made sure Nagib could not make like M2. He could not join the fight. Look at this death bush set up by Na'Vi. Lolzy missing the jump about an inch from Nagib. Sawo, look at him from this upper quarter river bush. They reset. Wow. If Lolzy were feeling like the Lolzy from 5 minutes ago, that could have been a fight.
Yeah, but right now, I'm looking at it from the side of Na'Vi. I think they've identified the thing about RSG is that Diablo likes to join the fight, and Lolzy right now taking a lot of damage.
Oh, that's going to be Lil popping. One, and there you go, Numero Flash from behind the turret. That's 3 down immediately. Nagib helping Lil get that double. LY4, he's not going to survive this. He still stands. He's got the nail on him. He gets a double, and just like that, this is the LY4 we're looking for. Where did he get the recovery, the healing from? That ale, keeping him alive, plus the killing spree. Fight's not over. Defender, Sawo, and Sunset Lover, they want more. It's going to be a 2v3. Diablo, though, he's so topped up. Look at that shield at half health. They're still going.
That was honestly, yeah, all right.
Deadly catch. Slowing him down, keeping him in place. Sawo's not gonna bite it. You were saying?
Yeah, what the heck was that? Bane is not a mobile character, but he dodged literally every single sniper shot. He's a fat dude.
This is what happens when you ask a marksman player to play a fighter. For some reason, he'll find that missed positions. Like, yeah, I'm gonna shimmy my way out of here, even though I'm a big boy Bane. I can make like a squid and then dodge everything out. But yeah, RSGSG doing very well, but from the side of Natos Vincera, their team fights have been so good.
LY4 caught out, and he used that flicker, popping the Feather Air Strike. False engage here by RSGSG. Oh, Sunset Lover, he smelled blood. Sana could have been the victim of one more crit passive kick. Diablo up top, forcing out this take. Not gonna happen just yet. In hindsight, you're right, it was not even anything the Ale did. It was more of just LY4 sidestepping and using that killing spree to just maximum capacity. 4-0-1 suddenly.
But look at this, it's gonna be Na'Vi actually going for something, but
Nagib! He's still alive, but Sana finds one more maximum range on that Feathered Air Strike. This is the Nagib we saw yesterday. Nagib is struggling to get his positioning right now. 12 minutes in, it's so hard to break old habits.
Yeah, honestly, I would say it's positioning as well, but you're up against a Farsa. This is why the Farsa is so good up against these marksmen. Their range and that burst is just too much to handle. You can position yourself all you want, but look at this.
Mountain Shocker set in, but it's too little too late. LY4 already confirms the Lord. They spot one over here. Sawo put it about a 2/3. Now 1/3 of his health forced to recall. Na'Vi couldn't have done anything there. The Lord take, objective game on RSGSG once they decide to go for it, is so good.
Yeah, but right now, looking at the goal difference, it's not by much. And Sunset Lover over here, 3-0-4. I feel like he is in that position already. Again, he's level 15. He has the damage. Right now, from the side of Natos Vincera, they're just waiting for a very good engage coming in from Lolita. And this Lord push might actually prove like RSGSG, they could make a mistake over here.
Look at this, Diablo 2v1, and he's surviving. He's actually winning off the back of a concealed play by Lolzy. They could not find the engage. Na'Vi's getting scrambled right now, and this is not the good Na'Vi scramble that I talked about earlier. This is just them trying to solve problems left and right. RSGSG is presenting a threat.
They are proactive on the map. That is exactly it. And boom!
What a jump in by Diablo. Feathered Air Strike almost taking down Defender, but the only thing that's going down here is this tier 2 turret. RSGSG has decided it's go time. We're taking everything.
Yeah, right now, actually, looking at Nagib, the only reason he survived that engage was because he has a Purify. But this is also a reason why he's not surviving from Sana, is because he doesn't have that Flicker. It's so tough being a Beatrix at this point, because it's either you have to think about the Kufra or the Farsa. And enough, he chose the Purify because he's like, yeah, I can't handle this Lolzy. But right now, Sana, he's at the point of the game, it's like, yeah, every time I see you, you're not going to survive.
Yep. As we wait for this Lord next, I think that's the play here for both teams. Let's talk about that weakness finder. Is Nagib making the most of that? Why would he choose that? It's usually a killing spree. The only other marksman emblems we see would be the Weapon Master earlier today. But yeah, weakness finder, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Honestly, I personally don't like it myself, but let's take a look at the items first here. we can take a look at Sunset Lover, all right? If there's one member that has just been consistent, it is Sunset Lover. 3-0-4, 16,000 gold, 11,000 gold, my bad. And you can see there, the items that he has managed to actually get right now is actually BOD, War Axe, and Endless Battle. Usually for me personally, especially when you're up against the Esmeralda, the Kufra, and the Bane, I would prefer going with the Malefic Roar, but he did go for some additional sustain. That's why he went for the DHS.
And right now, looking at the items as well, there is no anti-healing coming in from anyone, so the Esmeralda can do whatever she wants. No one's gonna stop her.
A huge oversight. Yeah, that is not what you're supposed to do here because Defender, he is not going to be able to sustain that much damage against them. But wait a minute, I may be wrong.
They're putting so much effort into stopping down Lolzy. They actually get their man off of the Numenon Blast. LY4 got Defender on him. He gets stunned. That's one kill. Lil goes down, could not even pop the Black Shoes. Diablo looking for 3. He's jumping up. He's going to catch Nagib. Nagib jumping onto that Cyclone Eye. He's getting chased down. Still dancing Diablo. He's paralyzing. He's like a Komodo dragon. Baby Cakes ends Nagib. That's 2-4-1 so far. And I'll take that trade any day. The Roamer for 2 on the side of Na'Vi. RSGSG primed to take this 42nd Lord.
Na'Vi, they keep on overcommitting onto these fights. You can see, all right? They get one pick and then they get overzealous. They think that there's no more Roamer and then they get punished like this.
They're still going. Look at the perimeter that Sana has put in. Sawo puts up the shield. Might be too much. Overloading the damage. It's both physical and magical off of Baby Cakes and Sana. Not to mention LY4. I love how it's LY4 that actually puts this whole package together.
Oh, maximum range. He's really trying to push for his tower. And right now, yeah, LY4, 5-0-2 on this Bane. Even though we criticized earlier that he did not follow up on that engage. But after that fight in mid, now he's like, yeah, I can fight with anyone. Speaking of that, Diablo right now, he's being very happy. He's going in front. He's not scared. Oh, but maybe he should be.
Okay, a little too much. He does pop the Purify there, so that's one huge resource that Na'Vi can note. But Na'Vi also noted, whoa, they took that Lord very, very fast. That's 2 Lords over now to RSG.
You know, this is mostly because Na'Vi can't really melt that Esmeralda. All they need is just one, all right? One anti-regen, finally getting the Dominance Eyes onto Sawo, but at this point, it's too late, right? 16 minutes in the game, then you build the Dominance Eyes. A lot of the tanks, actually, a lot of the Roamer players, not even the Roamer players, just anyone right here in M3, if you meet up against a healing hero like an Esmeralda, like the Uranus, it is the first item they get in their item build, and it's just an oversight, a massive oversight, because at this point, yeah, you get it, but 5,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, honestly, like, the latest that you should do is like second item, maybe first item, just try to get that Dreadnought armor first. But right now, this might be the biggest mistake that Atlas Misera made. And right now, can they come back from this?
Look at this. Sawo jumps in. Flicker after that Numenon Blast charge. Baby Cakes put out about 1/8 of his health. Where is the turnaround, Lolzy? Getting caught out. Bouncing ball pops the Immortality. Diablo from the flanks here. Nagib taking down the ball. Lolzy popped here, but Lord has already done the damage. This inhibitor in mid, barely standing. Top lane, same story. What's Na'Vi to do? Can they defend this without overcommitting?
Oh man, this is... But honestly, this is Na'Vi at their best. They really like to go for these base defenses. Every single win of theirs has come through this, alright? So, sure, we can't just say that, okay, they're making mistakes, they're letting RSG roam and play too freely, but this is also on the other side Na'Vi's way to play. They just let this happen and instantly they look for one mistake and turn it around.
Yeah, they're just giving a false sense of security. It's like,
you're security.
You're winning. Yes, I am. In fact, security, Mirko. And right now, looking at the side of RSG, all they need is an engage. That is all they need. Sunset Lover, he's still not dead yet. So, RG, they just need to set some kind of bait. They need that Clint to look very, very lonely and be like, hey, maybe you guys can kill me right now.
Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, RSGSG here choking out the purple. Diablo jumps on the 2, hits him with the Falling Star Moon, plus the Feathered Airstrike. Black Shoes popped by Lil. There's a deadly catch. And Nagib is getting free hits. Lolzy's gonna pop here. That's the first casualty in this team fight. Mountain Shocker checking where everyone is. RSGSG retreats.
Na'Vi are just so good at this game. Like I said, false sense of security. I mean, like you said, you are a security as well, my friend. But Defender, this is why they call him Defender. This is why he is in Na'Vi. They literally play to defend, and right now, they're on the offense.
suddenly, with just one inhibitor barely standing, they're still going. Diablo. Can't deny though, Diablo, this whole time that Defender gave that one free kill while he was trying to go 1v4, it bought Diablo time to do the same, maybe even better, because there is a CC.
I like watching beefy plays coming up from Diablo as well as Defender. Both of these dudes, they're just like, yeah.
Both of the what?
Dudes. You hear that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I took that from you. Anyways, right now, both of them being in this crazy front line, Nanda's Vincera, Sunset Lover honestly has been dancing around the map, pushing left, right, hitting here, hitting there, 3, 0, and 7. And for the side of RSG, like I said, they need some kind of bait because Lolzy is not getting disengages, and it's not his own fault. It's just that Nanda's Vincera, again, they play this base defense really, really good.
Yes, they do, honestly. But this is one thing that they need to be careful of. The mounted chakra to reveal the opponents, and now the collapse.
They jump on the LY4. Pops the Immortality. Sana responds with the Feather Air Strike, but it's too late. Nagi blasts him. He's on a killing spree. That's 2 kills for Navi. Lil gets one as well. I love how Lil is just so low-key. All right, guys, I found him. Let's go. He's a walk-in ward that also apparently has a 9mm on him. He's just pew, pew.
Technically, he has some music balls right there, but yes, it is going to be the Enhanced Lord, whatever, Bamboos, Caspers, all right, it's time for the Enhanced Lord, and this is the thing that I wanted to say. Navi, how do they do this every single time, every single game? They did it against Malvinas, they're doing it here against the hometown boys, RSG.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They practice this so much, they're like, okay, let's pretend to lose, and then actually play the game. This is how they play.
True.
Yeah,
like, dude, I want to say it's toxic and it's like, yo, why you hating on that? But it's true. That's their style of playing. They lose and then they win. Because guess what? That's how heroes do it, man. They lose at first, but they win in the end. And that's exactly what Navi are doing.
They're playing on inevitability. They're just going to start and sink all these lanes. Defender down bottom. Their 6th man up top. Lord marching up and then just going to crash in as well. And when we're looking at siege potential, Navi is very respectable. You have Nagib, you have Lil to clear the minion waves, and Sunset Lover just putting in those final hits. Not to mention Renner. Oh my god, Nagib is here. He's a Beatrix.
Oh god, look at that. It's gonna be all of the damage, all of that potential coming in finally in the 21st minute of the game, and they might look for an end.
They're pacing it very well. Cold and calculated, as Navi always is. Lord wailing away at this base, putting it at about half the health. But just like that, the blink of an eye, after playing Possum, as you guys put it, Navi just cleaned the house. RCSG left with no more turrets.
I have no words. We talked about the anti-healing not being a thing for the first 60 minutes. That's a strat.
No, that is a strike. Look, once they finished it, it's GG.
Yeah,
it's game over. They're like, we caught you in a trap. You fell for it. We are paid actors, and now you're gonna pay for our salary.
They're esports athletes, but yes, they're playing paid actors.
Okay, but honestly, I just want to get this word out there. Everyone who wants to play ranked tonight, don't do what Navi is doing, all right?
Only they can pull it off.
Oh, don't try this at home. These are trained professionals.
No. Yes. I saw what you did there. Yes, these are trained professionals. But again, for the side of RSG, maybe they're playing the Uno Reverse like, we're paid actors. We're waiting on you because if we can engage in your base, you can't engage in our base, but we can counter-engage on you in our base.
But that's not going to happen given how, let's get our feet back on the ground, Navi has the vision advantage. They have the Mountain Shocker. They can tell, and they have the better re-engage because as for RSGSG, once they say it's go time, what they have in spades is damage. Navi, what they have is the full CC. They have the Numenon Blast, and the past couple of team fights have been all about that. Sawa just catches the right targets.
Are you saying that Navi is paralyzing them before killing them?
Oh no, Diablo should not have said that. Maybe Diablo should not have said that.
He gave that idea.
That's the caster curse, or maybe the player curse? The player curse.
War Barbie's like, that's a good idea.
Thanks.
That's a good idea. Yeah. I don't care.
Nagib, you hear that? We can do that.
That's why they were talking.
Yeah. Oh no. All right. Well, we do know that Nagib is a very bright young man. I think he turned 17 earlier this year, and he's the newest member of the Navi squad. And yeah, something tells me he's just very essential in all of this. Now they're planning to move on Defender. Conceal used up by Lolzy, not gonna fall for it again. You can't play Possum with Navi, not with this lineup.
All right, I gotta be honest here. why does Na'Vi become a completely different team after that 16-minute? Like, honestly, it feels like they're a completely different team. They're like so structured. They know exactly what to do at all times. In the early stages, we saw them pick top many times.
Reminds me of the Execration / Omega squad from MPL Philippines. Our MSC champions of 2021, they have the 18-minute timer. It's Omega time. Maybe there's such a thing as Na'Vi time.
Okay, so honestly, there's two really good reasons. Number one is you want to get used to the game itself, because again, you need some kind of warm-up. You need your instincts to become clear. And another one, it is actually kind of easier to play from behind nowadays, just because of how Mobile Legends has been structured. Being in your own base actually gives you quite an advantage, because your opponents are forced to engage on you, and based on those engagements, you can counter-engage and try to get kills and then get the shot on goal and everything like that. That's what we've seen how Na'Vi has done it. Lozi tries to engage, and then they counter-engage. The damage coming in from this Beatrix, they can't handle that.
Oh man, this is like a start of a new meta where you just tunnel in your base and wait for 15 minutes, then you start to go in. But it's working right now, especially for Na'Vi with the pressure that they've gotten all over the map. It is going to be a fight right now, and the Lord will be taken.
Yep, Lozi coming in, getting his immortality pop. Bouncing ball not going to save you here in the face of those two. And no, in the back line, in goes Sawa. Stuns 2, already 3 down for RSG. 5 members complete on the side of Na'Vi. The Conquerors from the north are slowly going to march in. They're still waiting for the Lord. Maybe about 5 seconds left. And just like that, playing possum, they've taken it to the next level. I could have sworn they were not going to engage, but the angle that Sawa came in from, lethal.
But the thing is, from the side of RSG, a lot of miscommunication. Looks like this team, they're not on the same page. Ever since the whole thing happening in the buff side, RSG crumbling in terms of teamwork.
Man, oh man, but look at this. They might just go for the end right here. Diablo is caught.
Yep, it's a Numen and blast onto the back line. Too much to ask to survive against 5 members of Na'Vi. RSG gonna have to concede game number 1. They are at match point, just like that. It's so painful that BO3s have to be our knockout rounds, but such is the nature of the beast. Congratulations to Na'Vi. Again, playing possum meta. How long was that, 25?
Oh yeah, that was a very long game, and part of the reason is because Defender is there on that Uranus, forcing the game, instead of being a 5v5, 4+1, making sure that the Diablo does not play the game for his team. It's like, yeah, you gotta stay in this lane or I'm gonna push. And then Sunset Lover is just like, yes, no one's gonna touch me. I'm gonna do a lot of damage. Good luck trying to take me down.
Sunset Lover didn't die a single time. He knew exactly what the team was going for all the way from the start. And you can see the disappointment in the faces of RSG, the team, man. They started off really strong, getting a 6,000 gold lead, 5,000 gold lead, getting every single turret except for that mid lane inhibitor. That was beautiful, and this is just, I don't know what to say anymore. Na'Vi, they've constantly been surprising us here in the playoffs. I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, lower bracket meta. This is the comeback meta.
The comeback meta.
Actually, the game went long, and there were actually 2 different eras. Like the first early game, Na'Vi, and then RSG caught back up, and then they played Possum, and then this is what happened. A long victory from Na'Vi, possibly responsible for the strategy. On your screen right now is Nagib, the man with a notebook. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to call to our smart guys. Let's go give it over to Wolf and Gideon. Tell us exactly what happened here. Game 1.
Yikes, what a brutally long game that was, with RSG taking a good majority of a lead throughout, like you guys have mentioned. However, that later stage, the synergy coming in from Na'Vi and overall Defender just buffering for time.
Definitely. I think that we saw that before, right? We saw Uranus just try to prolong the game before, as well as, the Beatrix just clearing the wave, and then eventually that Lolita pick really paying dividends in the latter portions of the game. However, one thing that really was the key factor for the side of Na'Vi in that victory, I call this the conceal shocker.
concealed
shocker, right?
Okay.
We'll see it in the highlights maybe, but basically it's using the Yisenshin ultimate, the Mountain Shocker, in combination with your max level conceal so that you can get into the fray and surprise your opponents with that.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Let's have a look at the item builds here so far and really break this down, because a lot of it just comes down to whether or not you're going to get caught. And half the time, I'm not gonna lie, these purifiers coming in from Na'Vi did make a couple of differences here and there. However, in that later stages, they just made sure that they did not get caught by Lulzy, and things just became so much smoother.
I agree, because if you're looking at RSG, they're immediate bursts, right? You have the Bane as well as the Farsa. They want to kill their opponents as soon as possible. What with the help of the triple purify coming out from Na'Vi, this allowed them to have a front line so that when the jump coming out from Lulzy does come, they have a counter to it. If you're looking at even Lil, dealing so much damage in the late stages, this is a gold lane Lilia, by the way, went for the Blood Wings, allowed him to also tank some damage before having to be forced to use his ultimate, the Black Shoes. And of course, Sunset Lover, no deaths, by the way, on this Yisenshin. Looking for the Demon Hunter, so the very standard pickup, but changing it up, picking up a defensive item himself. If you're looking at Na'Vi, almost all of their members have defensive items because they know that RSG wanted to go for immediate nukes, but they can't go there for the finish. They don't have an assassin that can actually finish the job for them. Unlike, of course, Na'Vi, if they just tank up a little bit, get some of those damage up, and then eventually just reset up with their sustain.
Yeah, now looking over to the stats, and you can tell that RSG, damage taken, overall damage dealt, they're just winning in these departments, but they could not finish out and close it out against Na'Vi. Damage to their towers overall falling into their favor. Total heals as well. I mean, you know it, Na'Vi, they dragged this out, and you can tell even when it comes down to overall damage, RSG just had them beat as well.
Yeah, it's just that Na'Vi eventually just took over the game. I mean, that apart from the concealed shocker that I just told you about, it's all about their defense, and they were so calm and so composed during their defense, especially the usage of this Lolita. We already talked about how good the wave clear is. You have Beatrix, you have Lilia, and then you also have the Yisenshin. But the real game changer was Sawo and this Lolita, making sure that there's no overcommitment whatsoever from RSG. Because if you want to go like high ground against your team, against your opponents, right? You want to go for the jump. You're looking for it using your Kufra. However, with the defense of Sawo just peeling back the members of RSG SG, they were able to defend.
Now, speaking of Sawo, our MVP of this game, absolute mad landed despite how long that game was. 94% match KP.
Yeah.
Overall, despite the strong disengage, Sawo was able to do just literally both, looking for that fast engagement and also that fast disengagement for the rest of his teams to keep his teammates covered.
Now, we saw that even in the last clash where, you know, the members of RGSG are already outside of their base, want to go for the Lord play as well. And there's so many, like, underrated moves that Sawo was able to do, just like using the Numinal Blast as a slow. And it also already zones out the opponents. It might not land, but at the same time, it allows for the other spells of the side of Na'Vi to hit. Because of that, it's a slow. That timing is always perfect. And of course, his Bulwark place was also phenomenal.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi just had a very clear idea of where they wanted to kind of attack and take control over the map. Defender, once again, absolute mad lad. Good rotations, early proxies, and most importantly, bought that precious time for Sunset Lover to really take it away.
Yeah, but the itemization was perfect as well. His selection, I think it's more about the timing, right? When you say proxy, you mean cut the lanes. And I think that he did it wonderfully well so that they can hold on. I mean, imagine Na'Vi was able to keep their base intact after a very long time of lead for the side of RSG.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be a tough one. It really is. But for those of you who are already going for your guest coins here to get some more EXP for your M3 pass, you could be getting that Roger Prime skin, and you can be making your way up until January the 2nd. You can grind and earn the first ever Prime level skin in MLBB for Roger and other M3 exclusive in-game items such as appealing trails, effects. You'll also get to cheer for your favorite teams by supporting them in-game on a daily basis by obtaining their M3 emotes. Your favorite team might earn the title Team of M3 based on how much support they gather. So buckle up and rise to the top with some of your favorite favorite teams out there. I don't know how many people have actually managed to get the Prime skin for Roger, and until I see it, I'm not going to be convinced.
We were trying hard ourselves. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, looks like the teams are really buckling up for this upcoming matchup. Very curious to know how it's going to be. But casters, hopefully you guys are excited as we are. They are going to be ready very soon. We'll throw it back to you.
And as you throw, we will catch. Thank you so much, Gideon Q and Wolf back at the desk. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Lafel. I love how he said buckle up. Gideon said buckle up, because folks, I think we're gonna have to go the distance. I'm not sure who did the war cry from the back, but I'm hoping it's RSG. I hope they woke up, because approaching Na'Vi cool and collected, you can't play the game the way they do.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think the mistake for RSG mostly, you know what, I'm not going to say what I think, because I think that I will jinx it like I usually will.
I think...
Like I usually have.
Yes, what you just said. I think from the side of RSG, they really need to play that Komodo Dragon style. Why did I do that?
He just did it. He just did it.
Anyways.
Diablo should do good on his Diablo should do good on his bet. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say hi and hello to everyone watching via MeWatch. Y'all can actually catch the World Championships via MeWatch from the 6th of December up until the 19th, when we finally crown another champion. By watching, you can win in-game rewards. So why don't you jump in now? Watch us via MeWatch. Thank y'all so much for joining. It's a hard time to be a Singaporean right now, given that RSG is down a game in a best of 3. But we were saying, all right, Komodo Dragon jokes aside, maybe it's Diablo was just... It's a fact, yes, but maybe Diablo was just talking a big game, because he is the XP laner, and that's where a lot of the mind games come in, right? I was just about to say, there wasn't much time in the analysis by Gideon and Wolf to bring it up, but every time Defender isolates Diablo, see, Baby Kick's also on my mind. Every time you isolate Diablo,
that's worrying.
You actually win, because the Esmeralda does so much more in a team fight than a Uranus.
Yeah, in all seriousness though, for the side of Na'Vi, they're doing it really, really well, the way they play that long, drawn-out way. But RSG, this is where they need to step up. They had the 6,000 goalie. What they needed to do was stay disciplined, play with that objective, play with that lead, right? With the lead, translate it to more objectives on the board, just play the waves constantly, maybe even freeze it. It's about how you manipulate the waves to set up for the next objective, and simply enough, they didn't do a lot of that. That's why Na'Vi were able to capitalize and actually come back. And you know, they've been able to do this constantly since the group stage. This should be one of the things that they have been able to read from the last few games, and maybe even able to fix in this match.
I'm going to take a different approach. RSG, they need to start trusting each other, because a few engages coming in from Lozi is not being capitalized. And then later on, like, if you really look back at the match, it looks like half of the team wants to do something else, half of the team wants to do something else. It becomes a situation where I feel like maybe not all of them committed to this vegetarian diet. Maybe one or two had some juicy burgers.
Coach Babel's gonna find out. He's gonna find out, and you're gonna hear about it. But we're about a minute and a half away from the draft beginning. And speaking of the draft, we're talking about Lozi. I just think that this is just my opinion, all right? My opinion as a professional broadcaster. Maybe the Kufra wasn't the right answer. We mentioned earlier that Rafaela might have been better, because it was just more equipped. As the Kufra, it's a very inward style of fighting, but the way that they actually were going was more for counter engaging. That's just not what Kufra's built for.
I agree. I completely agree with that. You know, with the Kufra, they wanted to get an extra engage hero, because again, the Esmeralda won't be in there a lot. They know that they're up against a Uranus. Uranus will usually just cut the lanes constantly, and Esmeralda needs to be just on that always as well. So what they wanted was someone that can engage and also disengage, maybe even peel. But I agree, Kufra wasn't the right answer, because Kufra, yes, he can disengage technically, but it's better as an engage, better as a dive hero, better as a combo wombo type of hero, not that kind of hero that just uses his abilities to peel, right? So the Rafaela can do both very, very well. But I don't know, honestly, like taking a look at the draft and the playstyles of both of the teams, RSG, they really needed more of a disengage than an engage, because the engages usually happen from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and for those of you at home that are watching, whenever you guys are hearing the casters talking about wrong picks, right picks, some of you guys are like, no, I think that hero is good in that kind of situation. Another thing that you have to remember is every single hero is being dictated by the team itself, because that hero perhaps is good for this particular situation against that draft, sure, but from the team's playstyle itself, it might not work.
Yeah.
For example, if you're a team like Na'Vi that is really good at getting comebacks, what you need is wave clear, and what you need is damage in the late game. So if you tell them, oh, the most optimum draft right now is this kind of draft that works really well up until 12 minutes. Sure, it is a very good draft if you give it to a different team, but give it to Na'Vi, it's not going to work out. So like you said, Leo, as well as Mirko, the Kufra, perhaps in certain situations, it looked good, but maybe not good for RSG specifically.
And in this very moment, in this matchup, it's just not the answer. So yeah, that's nothing that a night of meditation, vegetarian meal is gonna fix. It really, or Komodo Dragon approach, it's not gonna fix that. You really have to just go back into your mechanics and figure this out and dissect this meta game that Na'Vi has brought. Oh my God, look at that notebook that Nagib and Coach Warbarbie are looking at. Just the plethora, the rich knowledge that they've brought over from their region, the Mythic League in CIS.
Yeah. Very, very interesting to see this draft here. Game number 2, will we see an adaptation, perhaps banning away these late-game heroes like the Yi Sun Shin, and just these wave clear as well, like the Beatrix. The Beatrix has just been crucial in this composition, right? I think, sure, Beatrix is really good from the get-go. Even though Nagib went 2-6, I remember the score because I remember him dying to the Parsa just every single team fight. He still managed to clear the waves really, really well. It doesn't matter if you're behind as a Beatrix, that wave clear is insane.
Wave clear, wave pushing. The Beatrix can do it all. She can do well in the lane, she can do well in the team fight. That is why this hero really should be illegal, even though, like you said, somehow even when you're losing, you're still winning. So I feel like, yeah, the Beatrix is one of those problems that from the side of RSG, they need to respect. In fact, from the side of RSG, there is a lot that they need to respect, and one of them is that it is a fact that Na'Vi can play really well from behind. So
they play better from behind.
They play better from behind, so let them win early game. Okay, maybe not that.
I don't know about that, man. I don't think that's the strat. Maybe technically if RSG goes for another like similar kind of draft that wants to go for the high ground, the defense,
Your team
they can just
is
let the early
banning.
game slide, but then I'm pretty sure it's just going to be like a stalemate.
Hey man, if you're gonna play that way, you're counting out the amazing mechanics on Sawo, right? In my head, when you say just give the early game, play from behind, play Possum at minute 1, I'm guessing you play the Diggy, right? But I know Sawo's capable. I trust that they can do that, but not yet, just not yet. Diggy's such a menace, all right? Across our different metas, from MPL MY, Philippines, and Indonesia, pros have just sworn off of Diggy, all right? So maybe not.
No, man, that's not what I wanted to say. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant, all right? Sure, Na'Vi, Sawo, we've seen so many crazy things, but they need some multi-dimensional levels to their draft, and personally, if they really are good at the comebacks, they know how to play that late game, why not, right? Sure, you have the Selena to just, you can play the Selena, the Lolita, trying to get the lead in the early stage. Obviously, everyone wants to win early on, but it is not going to be the case here against RSG, a team who's so good at playing that early game.
I think one key, all right? We can just bring up all these hero names, all these strategies, but there's one key principle that makes Na'Vi's playing Possum strategy, or as Wolf put it, one big strategy they did is the concealed shocker, is vision. They need some sort of vision. I guess that's why even if Selena is very hot and cold in M3 right now, Sawo really prefers that hero. It's just how they go.
Your team is picking.
Go. Anyways, right now, looking at the pick coming in from Na'Vi, there's a lot of priorities over here. They can take the Matilda, they can take the Farsa. I'm so happy casting this game because my partners are enjoying this game so much. There's a lot of twists and turns. There's a lot of twists and turns coming in from both of these teams. This is the action-packed Mobile Legends Bang Bang that we want to see. Isn't that right, Mirko?
You're a twist and turn. Anyways, Na'Vi now with the first pick. Do they want to pick up something like the Farsa, or again, do they want to pick up something different? Perhaps the Esmeralda for themselves here. We've seen Defender play the Esmeralda to a very high level as well. The thing is, if you put, honestly, at this point, what, predicted it, but what can't Defender play? At this point, he's played everything, and he's really had a very good performance in M3.
Yeah, right now from the side of RSG, what are they looking to pick over here? Honestly, in terms of how Farsa did, I feel like it was doing quite well, and Beatrix is still open, so maybe they should prioritize that right now.
Beatrix Matilda would be okay. Beatrix Rafaela. I'm not sure why Lolzy is so shy on the Rafaela, but Coach Babayel, pick up on game number 1. You also have to invest in the disengage.
If they don't want to pick the Rafaela, another hero that can work in the engage and the disengage is Ruby. We've seen Lolzy play this as well, and it's really good, especially considering that Na'Vi has that Esmeralda. You want to just knock him down, just stun him up.
Yep, snubbed the whole game. Game 1. Ruby did not show up at all, but it looks like they're listening, but they switched up on the other one. They prefer the Clint over the Beatrix. Why might that be?
Is this a mistake? I mean,
I think so.
Maybe it's just like Baby Kicks really likes this
preference.
Preference, yeah, but this is a bit of a mistake because again, even
Beatrix is broken.
Yeah, Beatrix is kind of broken. It's kind of.
There's no easy way to put it. Beatrix is broken. We've seen her.
Montage, if you're listening, she's pretty broken.
She is quite broken, man. This is not, first of all, you can siege, you can wave clear, you can poke, you can trade, you can team fight. What is it that you can't do on this hero? The only thing is you can't tank a lot of damage.
She technically has 2 ults. Yeah. That's kinda not okay. But right now from the side of Na'Vi, already selecting Sao on this Selena as well as the Phobius. This is very tanky. RSG, they need some kind of answer. And again, like, they're taking the Yuzong. Diablo Yuzong. Not really sure. Right now,
no Farsa.
No Farsa. Maybe they're just deterred.
Wait, Farsa can still come up on the side of Na'Vi. RSG also can still pick up the Farsa, put it on Sana, then give Lolzy the Matilda. But Beatrix, again, Beatrix is still out there. Her natural predator in Lolita, not here as well, but there's the Yuzhong, all right? So I think that's RSG's deterrent. They're just saying, okay, we have the Yuzhong, we're gonna jump in on you, we're gonna pop you with the Clint, make our day, says Coach Babel. War Barbie, I dare you.
Ooh.
That might be it. That might just be it.
War Barbie, I dare you. Ooh.
I felt your presence for the last 2 days in my room, Coach War Barbie. Show me what you got, man. Let's see right here. Ooh, Na'Vi with the ban. Let's see what they actually go for here, because I'm really interested to see, do they want to ban away the Beatrix perhaps, or no? They're actually going to ban away the Cho, perhaps showing that they want to pick an assassin for themselves, like Sunset Lover on the Lancelot yesterday.
Interesting, because now RSG just pull back and they're like, this is it, we can ban it out, let's take it out. But I have a question, why would they ban out the Cho if you have the Phobius and the Esmeralda? Esmeralda doesn't care about Cho. And then you have the Phobius like, okay, go ahead, dash around, Kung Fu Boy, it's okay.
Kung Fu Boy?
Kung Fu Boy.
What is his name, Kung Fu Boy, Karate, that's his name. That's
Karate Kid?
No, that's his actual name in game.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so
no, let's go right into this. The bans for Na'Vi. LaFell, no, you don't get to talk. All right, Na'Vi with the final ban here in.
Just one more ban for Na'Vi. And again, if they ban this out and it's a clear telegraph that they are dodging what might make Sunset Lover's life a living hell, then it's clear. And instead, they take out Balmond. I think they're slowly choking now LY4.
Yeah,
they are. They slowly are choking out
Bane, cornering him into the Bane.
But the Bane, I mean, it was okay, but
the Bane is actually not good. It's pretty good here because again, Phobius, Selena, and Esmeralda. You want them to dive you. Let's go. I'll use Bane. I'll go for the deadly catch.
Again, like, I see where you're coming from, but there's hesitation. If they do pick up the Bane, I want a little bit more trust. I want a little bit more proactiveness. Now, from the side of, like, Leo, you asked me the question, and I'm going to answer you right now, even though Mirko cut me out there. How dare he? But Cho being banned out of here is still a good situation because probably just respecting Lolzy, he probably can pick off someone, even if they take up the marksman, even though Cho is good against assassins. But with a flicker, with a conceal, he can basically catch out anyone. So I think this is more about respect, and this Balmond probably just shows that maybe Na'Vi, they're going to have a slightly weaker in terms of the early turtles, so they don't want to give RSG any kind of snowball for now, because for the side of Na'Vi, they still need a hero that can really win out in that later stages of the game, because again, they need to play against, play with their playstyle. In case something happens, you need Sunset Lover to carry.
Right now, the only hero that is a marksman that is really good in the gold lane that's still available is that Brody. And okay, the Brody will just be picked up, and Na'Vi will pick up that Granger in the jungle as well. Technically, the Granger does work really well with this composition because you can just... Sure, all right, so let's just imagine this. Selena, Phobius, and Esmeralda goes in with Brody. Granger from the backside. You're not in range. Go in ultimate. You have the range. You can slow down the targets and also that damage coming in. It's going to be the elimination for the Granger, picking up the snowballing all the way from the start. But RSG now with the Bane, they are going to round it up with a Hylos, and this just makes Na'Vi's lives really, really hard. Look at the engage from RSG. This is nasty. If they do really want to go for that dive plus range composition, that backline is not going to survive. Yu Zhong is going to tear apart Brody and Granger.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, but in this kind of situation, the way that Na'Vi plays, I agree that Yu Zhong should win this one. But having Esmeralda as well as Phobius over there, any kind of engage, like whenever he wants to use the Furious Dive, then the Phobius is going to get on top of him. Like, it's going to be a very heavy kind of team fight, if you get what I mean.
Yes, it's an odd way of setting up a peel. It's not your traditional peel that you need like in a tank or like a Phobius. It's actually twofold because of that Esmeralda Phobius combo, and it's gonna go on Lil. Phobius in the gold lane, interestingly enough. Let's go into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2, Na'Vi versus RSG SG. The Singaporean home team is holding on for dear life.
Brody mid here. Oh, it's going to be Nagib on the Brody in the mid lane. The gold lane Phobius against a Clint. Remember, that is not a good matchup for the Phobius.
Not at all. Not at all. It's very, very difficult here for Lil. But if anything, we have learned that in the lineup of Na'Vi, Lil is okay. He is a gold laner that is self-sustaining, and even if he does suffer a few deaths in the early game, he can still come back. He's such a role player. Looking up to him for that, but RSG, they want to go for the head here. They want to go for lethal. And currently in mid, that's going to be the Little Wanderer going over to RSG. Off to a great start.
Off to a great start indeed, man. RSG going at it and taking the early Little Wanderer with Sana and Lolzy playing the Hylos and Matilda. This is why Matilda is so good in the early stages, right? You absolutely just demolish the enemy based on not just wave clear, but also that kill pressure that you have. Look at that, half HP taken away. Sabo will do the same thing, but Sana is much more durable going with that guiding wind as well.
Yeah, right now looking at all of the lanes, in terms of the EXP lane, both defender, looks like right now, they are looking for something, but RSG, they should have no problem for here. In the gold lane, surprisingly enough, the Clint is actually taking damage against this Phobius. Oh, and Sana is getting targeted.
Look at the engage here. Sunset Lover, he still has his Death Sonata. Calling him back, guiding winds. Oh! That's what I'm talking about! First blood!
Chad move, man.
Razor. You were not expecting that, none of us.
Off screen.
Off screen, he was so far off. And now LY4 takes the L as well. And that opens up the turtle here, clearly for Na'Vi. Right before this game, Granger was sitting at 50% win rate, picked twice. One huge win off the back of BTK's MOBA Zane. Right now, Sunset Lover looking to skew the stats. Again, Diablo with the Black Dragon form, unable to do anything. Quick and easy. Natos Vincere up now by about 1.5k in 2 minutes.
2-0 in 2 minutes. This is insane. We mentioned many times that Granger hasn't been a good pick at all here, but again, Sana walking up to 2 members, gets poked down really, really low, and perhaps Na'Vi, they've just gotten the early lead once again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Why the Granger has not been good? Because he is forced to be good in the early stages of the game. And it's kind of hard to do that when your opponent has an assassin kind of jungler. But here, LY4 on this base, especially because it is LY4, he is a kind of jungler that he likes to farm heavy first and then really looks for any kind of engages. And without a Cho, no one is pressuring him in the jungle. So this is a free Granger farming up, and then he can fight whenever he wants.
Nagib gets away by the skin of his teeth using that outer turret energy shield damage reduction to survive the 3-man onslaught from RSGSG. You mentioned the Cho, can confirm his base skin is called Kung Fu Boy, and yes, there's no natural predator on the side of RSG to help against this Granger. Now an engage down bottom, Lolzy drops the Glorious Pathway, he's chasing, Lil keeps him down, Guiding Wind away. This is what we're talking about. LY4, actually the whole lineup of RSGSG, looking at Navi. Baby Case gonna get blasted, jumped on, Sawa confirms the kill. I was saying, they wanna go fast, they have to go fast, but they're just not equipped.
And the thing is with Brody, he's so self-sufficient in that lane. It's so easy to get out of these engages with the stun that he has. That second ability is huge for him. And right now, Sawo, this guy has just been so on point on his Selena. We saw it yesterday, we're seeing it now, Sana going in.
Maybe a little too much to ask Nagi to survive that kind of assault twice. In comes Defender, maybe 2 or 3 seconds too late to save his mid laner. Throwing out that arrow. Defender and Sawa pushing back. Diablo face checking into Defender. That's a push down bottom by Lil. How did that happen?
I have no idea. That turret was just taken down so fast. The Granger helping him out, but now it's an all-out fight in that turn.
Look at this jump in by Defender. Point blank falling Star Moon. Diablo answers back with a Black Dragon form, and there's the Glorious Pathway. You ain't going anywhere. Deadly catch to the face. Lil gets popped just like that. Turtle still standing. There's the Death Sonata by Sunset Lover, and arrow by Sawo. Sidestep all of them. RSG dodging all the bullets, all the munitions that Navi throw out. But that's all Navi wanted. They just wanted this turtle.
Yeah, and this is what I want to see from the side of RSG. If you want to kite, kite. If you want to engage, engage. Now they look more comprehensive, working together. Yes, stop laughing, Leo. But yeah, from the side of Nethys Vincera, they're also doing quite well, where again, they got an early lead. However, this is not the Possum kind of meta. How are you going to perform mid-stage of the game?
Oh, Nagib is gonna get engaged on here, and again, yeah, he's gonna get picked up. But yeah, whatever, right here, it is going to be another engage coming in from Na'Vi. That was just really, really good. And not from Na'Vi, actually, from RSG. Sana picking up a kill and actually equalizing on the board. But you can see, based on the objectives alone, 2 turtles, 1 turret, 1,000 gold lead, almost a 2,000 right now.
Yep, this is just the steps that RSG need to take. That's Lil, has the Demonic Force up. RSGSG, they know, so they're not actually putting up any big moves. Look at how deep Defender is. Oh my god, he's cutting 2 lanes. As Gideon put it, he's proxying these waves, forcing Diablo to answer back, which opens up the rest of the map. This is exactly what Navi wants.
The pressure of Sawo just being here is such a nuisance, man. You can see Baby Cakes, he doesn't want to step up too far, and if he does...
Baby Cakes gonna catch a face full of bullets, dodges them out, dashing on through. Glorious Pathway used in a defensive manner. Oh, that arrow was chasing. That arrow was lethal. Conceal up here. Lolzy helping out LY4. They're okay. 6 minutes in. Even the score 3-3. But they are up about 2K gold. Not Vincere. Where is these items coming in?
Can we get some Sawo pride in the chat, man? Sawo, holy, that was insane. Again, he's playing this really, really well, but if we can take a look right now, it is Na'Vi pushing the pace with a 3,000 gold lead. This is not where they usually play.
Oh, Baby Cakes gets squished underneath his own turret, and Lil's not done. An arrow! Building Sana right here where
Sawo
they
pride.
want him. Sunset Lover blasting Lolzy. Oh, too little too late on the Glorious Pathway, more like the highway. Nanos Vincera going so fast in the 7-minute game.
Sawo Pride though.
What is Navi doing? How did they get this good from first game? Now the second game, they get advantages and they really push with it. Right now, we're gonna look back into the replay, and Baby Cakes is not having a good game. Always getting pressure. Right now in the bottom lane, this is what we've been seeing. If the rest of the side of RSG is not with him, he will get targeted. And Sawo Pride always hitting that abyssal arrow, proving he is putting magnets on the side of RSG.
Oh, I'm so glad that the replay ended because there's another fight breaking out. Down goes Lolzy. LY4 Baby Cakes follows through. Lil is deep in the base, but he says as he falls, hashtag worth it. This tier 2 is gonna go down, and look at how fast now we are pushing. We're merely at 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. About 90 seconds away from the first Lord. And just like that, another arrow by Sawo. You see how much damage he puts on Sana. There's a torn apart memory. Not enough to take down the Matilda just yet. Navi, slow your roll. I feel that they're way ahead. They know that. But if they overcommit, the possibility for RSGSG to still punish is present.
All right, man. The Sawo hype train is boarding right now. Get on it, right? Because look at him. He is on point. This whole game, no, the whole M3, he has been just popping off. We saw his Grok. Now we are seeing his Selena. And man, it has been a treat.
Chill right now. Sao 205 with the average as well, ranking up the goal, making this goal lead 7.4K. If they push this inhibitor, it could be a 10K goal lead, and it becomes a situation. RSG, what can you do to come back? And Sao making it very dangerous for RSG to move around the map.
Yeah, not even just to move around the map, to get run around their own base. It's a nuisance right now. Look at that, just arrows all over the place, and he's recalling in front of you. What the heck? Sawo Pride though, as they're just gonna keep on doing this. Defender has joined in the fray with the recalls. Nani coming in from Navi's battle emotes.
Get it if you haven't yet, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 at least M3 battle
Personal
emotes.
top
Number one for me.
Personal top 1.
Okay, if they win this, it's bumping up for me. Lord already spun here. That's the TikTok Live Lord cam coming at ya. Navi, they're just so poised to get this. RSGSG, they have to overcommit to actually contest. And just as we say that, Sunset Lover already started it up. But wait, Lolzy, he spots it out. Thou shalt not take the Lord so quickly. That's Lil jumping in. Oh, Demonic Force coming in. A answer back with the deadly catch, but it's too late for the Centaur. Lolzy bites
Diablo.
it. Oh, look at this. Sunset Lover goes down. That's a shutdown by Diablo in the back line. But it's too late because that's Lil jumping in. Pow! Slam dunk. Baby Cakes dashing on through, sidestepping that arrow by Sawo, skewing the stats just a little bit. But that being said, it's too late. It's over. We got what we wanted. Inhibitor goes down up top.
That was brilliant. Again, not just by Sawo, but the entire team coming together. Like they said, it was amazing, man. And now, oh my God, another Abyssal Arrow. At this point, Sawo, start to miss, man. You're making yourself look like a robot, you cheater.
Yeah.
No, he's okay. He's using it as zoning. Again, it's the same concept as his Numenon Blast from Game 1.
Oh man, I love the comments right now. Everyone's just spamming Navi, Sawo Pride. And, you know, they deserve it. This is insane. No one expected Navi to be able to perform at this level, going up against the hometown, the local team, and absolutely destroying, outclassing them at their own game.
Let's just put it into context. CIS Mythic League versus MPL SG, giving them a run for their money.
Hey, you know, we need an MPL for CIS, but Nugget is getting targeted right now.
3v1. Not gonna happen here. The stun and the raw. Yeah. The raw sustained damage from RSGSG is gonna keep him up, but it was all worth it, I think. Again, they opened up this Lord. It's not luminous, but Natos said they need to go fast. So no breaks on the Sawo train.
No breaks at all, man. You can see, again, everyone's just getting spotted out by the Abyssal Traps, and Sana's HP just goes from 100 to 50. What the heck? That was one Abyssal Trap, and now they're gonna go for the sandwich play.
They force the glorious pathway, and just like that, the Defender answers back from the sky, dodges the deadly catch, and there's an arrow. Doesn't mitt home. That's gonna be Lil. Does not use the Demonic Force just yet, so they're biding their time.
Did I just see Defender dive in 1 against 4 and still look at that HP? He's looking
He only lost his shield.
Nothing.
Yeah, right now it's like 8,000 gold difference, and Defender is like, yeah, I know you guys can't kill me, so you guys can try. And Saho over there still being a nuisance.
Another jump in, answers back LY4 with a deadly catch. Bottom lane getting torn down by the Siege Minion. Mid goes down as well. Sunset Lover blasting them, and that's all she wrote. All turrets down. Arrows still drawing lines across RSGSG's base. How else can they come back here? What do they do? What's step 1?
Step 1, there's no step 1 at all right now. RSG, they only have...
Dodge.
At this point, what can they even do to come back? All they can do is wait for Navi to make a mistake inside of the base, maybe overcommit. But that is not Navi's style. They're calm, they are collected, they are stone cold, and this is just insane. A 9,000 gold lead, LaFell.
Yeah, right now looking at the items, Baby Cakes, he has damage-ish. He has the Endless Battle as well as Thunderbell and the Malefic Roar, so he can do a little bit of damage. But again, the way that they engage is off these Sao arrows. So if he gets stunned up, or if they dive in a lot, multiple people at the same time, then his damage is not going to be enough. LY4 over here, all he has the Blade of Despair on the way, finishing up the Endless Battle and that War Axe. But in terms of tankiness, let's look at defender as well as Lil, both having that dominance eye, so slowing down the attack speed from all of these members on the side of RSG. I don't think that from the side of Na'Vi, defender and Lil, especially defender, I don't think he'll die anymore in this game.
Did you guys realize this? RSG didn't get a single turret this game.
Not yet. No, it's so hard. It's so hard because again, we've seen it time time again. Sawo forcing people to just back out.
Hey, but to be fair, Bane can push those turrets fast. So if they somehow manage to get a wipe out over here, they could possibly just all mid and end the game. But like you said, what are the possibilities of that happening?
They need to overcommit. They need to make a mistake inside of that base. And even so, look at the range that they have, right? They don't need to go that deep sometimes. It's going to be just waiting for the poke coming in from the Geep, Sawo, and Sunset Lover. Then just coming in to execute the enemy. And right now, they're doing a really good job at it. They're just waiting for the waves to keep on collapsing, slow pushing it, waiting for the Enhanced Lord to come up. That's the name of the game, disciplined.
Yeah, look at Lil playing the mind games, spamming the RSG emote right outside just their gates. Na'Vi, they're waiting for this second Lord for them to score. This is going to be a Luminous Lord about 40 seconds away. And still Sawo is on point. Sawo knows where people are. Sawo plants the traps exactly where they should be. And Sawo just does Sawo things.
Just Sawo things? This is... What is going on? That is beautiful. Oh my god, I am speechless right now. The way he places his traps on the way to every single objective, the way he puts and places those abyssal arrows to connect every single time. And again, it's just zoning. Even when it doesn't hit, it's useful.
Right now, looking at the cam, Sawo, his face is like, oh yeah, I'm super concentrated. I'm going to get all of you.
He's not joking, man.
Yeah, he's having fun, but he's having fun by taking them down. And Lolzy, on the other hand, he looks stressed as well. It's like, I have no idea how I'm going to get any kind of engage.
They're in two very different mental states. So Lolzy, yes, you're right. He's stressed out. There's so much he has to do. Clear these traps, find and engage, save his team with the Glorious Pathway. But Sawo, he's in a state of flow right now. And look at this engagement from the back line. We were just talking about it. And that's Lil starting it up. Circle Eagle not going to save you. Defender gets a kill. Double kill for Sawo. Just Sawo things. That's 4 down on the side of RSG. And we are mere seconds away from another elimination. No way Babyface can defend against all 5 from Na'Vi. CIS put on the map for MLBB. They have eliminated RSG.
Sawo Pride though, holy moly, Na'Vi knocks out the local team RSG.
Right now, a lot of people, right, looking at the Onyx prediction, it was almost split. People think RSG is going to win, people think Na'Vi is going to win, but even for those, I feel that thought Na'Vi was going to win, not like this. It was so strong, especially on the second game.
You put it so eloquently, so poetic, Lafel, not like this. Not via sweep and not so dominant in game number 2. The arrows from Sawo were hitting from angles that RSGSG were not ready for. And look at the smile on War Barbie, on manager Oleg. This is an amazing moment for CIS, but I can only imagine what it's like for RSG here. My heart goes out to the second Singapore seed here. Evo says you will continue the fight for you, but yeah, we just move on.
Well, at least the quote, age like fine wine.
Unfortunately for the side of Sawo, his arrow is not really an arrow, it's almost like a hit-seeking missile.
Oh yeah.
Because for some reason, I feel like the arrow might have twisted and turned somewhere because he keeps hitting it.
Well, on certain terrain, it does kind of bend based on vision. So, I don't know, there's a lot. I'm pretty sure analysts everywhere are going to try and break this down, but we have our own set of analysts that will tell you the whole story. Gideon Q and Wolf, do tell us.
Thanks, Leo. Wolf, we have to talk about this. It's interesting to see because this snowballed so out of control. I thought it was just, maybe this was just a bad river fight, you know? RSG comes back in the next fight. But the snowball that we saw from this mid-Brody.
Yes.
Wow.
I think that it's mostly because of the fact that the timing of that arrow connection coming out was just way too good. It was way too good in favor of Navi, because it was the time where the Granger got his level 4 and from very long distance was able to nail that Death Sonata and just made total sense in this game. And you can see that the draft looks crazy, but the gameplay is even crazier.
Look, that's not all. I mean, the way so far Navi has been playing, very proud members of the CI, as they should be extremely happy for it. They play like absolute predators.
Yeah.
Some may say that the game is looking sharp. Some may say razor sharp. Our official gaming gear here today, guys. Go cop yourself a pair of the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless, which are cutting-edge earbuds destined to dominate the soundstage. Designed to dazzle in the blaze of RGB glory, the Hammerhead is decked out with active noise cancelling and 60 ms low latency gaming mode for an audio experience like never seen before. Head over to Razer.com to learn more about it. You can already hear a lot of the members coming in from Navi extremely happy about the win as they are moving on to the next round. But let's break this down a little bit more as we look into the item builds, and let's talk a little bit more about this draft.
Well, you know, when it comes to the draft, it's really just difficult for me to explain it because it's their own way of style. And the only way we can explain this is through the end result. I mean, when they drafted it, I couldn't have explained it, but after seeing it, now you know the range advantage of Navi was there. So you get it from both the Brody and the Granger, a double marksman setup. You get closing kills with the torn apart memory, and you have another way to close the kills with the Death Sonata. And then you'll initiate with this ultimate arrow, I mean, coming up from Sawo. And then of course the Esmeralda and the Phobius, making it so that they have vision as well as they have heroes that can get on top of RSG. When it comes to the items, Gideon, here's what I want to point out. Looking at Sunset Lover, this immortality, before this immortality was picked up, there were no defensive items on Sunset Lover. Normally, and this is like from way back, you go for Hunter Strike and then Brute Force Breastplate, then eventually another movement speed item, right? For now, Sunset Lover went straight into the Malefic Roar right after the Hunter Strike. What this tells us is that he has great confidence with his teammates on they will initiate and they will, you know, kind of peel for him. And that's exactly what happened, right? He didn't need defense items because everybody from Navi just covered for him.
Yeah, you got to give it to Nagib as well. He was making sure that every single time Diablo is looking to jump in towards that backline, Nagib is taking as much pressure as he can, making sure he's using his corrosive knock to actually get that stun off, get the little bit of movement speed by that extra couple of seconds before Diablo takes him out, and allowing Sunset Lover to greed out as much as he can because he knows the damage potential is so much higher. And there you have it. But look who's the highest damage from the side of Navi. It's Sawo.
Yeah, can't imagine that it will be the Selena on the Rome roll, by the way.
Selena Rome, highest damage?
Oh, yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Well, this is where you always argue that maybe it's not because of the draft, maybe it's not because of the gameplay, the strategies whatsoever. If you just literally hit all of your shots. You deal the damage already. And that's true with Sunset Lover, very much on point with the Death Sonata. You also saw Nagib as well, always getting a kill with the torn apart memory eventually, and making sure that the stacks are still on top of his opponents. And obviously, this Abyssal Arrow, just hitting almost all the time.
Pretty much. Yeah, and that's not all. Lil coming in with that huge peel as well. Gets into the middle of the fight. Even when LY4 is dropping down the deadly catch, using the extra iframes that he gets from the Demonic Force to hop right on over it. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, man, you opened up the topic. I think Lil is like the MVP of the series, at least for me. He played Lilia wonderfully well in game number 1, was able to body his matchup, lane matchup in the Gold 8. And then this game, like you said, abusing the invulnerability frames using the Demonic Force so that he'll be safe as much as at the same time dealing the damage, right?
Well, enough of your personal opinions here, because the real MVP of this game going over to Sawo on his Selena, absolutely dominating this game, having the highest damage over 2 marksmen in the team. You don't get to see that very often.
You know, if Sawo is the MVP, I will not contest at all. This guy landed all of the crucial arrows, the most important ones, and then afterwards, he did not stop. Here's the thing. They were able to just contain the RSGSG inside their base because of the vision that you get from the traps, as well as the threat of the arrow. And it's not actually just a threat, it's an action. It's like he planted those arrows to hit.
It looks like he's looked 2-3 steps into the future. We need an extra
Maybe.
stat here with the arrow, abyssal arrow accuracy on top of it all. I want to know how many he hit compared to how many he missed, and I'm pretty sure it's very, very favored in how many he hit.
I would agree. Imagine this 600 GPA with Rome hero.
He took dire hit as well. He took dire hit, man. Like there's so many things that are so interesting about Na'Vi, but honestly, well done. They're going to be moving on, and they're going to have to take on. If we look over to our bracket real quick, either Torak or See You Soon,
which we will see later on. We can see the highlights, and this is where we'll have a better view of what happened in the game.
I mean, this is going to start things off with game number 1. Being able, Sawo doing really, really good work here and making sure Lolzy's engagements were always thwarted.
Yeah.
Lolzy looks for the initial engagement. You start to see the feathered airstrike coming out of Sana. Sawo comes on in, denies both of them, allowing the re-engagement for the rest of his team.
Sadly, we'll not be seeing the concealed shocker that I'm talking about, but it's a classic play wherein you pop the mounted shocker, then you pop the conceal afterwards, and then the rest of the Na'Vi just able to secure that last Lord, eventually the game in a very long game. Gotta have to give it to RCSG though. That was the game that should have been theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, this is one of the few times that, every single time somebody decides to get with the guiding winds from Sana, they immediately get punished by Lil, and Lil just takes full advantage out of the preemptive defensive measures here, and he lands these Astaroth's Eyes so well.
You know, that Astaroth's Eye actually helped so much the side of Na'Vi because they're already clumped up together. And if you're looking at the Death Sonata, the traps of the Selena, the Abyssal Traps as well as the Death Sonata has little, AoE, but they all deal the same damage throughout. So that's actually very painful. Probably the reason why the Selena was able to get so much damage out is because of that Abyssal Trap proccing on so many members of RGSG.
It was a beautiful game. It really was. RSG, I mean, good job, but it's going to be Na'Vi that's going to be making it through. Speaking of which, let's have a quick conversation with Na'Vi. And I think it's going to be Lil on the stand with
My
Mara.
MVP.
Your personal MVP.
That's right.
Mara, please, take it away.
Lil is standing right beside me right now with the translator Aisha. Actually, you know what? You are Wolf's personal MVP. You are very instrumental in that win, especially in game 2. Did you expect it to finish so fast? Because you guys were so dominating, especially in that last game.
Ты был в этой игре MVP, как победитель игры. И как ты думаешь, вы показали самую лучшую вашу игру, и вы победили их во второй игре, вы играли очень быстро.
Я не думаю, что это наш сильное, самое максимальное, максимум, который мы можем показать. Я думаю, что мы с каждой игрой будем разгоняться, становиться все сильнее, привыкать к сцене, получать от этого удовольствие. Вот. А почему вторая игра такая быстрая? Они сломались, вот и все.
We are going to show our best performance with the next games. Now we have the experience, and we will do our best, and we will going to increase our power during the next games. And for the reason why we win the second game so fast, because we didn't let them to go, and we just win them.
Earlier, we were talking, and you were saying about something about visualizing and dreaming. Tell us about that.
Ты сейчас недавно сказал, что до этих игр вы, когда легли спать, вы только желали, думали, что вы победите. Можете рассказать свои чувства?
Да, я перед каждой игрой, за 2 дня до игр ложусь с мыслями о играх, как я буду в них играть, прожатие кнопок и так далее. И просто потом на сцене шли на уверенности и знали, что мы можем победить, и мы победили.
In every games, before I go to bed, I always dream that we can win and what should I do during the games. and it let me to feel more confident during the games, and that's why we win, and now here.
That's exactly what he's telling me earlier, that he was dreaming about this last night, and it happened in real life. Now, we've been seeing a lot of people using Lolita successfully. Why do you think that it's doing really well in the M3 meta?
Почему ты думаешь, что вы так хорошо сыграли во время M3 мета?
Все за счет того, что мы приехали за 2 недели сюда, подготовились, увидели, какие герои сейчас в мете в Азии, и просто играем на том, что сейчас... На том, что все сейчас на всем этом играют.
Before coming here 2 weeks ago, we saw the group matches and saw our opponents, and that's why we make a plan and show our best.
Are you still nervous right now? Can we see you smile? Can we see? There you go. Now he's smiling. Now everybody from Navi, from CIS are really happy that you're moving forward. Anything that you want to say to them? Do you want to greet your family? Any message to the people watching?
Что бы ты хотела сказать людям, которые сейчас смотрят тебя, своей семье, своим друзьям?
Меня смотрят мои родители. Хочу сказать им огромное спасибо. Также всем фанатам Нави, кто за нас болеют, всем даже хейтерам, потому что когда ты читаешь их комментарии, ты наоборот хочешь их переломить. Вот. Поэтому человек, который написал вчера в комментариях, что возьмет нам билеты сегодня, нет. Чел, переноси их билеты на послезавтра, а потом и до финала. И мы только 19 числа отсюда уедем. Вот. Огромное спасибо всем за поддержку. Вот. Это очень круто, это классные эмоции. Вот.
Thank you very much to my family, to our friends, to our fans for supporting us, and even haters who did bad comments for our games, who think that we will lose today, and who want to buy our tickets. But we will be here till the 19th of December. Now we are here and we will win. See you.
Congratulations. You proved the haters wrong. So basically you just told them, guess what? In your face. We're moving to the next round. Congratulations, Lil. And thank you, Aisha, for the great translation. Good luck on the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We saw another team succeed and another team going home. We have one more series coming your way, so stay tuned. M3 World Championship will be right back. This is powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and supported by TikTok. See you in a bit.
I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Waking up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Running up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top.
The game starts now.
Light to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary!
mess with me.
Ally has been legendary.
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down.
At air, tabukit. Sạm nữa thiết.
Xem màn tới là bóng.
Ta, lìa chắc, bát bỏ. Tỏ chưa? Tỏ chưa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Peng-Peng Indonesia.
Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
To remind ourselves there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
We have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yapamaz. Kadınlar boks yapmamalı. Kadınlar güçlü değildir. Ben farklı düşünüyorum. Sınırlamalar ve engeller onları en az beklediğimiz anda ortaya çıkar.
Ancak bizim kaderimiz bu sınırlamaların üstesinden gelmek.
Sınırlarının seni zorlamasına izin verme.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the
The game starts now. Light, to my aid.
Legendary! Killing spree! You have slain an enemy!
Things looking brighter now.
Legendary!
Be wary. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Mega kill! Killing spree! Legendary! You have slain an enemy!
Don't mess with me.
Ally has been slain. Legendary!
Eu nunca estarei satisfeito onde estou. Eu sempre me esforçarei para alcançar novas alturas. Não é fácil. Haverá falhas, mas nós acreditamos em nós mesmos. Aprimoraremos nossas habilidades. Trilharemos nosso caminho.
Você acha que consegue mais?
Nós sempre podemos mais.
Então se prepare para subir de nível.
Shut down!
At ấy, ta bốc chết.
Sạm nữa tiếp. Xem mà đến bảo bóng.
Lìa chắc, bát bỏ. Tỏ chưa? Tỏ chưa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kita Indonesia sama-sama punya mimpi. Sama-sama punya semangat yang besar. Sama-sama siap menembus batasan. Sama-sama mau patahkan rintangan. Sama-sama mau terus berjuang. Sama-sama satukan perbedaan. Sama-sama mau untuk maju. Sama-sama bisa untuk negeri kita. Bersama, berikan vote untuk atlet esports Mobile Legends Bang Bang Indonesia.
Dukung Indonesia di kejuaraan dunia M3.
The struggles of these past years have set many of us back
on our plans and our progress.
For some of us, it will take a lot more to keep us down, to keep us from achieving our goals.
Whenever we feel like the odds are against us,
To remind ourselves there's always a way, as long as we persevere.
We will never stop.
Kaya ko to. Ilang beses mo na sinabi ito sa sarili mo. Bingi sa pagdududa ng marami. Sabi nila, wala kang mapapala dyan. Laro lang yan. Ang iyong sagot, tinawid mo anumang ilog. Inakyat mo anumang bundok. Hanggang pati ang langit ay nais mong liparin. Para lamang mapatid at mahulog sa lupa. Sinabi mo pa rin sa sarili mo, kaya ko to. Hanggang kailan? Hanggang kailan ko kayang mag-isa? Hindi kailanman. Dahil ang dalawa ay mas malakas sa isa at ang tatlong lubid ay hindi mapipigtal basta-basta. 4, 5, kaakibat, karamay, kakampi. Walang bigat ang hindi kayang pasanin. Walang balakid ang hindi kayang lampasan. Walang taas ang hindi kayang akyatin. Patungo sa tuktok. Kasama ka.
have always looked up to people who compete and bring our country glory. We believe that we too have what it takes to make our country proud. Only through our hard work and dedication can we become Singapore's athletes and honor our nation.
Welcome to the big leagues.
En iyisi olmak için birçok şeyin üstesinden gelmelisin. Bu sadece bir oyun. Hayattan istediğin bu mu? Ailene nasıl bakacaksın?
Kadınlar boks yapamaz. Kadınlar boks yapmamalı. Kadınlar güçlü değildir. Ben farklı düşünüyorum. Sınırlamalar ve engeller onları en az beklediğimiz anda ortaya çıkar.
Ancak bizim kaderimiz bu sınırlamaların üstesinden gelmek.
Sınırlarının seni zorlamasına izin verme.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. I love the adrenaline, 'cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. 'Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. I love the adrenaline, 'cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a snake when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break.
Let's go.
We've seen 3 eliminations so far in today's broadcast, and the Reaper's coming for one more. Welcome back to M3. This is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship, supported by Singapore Tourism Board, powered by Moonton, and presented to you by TikTok Live. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Lafel. Gentlemen, we've got another banger coming up. It's going to be See You Soon versus Todak.
It is going to be all fire, man. Both these teams are known to be aggressive. I mean, aggressive is an understatement if we're talking about these two. And the thing is, they have history. They've met before. Last time they met was an MP Alliance. See You Soon took down Todak 2-1.
Yeah, this is gonna be a revenge for Team Toda, and for me personally, I'm gonna be slightly biased, and I'm gonna channel my inner Mara Aquino for this match.
I don't know what that means exactly.
I don't know what that means as well. I just wanted to shout out to Mara. Thank you for giving this to us.
We love Mara, but ladies and gentlemen, there's something else we love, and that's Singapore. In case you guys are thinking of going ahead and giving hashtag Visit Singapore a try, well, what new experiences are you looking forward to? What might be different when you come on down? Well, follow at visit_Singapore, and don't forget the hashtag PassionMadePossible to share what you're looking forward to doing in Singapore. Maybe one of them is to jump in over here at Suntech, take pictures with the players, the crew making all this possible, and maybe taking a glance at that awesome Roger statue, and maybe even, if you're lucky, the M3 trophy.
I'm just saying, man, so far all the teams that take pictures with me, they've won. Mostly because I take pictures after they won.
That's so funny.
Whoa. All right, Lafel, you don't get to talk this time around. Let's take a look at the updated brackets right now. Let's see what is going on here at M3.
We just recently witnessed Na'Vi sweep in shocking fashion the hometown favorites RSG, and now they're waiting on the winner of this next matchup. Todak versus See You Soon. Lafel, it's very personal for you. This team wiped out Todak round 1 in MPLLI.
Yeah, I gotta say, for the side of Team Todak, I love them with all of my heart. It feels like for them, I need 2 hearts to fall in love with them even more.
You gotta...
I surgically inserted another heart.
Just for tonight?
Just for tonight, just so that I can love Todak a little bit more.
Yeah, and to survive, because I remember we were backstage, we were the analysts for the RRQ Todak matchup, and boy, oh boy, he could not sit still.
How's your heart, bro?
Oh, during that time, it was pumping. The medics were ready. They're like, you okay, bro? You okay, bro? And I'm like, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I was casting that match, and I too was not sure about how my heart was going because, man, that game, it felt like a grand final game, honestly. Like, we've seen all the crazy matches, but I feel like that was the craziest because both of the teams shut their brains off and just went it on, man. That was amazing, and I have a feeling that the 2 teams here participating and competing in the last match of this day will do the same because, as I said, both of these teams, they really like to play aggressively, turning off their brains. I like that.
I agree. Again, we've been seeing matches where everyone plays perfectly, you know, like play for the objectives and everything like that, but come on, let's face it. As viewers, we really like those games where everyone is looking for slugfest. We like everyone killing each other.
Yep. And in this next slugfest, none of this would be possible. We wouldn't see this clash of styles if it were not for our sponsor. We would like to thank Razer, our official gaming gear, Tumi, our official travel partner, Secret Lab, our official gaming chair, our official payment partner, Frank, by OCBC, our official network partner, Singtel, our partner in esports, MeWatch, and of course our global social network partner, Facebook Gaming. This next match, I'm not sure if it's going to be a sweep. I'm not sure if it's going to go all three. For the sake of LaFell, maybe these teams should just put it all out. On the line, no holding back. What are we expecting from See You Soon?
See You Soon, I'm expecting straight up bangers, all right? This team, this is the first season of MPL Cambodia. Now, representing their country in the international stage, not just any international stage, the M3 World Championships. I don't think anyone wants to be knocked out, especially See You Soon. They need to prove the world here because we saw audience prediction yesterday. Most of the Cambodians actually predicted the other team to win.
Hey, they really need those gas coins. But again, right now, we're gonna look soon where the players will be coming in. And personally, I am proud because we are gonna bring out the players right now and we will start with team, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be Team Toda over here. Yep, this is representing Malaysia, Toda!
Langar play style in tow. I'm so excited to see them clash against the champions of the Khmer representing MPL Cambodia. See You Soon.
Oh man, look at them. Look at Ember. He is full of confidence right now, and I can't wait to see what is going to go. Look at him. Look at him. He's jumping all around. That's the aggression I need, man. We need to see both of these coaches just go head to head as well in the draft because all of that aggression, all right, that pent-up aggression, it can't be let loose if the draft don't complement the playstyle, man.
Come on, Leo. You feel the energy, man. You see the players. We're walking. They're talking. And right now, I'm here sitting. I want to stand because this player, they're going to rock it in.
Oh, yeah. On camera right now, these are the players of TDK, Todak. You got Formays, you got Yums, you have their coach, which, by the way, we were talking and we were sharing stories, right? Going into the season for MPLMY, people had doubts. But look where they are now.
Yeah, people don't believe this man. But this man over here, let's looking at Hazim. We have to see the changes in Toda. They perform well. The thing about Toda, they're inconsistent. But we gotta believe. We gotta see.
I like how you just started off really, really strong. Like, Todak, they're inconsistent. Todak. Like, what? Come on, man.
Yeah, I gotta insert some realism here. Come on.
Yeah. Just feedback.
I can't be biased.
Feedback on the ground. Eyes where they should be. Coach Hazim has just done so well to temper the wild flames that are Todak. And on the other side, we have Coach Chai. He himself, I've seen him backstage. He is such a calm presence, all right? And I think that's what we need when you're looking at a team like See You Soon that's so aggressive, that moves at such a fast pace. So, knowing Coach Hazim, what might be the approach of Todak?
Oh, I feel like Toda is kind of like Navi, where they don't care about the approach. And right now, speaking of Team Toda, let's introduce them. We got Moon, Momo, Formays, Chiku guys, as well as Yums. Again, these players right here, they almost took down RRQ. These are all the people that you need to respect right now. Chiku guys, again, playing that goal lane very, very aggressively.
Absolutely, man. You can hear the cheers already. And, man, this is a team that brought the best out of RRQ. They literally forced the best out of RRQ. You want to pick the lane? Yeah, you play a lane? Pick it. Pick it right now. They stared RRQ down and they forced them to pick their own comfort heroes and they still were able to beat them, man. That's how crazy this team really is in terms of the mechanics. And guess what? They didn't play it objectively. They were like, fight, like right now. And under my base, right now, we fight. But let's take a look at the statistics because, sure, it can be a slugfest, but it can also be just Todak dominating or See You Soon dominating. It is time to look at the stats to see whether or not this has been the style that they've been playing throughout the tournament.
Yeah, right now looking at the stats, Chico guys having a very low average KDA, 2.6. But again, on the side of Toda, they kind of don't care about dying because they feel like it's a myth.
Yep, there's a saying, and I will never forget this. I opened up with the Reaper coming for one more team, cutting them out of M3. But what do they say about Chico, guys?
Chico is not afraid of death. Def is afraid of Chiku.
You know, honestly, when I watched the first game, RQ versus Toda, I was like, no, this guy's lying. This guy's not. Chiku is not. Chiku's scared of Def. But then, after I watched the other games, I was just like, all right, now I know where he's coming. And I actually said it during my cast as well. This guy is unbelievable, man. He is he's generational talent. That's what I'm trying to say here. Chiku, guys, especially on that 1-1. His 1-1. The KDA, not impressive. Honestly, not impressive. 2.6, but it's not about the KDA. He plays like a wild man, and here you go as well. See you soon. They also play wild. Ember, Felix, Rune, Hoove, and Boxy. Still no Paragon, but this team, we've seen what they can do.
Yeah, right now, honestly, Leo, we gotta hype them up as well. Woo. Because again, the way that they play, they do not apologize. Whatever they want to do, they're going straight for it. And again, though that they do, they play aggressively. See you soon can capitalize on all that mistakes, and though that they have to be careful of that.
Yep, just realistically speaking, between them, I think it's see you soon with the more refined approach. Because if we're gonna look at the stats, they actually care more a little bit about the objectives, right? They will try to convert and then move on. Compared to Toda, who just, all right, we want to kill you first and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's the thing about these two teams. We've seen them both grow from MPLI.
Yep.
Toda, they try to do that thing, just go fight in MPLI, and see you soon. We're able to capitalize on that. We're able to out-mechanic them back then, but now it's the complete opposite. See you soon. They learned from those mistakes that they made, and they've actually turned to become a more objective-centered team in this tournament. Whereas Toda, we're sticking to the roots. We're just perfecting it. So the different styles clashing here. Will see you soon go back to their old style of just clashing, brawling, or do they want to just stir away from that?
Yeah, actually, that is a very cool point that you brought out about changing styles. I'm afraid that I hope they don't change their styles too much because they're like, oh, this is the lower bracket. Do we really want to take this kind of risky plays? I hope they don't change too much because again, when you try to change, you might accidentally do your old habits in this change form that you do, and because of that, that might come off as mistakes. So try not to do that.
Exactly. We're afraid to see you soon light. We want to see you soon in full glory, all of it just in triple HD 4K.
We
8K.
Want to see you soon Pro Max.
Oh, exactly. Looking at the damage dealt though, here you really see how much Todak invests in the heroes that deal a lot of damage. You also see that they're a little bit more on their total KDA here if you add it all up, because some of the other players on Todak are actually the ones that are grounded.
Yeah, again, from these statistics, you can definitely see that Todak has had the more impressive tournament so far. Again, getting out of their groups onto the upper brackets, facing RRQ, challenging them for that position as well. And for See You Soon, they've actually had a disappointing run so far, right? I mean, this you can't sugarcoat it. It's disappointing. No one expected this team to go to the lower brackets from the group stage, but yet they did. But so far in the lower brackets, they've proven that they are still one of the best teams here.
Yeah, right now looking at Todak's key to victory, Kite and Bait Hoove. More objective-oriented, prioritize dive comps, and avoid overcommitment. Now, keys to victory number 3 and number 4. These are the things that Toda realistically is always trying to perfect. They're always good at this dive composition because, again, turn your brain off, just go in and hope for the best. But at the same time, this overcommitment, we've seen so many times where they're like, I'm going to stick around. I really want this turret. I will get this turret, and I'm gonna die. But again, sometimes death lead to a chain reaction of bad things happening.
Yep, they have to perfect this Malaysian Viking playstyle. Todak Langgar. It'll be clashing against See You Soon. They're trying to disrupt Chico Guys. Of course, we've talked Chico Guys through the moon. Don't be obsessed with kills. Beware of the split push and create space for Rune. Rune playing out of the gold lane. Again, number 1 and number 4, they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, it really does. Rune needs to get that lead. We've seen the wonders he's been able to achieve when he does get the lead, but we've also seen the downside of that. When he gets shut down from the get-go, man, it is all over. One of the main things for See You Soon, in my opinion, after watching their games here at M3, is their mental. They're still getting the jitters even now in the lower brackets, maybe even more so now because of the pressure.
But Mirko, right now, you're sitting in your Secret Lab chair. Turn around and look at the players. I'd say they're looking very good right now on the side of See You Soon. On the side of Toda, they're chilling. they're ready right now. They're like, hey, we are ready to fight. And right now, let's look at a player head-to-head for Maze as well as Rune over here. In terms of the KDA, actually not that big of a difference. 2.6 on 2.8. In terms of goal, 663 goal per minute for Formaze and 696 on Rune. But kill participation, Formaze, 61.5.
I mean, this is skewed slightly for Formaze because he does juggle. He does switch around between jungle and gold. So yeah, being there for more kills as compared to Rune just shows those times when he was actually on the jungle playing an amazing Lancelot out of his mind. That's where that's coming from. That's what the difference is.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the question because we've actually seen Rune play the fighters and the assassins as well onto that gold lane. So far in the tournament, we haven't seen much of that. We've usually just seen marksman, 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 marksman because of how the gold lane has just been changed throughout the patches. But that is what I want to see from Rune. He really strives on these aggressive heroes in that matchup, and I want to see more of that. Maybe bring in the Benedetta, the Yu Zhong perhaps, even the Paquito into the side lane, bullying the marksman and getting the lead.
Yeah, when we're talking about heroes, I really feel like everything is on the board right now. I mean, we've seen Toda bring in the Mia, so it really doesn't, like... We can try to predict the draft, but it's going to be very difficult. In fact, for both of these teams specifically, I even have fans asking me, is like, hey, wouldn't it be better for them to pick hero X, Y, and Z? And in my opinion, this is one of those situations where you can't do that.
Yeah, I agree. X, Y, and Z, not even heroes in Mobile Legends.
Yeah, no. Xborg is, though. It did come out of See You Soon. They did play that on Felix.
100% on Malaysia.
Speaking of the audiences, these are the same 100% that's messaging you. Lafel saying, Todak should do this to stay in the tournament. Todak should do this. But I'm wondering why? What is this? Does it mean anything, Lafel? Why are we so sided? I'm a Filipino. 85% for Todak.
No, because we Malaysians are very contagious. You know, like whatever we bring to the table, you guys want to come and eat too.
I guess.
Yeah, Malaysians, we make very good food, by the way.
It's true. Makan is great.
Makan is great.
I'm all over it, but let's look at the rest of these predictions. It's all sided towards Todak. Is this the veterancy?
Let's see Cambodia. Oh, finally! Let's go! That's what I want to see!
Who's the 2%?
Who's the 2%? I swear, guys.
This 2%?
This 2%, man.
2%.
All right, but no, that is amazing. 100% for Malaysia. That's the first 100% we've seen. Like, just now, we saw Blacklist and Onyx ID. Philippines, they predicted 98% of Filipinos predicted Blacklist to win. Not 100%. Onyx as well. There's a lot coming into the Blacklist side, so I fully respect the Malaysian audience, man. That is all love for your team. They've been thrown to the lower brackets, and the support is still coming. Honestly, I'm speechless. That's amazing.
All of the Malaysians' hopes are on this team.
Yeah.
That's it. Their MPL champion is gone. Team SMG, they say goodbye. Today, Todak stands alone. They stand tall.
Yeah, right now that is a screenshot situation where we have to show Todak is like, hey, Malaysians, they love you guys.
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. You know, it's pretty normal because again, they've been doing this since M1, M2, M3. For them, it is normal.
Yeah, for sure. But the point is, right, what I'm trying to drive by is like, you guys at home, wherever country you're from, support your country. You need to develop your MLBB scene so that you can get into the M3 World Championship and possibly even win it, right? This is all about the support. You think it's all just about the mechanics, the mental game inside of the stage? No, support plays a huge factor on the confidence and the team spirits, man. You need to keep on supporting your teams because yesterday when I saw Cambodia rooting for the other team, except for See You Soon, I was disappointed.
And then See You Soon showed up.
Exactly.
It's like, guys, where's the support? And today, Cambodia's like, okay, maybe we should support
we were
you.
a little bit harsh.
No. Let's be fair. Maybe they misclicked. All that,
2%?
Millions of people misclicked.
Yeah. 50% of Cambodians misclicked.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday?
Yesterday?
Like the guest button, it's pretty close. Next to each other.
The logos between the cannons and them close? No. I think today, by the way that the predictions look for Cambodia, they earned their countrymen's trust again. And what an upswing for their champions. See You Soon, they're on the rise.
They are. They certainly are, man. We've seen yesterday, even when they were taken to deep waters by Red Cannons, almost come back, That was a comebackable game. But they still pulled through. They still understand what it needs to finish off games, and that is something we didn't see from them back in the group stages. So this is a different See You Soon. A See You Soon that has learned, who has experienced losing in the M3 stage.
My question is this a different Todak, Lafel? How different could they have become from dropping from the upper bracket?
I really hope they're not being any different. If they try to improve, great. Right now, also we're seeing on stage, they're praying right now. They're showing great respects to See You Soon because again, this is a competition. Anyone can lose. And right now, they finished praying. Now I can talk back with my normal voice, and I am so excited. We're 1 minute in. We're going into the draft very, very soon. And from the side of Todak, I really hope they just keep on keeping on, keep having this mentality, don't care what people say about your draft. Just do your best in what you've trained. And again, use your mechanics, use your experience on the stage of M3.
Compared to See You Soon, who has some representation that was present in previous World Championships, they're pretty green, they're pretty new. Going up against, again, a multi-time M-Series competitor, I can only imagine what it's like to be the players of See You Soon right now. Like, oh no, I'm facing off against Chico guys, I'm facing off against Moon, Momo.
Dude, just close the IGNs. Do not look at those IGNs. Just look at the hero. I'm not facing against Chiku. I'm facing against a 1-1. I'm facing against a carry. Think about what that hero's strengths are. Think what that hero's weaknesses are. When you start to look at the names, it's going to be playing in your head.
Absolutely.
It's going to make you question yourself. Don't question yourself, especially when you're on stage.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, to just elaborate more on that point, right? See You Soon. These are all new members on stage. The only one who has been here before is Paragon, all right? And he's not even playing right now. He's a substitute player. He's sitting on the sidelines, waiting and watching his team go to head against Todak. Now, SMG were eliminated. So, like you said, it is the last hope of Malaysia facing the last hope of Cambodia.
The only hope of Cambodia.
The only hope of Cambodia.
So
Again,
both these teams are in the same boat.
They are.
I'd like to build up on that point because even in the MPLI, Cambodia was the only MPL champion to not get a seed.
Yeah.
So they're always fighting an uphill battle. They're always on the back foot, yet they're still here.
They're used to it at this point, and they need to prove the world wrong. If they have a strong performance next year, for sure, I swear, 2 teams will go 100%, right? It depends on the strength of your teams. Cambodia, obviously, first season. We can't really just go to it like that.
Already, we're making a strong case for even the Mythic League in CIS. The way Navi played in the previous series, the way BTK is playing in the upper bracket right now.
We have 2 non-MPL teams
left. In the tournament, so think about that.
Right.
Oh, no, there's one more. Cade.
Cade is an MPL team.
Oh yeah, you're right. Never mind. It's a developing region, but yes.
Right now, we open the world because, again, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is not restricted to Southeast Asia.
No.
Everywhere. The meta right now is open. Moonton has developed a meta where any kind of hero can be used. Lolita can be used. Mia can be used. Alucard can be used right now.
Beleric
can be used.
Anyone can play.
Non-C. There you go. That's what I was thinking. Non-C. So I love it. Again, a lot of people have this train of thought, this point of argument that our game, our beloved esport, is only for C. Nuh-uh, fam. We got Navi.
Oh, yeah.
Taking names now.
Yeah, we got BTK staying in the upper brackets, actually pushing Blacklist down. How surprising is that still?
And hey, people gave doubts, and they're like, yo, we show up. Speaking of which, right now we're going into the big M bans, and both of the teams have started banning right now. See You Soon has banned out 4 mazes. Lancelot not gonna let him get those crazy plays, and for the side, Toda banning out that Aldos.
You know, the thing is about See You Soon, it looks like they have the jitters on stage, but I met these guys in the hotel. They're full of confidence. Again, you saw him jumping on the stage. I saw Boxy at breakfast, and he was so friendly. He was just like, hey, bro, I'm Boxy from See You Soon. And we just spoke. We just started the conversation from there. He came up, and that guy, you can see the confidence of them. They are proud to be here as the Cambodian representatives, and they feel like they will be able to bring out their best today.
Yep, taking that story, introducing himself, very straightforward, very confident. That's what I'm looking forward to in this game. We saw Boxy just last night lead his team into elimination against the Red Canids. At that point, it was just a matter of who would shed their nerves first. And hearing the story about Boxy at breakfast, I want to see that Boxy here. I want him to be on the front lines. I want to see him play that Matilda and carry him out. it's not getting banned just yet because we only saw the Selena and the Esmeralda.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've seen Toda do this. They're like, we will let you have the heroes that you want. Because the way that they ban the heroes, sometimes it is out of respect. But most of the times, they're directly banning what is the biggest threat to their strategy, right? Right now, we see the Aldos as well as Selena. What does this tell you? They don't want the map to be open. They don't want the fact that See You Soon knows where they are. So maybe they're trying to play a big composition right now.
Yeah, right now with the Paquito banned away as well. See You Soon have taken away 3 heroes that we've seen from Todak multiple times with the Aldous and the Selena from Todak. Now that's saying something. They don't want to be, revealed on the map. They want to see
Vision? No.
They don't want Vision. And if they want to go complete the trend, it is going to be this Yisun Shin. But I don't think it is worthy to be banned here in the first stage, especially against See You Soon, a team who hasn't really showed up with that Yisun Shin. Probably the Yves is going to be the best ban for Todak. Getting that out of the way, especially considering that See You Soon has the first pick, it is great.
Yeah, I agree.
Great.
Thank you. I agree, Eve is a pretty good hero. It does fit the theme of a bluish kind of ban as well. And as you said, Eve has been banned. Mirko over here showing his IQ on stage, looking very smart, looking very snazzy.
Just to do it again?
Right now, See You Soon. Are they going to pick up this phobias because they have banned out
Beatrix.
But looks like Matilda again on this Boxy.
He says, say no more, Leo. I got you, fam. I got you. Boxy's just gonna lead from the front here. I love it. I'm all about it. Todak, though, what's left for them? Again, they are a very
Farsa is open.
unorthodox team when it comes to their approaches, their angles of attack. So yeah, that's one good way. Farsa, maybe Yums wants to pick up Ruby. Farsa Ruby sounds good.
Oh, for me, Farsa Ruby sounds great. But
Beatrix as well.
Beatrix, Phobius. There is a lot of picks here. If they want, they can even take the link, but that's pretty early. But as you said, Leo, Beatrix is going to be picked up.
Yeah, Beatrix and the Ruby. So 50-50 on that, me and you, Leo, as now we are going to take a look at See You Soon. What do they want to respond to this composition right now? Ruby has a lot of engage, has a lot of pick potential, and the disengage, the peel, right? From See You Soon right now, they have the Matilda. Matilda instantly just countered by the Ruby. What do they want? They want some range. They want to be able to poke them down. What is it? Farsa, I feel like.
Yes, or they can go Hanoon and pick up Clint. Rune has a solid Clint.
I mean, yeah, he has a solid Clint. And the thing is, from side of Toda, I feel like Chico guys is pretty experienced against that matchup. So I feel like even it is open, Toda wouldn't mind giving it over. And Brody, they're switching it up. They want to take the Brody and they want to take the Phobias again. The Esmeralda is not up. So right now, See You Soon, their drive is pretty, I would say pretty aggressive as well.
I don't know how to feel about this Brody because usually we see Brody in the second half. You kind of want to pick up the Brody when you're afraid of people diving you or when you have this weird unorthodox approach from mid, as we saw previously from Navi on Nagib. But now, See You Soon's picking it in the first phase.
Maybe because they know Toda just likes to go ham, so I might as well just take this Brody first.
Precautionary pick?
Perhaps. We'll see. Again, Todak, because right now they have the Beatrix, right? The Beatrix can be flexed mid lane or the gold lane by Chiku. Chiku, honestly, he likes the flashy type of heroes. He likes the ones with a lot of mobility, a lot of outplay potential, and to be honest, yeah, Beatrix kind of has that, but I think that's not the style that Chiku really likes usually. He likes the real crazy outplay maneuvers, heroes, and now we are seeing the Barretts being banned away, so maybe perhaps this is like setting up for another marksman pick because Barretts is really good, soaking up so much damage, especially considering that See You Soon. We've seen this from them yesterday, very dominant.
Yep, there's also another quirk or kink in the armor here for both teams. Lolita is still out there. I mean, See You Soon. Maybe they can still fit it in somewhere if this becomes a mage type Matilda, but for Todak it's too tight. There's no way that there's gonna fit a Lolita in there.
Well, I'm so sorry, but I cannot predict the draft from Toda. They even played Rafaela gold lane. Chiku got some pretty sick outplays with that Rafaela gold lane. I'm not saying he's gonna do it here.
Okay, jungle.
But this is a situation where like, there's no way, and then suddenly comes out and they're like, it's Toda. They can play this Hylos in jungle if they want.
As long as there's a slot for Todak, anything can happen.
Yeah, basically. And that's what these players have been able to find success on, right? Those crazy picks, those cheese picks that they've just been doing so well, executing it to a T. And now we are going to see the Amon pick from Todak now in the jungle, most probably. See you soon with the response. Now that they already see the Amon being picked up, that Phoveus starting to kind of be lackluster here, right?
Yeah, to be fair, it's one thing to assume that maybe it'll go into the jungle, but the way that Todak is, Lafel, just to build on your point, anything can still happen.
It can go to the mid lane.
Yeah, any of these heroes can still go anywhere. It can still be in the gold and then put the Beatrix in mid.
They just have too many options over here. From the side of Yusun, they still don't have a mage mid lane and
jungler.
A jungler as well. They still have the Yisun Shin if they do want a scaling kind of composition.
Hayabusa's still out there.
Oh, I have not
Ling?
noticed. Oh, is this a Ling?
Oh, there you have it. That's what I like from this team, Roger. All right, they want to dive in. Look at that composition. Matilda, Phoveus, Brody, Angela, and that Roger. With Roger on Hoove, all right? Hoove, this guy, so good at these aggressive heroes. We've seen him on the Bagito, outplaying every one of them BLI. Now, we're seeing him here.
This draft is so unorthodox for both sides.
Oh yeah, that's why we love
Hayabusa's open, Ling is open, we want neither.
We're going for the prime skin.
Hayabusa's too...
Yeah,
too
at this point, yeah, Hayabusa's
it's too
not
meta,
yeah.
you know. So right now, for the side of Team Toda, they technically don't have a mage mid laner. Maybe they can get a Kagura.
They need more magical damage at least.
Yeah, they need more magical damage over here. Amon, don't get us wrong. He deals a lot of damage. And you know what, Dave? You know what, Amon, he's enough magical damage that we need. We're gonna get a Lapu Lapu.
Huh. That is interesting because, yeah, sure, it is crazy, it is fun, it is cheesy, but only one magical damage. It's very easy to itemize, especially, you know, Roger. You're facing up against a Roger. If this, we all know the patches, the defense that he has right now, especially if he builds one physical defense item, it can be over.
Technically, too, the Hylos does have some magical damage output. It's sustained damage, though.
Leo, Mirko, let me give you a piece of advice on casting this game. Let's shut our brain off.
You're right.
Let's assume logic doesn't matter for this game because both of these teams, what we want to see is
pure slugfest.
Pure slugfest, raw aggression, raw emotion. Just let us get into the game between teams. See you soon against Toda.
Let's just get it here, Leo. Let's get into the land of Dawn for the first game of this best of 3.
We langa right on to this elimination match. Again, Todak, we're expecting a lot of aggressive moves from them, but the way See You Soon has responded in this Game 1 draft leaves all the more so many questions. Look at this, wow. Moon and Humes going up against Boxy and Ember. I like how they baited out that Matilda, how they picked it up first and then questions still remaining, like, oh, apparently not. It's going to be a mage type.
Absolutely, and this is the thing about the Beatrix in the mid lane. You actually don't want to use this Beatrix to just clear out the waves as fast as possible. You want it to use it with that gun to just poke and deal a lot of damage, maybe even getting some pressure done, giving your side a little bit more pressure to maybe invade early on.
Yeah, right now, Formis is using an uncharacteristic hero on this high loss. Usually, he's on a very fast, high mechanical heroes, the assassins and such. So right now, Formis with this tank hero, I wonder how he will perform in this game.
Yeah, the aforementioned switch up happened. Forme is usually the jungler. Now it's Chico guys in the jungle on that Amon. So this does confirm a few of our assumptions. Forme is taking quite a few barrages of damage from Boxy there and Felix. Ember starting it up, getting a few wisps up, and Chico guys surprising him. Not enough to finish though. Oh, but it is the burn damage from the Amon taking him down. First blood drawn by Todak.
Well, right now, Rune is up alone at level 3. Chico guys over there, he doesn't have his ult anymore. But will he try to kill Rune over here?
Yeah, right now, no. I feel like this Amon is going to be very calm and collected. They need to look for the right picks because if you go and use your burst on the Phoveus, on the Roger at the wrong time, it is going to be very useless, right? You need to keep on going for the Matilda or the Angela, perhaps even the Brody, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Toda it seems like they don't want to go for the slugfest this early on. Again, they know that See You Soon has that early game potential. Why not just go for the trades all across the board, get the purple buff, and stay safe?
Yep, he stole the purple away from Hoove, traded it out for the turtle. Looking at the items here at 2 minutes, 30 seconds, LaFell, was that worth it? Is that a good trade?
Yeah, I feel like this is just their own way of choking out See You Soon of resources over here. Chiku, guys, looking like he's on the way to get that Feather of Heaven. So it looks like Chiku is looking at this game like he's going to do a lot of damage per second instead of bursty type in the early stages of the game.
Yep, a lot of pressure put down here onto Felix. Let's see if Chiku Guy's rotation canceling out the take on that crab coin. Interesting. He's gonna give it to someone. No, gets fully reset. Here's an engaged demonic force plus the heart guard put onto Felix. Here comes Hoove as well. Yume's a little low. Formay's a little too late on the glorious pathway. He lets go. They'll take that free kill on Yume's.
That was beautiful. Honestly, very, very well orchestrated by the side of See You Soon. They noticed that Todak was a little bit overextended there, and they overcommitted onto that bottom side. It should have been them going to the turret, not getting anything, back away instantly. Because from See You Soon, Todak needs to respect the side of See You Soon. They have the Roger, they have that Angela, they just play the cross map really, really well, right? All Phobius needs to do is get that demonic force, and everyone can follow through very easily, very fast all around the map.
Yeah, and unfortunately on that last skirmish, Chiku made a mistake, but Momo flicker out. Should be okie dokie over there, but Toda is looking to re-engage.
There's 4 of them. Chiku using that passive on Amon, weaving in and out through vision and cloaking, moving speed up, boosted, and of course a little bit of sustainability while he heals. Momo versus Rune, this Brody versus the Lapu Lapu. It's usually a 50-50, but it looks like Rune's giving Momo a hard time.
Yeah, right now looking on the side of Toda, it looks like they're giving everything to Moon. Moon has been going up and down, and he's been taking all of the minions. So maybe they really want to get Moon far ahead first before they really think about starting anything.
Yep, mid-money, as you say. Circling Eagle put onto Yumes. That's going to be Hoove securing the turtle. And with a hard guard, in goes Yumes. He's offended, but they're going to jump in. Hoove gets one. Yumes goes down. Glorious Pathway set in. They're slowing down. And there's the bravest fighter. Stunning Hoove, but he's still alive. There's a heal. Formace comes in with the flicker, taking down the Roger. 1-4-2. It's a bloodbath. 4 minutes in, 50 seconds.
This is what I expected from the players, man. Just going full in right now, and that's exactly what we're getting. That is beautiful. Again, See You Soon got the objective, and they chained it to a team fight. Unfortunately, Hoove was taken down, but it was still worth it. 2 for 1, and Hoove gets an amazing kill.
Yeah, and look at both of these teams. They were not hesitating. They're like, oh, someone is there. Oh, look at Yumes engaging again.
Oh no, look at all these knives put in by Chiku Guys. And Moon blasts him for Chiku Guys to confirm the kill. Now they're blasting the turret. They're putting it at half health, maybe less. But look down bottom, Felix and Boxy versus Formaze. Now I kind of understand what Boxy's doing. He's put himself on a hero that has low mechanics, low vision, but very high macro sense.
Yeah, and looking at this fight, again, Yume's almost disrespecting in the way that he engages. He really does not care on the positioning of the enemy. He's just going to go in. And as Toda is going to get this push, we're going to look back at that replay to see what really happened. And in this kind of situation, for both sides, actually pretty good. Yume's, he was very low, but he still wanted to go for that engage. And that was such a good timing where, again, Chiku Guys missed the ultimate damage just because he dashed away from it.
Yeah, he forced that play to happen, you know? He forced Formaze to dive into the turret, and that's an additional resource burnt up. That could have just been a straight-up 1-for-1 that was worth it for Todak, but no, the mechanical plays coming in for Hoove to save that trade.
They can keep forcing this, and eventually Todak will run out of steam. Chiku Guys will not be able to blast anybody, and then scramble the map for Moon. We've seen that as one weakness of a Beatrix. Once she's caught out of position, then maybe that's where Hoove can approach. Maybe Ember can catch you with a circling eagle, but so far not happening just yet because Todak's pushing power is just out of this world. 6 minutes in, they're threatening an engage. Top and bottom lane tier 1 taken away from Todak already. Here's a pull in by Yumes. There's the bombs away by Moon. Felix goes with Demonic Force, and Circling Eagle, they're dragging them in. Seiyu takes one. Yusa's already fallen. Hoove, he smells blood. Formace goes down. That's already two. Jumping on onto Momo. Demonic Force, slam dunk by Felix. 3 down for Toda. Moon gonna hide underneath his turret. They know they can force it. Hoove gets one more. 4 for See You Soon.
See You Soon. They're going in and they're going crazy. 2,000 gold lead, and they pick up that wipe out. Was it 4-0? No, because Chico was in that bottom side. But again, look how they're chaining it. They get the kills, but they instantly go rotate to these objectives, and look how smart they're chaining it. They didn't go for the turtle, then the turret. They went for the turret first, then use the pressure from that turret on that top side to chain it with the turtle. Just smart, intelligent plays, plus the mechanical plays coming in from See You Soon.
This is the kind of game that we want to see coming in from both of these teams. 10 amount of kills in 7 minutes, more than 1 kill per minute. Both of these teams are not shying away from aggression. And again, that third take was powered by, you know what I'm, STB.
Yeah, STB. But now let's take a look at the items for now. Chico guys has actually completed the Feather of Heaven, but so far hasn't been able to have a good chance to use it, to utilize that item, because the fights has just been so fast and so messy. Chico though, he is going inside the enemy jungle, enemy lines, trying to get a pick off, but those aren't the 2 members you want to be targeting.
This is an interesting approach from
Oh my god!
Felix already jumping in with the Demonic Force. Chiku runs off. There's the Glorious Pathway setting up the escape, the retreat, but no, Circling Eagle comes in. Ember takes down Yumes, and Formaze trying to run away from 3 members of See You Soon, but they're not having any of it. Hoove jumps onto him. Down goes the Centaur. Another battle in mid, bombs away, says Moon. We have to retreat. There's too many of them. 4 here. Hoove wants to jump onto Momo, and he takes down the Lapu Lapu. Double kill for the Roger. Run, Chiku, run. They're not letting him go. Triple kill for the Roger. Hoove is a madman.
I gotta be honest, I played this Roger in my ranked games. Sure, it's simply very different, but when you get that first kill, it's already so hard to stop him from snowballing. When he gets 6 kills in 9 minutes, it's a whole big other problem.
Yeah, right now for the side of Toda, they need to tank up because look at all those HP just melting down. Formaze is gonna get caught.
This is the most honest face check I've ever seen. Circling Eagle on the Formaze. Glorious Pathway gonna be enough to save him. Momo coming in with the Glorious Pathway. They're gonna Langar across this push. They'll take down that tier 2 turret, and See You Soon's gonna buy their time. Gonna steal this purple instead. Yume's gonna try to save it for Chiku guys. See You Soon, not so eager.
You can see the difference you soon. Like, how are they playing this, right? Because back in MPLI, back in the group stage, we don't even talk about other tournaments. Let's talk about the group stage alone. They didn't play like this. They went over, committed into a lot of these team fights, but here, completely different. They've learned from their mistakes, man. You saw, they went in, they saw that one person was low, instantly back away. Let's get the turret. Turret is safer, turret is better.
Something about M3 really wakes people up. It's like, yo, I'm at Singapore. I'm playing on the world stage. I got to step up. And See You Soon, they stepped up right now, holding a 5,000 gold lead.
Oh, this is insane. 5,000 gold lead, and there's nothing that Toda can do to contest for this Lord. It is just going to be them taking it for free, and another fight breaks out.
They almost corner Yumes, but here's the Demonic Force. It's Rune who finishes the job. Toda, you can't keep going for the counter engage like this. They learned their lesson. They don't force it anymore. They'll take the 1L.
That is insane, LaFell.
Yeah, right now, honestly, for the side of Team Toda, they need to realize they're behind. So they have to figure out a way. And the way that Toda usually does is they try to get side lane pushes. As of right now, we can see Amon on the bottom side that he's trying to push. But from the side of Team Toda, they really need Moon just to focus on clearing minions right now. And again, Toda, there's still a chance for them to come back into the game. They just have to stop and figure out how.
You're right. Of all the members of Toda, it's only Moon who has the reliable wave clear. Momo, Yumes, Formaze, Chico guys, they have to do it relatively slow. I mean, almost with their basic attacks alone. So, yeah, Toda, they have to find another angle here to clear out and catch up. Almost 12 minutes in, 20 seconds, 6K gold lead. It's grown even more.
Yeah, but look at how See You Soon is actually handling this wave. They saw Chico guys who was able to like push it out, right, the bottom side. They're actually using that to slow push that bottom side. So as you can see, it's not actually just one wave in that bottom side. It's a 1.5 with the Lord pushing in. This is going to be really hard for Toda to defend because that is not normal minions. Those are the big boy minions from the Lord. But actually, they're finding it pretty easy. Just that they have to put all the resources down there.
Yeah, right now, looking at Team Seasoon, they're holding in the map. They're making sure that Toda can't even enter their own jungle right now. And looks like Seasoon, their idea is we don't have to engage. I'm pretty sure Toda will do that for us.
Yep, look at this. Ember looking for a good target. Formay still going to peel out. Okay, so far, Toda, they're not as gung-ho as they were like 5 minutes ago. So now they understand the situation, how grave it is.
Yeah, and again, 7.2k gold lead. When it comes to 10,000 gold difference, it's going to be very, very difficult for any of the members from side of Team Toda to out-damage this Roger, which again, 6-1 and 6. And the crazy thing about Roger is not the damage, but how difficult it is for him to die.
I'm honestly not even joking anymore. This time it is honestly pretty disgusting, the fact that Seasoon is able to play this way so fast, adjusting to their mistakes. This is insane, and again, they're going in for fights over and over.
Demonic Force set in by Felix, he's jumping on. That's going to be another target, he's trying to get Yumes. Now it's on Formay's, Glorious Pathway already expended. And Seasoon happy to have that pulse engage. Rune puts a few stacks on the Moon. There's a torn apart memory. Temporal finishes the job. Hoove coming in, cleaning house. He gets another kill. 2 taken down on the side of Toda. They're pushing this inhibitor. They might go for the finish. Chico guys, Momo and Formay is the only ones left to defend. They're going for the base. They're using basing attacks. And that's Felix taken down by Formay. Down goes Formay. The Centaur bites it. Momo trying to survive. That's going to be a few more stacks put in. Chico guys at half health. They're juggling. In goes Hoove. He's a monster kill and it's over. See you soon. Takes game number 1.
The yells and the screams, see you soon, have come to play. Look at Cambodia. They are proud. And oh my God, was that a performance, a statement.
That game, there's a lot of things that we have to look at. Number 1, that Roger, again, wreaking havoc. But as well, we have to look at that Phoveus going super aggressive and actually very easy for him to activate his ultimate, because again, this Ruby, every time she uses any of her skills, she gets a dash, and that's counterproductive to what Team Toda has to do. Is like, you're making it easier for this Phoveus to play.
It's going to be an interesting approach for Toda because here in game 1 alone, it's such a mood setter. The pace has changed. In the face of Seasoon, they thought they were expecting a face-to-face battle, but again, you mentioned, it's the Phoveus. He's such a hard stop.
As well, Formay playing that high loss. Again, high loss, in my opinion, is a very good pick, but maybe not for Formay, because we talked about this, right? In terms of picking heroes, it's not about that hero being good or bad. Is it good for the team? Is it good for the player? You have to really match what is the best for you, you know? The suit maketh the man.
I agree.
Yeah,
yeah, I thought you wanted to elaborate more on that point, but again, like I said, the draft is the problem for the side of Toda, my opinion, right? Because these players, they want to get it done by flashy plays. The heroes didn't have anything, no tools for those.
Let's see what they do have as we throw it over to our analysts. The dashing, the handsome, Gideon, Q, and Wolf. Boys, break it down.
Dashing.
I think the quote that you're trying to get to, LaFell, was the draft maketh the man this time round. And unfortunately for Toda, this was really going really far out of their comfort zone to actually make this happen, putting Formay on a tank of all things, and Momo having to go into a pretty tough matchup up in the gold lane.
Yeah, sometimes when you're too creative, it will not make that much sense. Well, you know, at least for the side of Todak, they did have a straight-up plan, which is to shut down the early stages for the side of Seasoon. However, I will always put this and pin this in that board of ease of execution. If you're looking at the composition of Seasoon, it's very easy for them to go onto the heroes of Toda because of the Angela and Roger. To the point where in the items, the first few items for Seasoon didn't even have to have defensive items. Looking at the Phoveus, he went straight into the Ice Skin one after the Clock of Destiny, while it was the Windtalker and the Endless Battle for the Roger. Because of the fact that they have both Matilda and Angela, the anti-heal coming up from Todak was far too late.
Yeah, another thing that you have to keep in mind is that even though Chiku guys was pretty much able to get like 4 out of the 5 core items that he's probably going to need to one-shot somebody, it's still pretty difficult overall. Boxy on Angela is going to naturally make it difficult. The favor is such a big game changer here.
So it all started with the first turtle fight. We saw that Todak didn't even try to contest that first turtle. Instead, they went in for the purple buff of the Roger. And as good as it is to take away a buff from your opponents, the thing is that Roger with the turtle buff is just way too good. And you have to give it to CSUN. They utilized it properly. They kept on pushing against Todak. They kept on killing the members of Todak. In fact, almost all of the fights that we saw, when it's a full 5v5, it is always like 3 kills in favor of CSUN compared to Todak. This is because, again, of ease of execution. Pop the ultimate on this Phobius, jump with the Matilda, and of course the Roger with the Angela, no problem at all. Then you deal the damage with the Brody, it's very easy to execute.
However, you have to kind of give it to both Ember and as well as Boxy. It wasn't exactly the easiest mid 2v2 that they had to deal with the entire time.
That is true.
Beatrix plus the Ruby, naturally they should have been able to get more pressure. However, the rotations coming in for the side of CSUN seem to be a lot sharper, a lot more concise when they're focusing on using Hoove as their spearhead.
Oh yeah, with the ban on the Esmeralda for the first phase for the start of CSUN, it made total sense that this was their composition. I do love the fact that they used the Roger and Angela in the last pick, and Todak in a very questionable manner. Them having already 2 legitimate XP-laners with Ruby as well as Hylos, they still picked up the Lapu-Lapu, and you can see that the damage wasn't there. In fact, I'm pretty sure that when it comes to the stats, it will be reflected. 86,000 only for Todak, which means that CSUN actually dealt twice as much damage while also taking almost the even amount of damage because of their sustain.
I think the overall most disappointing part is the absolute disrespect to this Phobius overall. He's already used his ultimate once. Just do not dash, try not to flicker out of the situation. Yet the pressure gets a little too high and you have to use it to get out to save yourself, just enabling Felix time and time again.
I guess this is the reason why they pick up the Roger. I mean, you'll have no choice but to dash away from an angry Roger. What an easy way to execute the Roger with the Angela. Lastly, look at this total heal, 210k. 210k, no dominance ice. Well, they did eventually get it, but it took so much time for Todak to farm that item. It also meant that CSUN just sustained through the fights. I mean, come on, it's a Roger, Matilda, Angela, and a Phobius on top of it. It's very difficult to teamfight against that. If you only have a Lapu-Lapu and a Ruby, of course the damage dealers are Beatrix as well as Amon, there's no real teamfight, real prolonged teamfight that you can fight around with.
Well, that's true, but let's have a look at the MVP of this game. It's going to go over to Hoove on this Roger with a 7.2 and 8 KDA with a 94 match KP percentile. He is absolutely running through the members of Todak, and a lot of this just comes down to a bad interaction down by mid turtle.
What was that song again? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hoove. 94% kill participation with a massive confidence with Roger, the anchor of his team. Definitely worthy of the MVP marks and definitely introducing himself to the international stage.
Absolutely abusing his quote-unquote 2 supports at this point in time, Matilda and Angela, making every escape and every entry so easy to pull off. He's got the mechanics to back it up, and he's got Felix to start shredding down and putting on that pressure. I think we need to start talking about how exactly Todak is going to be looking, and especially for game number 2. Where's the draft going to be leaning towards to?
I guess, you know, with the little time that we have right now, my prescription to Todak is to not be too creative, because not only did they become too creative with the heroes that they picked, but also with the positions they were in, and as well as the fact that their players aren't in the most, I would say, optimal position that they are when it comes to the roles. So I guess when it comes to the draft, I won't be specific with the heroes, but at least that's the grand scheme of things that they needed to do.
Well, absolutely, and especially for all of you out there who are trying to get the Roger figurine, don't forget that there is still the M3 pass up and granting. And you want to support that? How about checking out the M3 Team Battle emotes? Because we have prepared some exclusive battle emotes for all 16 teams, each of which has their own voices. So get them now and support your favorite teams from November 29th until the 12th. You can cheer for your teams by adding support points. Make sure you log into the game and you get a free chance to support your team. And remember, at the end of it all, there will be a Player's Choice Team of M3 award, which is going to be on the official site and as well as the side of the M3 World Championship. So please come on and support your favorite teams and really show to help them get that reward. However, due to the contract restrictions, MVG's Battle Emote is not going to be for sale at this time.
A wonderful game coming up from See You Soon. Let's see if they can bring it up in come game number 2, and will Todak finally, recover at least with starting with the draft.
You know what? Let's find out. Let's throw it over to the let's throw it over to the caster's desk there. I'm excited to see this match. Please, Leo, Mirko, as well as LaFell, please take it away.
And we will. Thank you so much, analysts. We are the casters. My name is Leo. This is Mirko and LaFell. I'm not sure if you guys agree. Todak got a little too creative. Maybe dial it down.
Well, here's the thing. I still trust the boys, all right? Right now, actually, I'm still excited because, again, when you trust someone, you just let them do their own thing. And right now, I'm not disappointed because that was an amazing game, Mirko.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Wolf said it the best. They got too creative with the draft. They should have just stuck to the things that made it work for them, right? That made them such a strong team here at M3. But they tried to be creative, maybe more creative than before, and it collapsed.
Well, if Todak's gonna try to keep it down to the fundamentals, maybe you guys at home can get creative. Think of what you want to do already once you get your hands on the new Frank debit card. You can be the MVP of both skill and style with the Frank debit card. Out of over 60 designs, pick the one that screams your personality or your dreams. You can refer your friends now and receive $10 cash back per successful referral. Once more, thank you to Frank by OCBC.
You guys want OCBC?
What?
What kind of design would you put on your card?
Boom, bang, bada bing. Just a screenshot of me doing that.
Then I guess I will have a design of Daddy Mirko as well.
I'll take the regular. Moving back on, it might be a sweep if Todak gets over-eager, if Coach Hazim just allows the wild imagination of his squad, but maybe that's what wins them the game, actually. You know what? Like, shock and awe. Maybe they just use game 1 to read See You Soon.
Right, let's just... Okay, in terms of making it less complicated, I feel like, again...
You agree on that?
Give the assassin to Formace in the jungle.
There you go.
Let Chiku win the gold lane.
I'm with you.
And then let them do their thing.
I agree completely. That's the thing, right? Because Chiku, going back to the jungle, yes, many people said that, yeah, Chiku is the better jungler, blah, blah, but right now in this tournament, the gold lane has been one of the lanes that just like, yeah, this is the lane to snowball on.
As well, like, when you change your roles,
too many times,
you have to restructure how your brain thinks. Because we look at that game, Chiku, he was really focused on farming, right? And the way that he thinks about maximizing farming is taking the farm away from the enemy jungler, where if you see Formace playing, he's looking for those kills. He's looking for that turtle still. So it's two different mentalities right now. And I feel like it's not enough time in between one day to really change, to be like, yes, I am from a gold laner, I am now a jungler. Nah, I feel like they need to change it back.
Yeah, put it back to what works for them, and acknowledge the fact that against the team that's as laser focused, as precise, and right now as hot as See You Soon, you can't pull those kinds of moves.
Yeah, honestly. And See You Soon, we talk a lot about Todak, right? It's time to switch over to See You Soon. Keep it up. That's all I have to say. Keep it up in terms of the draft, in terms of the playstyle. Just keep it up. Their aggression is perfect. They know when to stop. They know how to train it to objectives. They know how to chain objectives to team fights. The setups have been perfect. And I just want to keep on seeing that Mobile Legends coming in from Cambodia. And finally, Cambodian fans, this is proof. Never disrespect your team, all right? Your team can have bad days, but you're there to support them. That's where your role comes in.
Yeah. And the thing that I like, because we said this before, See You Soon, when they see a mistake, they're going to capitalize on it, and they did not pull the brakes. They're like, oh yeah, I only know how to go. I don't know how to go back.
Then we punish. I guess that's what made their lineup so perfect. Again, going in, I had my reservations. I had my inhibitions, but it was the perfect storm against a team like Todak. This is See You Soon. This is Coach Chai understanding what the Langar playstyle is all about. So I'd hate to go back on it. I love that playstyle, but it seems to have found its foil.
You know, it's just one of those things where everything has that natural weakness, because in this wonderful world that we live in, nothing is truly perfect because whatever is perfect is in fact boring.
LaFell 2021. All right, so LaFell,
Yes.
do you think the Roger should be banned away? Right?
No.
No?
I feel like it is very strong, but I feel like in that kind of situation, there is a lot more things that has to be respected because again, the Roger, is he broken? Yes. Should he be banned? If only there are more bans in the game.
So technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes, but no.
But yes, yes, but no. Same, but different.
Could be, but maybe. So far, that's
Welcome
been,
to M3.
Welcome to M3.
That's been the story of our World Championships. Again, we just came off of, I think what a majority of us would take as an upset when Navi swept the hometown heroes of RSG. So who's to say that this series here will also result in quite the shocking end, whether it be in a 3-game epic or
a 2-game slaughter.
I don't want to say that. You said it. I don't want to say it, man. LaFell is here.
Nah, I'm good because again, I am a caster that just loves games, and I've been loving this game.
And apparently, I'm a caster that jinxes everything. So 2
Your
games it
team
is.
is
Let's see
banned.
if
Oh,
Todak
no!
can do it.
Don't say that. Game number 2 is on us. Todak on the play. See you soon answering back. Here we go. So much respect for Felix's Phobius alongside the Aldous and the Selena for Todak opening salvo. See you soon. They take out the Lancelot and the Esmeralda.
That Lancelot and the Esmeralda, very strong picks coming in from Todak. Again, banned away. Same bans coming in for both of the teams, except the Eve has been opened up this time because Todak has actually swapped over to the blue side here. That is intelligent because now, see you soon, they need to pick. Do they want to ban the Eve or not?
I feel like see you soon again. They kind of have to think about what Todak has played. Eve is a very good band, and that's what they
Your
do.
team is picking.
I don't have much to say about that. But yeah, in this kind of situation, what kind of comfort pick do they want? Do they still want the Eve? Because again, do they want the Matilda? Because Todak has been known to always get the Matilda first pick. It has been good on them. But yeah, I guess the safest pick right now would be Matilda, but it's Todak. They can do whatever they want.
Let's see.
Oh, Paquito!
I completely forgot
about
now that See you soon banned out the Eve. The Paquito will actually be opened up. And Todak also banned away the Phobius. So there are some of the picks very much open for both of the teams. See you soon. They can respond with a Farsa pick now, right? They can also respond with the Ruby for themselves here, especially against the Paquito. Huge.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this Paquito is going to the jungle because again, we've seen a lot of Paquito jungles and all of them are pretty nasty.
Yep, so Paquito in the jungle is LaFell's wish, and for 4 Mays to finally go back.
Yes.
Oh, Beatrix though will be picked up by the side of See You Soon as well as that Matilda. A lot of these heroes will come up after the Esmeralda has been banned, and same thing goes for See You Soon. Now this is such a good flex pick for See You Soon. Ember played it amazingly in that game, but we've also seen Boxy play it to a very, very high level. So right now, from See You Soon, I really like how the draft is going. They have a lot of basically multi-dimensional plays.
Oh yeah. Right now, anyone can go anywhere. These heroes are S tier for a reason. Right now, for the side of Team Todak, they already took the Brody as well as the Farsa. This could already show their main 3 core damage dealers for the side of their own team. But for the side of See You Soon, this is an optimal time to get a Yuzong.
Nope, they
Your
instead go
team
for the
is
Kagura.
banned.
Been a hot minute since we saw Kagura. So this kind of draws the line in the sand. It's going to be Rune playing the Beatrix and Ember, Moon's counterpart in See You Soon, in mid on the Kagura. Unless there's shenanigans, because we know that Kagura can go into the gold lane.
Oh yeah.
I really like the Kagura here. You know, last time we saw Kagura played by Ember, it was at MPLI, and that was when they won against Todak. This is a hero that is very, very, it's a comfort pick for Ember. So I want to see it happening here. I want to see it come through, played in the mid lane. I don't like it played in the gold lane because that is not what Rune likes to do. He really likes the marksman, if not those assassins, right? So just stay true to what has given you success for the most part. And See You Soon taking away the high loss, knowing that it is such a nuisance, even while losing, that he's so tanky, he provides a good engage, good disengage, and that single target stun that has just been giving them problems even in that game for the Roger.
Yeah, and right now, speaking of Roger, that is a pretty good ban right now because from the side of See You Soon, they still do not have a jungler. On the side of See You Soon, they want to ban out all these tanky heroes that could ruin their composition, that could ruin upon potentially making it difficult for them to get kills on the side of the side lanes. But again, Toda, you ask me, Mirko, this kind of situation, I wouldn't mind seeing a Roger ban, honestly. Because again, they can be pretty squishy.
I think it has to be the Roger now because looking at what Seosun is packing, that's solid physical, solid magic, and then you got the Roger for cleanup.
I agree completely. You can see from Seosun right now, they have a lot of burst damage. All they need is someone to clean it up, and the Roger fits perfectly into their composition. Seosun already banning away that glue as well. Todak, make the call. Go for the Roger ban. If they don't go for Roger, let's say, all right, let's say they do ban Roger. What is still up? Lancelot has been banned. Hayabusa is up.
Ling Haya is still up.
Yeah.
But will Todak play that Ling against this style of composition who wants you to dive in? You dive into us, we are going to hit you harder, man. We have good disengage to get out of that range. Secondly, we have a lot of CC and a lot of damage right now. The Barretts will come through. And see you soon. They've got a one-way ticket to that Roger right now.
Well, from the side of See You Soon, if they do pick up the Roger, it's going to be a pretty good pick for themselves. But yeah, Yuzong, as I said before, Yuzong is a pretty good pick because again, can go directly to that Farsa, can go directly to that Brody.
And then toe-to-toe and laning, if ever it is the Paquito, you're maybe 50-50.
Right now, See You Soon, they have a pretty good draft, not going to lie.
It's so solid too. I mean, the last slot opened up specifically for that player in that slot. It's Hoove.
Oh, yes.
But they deny.
Yes.
Todak goes for the denial.
Love that. And I love it even more, man. They have good engage, good range, good physical, having magical as well. But honestly, only one magical. Only one magical. This was what...
But this is Farsa. This is Farsa.
It is Farsa, but they have Yuzong.
True.
That is true.
But they have Rafaela. I love the Rafaela pickup here. It's the right amount of disengage. You're able to be mobile regardless of where the Farsa wants to go. Bane?
It can be. It very much works. You're absolutely right. The Bane works very much here. They have the range already from the Kagura, the Beatrix, and the Matilda. The Bane adds a lot of disengage, and that's exactly what they want. They want Yuzong to cancel out the Farsa and everyone else to be able to free hit. Bane creates that space, and also is really good on the sieges, just like their composition is built for here.
They call me a hero.
Or the Yusun Shin.
Save my nation from
Yusun Shin doesn't solve any problems, but he's really good when he's really
Solid.
good. Yeah, so vision advantage going over to See You Soon. And this is that one last go, man. If Todak can take this, we're gonna go the distance. Both teams, they've drafted out of their hearts. I actually really like the Yusun Shin, man. There's nothing wrong with it. It's what they needed, and it's what's gonna give Hoove the confidence.
Honestly, let's give our predictions here, right? Based on the draft, again, these are just our opinions, our predictions for game number 2. Personally, after seeing that Yusun Shin and that Yuzong that is able to just dive the back line, I have it for the side of See You Soon. I feel like they have more going for their composition. The Farsa is going to have a hard time. The Brody especially because of the Kagura.
You know, my kind of pick here, Mariko, as well as Leo. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to jinx it, but you know who I'm going to root for. But right now, let's go into the game for Team Toda as well as See You Soon. This is game number 2, and right now, Boxy is taking a lot of damage.
Yep, this is one comment I was going to give to the See You Soon lineup. As much as I love it, right? They have no peel. Even Felix doesn't want to peel for them. He has to enter with that perfect Black Dragon form and then half Dragon form, get the Sha energy for him to actually do that. So, See You Soon, they have to go fast. They have to approach very specifically up top. Look at this. I said it's a 50-50, but Felix at level 1, punishing form is like that.
Yeah, all right. You said they have no peel. I have to disagree here, all right? Because the peel, sure, CC-wise, no peel. But their peel comes in the form of damage. Anyone who comes close to them, they're just going to get completely bursted down, and they have what it takes to just take their members away. So the peel in the sense of CC pushing everyone back, no. But the sense of going away and actually zoning the enemy members with damage, yes.
So the best defense is an offense.
Oh yeah, I agree. And right now, from the side of Team Toda, they switched it up again, where Momo is going to play that marksman role. Formaze is going to be the EXP laner, and Chiku is still going to maintain as the jungler.
They keep juggling, man. They keep juggling. I thought we should stick to something. So far, it's not biting them in the behind just yet because despite these odd invades and delay plays that Boxy and the rest of See You Soon are putting in, they're ahead by what, 200 gold, 100 gold?
Yeah, I honestly, to be honest, I don't like where this is going, man. Toda, not only did they just swap the jungler and the gold laner, they swapped the jungler with the gold laner with XP laner. 4maze is the one playing that XP. So they're swapping everyone's roles, and you can see right now, you have to adjust a lot, man. And that takes a lot from the players to be able to maximize their roles.
Right now, I'm looking forward for them to go back into their mind, go back in history, because this is actually the original Toda lineup where Momo played a lot of that Brody, and 4maze used to win a lot of 1v1s up in EXP. I just hope they can do it again.
Yep, shades of this I remember seeing in M2. So, again, that was about a year ago. I'm wondering if a throwback is what Todak needs to even the score. First turtle already up in this 2-minute, 25-second game. No clear priority on either team. It looks like Boxy has intentions of bothering Chico guys from taking this purple. Not going to be able to steal, but there is a full-on clash here. You put out about 1 HP. Blasting Boxy. There's one more running away. That's Ember. He's going to try to survive. Chico guys looking for more. He smells blood. 4maze going to back out. And instead, now, that's Toda with the clear turtle advantage. But when it comes down to HP, they seem to be very scarce. They continue to take.
Toda played that really, really well. They saw See You Soon. They engaged on them. Ember actually got a really good catch, but it wasn't enough to take them down. But another fight goes on here. 4maze going in.
Oh, that's Hoove using the passive. And Chico guys jumps in. Fearless he is. Takes the turtle. Takes one down. Hoove serving up the kill to Moon. Felix follows through. 2 for none so far. Going over to Todak. 3 clean kills.
Oh, and right now, looking like this is not over. Chico guys over there. He probably still wants more Boxy in the middle of
Eagle served him up to Todak on a silver platter. Moon gets another one.
Right now, for the side of Team Toda, if this is how Chico plays the jungle, that is totally fine. Just go aggressive. Go for those kills. While in the middle of team fight, still managing to secure that turtle. Looks like for the side of Toda, they have not given up. They have not been disappointed or in their own performance, and they're still going in strong, Mirko.
I said it before, I'll say it again. That 1 kill is so huge on a Roger, man. That can literally just snowball you to success. And that's exactly what's going on here. Chico guys on that Roger. 1 kill now with 2,500 gold. That is a lot of gold. Even just honestly, it doesn't seem like a lot of gold, but that is huge for Roger. All he needs is that 1 item, and it's over.
Yep, he's mere seconds away from his War Axe, which should open up a few more possibilities of snowballing and just really putting the pedal to the metal for Todak. Ember picks up the Clock of Destiny, so yeah, maybe See You Soon. They are down about 2,000 gold. They're just securing their own resources. 40 seconds till the next turtle. I'm guessing they're also buying their time. The window's not closed yet, though. The window's not closed. See You Soon can still also just twist it up.
Yeah, because again, See You Soon, they have a lot of scaling on their side of the game. And Ruin over here with the Beatrice can actually clear the lane very, very well. Moon right now, I'm looking at him. He has not been performing the best in M3. Right now, 3-0-1. It's a good start of the game.
Yep, Rune opening up with that ult, clearing the wave. They're buying time. They understand this dynamic. They understand the situation they're in. And Felix gonna put down bottom lane here. A lot present in this river. Oh, that's gonna be a turnaround. That's Chico guys getting blasted. And he's caught out right in the middle. It's Moon still going with the feathered airstrike. Yums drops first. They get a trade in. 2 for none. It's not a trade because Hoove still survives. Boxy's still up as well. There's a knockout punch by 4maze. 1 for 2. Run, Ember, run. 4maze getting chased out. Felix, half dragon form, knocking back. That's 1. That's another. Run gets another. 5 for 3 so far. And See You Soon, not exactly ahead, but they're back on the board.
Yeah, honestly, right now, it is very, very hard for Todak because, again, like I mentioned, that is the power spike for Roger. When you get that first kill, but you can't get overzealous, that is not what I meant by getting the power spike, all right? The power spike, yes, you need to look for fights, but not like that. That was not a good play. You've already been bursted down. You've already been caught out by Ember. You need to use your resources to back away, but they are still staying strong with the gold lead right now. See You Soon. It just bought them a little bit more time for that usage in the scale.
Yeah, right now, I hope Toda understands that any kind of bush is actually very, very dangerous. Again, Ember right now, 0-0-3, already completed. The Clock of Destiny is going to be so strong with that yin-yang of return, so maybe they should move around together, making sure that if anyone gets picked off, they can actually go back into the fight. And 4maze needs to scale a little bit more because he is joining the fights. but he can't take a lot of damage as of yet.
Oh, that's going to be the Holy Baptism set in by Yums. Kind of panic, maybe? This is not an angle that See You Soon was expecting given the response by Todak, so they reset. But look at this. Chico, guys, making quite a bit of leeway on the map, clearing that top lane tier 1.
That's exactly what you need to do. Oh, wait a minute.
For Maze, sees Rune, protection from Boxy. Miracle, you were saying?
Yeah, the thing I wanted to say was, on the Roger, you are a selfish hero. You gotta admit that, right? Roger is a very selfish hero, and you need to be selfish while playing it. It doesn't matter if your teammates die, alright? Wait for the right moment to go in, because when you do, it doesn't matter. 4 people die, you go in, you can get a Maniac, and there you go.
Speaking of 4, it's a 4v4. Felix coming in with a Black Dragon form for Maze, positioning himself. Boxy walks in, hello! Couple of punches, couple of jabs, and that's 3 knocked up, but Formace gets blasted. Move gets the kill. In goes Chico, guys. It's Momo who gets the final blow. There's a flame shot to the face. Chico, guys, falls. 2 for 2 so far as Hoove goes on the way out. Both teams gun shy right now. What just happened?
That was beautiful, man. Honestly, again and again, both of these teams just not backing down. That was amazing. Did you see? Chico, guys, I do want to say, a little bit too aggressive again, though. He did get the kill, but it wasn't worth it for his death.
Yeah, looking at that situation, I feel like even Formis told the team, it's like, guys, I'm gonna die. Make sure you guys get some kills over here. So they went back in. And even though, yes, you guys died, but still, Momo got 2 kills off of that, making him skill a little bit faster. And again, double marksman over here. They have a pretty good late game as well.
Let's see. Because right now, Toda, again, the thing is, he didn't even get that kill while going in. So Chico, guys, he's actually losing that power spec that he has. Hoove is going to be able to, you know, kind of get a little bit closer now as the engage pops in.
Yeah, but it's Felix who's feeling very comfortable. Look at this, Black Dragon form, drawing a line, and just helping confirm that retreat. Not even a turtle given over to See You Soon there, all still going over the side of Todak.
At this point, LaFell, honestly, this is just a scaling game for See You Soon. It feels like they're just, you know, letting these objectives go for the most part, and they are playing for Rune, Ember, and Hoove to scale to that point where they become a threat.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, it's not like Toda is like being very passive about it as well. They have tried to engage. They are actively trying to get turrets. It's just that from the side of See You Soon, they're playing it really well. They're playing in their own map. They're making sure that they keep a very safe line, a very safe distance, as they would say, against this Todak lineup.
Yep, and what's the clear sign for me to say that Todak still has that killer instinct is even at minute 6, when See You Soon slowly ramped up, where See You Soon started punishing these aggressive moves like Chico, guys, they're still looking for death bushes. So that means Todak still understands what they need to do. But I'm wondering if they have the right window, if they have the right approach, because I see Formis looking for angles. I see Yums looking for counter engages, but look at this, Moon starting up with the feathered airstrike. Voxy show himself quiet a bit. They're baiting it out. Who gonna clear this wave? And just like that, both teams just retreat.
Yeah, there are no objectives on the board right now. Both teams, they don't really need to look for anything on the map, right? Again, you can't just go for crazy fights all the time. You need to wait for the right timing. If there's nothing to contest, it's time for See You Soon to keep on scaling. Same goes for Todak. It's not like they have a very bad late game. They can keep on getting those items, building those power spikes even more, and there you have it. One of them will crack, and Boxy...
Oh, circling Eagle into his death. Momo gets the kill. Now Felix trying to isolate.
Ember.
Momo in the back line. Ember goes. Moon blasts him into oblivion, and Rune can only watch. 2 free kills for Todak just in time for this first Lord.
Yeah, that was a big mistake, and that is what Toda is looking for, because whenever they engage, they have to take a lot of damage, especially looking at this. Yi Shin opening the map, it makes it very difficult for them to set up death bushes, so what they are waiting for is actually from the side of See You Soon to engage on them, and for them to just kite out all of the cooldowns, and then just like, you done? You done? I'm going back in.
Yep, I agree completely. See You Soon engaged at such a weird time, and they paid the ultimate price, 2 lives.
2 lives for the price of nothing. That is what makes it hurt, right? If they were able to get something on after that 2 kills, like maybe a turret, maybe some pressure even, they didn't get anything. And that's exactly what I mentioned before the fight. Why fight if there's no objectives up on the board? See You Soon. They didn't take the memo. They went in aggressively, looking for a pick before the Lord, but it costed them a lot.
Right now, from the side of Team Toda, they are taking each objective, slowly moving all the minions together and getting overturned.
Moon gets blasted. Mountain Shocker spacing him out. Felix looking for someone. Down goes Yumes. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far. Mid laners are going. Felix gets taken down by Momo. This jungle has been so dangerous for Siu Soon so far. Not a single approach by them or counter go has resulted into anything good.
Yeah, right now Momo is looking very solid as well. 4-0-1. Even though he has been targeted by that Yuzong, he's been able to kite it out, deal a lot of damage all across the board to the side of See You Soon. And right now the kill score is 11-6. But Toda does not want to push their advantage. They understand that from the side of See You Soon, as long as Beatrix is there, there is always the opportunity they're gonna lose the team fight.
Oh, but look at that though. Chiku, wait, Chiku!
Chiku gets blasted. There was a miscommunication there. Momo, he wants to finish the job though. Torn apart memory, taken down one deep inside the base. Felix falls, Hoove, taken down up top by Momo with the help of Formaze. And just like that, we're still in this. Todak.
Yeah, it looked like a bad death, but it turns out to be a good one. It baited See You Soon to go in for more, and that's actually brilliant, you know?
Because deaths don't matter.
Deaths don't matter right now. Let's see what happens in the base.
Formaze spacing them out. Yes, that's going to be the ult spent in by Rune. Formaze almost goes down. He actually does. From downtown, 3 points going over to Ember as he takes down the Paquito, but it was too little, too late up top, already taken down. Only one inhibitor left in mid.
Right now, we're looking at the rising star of Team Toda. Momo over here, 6-0-1. And the veteran is coming in from Team Toda. It's like, I'm going to throw my body for you. But you're going to have to shoot everyone down. And that is what he's doing right now. However, we do have to keep in mind, in the later stages of the game, that is considered as a mistake. Because, as the Filipinos call it, TikTok timers. We do not want that to happen during that moment. Because again, 50 seconds, 60 seconds is such a long time and very, very punishable.
At this point of the game, 13 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead with 2 inhibitor turrets taken down. See you soon. This is not good for them. They need to look for an opening in these kind of fights in the base, man. You can see Ember, he's just been lethal. But the thing is, Chiku is so tanky. Every time he dies after taking 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates even. It's so hard to get him down, and when he does get the kill, he gets back to so much health with the killing spree and that passive.
The way you put it, it almost sounds like it's worth it. If I was Chiku, if I'm eating 3 or 4 ults,
exactly,
I'll do it every time.
Yeah, that's the kind of play that we do have to see. But again, from side of Team Toda, they can't get over their heads right now. Because we got to remember, throughout M3, every single game is comebackable because every single team here are champions in their own respect. So right now, from the side of See You Soon, this is not a situation that they've never been in. They are used to this. So what do they have to do? Turtle up, look for a mistake in an engage, and then counter the engage and then push to win. So from the side of Team Toda, they should feel pressure right now.
Yeah. See You Soon, they have to understand that this whole, the best defense is a good offense, isn't working completely to their favor. So they have to find another approach. Formaze not making it easy. It's not fair. It's so hard for anyone from See You Soon to get a good position because Formaze is always finding these odd angles. He was trying earlier on the first half. Now he's just reaping all the benefits. Picking up that Malefic Roar. Ooh, that's what half of See You Soon melting.
I feel like it isn't just because of the peel that's lacking for See You Soon, but mostly because that they're not playing through their win conditions right now. We just don't know what they're doing, right? Again, with the Farsa ult, oh, wait a minute.
Close? You were saying Farsa ult.
Yeah, when the Farsa ult, Felix needs to be there, always there, to use that Black Dragon form, just zoning away the members, maybe even just baiting that ultimate out fast, you know? Because in these fights, Moon has been getting a lot of feather airstrikes down, and it's been just wreaking havoc onto the See You Soon's back line.
Yeah, and from the side of See You Soon, looking at the items over here, Rune has not died, mind you. He already has the Blade of Despair, he already has the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Malefic Roar. He can tank the damage because he has the Athena Shield. So from the side of Toda, this is actually a tough situation for them. But Feather Astra has been opened, and they took mid inhibitor, and Lord has not arrived yet.
Yep, that's just a clean way of Todak doing it. This is another version of Todak, very cold, very calculating. They know their timing, they know the pace. Circling Eagle set in here by Boxy. Hove with the Mountain Shocker. A lot of damage set in. Torn apart memory. Felix dancing around, trying to draw a line here. Hove gets taken down, traded out for 4 maze. Oh my god! Todak, their life bars are drowning. They're melting right now in the face of Boxy, Felix, and Rune. Then they get pushed back. A successful defense by See You Soon.
Oh no, that was amazing by See You Soon. Able to come. Oh my god, Chiku, he needs to stop. He needs to have a break at this point, right? Because that was crazy. He dove all the way inside of that base. Did you see that? And he got punished for it by just, you know, he didn't die, but he got too low. But oh my god, he's going for more.
Moon with the feathered airstrike. Chiku guys still here. Oh no! Felix gets blasted and they're trading 1-for-1. The base is the target, and just like that, we're going to game 3. Todak still alive.
This is what we want to see from both of the teams, a complete slugfest. But honestly, for the side of See You Soon, they played that game not to their win conditions. They had the win conditions set during the draft. Honestly, I don't think it's the matter of that draft. The draft was pretty good. It's just the execution of the draft, right? They did not play towards those winning conditions they've set in the draft. Firstly, Farsa cannot open up that ultimate. You need to be aware. Felix needs to position himself better when he gets that Yuzong. Secondly, they were just way too aggressive too early.
Yeah, and actually looking at that situation, See You Soon did what we asked them to do. While they're in the base, Todak is definitely going to overcommit. And honestly, that last fight, See You Soon, it looked like they almost took that game. But for the side of Todak, they're like, all right, we're just going to kite. And because they have a Rafaela, we're just going to keep healing. And then we're just going to keep doing it again. Not giving a chance from the side of See You Soon to breathe, not giving them a chance to think what to do next.
I think the key principle for Todak here is the tempo of the battle was in their side. They controlled it. They knew how, when, and where they can take these trades. Hence the deaths on Chico guys, and it was worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and throw it over to our handsome analysts to break down game number 2 between Todak and See You Soon. Wolf and Gideon Q, it's your turn.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure for you, especially for Malaysia, it's really stressful. But we did see a very wonderful, I would say, execution coming out from Todak in that particular game. But as good as it is in their composition, in their gameplay, I mean, their drafting was perfect. I'm saying this because not only of the lineup that they were able to accomplish, that they were able to concoct, but their order of picks in how they got it. That last pick, Roger and Rafaela, I'm pretty sure that Team See You Soon wanted to go for that Roger as well as their last pick. But they stole it away and pushed See You Soon in a point where they had to pick the Yi Sang-Jin, which wasn't that good in that game.
I don't know if you guys at home are wanting to be stressed out as much as I am here, especially for the Malaysian fans, but you could be watching this currently live on MeWatch. Guys, remember, so far, MeWatch has been doing a great job getting various in-game rewards. It's been looking great so far, and I don't know, this one's a little tough here because oh man, it's just stress upon stress. Yo, look, I'm so stressed here that I opened up MeWatch and I was like, I want to get various in-game rewards. I want to be watching this live, okay? Yeah. And you guys at home can too. But we got to talk about this game a little bit more. I'm trying to calm myself down so far. So please, let's immediately start identifying things, especially from See You Soon side. It looks like they really were overall just trying to find that tempo back. And it looked like, you know, they were making sure they covered their angles, they covered the map, make sure 4Maze especially wasn't able to go for the back door.
I want to say that they are disconnected in this game. They were executing properly. If you're looking at the Yuzhong, there are good initiations. If you're looking at the Matilda, however, it doesn't seem like they're gelling together. And speaking of gelling, that is super duper evident on the side of Todak. They were on fire. This time, Chico with the aggressive hero on this Roger, going for the warrior boots, as well as the Windtalker and the Endless Battle. This, by the way, makes a lot of sense, right? If you're looking at See You Soon, most of their damage is physical. In fact, we can see Rafaela Humes actually picking up the Antikyra so early on in this game that this allowed them to tank through the lineup of Seosun. There were times where Seosun had good initiations or counter initiations against Todak, but the damage wasn't there because of the sustain coming up from Rafaela, as well as the mini itemizations as we can see from Todak.
Let's not forget here, I'm really proud of Momo right now because again, his hero pool has expanded so much over the past year, dedicated to be, supposedly tank, eventually got into the fighter roles, and now he's picking up things like Brody, going against some of the best. He was up against Rune with a Beatrix in his lane. That's no easy feat to actually accomplish here. He played a good game, but he did get a little bit of help. Humes has been doing a good job with his favor to allow kind of that space needed to top them off, especially when it comes to the dives.
We see like the top 3 of the marksmen in the side lanes right now with knowing that there will be the Brody, as well as the Beatrix, as well as the Clint. So that's the 3 top heroes that we can expect that people will pick up in the meta game. But I think that the Beatrix has been one of the top priorities of the teams.
Absolutely. I mean, that's not all. I mean, we've seen, like, in your list, we're also seeing Kagura, your A-list mage, just absolutely blowing people up. And Ember, that yin-yang overturn really makes the difference in a lot of these Todak fights.
We saw that for Seosun. If they layer their ultimates properly, like, for example, when they initiate with a Petrify on the Yuzhong, follow it up with the yin-yang overturn, it's deadly. We saw that in the mid lane turret as Todak was pushing, but it was far too late. Todak already have been able to take over the map to the point where they got a lot of turrets. 44k damage to turrets compared to just almost 9,000 from the side of Seosun. When it comes to the damage, pretty even for both teams as well as the damage taken, but this third stat line, damage to turrets, that's definitely one thing that Seosun wasn't able to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because their composition doesn't necessarily allow them to zone them off or actually compete with Farsa when it comes down to that feathered airstrike. It's really tough, but let's have a look at the MVP of this game. Going over to Todak, it's going to be Moon. He looks really on form today.
Yeah, 100%. He was able to zone out the members of Seosun when Seosun wanted to fight. And to think that he's going to be up against the Yu Zhang as well as the Kagura, the way that he still dealt so much damage and 81% kill participation. Good thing that you pointed out that spell because he opted to go for the Purify, where most Farsa players that we see go for either Flame Shot or the Flicker. With this Purify, he made sure that the Yu Zhong will always think twice whether or not he should be the correct target. And with that pickup, as well as his positioning, Seosun really suffered from the heavy bombardment that you can get from this Farsa.
Yeah, that was brutal, to say the least. Really brutal overall. But this is going to be elimination round here. The score currently 1-1. I don't know. What are you thinking here so far? And maybe these highlights could convince you, but walk me through this. What should we expect for these upcoming games?
Okay, so game number 1, the absolute Roger textbook plays with the Angela. You really just don't stop hitting enemies. That's really the idea. And you also have the Phobius as well as the Matilda to start the fights for you. And then you can just clean up house. And we can see that in every clash that happened in game number 1, for Seosun, they always get at least 3 to 4 kills and eventually just ran over their opposition this time. But game 2, there is the comeback from Seosun. There will be good, there will comeback from Todak, I mean. Be good initiations coming out from Seosun, but look at this in-out coming out from Todak, able to punish crucial members, particularly onto Hoove, and then eventually just running them down with this Brody. Massive damage coming out. And look at Moon, the way he's positioned and the way he is always making sure that he is not spotted easily by his opponents.
Yeah, he is the overall anchor here. And I think this Roger pick so far for either Todak or even Seosun has been a big game changer in a lot of these fights, being able to not only jump in towards that backline, but having the iframes to buy him that little bit of time for somebody else to finish them off, giving pumping him up. And that's the overall idea.
Yeah, but I would say a very tricky last set of clash for the side of Team Todak as they tried to desperately go for that base. But at the same time, it looked like as if Seosun might be able to defend and punish, but that didn't happen. Fortunately, all the members just really focused onto that base and they took it down, and now they have forced game number 3.
Well, let's see how game number 3 is going to happen here, but these teams need a break here, and I'm sure you guys at home do need one too. When we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action here at M3 World Championship, which is presented to you by TikTok Live. And don't forget, getting supported by the Singapore Tourism Board and powered by Munton. When we come back, it's going to be game number 3.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me.
These two teams are their only country's representatives. The only ones left from Cambodia and Malaysia. And tonight, in one more game, they're fighting for that chance to bring home the trophy. Welcome back to M3, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championships. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Lafell. All of this is supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, powered by Moonton, and presented to you by TikTok Live. Only he danced. Mirko, how about you? Love it!
A little late.
There you go.
I'm here to the party. I've arrived to the party.
I want to loosen up. I want to loosen up because today's final match has been nothing but amazing and tension filled.
Oh yeah, the tension is, if you can feel the air over here, it's very different over here. The entire, the players are hype. If we're on the stage, our bodies will be shaking.
Oh yeah.
Because of the tension.
Oh yeah. Secret Lab can take it, but I don't know if the stage can, because that's how intense it is.
Yeah, it's very tense right now. 1-1, and like you said, Leo, it is the last representatives, or maybe for Cambodia, the only representatives for their nations. This is all on the line. The marbles, man, it's all for the marbles right now. And honestly, that's the right time, honestly, for the...
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Todak showed up to Game 2.
Oh yeah.
See You Soon showed up to Game 1. Who's going to show up to Game 3?
100% win rate on that Roger. We got to speak about that. Roger looking good though. Right, Mirko?
Roger Pride though, yeah, looking very good. Honestly, right now, the thing is, I feel like this hero has been so good from the start of M3. Underutilized, I would say. He's so good at the engages. He's so good at kind back as well. He has the mobility, he has the clear, he has the wave, he has everything, honestly.
He works for most lineups. He's so versatile. Again, we saw him in Game 1, used by See You Soon in a very cold and calculated manner, right? Hoove chose his fights. Hoove chose when to go for the double, go for the triple. But in Game number 2, Chico guys used the Roger as just a blunt force instrument. Just, okay, I'll keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. You guys push. I'll do this.
And the thing is, he played it quite well because the way that he bait out all of those skills, baited out all those ultimates was he goes in with a Lycan Pounce and it instantly just exited wolf form, going back into that human form. And then at that point, it's like, it is an iframe. So any kind of crowd control will be evaded, any kind of damage will be evaded. So it is a very tricky as well as a risky kind of move because you can still get caught because it is a dash that is still people can catch up to it. But again, Chico doesn't care about dying, just death is just a number.
Death is just a number, absolutely. That has just been the thing constantly, right? He dies. He dies many times in these games. He doesn't really have a good KDA, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not about the KDA. It's about the team play, right? You see, every time he dies by burning a lot of resources, forcing the enemy to, basically be out of position and basically setting up for his team. So his deaths have always been good. Even in the last moment when he dived and died, that was for the end, right? So all of these deaths coming in from Jiku, it's all been to set up this team, and it's been amazing because we haven't seen this level of utility, I should say. Like, no one has utilized the deaths to the fashion of Todak.
Pragmatic aggression, that's my term. It's so useful how he's so active, how he's so hyper to join these fights. And again, at some point, you see the method of the madness. I want to eat the ult. Come on, bring it. It's the same concept as the tank Lunox, as made popular in Indonesia. It's because of the iframes, because of the sustain. It doesn't make sense why you would put a Lunox in Rome, but they made it work somehow. So that's the same concept here happening for the side of Todak. Let's talk about See You Soon for a bit. What do they adjust? How do they calibrate? How do they not turn this into a reverse sweep?
Yeah, again, they just have to understand, like, I feel like they have the right idea. They have the right kind of mentality. Banning out heroes from 4-mains, making it so that he cannot play. So far, when he's not on that Lancelot, he doesn't look the most comfortable. Even on that Paquito, he did well, he did okay. But he has not been that flashy, crazy kind of player. So I feel like, from the side of See You Soon, they have the base concept of how to handle Team Todak. And again, they won the first game at a very clean fashion. So I feel like the idea is there. It's just about getting the draft that makes it easy to execute it.
What makes it easy to execute? You know, I mean, basically, Wolf said it best in game number 1. They went too creative, right?
Yeah.
Todak were too creative in the draft for game number 1. Game number 2, they kept
Todak
it simple.
countered themselves.
Yeah, they kept it simple in game 2, though. And look what it got them.
Yeah.
Look where it got them. It was amazing. They were able to snowball right from the get-go. Yes, See You Soon were able to punch back a few times, but it was mostly dominated by the side of Todak. And now we must see You Soon adapt to that as well. We've seen so far when it does go to a full best of 3, the winners of the first match, they have been
Your team is banning.
the ones who take the victory.
Yeah. It's just the dynamics of the best of 3. It's mentality that we have to consider. Yep. Basically, it's either you reset or you just pick up and you load the saved game. So it's just worse overall if you did not learn from the first 2. Now going to game number 3, it's Todak on the blue. See You Soon answering back on the red. They get the 2 power picks. Looking at the opening bands, that's the Phoveus, the Selena, and the Aldous for Todak. See You Soon taking out the Lancelot, the Esmeralda, and the Eve. That's literally the same as game number 2.
Yeah, and the same picks come forth for Todak.
I wonder if See You Soon would want to take that Farsa right now, because Moon on that Farsa was pretty nasty. Didn't die, created a lot of space, did a lot of damage, and Beatrix and Farsa would be pretty good. It's just that it's kind of risky just because the Yuzong is still on the table.
Oh no, they actually go for the Brody and the Matilda, so none of the heroes you just mentioned previously. Todak have a chance to pick up the Beatrix and the Farsa now with the Paquito, maybe put into the X
Or Farsa Ruby.
Yeah, they can go for Farsa Ruby, they can go for the Beatrix, they can also, there's just a lot of heroes right now on the board for Todak. They can even, if they are confident enough, Roger. Right on.
Not a bad pick early on, yeah.
I'm wondering if See You Soon's reliance on the Matilda eventually becomes a weakness. Because Todak just understands now. In game number 2, we saw them. They were baiting out Boxy. They're saying, okay, come on in. Come on in. Make our day. Todak picks up half of our predictions. Again, Beatrix is always going to be part of the equation. So, yes, technically we were correct. That's a lot of firepower put on by Todak. Moon might just have to play the way he did in game number 2. Just remember and then use that energy, use that vibe. Beatrix going over to Todak as well. See You Soon answers back, closing phase number 1 with the Kagura.
Kagura was amazing, not gonna lie, but honestly, never mind. Scratch that. Kagura was amazing. Full stop, alright? The main reason he wasn't able to utilize most of that damage, most of that burst, was because you were against a Roger. Roger, as we all know, in that Lycan form, just unkillable, man. If he was killed, it would have been just the whole rotation of skills already used, not just by the Kagura, by the other members as well. So right now, seeing that Todak doesn't have the Roger just yet, it is actually a really good pick. That burst will come in hand, especially with going against this matchup in that mid lane. Farsa is going to have a hard time. We've seen it in the first game. Remember, Blacklist International, Haji used the Kagura to nullify Drian's Farsa.
Right now, looking at the pick and ban, not a lot of change. But right now, it's kind of like both the teams seeing
Your
who will
team
pull
is
the trigger
banning.
first, who will take out the Roger. And I feel like from the side of See You Soon, if the Roger is not being banned by Team Toda, it's not a bad idea to pick it up in the first place, because in the second game they did not, and Toda just instantly pick it. So they have to understand that Toda is willing to take it, and even though they don't exactly play the same way how See You Soon plays it, it's still very dangerous.
You're right. But let's take a look at the bans coming in from See You Soon. Do they want to take the Roger out by themselves here, or do they want to pick it up? Because they have the first pick, right? Yep. So they can personally just take it away, or do they want to just ban it away? They will want to go for something like the Yisun Shin, maybe a little bit more range. It is a little bit greedy in their composition, but it is the Rafaela, actually. I like that.
Neither team actually care about the Roger going on the other side, because there's an answer. There's always an answer.
Your team is picking.
Ling is still out there. Hayabusa is still out there.
Ruby
is also still out there. A little more room in the side of Todak for that, because on See You Soon, you kind of confirm the box is playing the Matilda. So unless it's an XP lane Ruby, then yeah, maybe Felix can rock it.
Oh, and there you have it. It is the Roger pickup for See You Soon. So far in the series, still sitting at a 100% win rate, 67% win rate overall after the 10 times it's been picked up. But this is a big pickup for See You Soon. On the side of Todak, Farsa is going to be compromised, but they do already have the Paquito to shove him away, right? So if this is all going to come down to the timing. If Roger is able to go down with the right timing when everyone's low and just finish him off, it's good. But if he goes in too early, Paquito will be able to punish him.
Right now, from the side of Toda, I'm seeing Angela Ling as an option. Hayabusa is there. I'm not too sure. I feel like Hayabusa is a very good pick. But again, from the side of Toda, they use both those heroes, so... Oh, neither! Okay, neither of them, so this is going to be the Paquito jungle. Yuzong and Estes going to be in this game. Looking like Toda, they're looking for a team fight.
This is the same Estes that made the King of Kings bleed.
Exactly. That's exactly what I want to say. It's very similar as well, because you assume they're going for a dive composition. You need someone like the Estes, but if the Kagura and the Roger gets ahead, Estes' healing won't really matter that much, you know? So it's gonna come down to that. Will they be able to push the pace from the get-go, get that snowball, get the Roger rolling, and follow it up just like game one? Or will the Estes just prove to be too much to handle? Those are the stakes that have been put on the stage right now.
Is it just me, or the temperature is rising? Because I'm sweating, the players are heating up, the entire stage is on fire. And this is the game that will determine who will continue their journey in M3 and who, unfortunately, will go home.
That is the question, the burning question with all of the fans watching around the world. And one more time, guys, for the final time, I want to see you guys put your chance in that comment section right now. Will it be the side of Todak with Todak Langar, or is it See You Soon? Tell us in the chat right now. The teams need your support. Let's get it into the land of dawn for the final time today. Todak versus See You Soon.
All the Malaysians and all the Khmer, they're watching so closely. They need their teams to move on. This is for that slot in the top 8 of M3. All further rounds are best of 5s. So it's a whole nother level when we move on from here. But they have to go through each other for one more game. See You Soon. So far, their rotations, it's very safe. If anything, they're the ones pushing the issue. They're the ones who are crossing the river a little more aggressively.
Yeah, that's what they need to do right now. They need to be able to put some pressure on the board with Ember in the mid lane, with Boxy on the Matilda going up against a passive support like Yums on that Estes. And in the top side as well, we're seeing a little bit of skirmishes as Felix gets that level 3 power spike.
Looking at the gold lane right now, Beatrix is alone, going up against 2 people. Ember taking a lot of damage, and it looks like Momo down there surviving, still holding on to that flicker.
This right now is just... Honestly, See You Soon has the lead, but again, it's just going to come down to the timing of everything going on, because See You Soon, they've actually put Boxy into the bottom side. So Rune, yes, he will have the slight lead, but Momo can just catch up with the gold buff put the gold minions there in the bottom side. Rune trying to steal something out of that jungle, but Todak will respond with that top side as well. Very good trades on the board.
Yep, up top, it's a mirror because there's more of a presence from Todak here. They are propping up for the first turtle coming up in about 2 seconds. We see here Chiku, guys, on that jungle. Paquito starting it up. Moon, not quite yet. Just now picked up his feathered airstrike. Oh, torn apart memory on to Momo. It's surprising how Momo is so independent. I don't know if he has the time or the effort to survive here, the kit, but it looks like he does. Oh no, but Ember goes in with the overturn. Rune survives. Amazing juggle by Momo.
That was amazing, honestly. Momo played that really, really well. Able to bait 3 members down and also survive in that case. With Todak responding, though, I feel like they should have just looked for something on the other side of the map, perhaps the mid lane, when See You Soon put their marbles on the bottom side. Because right now, yes, they were able to get out, but they didn't really get anything in that, skirmish.
Yeah, right now looking at the items, I'm looking at Momo with 1,500 gold going up against Rune over here, 1,600. The Brody has an advantage, but the fact that Beatrix has been surviving quite a lot of punishment over here is looking very good. Both of these teams still look equal right now.
Now, let's see. From the items itself, like you mentioned, yeah, it's very, very equal. Down right in the center, we see Soon and Todak. They're just changing. The gold lead is just swapping back and forth. Right now, though, with the bottom side being targeted, it is a lot of that turret gold taken away. Momo forced to use that ultimate to get the wave.
Now it's Momo's turn to have some backup. Humes and Moon have been down here in bottom lane for about a minute. Ember might just get spotted out. Uses that umbrella to disengage. Speaking of Ember, I'm so curious about this execute. Is it just because there's an Estes? He really just wants to end one immediately?
Yeah, it's surprising. It's risky, right? Because we've seen also how lethal he was on that flame shot. So it is a risky battle spell to take in, but if it gets the job done with the Roger jumping in with everyone but wait on the top side.
Chico, guys, jumped right down onto Felix. The Thams does not have enough resources to survive that 2v1. Down bottom, they trade as well. Humes catching the circling eagle. Hoove throws out a few rounds. He's trying to survive, slowing them down. 2v3 down bottom. They disengage. What an interesting trade. First Blood, by the way, brought to you by Razor.
Yeah, Todak played that really well, going to the top side, securing that kill on that top to get pressure on the turtle. So even though Soon were able to trade back, this is actually good for the setup. And now Chiku will be forced to back away. Let's see who gets the turtle.
Oh, it's gonna go over to Hoove. See you soon. They commit, and they almost immediately regret it. Boxy goes down. Hoove is running away from 3 members, and they're not gonna let go. Felix up top goes down. Hoove follows through. 1v1 up top. Oh, they come with the follow-up. That's going to be a dirty team fight happening up top. 4-2, almost 5 minutes in. Shades of game number 1.
Humes came to the rescue. He is the real hero for the side of Todak, coming just directly in time. Right now, we're going to look back at the replay over there. We're going to look at how Chiku almost died trying to get that turtle. Look at Humes coming in with the ult, healing up Chiku, making it possible for him to get this kill. And on the backside of things, Formians tried to get 2 kills over there, went a little bit greedy. He himself died to the Brody, but still, if Humes was not there, it would have been terrible for the side of Team Todak.
Yeah, not just the Humes, not just Humes positioning and timing coming into the play, but also we are starting to see the cracks in See You Soon's game where they are starting to miscommunicate a lot. You saw when that fight was happening, Rune was in that mid lane still hitting onto the turret, so they're still not on the same page here. They felt like maybe we can split up the targets, but if you're going against an Estes, you need to know that you need more damage at all times. Unless you get, honestly, just full burst in, it is going to be really hard. And there you go, Boxy gets taken down.
Feathered airstrike. Moon has lethal intent, and they're not done. The Formates coming from the south. They won't let go. 3 kills going over to Todak. Sitting at 7-2, the response time from Todak is amazing.
Beautiful rotations by the Malaysians, man. Todak, they playing it so good, and again, they keep on pressuring the jungle with the lead. Look at Chiku.
This is the ultimate form of Blanca. It's like wherever the fight is going to be, everyone from the side of Todak is going to come true. And right now, Team Todak, they are focusing on the turret, but they have to back away. In terms of gold lead, Todak right now is sitting at 1,000. We're looking at Atamos trying to equal things out. Oh, Moon got caught out.
Circling Eagle by Boxy helped confirm the kill with Ember. Now, Chico guys gonna confirm his second turtle. Once more, Turtle Slain brought to you by the STB. Here's one foil to the Langar playstyle. You're constantly looking for your opponents. When they're not coming at you and you don't have the right pieces in place, it looks very messy. I think that's what happened in mid with Moon.
Yeah, and also from the side of Seosun, right? Roger going for a 0-2 start, definitely not good right now, and that is where Seosun needs to start looking for the trades, because if they keep on going face to face against Todak, who has the lead right now, look at Chiku. He is 2-0 and 3. All right, that is a huge Paquito. Even when Paquito has no kills, he just does so much. Imagine his damage right now with 2 kills.
Right now, looking at Team Toda, looks like a fight's going on. Formate's going to the back line.
Formate's from the east. He's just scrambling. See you soon. And underneath their own turret, they don't feel safe. Formate's still alive. Boxy getting blasted here by Momo. They're still here. They take down Yumes. That's one free kill. Underneath, Hoove, all gonna get the dash out using those guiding winds. Slowly but surely, see you soon catching up.
Greedy, super greedy by Hoove right there. He went for the kill onto Formate. He could have been able to get the resets, get the kills onto the other members, but no, he tried to go for the Yuzong, who has the shutdown. That is way too greedy. At this point, you need to just take what you can get, man. That was a mistake. That was a huge mistake.
But in my head, they went from turret to turret, and how did that long team fight just had one kill? Hoove right there.
1v1.
Chico guys got it.
The werewolf got knocked out.
That's how you take down the wolf. You just gotta keep punching him.
Just punch him to death, man. That was beautiful coming in from the side of Todak. Chiku, guys, we all know he is a gold laner in this tournament. Like, mostly, he's played the gold lane, so he knows these matchups. He knows how to go in 1v1. And Momo, he might just go for this as well. Nope, just backs away. Doesn't want to go too aggressive. Doesn't want to overcommit. Will choose to go for the turtle. Smart.
Yeah, and right now, even though from the side of both teams, Toda has definitely the kill lead, but when you look at the goal, it's not that big of a difference. Only 300 goal difference.
Another small wrinkle in the Langar playstyle. You're always going to be close to your opponent because you're using these kills, immediately converting them, and it's very honest. So you're giving your opponent always a chance to fight back, and those free kills so far, that's what's kept this gold lead to about at least more than 500. That 1v1 down bottom between Hoove and Chiku, those are what you want to roll up in. That's essentially your bread and butter. And then the big team fights that Moon and Momo join, that's where eventually you start to get these major objectives. I'm guessing next one will be Lord at 90 seconds away. They're looking to take down this top tier 2.
Absolutely. And now let's see what happens, because see you soon, they don't really have the resources to contest, right? They can go for the clear, but
they catch Chico guys inside the orange buff nest, and that's gonna be 1 blast, 2 blasts. Yumes follows through. Moon's firepower was not enough to protect those two a little too deep. Momo goes down as well. 3 for none. And they get a 4 for none as Moon follows up. That's just See You Soon knowing when they're winning.
Again, this is just super, super good by See You Soon. We see Todak getting that lead, but instantly turn away again. And look what they're doing. This might be crucial. This might be insane. It might be an inhibitor falling down. It's only Yumes right now. Formate, if he gets picked off, this is going to be lethal.
Circling Eagle, he pops the Counter Inferno, but it's not enough. See You Soon, they found their window. You gave them an inch, they took the mile.
Now that is the most dangerous thing about See You Soon. They have an eye for opportunity. They're like, hey, this seems good for us. And then the thing is, if you look at it, it's like Chiku really did try to run away, but it just came to a point. It's like, I'm in too deep, and everyone died at that point. Right now, See You Soon, not only do they have the kill lead, but they also have the gold lead. Looking at the itemization as of now, he already has the Endless Battle as well as the Windtalker, so he can engage, and he has a lot of killing over there. And right now, Chiku guys is alone.
Oh no, Chiku guys gets caught out by 3. Here comes Momo, and Moon to the rescue. What a turnaround, Feathered Airstrike catching 4, and the Passion. That's going to be Momo helping out. Hoove drops, that's a double kill for the Beatrix. Run, Felix, run! Chico guys on you. He's gonna punch you. He's gonna knock you up. Rune style. stuns him. Rune catches the heat of all of Todak. Here comes Boxy as well. Torn apart memory. Almost taking down the Boxer as they disengage. Humes keeps him alive.
Yeah, I was about to say right there before the fight cut me off is that, sure, Hoof is 1-4 right now, but that is a Roger. Roger, even when behind, is just so good in these last minute fights, right? When he comes in and everyone's low, it doesn't matter what your score is, you are bound to get a kill with the Lycan Pounce. And see you soon. They went too overzealous in that team fight. Let's see what they can do.
And that's going to be this Lord secured. And they walk right into Moon's circumference. That's a Feather Airstrike. Almost drawing blood throughout all of See You Soon. 3 down just like that. Who's going to follow through? Chico, guys, he's not going to give the triple. Not going to give it just like that. It's just Hoove and Felix.
That is just a myth. Look at how Team Todak keeps fighting back, and right now they're attacking. The turret is this game, Neo. Are they going to go for the end?
Feathered Airstrike opening up this assault. The siege continues. Only one left. Boxy just respawned. 2 defenders on the side of See You Soon. Todak. This is a brand new Todak. They understand. They can't force it. They'll buy more time. They'll wait for this Lord. They'll synchronize their lanes.
Oh, look at that, man. The recall is starting to happen for Team Todak in the M3 World Championships. Remember, the one who loses this gets knocked out. You go home. There are no second chances here. And See You Soon, they are not in a good position. 2 minion waves coming in with the Lord as well in the top side. They need to look for a good fight because that is a huge siege coming in.
Oh, no. Amber just got put down to 1/5 of his health through one combo by Chiku, guys. And Lord, this is an easy defense for See You Soon. They're all here. They have to reset. They have to figure this out. They have 1 inhibitor left.
Right now for the side of Team Todak, 5,000 gold lead. Looking at See You Soon, if they do come out of the map, and in 4 mace, again, we saw how he got 3 people on that Furious dive. 3 people were knocked up. It will become an easy team fight for the side of Team Todak. It's just that, again, they have to make sure that they don't make a mistake, because See You Soon, they can always make one mistake into a game-ending fight. Speaking of fight, here we go!
Moon starts up with the Feather Airstrike. 4 mace takes a few hits. Black Dragon form. They're still going. They're still going. Chico is punching that inhibitor. Circling Eagle already committed by Boxy. Down goes Hoop. Down goes Boxy as well. That's still alive. He does have the favor. Felix, he's punching through. That's going to be the vengeance. That's going to be the counter Inferno. Not enough. Chico, guys, knocks him out. 2 down for See You Soon. 1 for Todak. That's going to be Ember.
Base.
The only one left. That's going to be the base. That's going to be Target Momo. Down goes Chico, guys, but down goes the base. See You Soon. Thank you very much. Todak moves on.
GG Todak. After losing the first game, the reverse sweep coming in to save them from elimination. The Malaysian flag stands tall.
Right now, Team Todak again. Unfortunately, See You Soon, they have to leave us here. But Team Todak staying in M3, they still have a chance to get that revenge match. Right now, we're looking at the faces of Team See You Soon, and unfortunately, this is the thing about competition. Not all of the faces will be happy.
That's sad for See You Soon. They did their best, but in the end, the more experienced team will be able to finish off the game, and I think that has been the theme here. You know, how was Todak able to get the win? Staying composed. They did not get their emotions. You know, they didn't let their emotions get to their head. You saw when See You Soon came back from that such a huge deficit. They were too emotional. They were too hyped. They kept on going for fights. They forgot what made them get the comeback in the first place. And that is exactly how it played out. Todak, look at them. They are happy. Malaysia will go to the next stage. And I can't wait to see what other matchups are waiting for this team, because even though they're an experienced squad, you can call them veterans, they have potential.
It's so weird to say how a veteran has potential, but I feel like we've talked about it now. I'm pretty sure Gideon as well as Wolf is excited to talk about this one.
Analysts, break it down.
Welcome back to the analyst stand, everybody, with me, Getting Q, as well as Wolf. What an exciting game that was. It really came down to a couple of key moments.
Yeah, so many key moments. I would say for both teams, they want to punish each other's mistakes. And boy, oh boy, that game looked wonderful. So much aggression from both teams. The minuscule mistakes being punished and magnified so heavily by each team that punishes each other.
Yep, and more importantly, it's just even the supports were battling head-to-head in the river for a Lethal Wanderer. Like the trades, nobody was giving each other an inch. It was pretty nuts, but let's talk about the draft a little bit here.
Okay. We can see that Todak really went for that Estes and they had a good composition with it. I love the fact that they went in for the last pick Estes on top of the Yuzong, because the Yuzong now, the Paquito now has someone to go with to the backlines. So now it's going to be up to Estes on how to top up this Paquito as this Yuzong, Onyx making sure that he is there to help. There were so many clashes started by See You Soon that looked to be bad for the side of Todak, but because of that ultimate coming out from the Estes, it made all the sense.
It was a difficult game nonetheless. Let's look at the items real quick here, as we can already see Formes, even he himself, he's starting to get greedy here. He builds two defensive items, realizes he just needs a little bit more to really start punishing. He's already halfway through the Hunter Strike.
Yeah, gotta give it to Chico, guys, though, going for the brute force breastplate right after the War Axe. Allowed him to get a little bit tankier, but at the same time get more movement speed so that he can get to the backlines, making sure that there is someone to go with for Maze. And for Maze, my oh my, looking for this Dominance Ice and the Oracle, making sure as well that he has got a lot of sustain to that backlines, making sure he's on top of Ember, making sure as well that this rune Brody will not be that successful. Lastly, I want to take note, this spell coming out from the Estes going for the Aegis. Instead of the Purify, instead of the Flicker, they went in for the Aegis, and this helped them survive the initiation coming out from Hoof, because this Roger wants to go for the Farsa or maybe the Paquito or maybe this Beatrix. Not having enough burst coming out from, because of that Aegis, allowed him to be able to be in time for the healing of the ultimate.
Now, also talking about Momo so far, his overall build, he wanted to make sure that he could survive not only dives, but to make sure he wasn't giving those important kills over to Hoove, who really struggled this game, playing not as an initiation tool or a follow-up tool, but a disengage tool, interestingly enough, sticking mainly around Nibiru as well as Bennett.
There was a time where in around the 12 minutes, they were pushing the base of See You Soon. And of course, with the Brody up, you want to make sure that your torn apart memory will be the finisher. But he activated the Wind of Nature just in time so that he'll be able to survive. The damage dealers, obviously, we can expect that from the Barca, right? Because that's just natural. If you're looking at the other members, it's almost even across this Beatrix, this Paquito, as well as Formes on this Yuzong. And of course, you don't expect a lot of damage from the Estes anyways. His actual job is to heal. But when it comes to healing, with all due fairness to all of See You Soon, they did provide healing coming up from this Matilda, right? And of course, their own lifesteal. Mostly coming out from Felix the Thams.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting here. This was a really beautiful game here, but we got to give it up over to our MVP of this game. Going over to Chiku, guys, on the Paquito with the 7-2 and 782 match. KP, the man is going wild.
They only lost one turtle, and that was stolen by the Roger. After that, they were composed. They know where to fight, and they chose the right fights. The most iconic play to me, what Chico guys did was that in the bottom lane, when he saw the Roger just clearing the wave, he went for the wraparound. One combo was enough to take down the Roger because Roger had no help. He had the turtle buff, and I always say this, the damage output of a Paquito being with chunks, it just makes it made it sure that the damage will be there. In combination with the turtle buff, it's very deadly, and we saw that in that mini play that Chico guys did.
Absolutely, he just stacked it up. He made sure he had the champion stance as well. It's not like he was holding back punches and going in blind, hoping for the best. No, he wanted to have everything under control, and I think Todak did a really good job. And this is one of the few times, and interestingly enough, we're seeing Todak being extremely disciplined to a degree here. Yes, there is aggression, but the right conditions need to be met before they pull the trigger.
Maybe in the highlights we can see the correct conditions coming out from Team Todak, because we're not only looking at the heroes and their execution as well, we're also looking at terrain. I think that majority of the fights that Todak were able to win was in confined spaces wherein the members of CUC were just grouping up. And actually, forming a bubble is always effective when you're going for the Estes pick, right? Because it's your natural way. And if you're looking at the composition of Team CUC, they don't have peel for that. Surely they have AoE damage, but they don't have ways to kind of separate the members of Team Todak, and Todak themselves did not separate. Now there were fights in confined spaces. We're talking about the entrances, the alleys, around the buffs, around the bushes. We saw that 3-man knockups coming out from Yuzhong converted into massive damage from the Bennett Trace, as well as Nimiru's Passion, as well as the combo from the Pakiro.
You know, speaking of which, Formace on this Yuzhong, let's look at the highlights and we can explain a little bit more about this situation here, because overall, these Petrifies are making all the difference in these fights. Let's first start over with game number 1.
Yeah. Also, I believe this is...
game number 3.
This is definitely game number 3, that's right. So we've already covered this, and obviously we can see that CUC struggled from this Estes play, and the Yuzhong, of course, from the backlines. This will not be completely Todak-sided, though, as we can see CUC get back, especially when they get initial fights. But look at the Farsa just dealing the damage in, again, confined spaces. However, the punish from CUC was there. Eventually, this was the best fight for Team Todak around the turtle, around the purple buff. We're talking about confined spaces, we're talking about alleys, entrances, and obviously with all of the AoE layered together by the side of Team Todak, there's just really no sustain that can help you survive that bombardment.
It's so good. Formace jumps in with the Furious Charge, petrifies immediately looking to get into that Black Dragon form before even looking to get any form of damage out. Nice game coming out from Todak's side. Huge relief to all the Malaysians out there rooting for them. This was CUC definitely had a very good opportunity to turn things around. It really came down to just one fight.
Yeah, we have not been talking about CUC, but a valiant effort from this team. They represented their region so well. That was a hard-fought game. They would have won it. And I would gonna say that game number 3 could have gone any other way. But as it seems, Todak was better when it comes to their composure. They were the better team today, and they're gonna move on to our bracket.
Oh, this whole day, unfortunately, teams need to be eliminated as we move on here closer and closer to that grand finals in M3. But so far, the brackets are pretty much set here, and I'm very curious to see so far, because at the end of the day, we are going to see Todak move on, and they will have to take on Na'Vi there.
Very good performance from Na'Vi, and I'm excited to see them battle it out in the lower bracket. Another elimination, but this time it's a best of 5.
Oh, best of 5. That's nuts, right? We're done with the best of 3s all finally, and I'm sure the casters are also happy about that, to see more games coming out from some of their favorite teams. Now, this has been an extremely long day here today. Let's throw it over to Mara to close things up for it. It's been a great game. I'm so excited to see what the winners have to say.
Here with me is, I must say, the most popular player from Todak. Chico, congratulations. I have to mention that because all over Asia, when they hear your team's name, they think of you first, even in my country. So what does it feel that you're the most popular player in your country?
Bagi saya biasa je lah. Sebab dah biasa.
For the side of Chico, he said that he's very humble about him being the most popular player around. He is very honored that people look up to him in that kind of way, but he will still do his normal things because he is Chico.
That's a very long translation for something so short. By the way, when I said, you're really popular, he goes, I know. Now, let's talk about how satisfied you are with your performance. What happened in game 1 and in game 3 could have been anybody's ball game.
Okay, so tadi masa game nombor 1 dengan game nombor 3, basically dia tanya apa perasaan Chico pasal performance team Todak sekarang, tapi game 1, game 3 hampir kena comeback, so macam mana perasaan korang?
Untuk game 1 tu sebenarnya kita orang terlampau confident untuk lepaskan diorang punya Povius. And diorang punya kunci kemalahan ialah dekat Povius tu sendiri lah. So bila kita orang ban tu, diorang agak susah untuk bermain lah.
Yeah, for game number 1, they were being a little bit overconfident because they're like, let's test the waters. We're going to give them the Phovius and see if they can really do anything with that hero. And apparently the Phovius was a big problem. So after they start banning that hero, they started getting that groove back.
All right. Now, if we take a look at your season 7 lineup, you guys changed roles. Now, with 4Mays being the XP, Momo Gold, and you jungler, why did you guys do that? And how good did it feel to have things change?
Kenapa kita orang buat macam tu sebab itulah sebenarnya kekuatan Todak. Kita orang boleh letakkan kita orang di mana-mana saja and kita orang boleh main benda tu. So itulah.
This is the strength of Toda. All of our players can play any kind of lane, any kind of role, and it keeps our opponents on their toes. So this is the strategy that we've been doing. So this is what we've been sticking to.
Let's talk about other strength. What makes Todak so strong and different compared to the other teams here in M3?
Perbezaan kita orang dengan tim lain sebabnya kita orang yalah sebab role tu bertukar-tukar, so tim lain setakat ni tak berani lagi nak tukar-tukar, so setakat ni kat M3 kita orang je yang selalu tukar-tukar role and benda tu menjadi lah.
Yeah, for the side of Team Toda, again, the strength that we have right now is our confidence to keep changing the roles, making our opponents guess, because it makes it very difficult in the pick and bans for them to target any particular players, because if we don't know what we're going to do, they don't know what we're going to do.
You know, Lafel, I have to say, you're the most confident translator out there. Now, next round, you're going to be facing Navi. It'll be best of 5, so it'll be different from what you've experienced today. What's your prediction there, and what do you think is going to happen with that? Are you going to have a hard time? Do you think it's going to be even? What's your prediction?
Okay, so kejap lagi korang akan lawan dengan Navi. Best of 5. Apa prediction Ciku lawan dengan Team Navi, and apa yang korang expect nak tengok daripada dorang?
Prediction kita orang tim Todak ialah kita orang menang and score saya tak tahu berapa tapi insyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk menang.
Yeah, so basically what he said was he knows that they're going to win, Todak is going to win. In terms of score, even he is not brave enough to say like, I don't know what the score is, but for our fans and for everyone watching, they will keep trying their best and they still have the confidence to win, and that's what they're going to do.
Now, speaking of your confidence, if you were to choose who your opponent will be in the grand finals, what team would that be?
Kalau pilih tim yang final nak lawan lagi sekali, kita orang akan pilih RRQ lah sebab kalau kita orang masuk low final lagi, insyaAllah kita akan jumpa RRQ sekali lagi. So kita orang nak revenge balik lah untuk M1 M3 ni lah. Agak deja vu sikit lah sebab dulu pun 3-1 and sekarang pun 3-1. So insyaAllah kita akan jumpa diorang balik lah nanti.
Yeah, for the side of Toda, they really just want to fight against RRQ again because again, that is a spectacular match, not just for them, but for the audience as well. But in terms of history, for the side of Toda, they have a rivalry against RRQ because the last time that they fought was during M1, and during that time, they also lost 3-1. So in terms of score, it's the same. So if they get to face again, they want to win this time.
Before we close things off, last message, anybody you want to greet, and let's invite the Malaysian fans to support you on your next round.
Untuk fans-fans dekat luar sana and terutamanya dekat Malaysia, support kita orang, even kita orang menang ataupun kalah first round, bukan kalah game lah, kalah game akan balik. So keep support kita orang, insyaAllah kita orang akan buat the best lah untuk M3 ni.
To all of the fans, especially to the Malaysian fans, we'll keep trying our best. Even though we lose game 1, keep confident that we will be able to win the other games because we always come back stronger. And we hope that all of our fans keep on praying for us, for our safety, and we will try our best for M3.
Chico, congratulations to you and your team. Thank you so much. Good luck on your next round. And Lafel, thank you so much for such accurate translation with confidence. Now, our playoffs have changed. The brackets have changed a little bit. So let's take a look at the updated playoffs bracket. Here is the bigger picture. For the upper bracket, BTK of North America will face against EVOS SG. Onyx Philippines will go up against RRQ Hoshi, and that'll be best of 5. Looking at the lower bracket, Blacklist International will move on and face Cade for the next round. Up next, Navi against Todak, and that'll be best of 3. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. We are going to have back-to-back games. Lower bracket and upper bracket. Two teams from the Philippines are going up against tomorrow. Blacklist International will go up against Cade, and Onyx Philippines will go up against RRQ Hoshi. My goodness, that's going to be a great matchup happening tomorrow. We had to say goodbye to 4 more teams, but we hope that they'll come back even stronger next year. Now, our best of 3 series went by really quick, but tomorrow is going to be a different stories. As the teams left, well, they'll have to test their stamina and their strength, their mind, and their decision making in their strategy in their best of 5 series. They definitely need your support. So keep those comments coming in and keep supporting your favorite teams. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching the M3 World Championship, powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, and presented by TikTok Live. Keep it good vibes, everybody. Have a great night.
I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. I love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slack when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, tearing down the walls. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. Oh baby, please, oh yeah. Love the adrenaline. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm burning up now, taking higher levels. I'm in a bad spot, trouble to my knees. I need a taste, sipping on heaven. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we come to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. I'm on a rush now, winning, that's my focus. I need some ice, you gotta cool me down. I feel my nirvana coming closer. You got me waiting, waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide Nothing's gonna stop me. Oh, baby, please. Oh, yeah. I love the adrenaline. 'Cause we never